but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1510 Fat Pig Arch. After a moment of collapse, Fangxi immediately adjusted her mentality. There's nothing wrong with waste paper. She can find a way to turn it into something useful. At worst, you can feed the pigs. Feed the golden pig until it is fat and white, and save it for the new year. Golden pig. What does it mean to keep it for the new year? Fangxi said with a smile. Don't worry, it's not what you think. I just want you to arch your back when the time comes. It will be a good omen for me to make a fortune. Golden pig. Fangxi is not in the mood to study talismans at the moment. He has to find a way to gain a foothold in Tiang continent as soon as possible. The most urgent thing is to get an identity that can stand up to scrutiny, and then work your way down the road. Fangxi and Zhang Wen ran for more than 100 miles in one breath. A small town appeared in front of them. Next to it stood a stone tablet with the words, Wonghai Town, written on it. Commander Lu said. I didn't expect that after so many years, Wonghai Town is still here. But it is also true that as long as the Fantasy Sea still exists, people will have to have a place to stay, so Wonghai Town will naturally have to continue to exist. Fangxi and Zhang Wen originally thought that there were not many people in Wonghai Town, but when they entered, they found that it was very lively with people coming and going. Commander Lu was also surprised. I remember that there were only a few merchants coming and going in Wonghai Town. Why are there so many people? When Fangxi and Zhang Wen were looking around, someone came over and asked in a low voice. Do you too want to sign up for the Tianyan Dao Sect's new disciple selection? Fangxi looked at the person who was speaking. He was a young man with ordinary looks. His eyes were rolling around and it was obvious that he had a lot of ulterior motives. Tianyan Dao Sect. Jiting and Fangxi talked about the distribution of power in Tiang continent. The largest force in Tiang continent is naturally the Tiang Alliance, which occupies almost 70% of the power sphere of Tiang continent. The remaining territories were divided among the other sects, large and small. These sects, big and small, are divided into different levels, and the Tiangshan Dao sect is the lowest level. To describe the Tiangshan Dao sect in one sentence, it is that a fallen phoenix is no better than a chicken. It is said that hundreds of thousands of years ago, the Tiangshan Taoist sect was the leading force in the Tiang continent. I just don't know why it fell into decline later, getting worse year by year, and finally became a low-ranking sect in the Tiang continent. Even a low-ranking sect is unattainable in a small place like Wonghai Town. Fangxi's heart moved. She and Zhang Wen were worried about having no place to stay, and Tianyan Dao sect was a good choice. She thought about it and said, This brother has good eyesight. My brother and I do want to sign up. The man was delighted when he heard it. It's not that my eyesight is so good, the key is that you two brothers and sisters are obviously outstanding people, and you will definitely be able to enter the Tianyan Dao sect in the future. Sister, although you two are very capable, you have also seen that many people have come to Wonghai Town to compete for places. Today is also the last day of the preliminary screening, so you have to make more preparations. I have a set of secret manuals for selecting disciples of Tianyan Dao sect. It contains not only detailed explanations of the questions in the past selection of disciples, but also an introduction to the basic situation of Tianyan Dao sect. It can be said that with this book in hand, you have the heaven. Not 9009, not 909, just 99, and you can take a set of secret manuals home. Fangxi, after all this time, I'm selling 5 years of college entrance examination and 3 years of simulation. However, what does he mean when he says that many people came to compete for the spots? It is estimated that Tianyan Dao Zong allocated quotas to each place. These people felt that the competition in Wonghai Town was relatively small, so they all ran to Wonghai Town to participate in the preliminary screening. The bookseller chatted for a long time, and when he saw that Fangxi and Zhang Wen had no intention of buying, he immediately prepared to change his target. Unexpectedly, Fangxi said, Give me a copy. The bookseller was overjoyed. After the payment and goods were settled, he said a few auspicious words and left. He thought, 2 little gods still want to pass the initial screening of our Tianyan Dao sect. Not to mention the money for buying books, even the registration fee will be wasted. Alas, our Tianyan Dao sect is now in decline, and even 2 little gods dare to sign up for the selection. It's all his master's fault. He insisted that something had happened in the Tianyan Dao sect and made his disciple run here to become a bookseller. Where are the variables? Just ask you where the variables are. The greatest misfortune in Li Zhe's life was that he had a weird master. Whenever he had nothing to do, he would count on his fingers. Whenever he got it right, he was not wrong. It's bad enough that he is addicted to fortune-telling, but he is always blamed. For example, there was once a time when it was predicted that Elder Wei would suffer a bloody disaster, but it turned out that Elder Wei was fine. His amiable and respectable master then said that he was the one who made up the divination. Another time, his master calculated that there was a place where a rare treasure had been discovered, so he went there happily and waited there for 3 days and 3 nights, and then a dog ear and moss popped up. Ellipsis. Fangxi on the other side flipped through the so-called secret book and handed it to Zhang Wen. The bookseller didn't lie. The book is quite detailed. Zhang Wen didn't read as fast as Fangxi. He just glanced through the book and put it into his storage ring, planning to read it more carefully when he had time. Little sister, let's sign up now. Fangxi nodded, and after they arrived at the registration location of Tianyan Dao sect, they looked at the registration requirements on the notice. Simply put, there are no requirements. As long as you can afford the registration fee, you can successfully register. Fangxi strongly suspected that the Tianyan Dao sect's intention to recruit disciples was fake, and the real purpose was to defraud people by paying registration fees. There were several teams registered. Fangxi and Zhang Wen randomly chose one and stood at the end of the team. Fangxi felt that the salt in Tiang continent might be free, otherwise why would so many people be so idle? Ever since the two of them stood at the end of the line, people kept pointing fingers at them. It's nothing more than saying that their cultivation base is so low, why are they joining in the fun? With the money for registration, I might as well buy some pig brains to supplement my diet. Fang Shi said to Commander Lu. Master, did you see that? This outstanding person attracts attention wherever he goes. Take me for example, I don't need to do anything, I can naturally attract other people's attention and become the focus of the topic. Quote. Commander Lu. I don't know whether you are excellent or not, but you are really shameless. After more than an hour, it was finally Fang Shi's turn. The person in charge of registration glanced at Fang Shi twice, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. With this qualification, you still want to apply for Tianyin Dao Sect? The registration fee is totally wasted. However, he still handed Fang Shi a jade slip. Record your information, and then take the jade slip for preliminary screening. Fang Shi did as he was told and then stood at the end of the initial screening line again. After a while, Zheng Wen also came over. Fang Shi had asked Jiting before, Tiang continent actually doesn't attach much importance to spiritual roots. Because the spiritual energy of Tiang continent is much richer than that of Juyu continent, even if one has 4 or 5 spiritual roots, the speed at which the spiritual energy is absorbed is sufficient for cultivation. In this case, more emphasis is placed on understanding. It's just that comprehension is too abstract, so when sects conduct examinations, they usually set questions based on their own understanding. I wonder what conditions Tianyin Dao Zong will set for this initial screening. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1511. You are really talented. The secret book that Fang Shi bought did record some preliminary screening questions from previous years, but they were different each time and were not of much reference value. After waiting for about half an hour, the person in charge of the initial screening finally arrived. The man first introduced himself and said that he was a deacon of the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall of Tianyin Dao Sect, and his name was Hao Yukai. Fang Shi thinks that this name is really well chosen, and the key is that the family name is also nice. If her last name was Hao, she would just name her Hao Yukian. Hao Yukai said a lot of clichés, which was nothing more than bragging about how awesome Tianyin Dao Sect was, then painting a rosy picture for everyone, and finally announcing the rules for the initial screening. Our Tianyin Dao Sect has a profound foundation. Unlike other sects, we don't need to conduct some fancy tests. As long as you comprehend the sword moves, even if you only comprehend one, you have passed the initial screening. Fang Shi. Family members, who understands, her world has fallen on her again. I never expected that even after coming to Tiang continent, I would still be hurt in the heart. Sword power, the pain of my life. Zheng Wen was also at a loss. Junior sister knows everything except sword skills. How can this be done? When the 2 senior brothers and sisters were worried, the screening began. It may be because Wonghai town is relatively remote. Although many people came to compete for places, there are actually not many people who have mastered the sword skills. There may not be one among dozens of people. Soon, there were only a few people left in front of Fang Shi. Fang Shi let Zheng Wen come first. Zheng Wen switched positions with Fang Shi and stood in front. Fang Shi whispered to him, just pick a sword stance, don't be too conspicuous. So when it was Zheng Wen's turn, he just said that he had comprehended the swift sword force and then demonstrated it. Hao Yukai nodded, passed. Next it was Fang Shi's turn. After Fang Shi came on stage, he walked up to Hao Yukai and said, Deacon Hao. After Fang Shi came on stage, he walked up to Hao Yukai and said, Deacon Hao, the sword moves I have learned are quite special. Can I write them down first and then demonstrate them? Hao Yukai was about to refuse, but when he saw Fang Shi winking at him, his heart moved, then just write it down. Fang Shi took out a pen and paper, covered her writing with her sleeve, and then handed it to Hao Yukai. Hao Yukai glanced at the people around him, and they immediately pretended to be busy. Hao Yukai then opened the note, which only had 4 words written on it, 5,000 straight stones. He looked at Fang Shi, your sword moves are indeed quite special. Show me. Fang Shi gestured a few times and Hao Yukai nodded, not bad, passed. Zheng Wen was curious. Why didn't he see what kind of sword moves junior sister was using? However, now is not the time to ask, so I can only hold it in. The 2 of them stood in the team that had passed and waited for the initial screening to be over. 2 little gods had sneaked in among a group of virtual masters, just like 2 little dogs had sneaked in among a pack of wolves. Fang Shi and Zheng Wen received a lot of cold stares. Rolling your eyes is still a subtle way of doing it, while those who are not subtle are just outright mocking. Weird things happen every year, but this year there are more. 2 people in the middle stage of the spiritualization realm dare to participate in the selection of the Tianyin Dao Sect. They're really overestimating their own abilities. For people like them, they're not even qualified to be outer disciples, let alone menial servants. Who said it wasn't? The registration fee was wasted. Ellipsis. Fang Shi and Zheng Wen lowered their heads and said nothing. Both the brother and sister thought it was better to keep a low profile since they had just arrived, so they said whatever they wanted to say. In the evening, the initial screening was completed. Fang Shi roughly counted them and found that there were only about 200 people in total. Fang Shi breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Hao Yukai summon out a shabby flying boat. If she were asked to fly a sword, she would only be able to rub Zheng Wen's sword. It's because Mu Jian's flying skills are not that good. Mu Jian is not ashamed of this but proud of it. There are many spiritual swords that can fly steadily, but this is the only one that can perform acrobatics. After Fang Shi and the others boarded the flying boat, it did not set off immediately. After a while, someone got on the flying boat, panting. Deacon Hao, I'm sorry, I was delayed. Fang Shi felt the voice sounded familiar. Why did it sound a bit like that bookseller? But when he looked at the other person's face, he was quite handsome with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, completely different from the plain-looking bookseller before. However, Fang Shi still felt that this person was the bookseller, because his eyes were very similar to the bookseller, and the bookseller also liked to touch his hair from time to time when he spoke. TSK, it seems that the Tianyin Dao Sect is similar to their Xuanshan sect, also poor. Otherwise, we can't let our disciples sell exercise books. Hao Yukai smiled and said, Junior brother Li Zhe, your words are too polite. We are all family, so it doesn't matter if it's earlier or later. Hao Yukai said a few polite words to Li Zhe, and then talked about discipline with Feng Shi and others. It's nothing more than not fighting and keeping quiet. Li Zhe also saw Feng Shi and Zhang Wen at this time, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This brother and sister actually passed the initial screening. However, this year the initial screening conditions in Wonghai Town are much more relaxed than in other places, which is why some people come here from afar to participate in the initial screening. As for why Wonghai Town received such treatment, it was all thanks to his unreliable master. He insisted that changes in their Tianyin Dao sect would appear in Wonghai Town, and that it would allow their Tianyin Dao sect to regain its glory. But the sect master believed his lies. Therefore, the recruitment conditions of Wonghai Town were deliberately relaxed, for fear of missing out on the chosen ones. Li Zhe scoffed at this statement. If he didn't have the burden of respecting his teacher, he would have labeled his master a liar long ago. After a while, Feng Shi found an excuse to meet Hao Yukai and gave him 5,000 strode stones. Thank you, Deacon Hao, for your support. Hao Yukai waved his hand, and Feng Shi went out tactfully. Hao Yukai thought, although he is a capable person, unfortunately his cultivation is too low and his comprehension is too poor, otherwise he would not have failed to figure out even one sword move. Even if you pass the initial screening, you will definitely not pass the next round. However, this has nothing to do with him. It is enough to get the strode stones. Anyway, it's just a preliminary screening, not the formal assessment later, so no one takes it seriously. Just as I was thinking about it, I heard Li Zhe's voice coming from outside. What sword power did you comprehend? Feng Shi said very naturally, Chaos Sword Force. Li Zhe asked doubtfully, Chaos Sword Force. Well, it means to win in chaos. Hao Yukai. Return the Chaotic Sword Force. I think you are talking nonsense. Li Zhe asked curiously, can you show it to me? Hao Yukai's heart was in his throat. Just when he was about to go out to interrupt, he heard Feng Shi say. Okay. Hao Yukai. Have you figured out the sword moves or not? Don't you know it yourself? He looked out through the crack in the door and saw Feng Shi waving his sword around for a few times, then asked Li Zhe. Brother Li, you have extraordinary comprehension, you must have figured out the secret of my chaotic sword force, right? Li Zhe, yes, I noticed it. Hao Yukai. I should give you this name, you are so talented. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1512 New Eyes and Ears. Feng Zhen Yukai discussed the experience of the chaotic sword style with Li Zhe, said a few polite words, and walked away leisurely. She left, and Li Zhe fell into confusion. Could it be that I have neglected my practice recently and my understanding of the way of the sword has deteriorated? Otherwise, why didn't he see any chaotic sword force at all? He didn't suspect Feng Shi of lying. After all, he had passed the initial screening and must have figured out the sword moves. Li Zhe thought about it and decided to go back to the cabin to think about it carefully. After Feng Shi returned to the cabin, he saw several people staring at Zhang Wen with unfriendly eyes. They set their sights on the corner occupied by Zhang Wen, wanting him to move away. Zhang Wen naturally refused to give up the seat he had reserved for his junior sister. There were walls on both sides, so he only had to keep an eye on one side to ensure that his junior sister could sleep soundly. Feng Shi walked over and glanced at those people. Deacon Hao is my second uncle, and senior brother Li Zhe is also very close to us. Are you sure you want to be enemies with the siblings? Those people were skeptical. One of them snorted, don't flatter yourself. How can you prove that what you said is true? Feng Shi curled her lips. You don't believe it, right? I'll find my second uncle right now. Feng Shi really went to find Hao Yukai as she spoke. When Hao Yukai saw that it was her, he hurriedly said, stay away from Li Zhe in the future. If the truth is revealed, it won't matter to me, but you will definitely be disqualified from the selection. Feng Shi nodded obediently. Deacon Hao, I know the severity of the situation. If I can't avoid it, I will pretend to be injured. I will definitely not cause any trouble to you, but... Just what? There are a few people who have been talking about the fact that I passed the initial screening, saying that you must be related to me or something. Go over and scare them so that they won't go to Li Zhe and tell him nonsense. Hao Yukai's face suddenly turned ugly, and he regretted accepting the 5,000 strut stones. But since it has been collected, there is nothing we can do about it. He followed Feng Shi into the public cabin, his eyes fell on the people around Zhang Wen, and threatened. Since you've passed the initial screening, you should follow the rules and not say anything irrelevant, understand? Those people were scared to death. He nodded quickly and said yes. After Hao Yukai left, they quickly scattered. The others also retreated, leaving a large space for Feng Shi and Zhang Wen. Zhang Wen originally wanted Feng Shi to sleep first, but Feng Shi gave him a reassuring look, and they both fell asleep. This place is different from the Fantasy Sea. There is no danger here. Even if something really happens, the golden pigs can wake Feng Shi up. Furthermore, neither Zhang Wen nor Feng Shi had gotten enough rest these days, and there will be assessments coming up, so they might as well take advantage of this time to have a good rest and recharge their batteries. The next morning, Li Zhe came to see Feng Shi. Lu Yi, come here. Feng's eyes flickered, and she said to Zhang Wen, brother, come along too. The faces of those people who wanted to seize Zhang Wen's territory turned pale. It seems that what Lu Yi said is true. She is not only related to Deacon Hao, but also has a relationship with Li Zhe. I heard that Li Zhe is a direct disciple of Tianyin Dao sect. Lu Yi is actually related to him. I guess this selection test is just a formality. Feng Shi didn't know that everyone had imagined so much, and before Li Zhe could speak, she said. Brother Li, after your guidance yesterday, my brother and I have gained a lot of new understanding and experience of swordsmanship. Brother, please talk to senior brother Li. Zhang Wenlian had even comprehended the meaning of the sword, so when it came to sword moves, it was natural for him to do so with ease, and he started to show off immediately. Li Zhe originally wanted to take another look at Feng Xi's chaotic sword skills, but he was soon attracted by Zhang Wen's words and forgot his original intention of looking for Feng Shi. He was very surprised. He didn't expect that Lu Qi had such a thorough understanding of sword moves. Some of his views were refreshing to him. In fact, Zhang Wen was holding back when he said this, otherwise Li Zhe would have felt more than just refreshed. Before they knew it, an hour had passed and Li Zhe and Zhang Wen were having a very pleasant conversation. Li Zhe felt a little bit sorry. This Lu Qi is very talented in swordsmanship, but unfortunately his level of skill is too low and he has no chance of passing the subsequent tests. He suddenly wanted to try out his master's so-called divination technique. So after Feng Shi and Zhang Wen left, he took out a tortoise shell used for divination, wanting to predict whether Zhang Wen could pass the entrance examination of Tianyan Dao Sect. The spiritual power in Li Zhe's right hand turned into flames to burn the turtle shell, while he muttered something in his mouth. As it was roasted, the turtle shell made a crackling sound. After a while, the spiritual flame in Li Zhe's right hand went out. He looked at the cracks on the tortoise shell and kept counting with his fingers. Can you pass the test? How is that possible? Master is just an old liar. This so-called divination technique is not accurate at all. He decided to settle accounts with Lu Yi again. So, he took out a new turtle shell. He also used the spiritual flame in his right hand to burn it, and then muttered something. He was just thinking when the turtle shell exploded. The debris was scattered all over the ground. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, he would have been disfigured. Li Zhe was so angry that he kept cursing. As expected, the old man is not reliable at all. He said that this turtle evolution technique is unparalleled in the world, but this is the result. He was so unlucky to have him as his master. It's a pity that he was so talented in the past, but just because he worshipped such a master, he became a laughing stock among his disciples. While complaining, he took out a few turtle shells from the storage ring. After finding that they were intact, he put them back into the storage ring. The old man doesn't have much of a hobby on weekdays, except for turtle shells. This time he came out and helped collect some. Although the old man is unreliable, since I have already become his disciple, I have to be filial to him. If you want to blame someone, blame it on his bad luck. However, thinking that Zhang Wen had such a good talent in swordsmanship but his practice was not that good, he felt that he was not that miserable. It turns out that happiness comes from comparison. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1513, once she enters the Tianyan Dao sect, she will become the king again. Feng Shi had a good sleep and felt full of energy. She glanced at the other people in the cabin and missed the days when she was a prison bully. Just as she was about to make a move, Commander Lu said with emotion. When I was alive, the leader of Tianyan Dao sect was called Mo Wenshi. He was proficient in the art of turtle divination. At that time, I wanted him to deduce it for me, but I couldn't find him. Now that I think about it, he probably figured out that I would never come back, so he avoided me. I wonder if there is still anyone in Tianyan Dao sect who is proficient in the art of turtle evolution. Feng Shi said, Master, aren't you talking about the fortune tellers in the secular world? They're like a donkey blocking the alley, they're not accurate at all. Commander Lu, that's wrong. The reason why Tianyan Dao sect got its name is because of its superb turtle yan technique. Some people speculate that the reason why Tianyan Dao sect declined later was because it leaked the secrets of heaven. This also shows that the turtle evolution technique is not a trick, but a real skill. Feng Shi was skeptical about Commander Lu's words and continued to ponder whether or not to become a prison bully. Forget it, few of these idiots will be able to pass the test. It's not worth wasting time. Once she enters the Tianyan Dao sect, she will become the king. Commander Lu. It's not even certain whether you can get in, and you're already dreaming of becoming the king. Even if the Tianyan Dao sect is in decline now, it is not a place where a small god like you can run wild. At this moment, the flying boat suddenly shook violently. Everyone was in a panic, wondering what had happened. After a while, Hao Yukai came over and said, There's something wrong with the flying boat. It's still a day's journey from here to Tianyan Dao sect. Let's fly over there on the sword. After saying that, Hao Yukai ordered people to open the hatch of the flying boat, and everyone flew out on their swords. Feng Shi, alas, what is bound to come will eventually come. Fortunately, she can borrow the magic sword of the fifth senior brother. He rubbed her path, she rubbed his spirit sword, perfect. Ha! Previously, when senior brother 5 advanced in the Juyu continent, her cultivation also increased. Why is there no movement this time? Could it be that the previous guess was wrong? Feng Shi was thinking about how to advance Zhang Wen's sword when Li Zhe's voice rang out beside him. Lu Yi, why don't you fly your own sword? Your brother still has to take the test, so it's best to let him save some physical and spiritual energy. Feng Shi, you talk as if I don't have to take the assessment. She complained to herself and said, my stomach hurts. Li Zhe thought for a moment and said, then you can ride on my spirit sword. Divination showed that Zhang Wen could pass the test. Although he felt it was unreliable, he hoped from the bottom of his heart that it was true. On the one hand, he valued talent and felt it was a pity that Zhang Wen could not enter the Tianyan Dao sect. On the other hand, although he said that his master was a liar, he hoped that his master's Guian technique would come true. So when he saw Feng Shi riding on Zhang Wen's spiritual sword, he felt that it was a waste of Zhang Wen's physical and spiritual energy, so he said this subconsciously. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely refuse, after all, the relationship is not that close yet. But Feng Shi was obviously not an ordinary person. She said happily, okay, then I'll trouble senior brother Li. So, Feng Shi made a smooth transfer midway. When those who took the test saw this scene, they became more certain that what Feng Shi said before was true, and that her backing was really strong. Even Hao Yukai became suspicious. Everyone in Tianyan Dao sect knows that Li Zhe is just like his master, Elder Gu Liang, who is mysterious and usually not close to other people. Why is he so special to Lu Yi? Could it be that he has taken a fancy to her? It is normal for a young man to admire, but Lu Yi's cultivation is too low, and she may not be able to pass the test. On second thought, although Elder Gu Liang didn't have much power and wasn't well received in the sect, he was still an elder after all, so it wouldn't be difficult for him to make an exception and admit a disciple. Li Zhe didn't know that Hao Yukai had already imagined a bloody drama. He asked Feng Shi, "Are you brothers and sisters from Wonghai Town?" Feng Shi said in a somewhat sad tone, "No, in fact, we don't know where we are from. We have been wandering since we can remember. Fortunately, my brother is smart and has been practicing with me since we were young. Although the exercises and swordsmanship we learn secretly and our cultivation level is not high, we can still make a living as long as we are careful. Because we were young, had low cultivation levels, and had no family to look after us, we dared not stay in one place for too long, and would often put on a simple disguise to avoid being noticed. This time, I heard that your sect was recruiting disciples in Wonghai Town, so I came to Wonghai Town." Commander Lu thought to himself, "This damn girl is really cunning." Having said this, it would be understandable if Tianyin Dao sect could not find out their origins in the future. After all, these two poor little ones were orphans, and they could disguise themselves and wander around at any time. In addition, it can also explain why they only have the cultivation level of the 6th level of the spirit transformation realm. Sure enough, after listening to it, Li Zhe suddenly realized. No wonder Lu Qi was so talented in swordsmanship, but his skill was not high. It turned out that he was self-taught. Even so, he still felt that the result of divination was unlikely to be achieved. After all, the assessment must be based on strength. Li Zhe was just about to say a few words of comfort when a flying boat came over from behind. This flying boat is much more majestic than the one Feng Shi and the others had ridden before. I don't know what material is used, but it's so colorful and looks very valuable. Logically speaking, the altitude of a flying boat is much higher than that of flying with a sword. However, for some unknown reason, this flying boat actually lowered its altitude and rushed towards Feng Shi and the others. Everyone was in a panic and tried to lower their altitude hastily. The flying boat passed over everyone's heads, followed by a burst of arrogant laughter. It's obviously intentional. Li Zhe was so angry that he cursed. It's those bastards from Xingyao sect again. They do nothing all day long and will get their comeuppance sooner or later. I don't know if the master's prediction is correct. He said that Xingyao sect will not be around for many more days. When Li Zhe was cursing, he found that many people were looking at him. He immediately picked up the image of an idol who was a disciple, adjusted his expression, and made himself look ethereal. However, he found that the looks from everyone were still a little hard to describe. He suddenly remembered something and touched his head with his hand. It was smooth and cold. "Where's the wig? Where is my wig that protects the dignity of my disciple? It must be the gusts of air created by the Xingyao sect's flying boat that blew off the wig. Xingyaoman, I will never forgive you." He felt the need to explain, so he said to Feng Shi, "I'm not bald. I had an accident a few days ago and had my hair shaved off. It will grow back in a few days." Feng Shi looked at his head, which showed no signs of sprouting, and said insincerely, "Well, look at the stubble of hair already sprouting now." My God, she thought Li Zhe's head had fallen off and was so scared. After all this time, it turns out he's a bald man. No wonder Li Zhe had to touch his head from time to time. It turned out that he wanted to confirm whether the headgear had fallen off. Li Zhe knew that Feng Shi was lying. After all, he had just looked in the mirror in the morning, but he was still willing to listen to this white lie. At this time, Feng Shi asked, "Brother Li, why does the Xingyao sect target our Tianyin Dao sect?" Li Zhe was eager to change the subject. He took out a new headgear and put it on while saying, "Xingyao sect used to be a subsidiary sect of our Tianyin Dao sect. After it became prosperous, it always wanted to step on us. It's nothing but a villain who has achieved success." Feng Shi said in a sympathetic tone, "I also despise those bastards who curse their mothers after throwing away the jobs. I think they are just grasshoppers after autumn, and they won't be able to jump for a few more days." Li Zhe was stunned for a moment. Why did what Lu Yi said resemble the result of his master's divination? It's probably just a coincidence. Tilde 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 tilde. It's Chinese New Year. It's Chinese New Year. I wish you all a happy New Year's Eve. Good luck, and may all your wishes come true. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1514. The little girl is so lucky. Li Zhe thought about it and said to Feng Shi, "Well, you're right. I don't think Xingyao sect will be able to survive for many more days." Feng Shi said a few words indignantly, then tactfully kept silent. Li Zhe has a very good impression of Feng Shi. Not only can he speak, but he also knows when to advance and retreat. Unfortunately, his cultivation is too low. After all, Lu Qi is very talented in kendo and might be able to pass the test by luck, but Lu Yi has basically no hope. As he thought about it, he touched his hood out of habit. Speaking of hair, his resentment towards his master became even stronger. A month ago, Elder Gu Liang said that he had figured out a new kind of spiritual flame. Using this spiritual flame to roast turtle shells could make the turtle evolution technique more accurate. Out of curiosity, Li Zhe ran to watch. As a result, the spiritual flame newly researched by Elder Gu Liang went out of control and splashed onto Li Zhe. Poor Li Zhe was burning and screaming, and in the end it was Elder Gu Liang who put out the fire with his feet. Well, I stepped on his face and killed him. Finally, Elder Gu Liang also said that he had calculated that he would have a disaster in the near future, so he used this trick to help him resolve it. Li Zhe, are you sure the disaster you calculated is not this one? Elder Gu Liang might have been revived out of love for his disciple, so he shamelessly went to the sect's elder Zhao, who was good at alchemy, and asked for a few pills for treating burns, which he gave to Li Zhe. It's no secret that this pill is really effective. Li Zhe's burns healed within 2 days. I just don't know why my hair never grew out. Elder Zhao couldn't explain it either. He just said that there was nothing wrong with his elixir and that the hair would grow out sooner or later. Even if it didn't grow out, it would be Elder Gu Liang's fault. There is something wrong with the spiritual flame that Elder Gu Liang has just figured out. Li Zhe's heart felt so cold. In order to maintain the dignity of his few remaining disciples, he spent a huge amount of money to buy a stack of wigs, but today they were destroyed by those bastards from Xingya Sect. He will take revenge sooner or later. However, thinking of the current gap between Tianyin Dao Sect and Xingya Sect, he felt that this revenge would probably not be taken in a short time. As for the divination result from his master that Xingya Sect wouldn't last long, just ignore it. In the evening, Fang Xi and his companions arrived at the mountain gate of Tianyin Taoist Sect. The candidates from other places arrived 3 days ago, and only the deadline for Wonghai Town was extended by 3 days. This is also what Elder Gu Liang suggested. The reason is still the fear of missing out on variables. Li Zhe felt that his master must have drugged the sect leader, otherwise why would the sect leader, who always looked down on his master, believe his master's lies this time? Li Zhe encouraged Zhang Wen and Fang Xi as well, then went back to the sect to report to his master. Hao Yukai said to Fang Xi and others, "You will stay here tonight. The next round of assessment will take place tomorrow morning. Just follow the instructions. Finally, I wish you all good luck." When he said this, he looked at Fang Xi carefully. As soon as Li Zhe came back, he rushed back to the sect, no doubt to ask Elder Gu Liang to make an exception and admit Lu Yi. Wow, the little girl is so lucky. Fang Xi was thinking that Hao Yukai was probably afraid that the matter of the 5,000 strut stones would be exposed, so he looked at her tacitly to reassure each other. Those two came together thought that Deacon Hao was probably worried about his niece Lu Yi, so he gave her a reassuring look. After Hao Yukai left, Fang Xi and Zhang Wen found an open space to rest. Zhang Wen whispered to Fang Xi, "Junior sister, according to convention, shouldn't you take a good look at the gate of Tianyin Dao Sect? Maybe there will be an opportunity or something." Fang Xi, it could be an opportunity, or it could be a bad fate. The next chapter will be about 9 points longer. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1515, it turns out that this is a romantic luck. Fang Xi suddenly thought of the stingy founder of Xuanshan Sect. I was given a broken jade box, but there was only a torn piece of paper inside. Rather than a gift to her, it was more like an IOU. This forced her to kowtow another 9,981 times. How can it be such a bad word? Fang Xi felt that the Tianyin Taoist sect was somewhat similar to the Xuanshan sect. Both of them had the image of an impoverished family whose ancestors were once rich, so to be on the safe side, she decided to cherish her knees and stay away from the mountain gate. Zhang Wen was just talking. They were not disciples of Tianyin Dao Sect now, and they were not even qualified to approach the mountain gate. Seeing that Fang Xi was not interested, he did not mention it again. But this time, many people were sneering at the people in Wonghai Town. I heard that the reason why Tianyin Dao Sect relaxed the initial screening conditions and extended the deadline for Wonghai Town was because they wanted to pick out some good seedlings. Because many people in Wonghai Town are descendants of shell collectors, and many of the shell collectors have prominent backgrounds, so maybe the descendants have good qualifications. This is the result. What a disappointment. Quote. Who said it wasn't true? We've been waiting here for 3 days, just for these rubbish. There are actually 2 gods inside. This is hilarious. Just wait and see. In the next round of assessment, none of these people from Wonghai Town will be left. They will all be eliminated. Ellipsis. Only a few high-ranking members of Tianyin Dao Sect knew about Elder Gu Liang's changes. The statement to the outside world was indeed the same as what those people said, that they just wanted to recruit some good talents. The people in Wonghai Town were very upset by the ridicule, but their cultivation was indeed inferior to others. But if I say nothing, I feel embarrassed. Then, someone mentioned Fang Xi and Zhang Wen. We won't take the blame for this. The reason why Tianyin Dao Sect relaxed the conditions for Wonghai Town was entirely because of the brother and sister Lu Qi and Lu Yi. Deacon Hao, who was in charge of the initial screening, was their second uncle, and they also had a close relationship with the direct disciple Li Zhe. After our flying boat broke down, Lu Yi came here on Li Zhe's sacred sword. That's right, I think Deacon Hao is just a cover. After all, a deacon doesn't have that much power. They are most likely related to Li Zhe. Although Li Zhe is a direct disciple, he doesn't have such strength. It must be related to his master, Elder Gu Liang. Maybe he is a relative of his family. Don't tell me, your guess is reliable. Although Elder Gu Liang has a general status in Tianyin Dao Sect, he is an elder after all, and he can accomplish this task even if he sacrifices his reputation. Ellipsis. When the rumor reached Tianyin Dao Sect, it turned out that Elder Gu Liang had a lover outside who gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl. Elder Gu Liang, who was counting on his fingers, said. No wonder he calculated that he had good luck in love a few days ago. He was still wondering how he could get into love dead when he never went out of the house. It turns out that I have such good luck in love. Elder Gu Liang calculated again and frowned. This hexagram seems to be true but is not. Is the person who can change the fate of Tianyin Dao Sect among these people in Wonghai Town? He asked Li Zhe. Tell me in detail about the Lu siblings. Li Zhe asked with a gossipy look on his face. Master, I was wondering why I like Lu Qi and Lu Yi so much. It turns out they're my junior brothers and sisters. You were so cruel that you even abandoned your own flesh and blood. I heard from Lu Yi that they were having a miserable life. Elder Gu Liang picked up the tortoise shell at hand and threw it at Li Zhe. You little bastard, you didn't take it seriously when I asked you to study the art of turtle evolution, and you're a bullshitter. I accepted him as my apprentice because I thought he was smart, but in the end he is nothing. I clearly helped him ward off disaster, but they insisted that it was his master who caused him to become bald. What's the big deal about being bald? It's just a wig. He's been wearing it for years. Elder Gu Liang said sternly, let's talk business. Tell us everything about the Lu brothers and sisters, no matter how big or small. Seeing the serious look on his master's face, Li Zhe no longer dared to smile and quickly told him everything he knew. Elder Gu Liang took out a new tortoise shell and prepared for divination. Ever since Li Zhe was burned last time, he stood far away every time his master told him fortunes, for fear of repeating the same mistake. This time was no exception. He retreated directly to the door of the house, ready to run away at any time. Elder Gu Liang glared at him, then roasted the tortoise shell with spiritual flames while muttering something. In a moment, the turtle shell exploded without any warning. Elder Gu Liang instantly became Elder Gu. Because the beams were blown away. Li Zhe was even more miserable, now he was hanging on the tree in the yard. However, what he is more concerned about now is who is the old bald man standing in the ruins. Could it be his amiable and respectable master? There is another short chapter around 10 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1516 figured it out, I figured it out. Just as he was thinking about it, the night wind blew and Li Zhe felt a chill on his scalp. A possibility occurred to him. When I touched it with my hand, I found that the wig was gone. He quickly took out a new wig from his storage ring and put it on. Fortunately, he had the foresight to buy a stack of them, otherwise there would not be enough. He had just put on the wig when he saw Elder Gu Liang running away. They all left after images. Even Li Zhe didn't have the chance to remind him that he had become bald. Elder Gu Liang ran wildly, in tattered clothes and with a bald head, and met Dai Chanfang, the leader of Tianyan Taoist sect. Master, figure it out. I figured it out. Sect leader Dai is worthy of being the sect leader. Even when seeing such a shocking scene, he remained calm. Elder Gu Liang, what have you figured out? Elder Gu Liang said excitedly, I figured out who the variable is. Sect leader Dai was no longer calm now. Who is it? They are the Liu brothers and sisters from Wonghai town. Sect leader Dai blurted out, your twin boy and girl. Elder Gu Liang. You are a powerful clan leader, but you don't do your job and just keep looking at all kinds of gossip all day long. Do you think this is appropriate? Sect leader Dai also realized that he had spoken out of turn, and hurriedly said. It was a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue, are you telling the truth? The two of them are variables that can restore the glory of our Tianyan Dao sect. Wait, that's not right, you told me there was only one person, how come there are two people? Elder Gu Liang choked and said, well, I'm not sure which of them is the variable now, and I don't dare to calculate it anymore, I'm afraid of losing my life. Anyway, it's just one of them, so we just need to find a way to recruit them all. Sect leader Dai, why does it seem less reliable the more I listen? After he heard what Elder Gu Liang had said, he felt it was even less reliable. Are you sure that the tortoise shell exploded because it touched the secret of heaven, and not because you were not good enough in your skills? Elder Gu Liang felt somewhat guilty after hearing what he said. Let me put it this way, the pile of turtle shells he exploded over the years is taller than the gate of Tianyan Dao sect. He felt the need to make an excuse. I didn't learn the skill well before, so I rarely explode now, so this time it must be because I touched the secret of heaven. Sect leader Dai sneered, honestly, how many times did you explode last month? Elder Gu Liang silently extended 3 fingers. 3 times, only 3 explosions, but none of them were as loud as this time. Master, please believe me, I am definitely right this time. The Liu brothers and sisters must be variables. Seeing that Sect leader Dai didn't believe him, he knew he had to use his trump card. Senior brother. Sect leader Dai felt a little headache because every time his junior fellow apprentice got into trouble or asked him for help, he would call him senior brother. Sure enough, the next moment Elder Gu Liang said, brother, have you forgotten? When I predicted that you could become the sect leader, what happened? Did it come true? So, you have to believe me. Sect leader Dai. You use this trick every time. Do you really think I don't know that it was you who figured it out in the first place? Your turtle evolution technique is even more outrageous than saying that the Liu brothers and sisters are your twins. Sect leader Dai took a deep breath and said, junior brother, if I hadn't covered you for so many years, do you think you could still study the turtle evolution technique steadily? You also have to consider my situation. I have already been very indulgent to you by relaxing the admission conditions of Wonghai town against all odds. Now, just based on your statement that the tortoise shell exploded, you are concluding that the Liu brothers and sisters are variables. This is too much of a joke. Elder Gu Liang wanted to say more, but Sect leader Dai waved his hand. Well, if one of them is really a variable, he should at least be able to pass the selection test, right? If you can't even do this, then there's no point in having this variable. So let's wait until the assessment is over. In addition, I warn you, don't do anything extra, otherwise no one will believe in your turtle evolution technique. After hearing this, Elder Gu Liang had nothing more to say and nodded in agreement. He remembered that there was still a lot of mess to deal with, so he turned around and wanted to leave. Sect leader Dai sighed. At least put on the fake wig. It's so late at night, it's easy to attract moths. Elder Gu Liang touched the sky with his hand, and it collapsed. He began to think again, he should not have met anyone along the way. Right. It's all Li Zhe's fault for not reminding him. By the way, considering the boy's behavior, one might even suspect that he had deliberately burned him bald. But this time, Li Zhe had already come down from the tree and was questioning his life. His master is also bald. So, did his master burn him bald on purpose? No wonder when he was burned bald, his master was not worried at all, and even told him that a nobleman would never be successful again, and that the balder a person is, the smarter he is. His master also actively suggested that he buy a wig and told him which wigs were good quality and cheap. The night wind blew and he felt a little cold. It's not just because of his unscrupulous master, but also because of the good popularity between the master and the apprentice. With such a big commotion, no one came to take a look. Even if you just come to see the fun, it's fine. Open black lens bracket. I wish you all a happy Chinese New Year and a prosperous year of the snake. Close black lens bracket. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1517. Look, your twins are out. Li Zhe felt that Tianyan Daozong had no humanity at all. It's fine that he usually ridicules and bullies them as master and disciple, but now that things have exploded like this, he doesn't even come to see what's going on. Don't you care about the life and death of their master and apprentice at all? The more Li Zhe thought about it, the more miserable he felt, and someone patted him on the back of his head. Little guy, why didn't you remind me just now? Li Zhe turned around and saw that it was his resentful master. Before he could speak, Elder Gu Liang said, I know what you want to ask, and I'll answer you now. Your hair being burned was a complete accident. If I want you to be as shiny as me, I have 100 ways to do it. There's no need to bother with this. Li Zhe was skeptical about what Elder Gu Liang said, because his master's words were just like his divinations, very unreliable. Furthermore, he felt that it didn't matter whether Elder Gu Liang did it on purpose or not. After all, he had done so many things to betray his disciples. It doesn't matter if it happens this time. What he is more concerned about now is, Master, where did you go just now? Elder Gu Liang said with his hands behind his back. I just went to the Sect Master to discuss the Sect's revival plan. Li Zhe, how upset must the Sect Master be to discuss such a serious matter with you? He decided to change the subject. Master, did you fail in your divination again? As your apprentice, I'm not saying this to you, but failure is not terrible. Could you please not make such a big fuss next time? You don't want shame, but I do. Elder Gu Liang kicked him. You know shit, I didn't fail, I figured out the secret. It's only because I have a high level of cultivation, otherwise I would have lost my life. Li Zhe suddenly became interested. Uncovered the secret, so Lu Qi and Lu Yi are the variables. Elder Gu Liang nodded in a pretentious manner, the secret of heaven cannot be revealed. Li Zhe. Why are you pretending? Who among us, the master and the disciple, doesn't know each other? Master, can you please tell me whether it is Lu Qi or Lu Yi? Elder Gu Liang looked mysterious and said, it can only be understood but not expressed in words. Li Zhe, I understand. I still haven't figured out which one is the variable. It is probably Lu Qi. He is very talented in kendo and has many unique insights. As for Lu Yi, she was much more mediocre. Elder Gu Liang remembered what Sect leader Dai said and warned Li Zhe. Whether they are variables or not, you are not allowed to interfere with the assessment, otherwise I will break your legs. Do you hear me? Li Zhe was somewhat speechless. Master, you overestimate me. Given our status as master and disciple in the Sect, I have no chance to intervene even if I want to. Elder Gu Liang. The truth always hurts. He then said to Li Zhe. Only our master and disciple and the Sect master know that the Lu brothers and sisters are variables. You must keep your mouth shut and don't mention it to anyone, so as to avoid complications. Do you understand? Li Zhe nodded. Master, I know the seriousness of this matter and I won't tell anyone. He thought to himself, even if I tell it to others, someone has to believe it. To be on the safe side, Elder Gu Liang reminded Li Zhe again and again, almost forcing him to swear. After finishing their business, the master and the apprentice skillfully began to clean up the ruins. After cleaning up, it was already dawn. According to the procedure, they should have repaired the house, but both of them were thinking about the disciple selection, so they simply tidied it up and rushed to Yan Daochang. Yan Daochang is the largest square of Tianyin Taoist sect and can accommodate 1 million people at the same time. Unfortunately, the Tianyin Dao sect is now reduced to only a few tens of thousands of people. When Elder Gu Liang and Li Zhe arrived, quite a few people had already arrived. Elder Gu Liang shamelessly sat down next to Elder Zhao. Elder Zhao moved aside quickly as if he had touched something dirty. Elder Gu Liang was immediately unhappy. Lao Zhao, what do you mean by this? If I hadn't figured out that we could combine our wealth today, I wouldn't even want to sit with you. Elder Zhao didn't even want to talk to him. He used to have a good relationship with Elder Gu Liang, but he was deceived by his so-called divination several times in a row, so he now keeps his distance from him. I gave him the elixir before because of the Sect master's face, otherwise he wouldn't even be given the dregs. But this time, someone nearby laughed and said, Elder Gu Liang, look, your twin boy and girl are out. Elder Gu Liang was suddenly shocked. Twins. Isn't that the variable that will allow Tianyin Dao sect to regain its glory? He immediately widened his eyes and looked towards the light curtain. Although he had never seen him before, Elder Gu Liang still recognized Feng Shi and Zheng Wen. It's not that his appearance is so outstanding, but his posture is completely different from other candidates. The other candidates were either very excited or very nervous, but these two were very calm. Elder Gu Liang felt more and more that the results of his divination were correct. Apart from anything else, in terms of character, the two of them were far superior to others. But which of these two is the variable? It's hard to tell from appearance alone, so we can only wait and observe during the assessment. He was watching intently, but it was a different story in the eyes of others. Originally, many people thought that boy and girl twins were just nonsense, but now seeing how nervous Elder Gu Liang is, maybe this is true. Only a few people who knew the inside story felt a little moved and turned their eyes to Feng Shi and Zheng Wen. Could it be that these two little gods are the variables that Elder Gu Liang mentioned? Isn't this nonsense? This Elder Gu Liang is still as unreliable as ever. It is really incomprehensible that the Sect master actually believed his lies. On the other side, Li Zhe's situation was not much better. As soon as he arrived, he was ridiculed by several of his disciples. Hey, isn't this the divine fortune teller of our Tianyin Dao sect? I heard that you went to Wonghai town a few days ago to help your master find his illegitimate child. That's right, no one else can do this job. After all, we have to figure out who is the real boss. Apart from Elder Gu Liang, only Li Zhe can do this. Ha ha ha. By the way, Li Zhe, I heard that you two blew up the house again yesterday. This is the 8th time this year, right? I know you are fortune tellers, but those who don't know would think you are the ones who tear down houses. Ellipsis. Li Zhe has become numb. Let them say whatever they want. He can refute it anyway. His only hope now is that his master will fight for his reputation. If the divination about the variable is accurate, then they, the master and the disciple, will be able to turn things around. Thinking of this, his eyes couldn't help but lock on Zheng Wen. Lu Qi, Lu Qi, please don't let me down with this change. Next chapter around 8 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1518, a simple-minded but tenacious little girl. The person in charge of selecting new disciples for Tianyin Dao sect this time is Hall Master Teng of the Dharma Transmission Hall. Master Teng said some said words, and then said, perception is important, but resilience is also crucial. Without perseverance, no matter how good your understanding is, you won't go far. So the first round of assessment is your resilience. The assessment location is located at Lijiang Mountain, 100 miles away. Lijiang Mountain is famous for its scorching heat, as if you were in magma. It is precisely because of this hot climate that Lijiang Mountain is rich in a special mineral called flame crystal, which can be used to refine weapons. Your mission this time is to mine flame crystals within 3 days. If you can mine 100 flame crystals, you will pass this round of assessment. During this period, you are not allowed to take any elixirs or use any spiritual tools, otherwise you will be disqualified from taking the assessment. As for the method of mining the flame crystal, it is very simple, just inject spiritual power into the matics given to you. Fang Shi thought, Tianyin Daozong is really cunning. Isn't this clearly ordering people around? There are so many disciples waiting to be selected, and each of them digs out 100 flame crystals. Wow, they're getting rich. She used to think that Tianyin Dao sect was the Tiank version of Xuanshan sect, but now it seems that they're much more sophisticated than Xuanshan sect. While she was thinking about it, Hall Master Teng ordered his men to divide the candidates into 10 teams and head to Lijiang Mountain on foot. They were not allowed to fly swords and were only allowed to walk, obviously to test their resilience. Fang Shi and Junwen were assigned to the 10th team. Perhaps because of the rumor about the twins, no one ridiculed them during the march. Of course, it may also be out of consideration of conserving energy. After all, gossiping also consumes energy. Fang Shi hurried on his way while observing the places he passed by, then raised his eyebrows slightly. Interesting. Soon, the disciples to be selected arrived at Lijiang Mountain. Just as Hall Master Teng said, Lijiang Mountain was extremely hot, as if one was in magma. Although Fang Shi and Junwen both had the fire repellent beads, in order to avoid complications, neither of them activated them. Hall Master Teng had already divided the areas in advance, and the 10 teams entered the corresponding areas. Each team was equipped with dozens of supervising disciples, who began distributing specially made matics to everyone. Fang Shi felt quite emotional after getting the matic. Recalling the time when she was digging frantically in the mine of the remnants of the Yunsha sect, her whole body shone with the light of a working person. If she wasn't in a hurry to come to Tiank continent, she really wanted to go back and continue mining. Unexpectedly, my dream has come true now. The insect king sensed her thoughts. Then, it seems that not much time has passed. Speaking of mines, it also misses its subordinates. I don't know what happened to its Zerg army after it left. After distributing the matics, at the command of Hall Master Teng, everyone picked up their hoes and started digging. Fang Shi was not in a hurry to dig. He thought that everything should be planned carefully before taking any action. He just wanted to wait and see. It's only 3 days. No matter how anxious you are, you won't waste a little time. When Junwen saw that his junior sister didn't move, he didn't move either. The two of them looked around, and they didn't look like they were here to take the exam. Instead, they looked like they were here to supervise the exam. Li Zhe, who saw this scene through the screen wall, was so anxious. Lu Qi, Lu Qi, please dig faster. The future of our master and disciple depends on you. Elder Gu Liang was much calmer and felt that the variables were indeed variables. Look at how calm he was 100 times better than anyone else. Fang Shi was watching others digging for flame crystals when he heard the voice of the 10,000 years fire marrow in his consciousness. Master, there is fire marrow underneath, and there should be quite a lot of it. I want to show it off, is that okay? The 10,000 year fire marrow is the tunnel of the innate holy fire, and swallowing the fire marrow is the best way to advance. There is fire marrow in Fang Shi's storage ring, but unfortunately, that is the ration prepared for the little fat bird and it has no share. Ugh. There is a difference between biological children and adopted children. Before Fang Shi could speak, the little fat bird said, if the master lets you go, let's not talk about whether you will be discovered or not. Even if you are not discovered, those fire marrows will definitely be chased away by you, and won't it disrupt the master's assessment? Everything must be prioritized. The most important thing now is for the master to pass the test. As for the fire marrow, as long as the master successfully enters the Tianyin Dao sect, why worry about not having a chance to catch it? Although the little fat bird really wanted to call Fang Shi mother, Fang Shi did not allow it, so when speaking publicly, it still called Fang Shi master. It doesn't matter, her status as the eldest daughter is unshakable. Fang Shi thought so too. Since she had just arrived, she should keep a low profile. There is a long way to go, and there will be plenty of opportunities to catch the fire marrow in the future. As I said, Tiank continent is really a great place. There are good things everywhere. There are opportunities everywhere. Although the 10,000 year fire marrow was extremely greedy, it did not dare to disobey Fang Zai's order and could only squat inside the Xiangyun hairpin and drool. Well, its drool is sparks. It's like setting off fireworks. Anyway, Cabbage Thunder fell asleep and no one laughed at it. Fang Shi had almost finished his observations by now. There's really no special skill involved in digging for flame crystals, it just consumes spiritual and physical energy. On the one hand, digging flame crystals requires spiritual power and physical strength, and on the other hand, a part of it must be set aside to fight the hot climate, otherwise it will be burned into charcoal. She was not worried about herself at all. After all, she had the little black ball as a cheat, and she could have as much spiritual energy as she wanted. But Junwen might have to suffer a bit. Because spiritual power and physical strength are linked to cultivation, the other disciples to be selected are all at the level of refining emptiness, so they are naturally much stronger than Junwen, who is at the level of transforming spirit. How to do it? When she was worrying, Mu Jian said in a sly voice. Master, when you dig later, just let the little flame leak a little bit of its aura, and the fire marrows nearby will surely run away. Once the fire marrow runs away, it won't be so hot, and you can naturally save physical and spiritual energy. Fang Shi's eyes lit up. You know what? You really don't know. Although Mu Jian often comes up with bad ideas, he can occasionally come up with good ideas. Fang Shi decided to do just that. There is no need for that now, after all, there are only 3 days left. So she exchanged glances with Zhun Wen, picked up the mattock and started digging. Fang Shi had previously mined madly in the mine of the remnants of the Yunsha sect. When he swung the hoe, his muscle memory came back to life. I saw her swinging the hoe so hard that it was about to smoke. Li Zhe couldn't help but hold his forehead when seeing this scene. This Lu Yi is so stupid. What's being compared now is not speed but resilience. If you waste your physical and spiritual energy like this at the beginning, you will be exhausted later and will have to give up the test halfway. Others had the same idea, and even Elder Gu Liang paid more attention to Zhun Wen. Although Lu Qi's mining speed is not fast, the frequency is very fixed, which is very good. But given his level of cultivation, it's hard to say whether he can pass the test. When Zhun Wen was about to remind Fang Shi had already slowed down. In fact, she reacted after just a few swings, but her mining addiction came back. Anyway, it's normal for her, a little god, to be a little impulsive, so just go for it, and it's a good opportunity to establish her character at the same time. A simple-minded but tenacious little girl. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1519 I am a gentleman with a sword known all over the world, and I can definitely do it. Commander Lu couldn't help but say, are you sure you want to establish this character? Your mind is like a sieve, and it will be exposed in a few days. Fang Shi said nonchalantly, it's okay, the simple mind is not important, the key is the perseverance behind it. Commander Lu, to be tenacious, I think the same thing should be to be stingy. Fang Shi swung the mattock while talking to Commander Lu. Although his speed was not fast, it was steady. Many disciples who are to be selected think that this test is very simple. As long as they dig up 100 flame crystals, they can pass the test. It's a piece of cake. But as time went on, these disciples realized that they were wrong. However, within one day, many people's physical and spiritual strength had been exhausted. The fastest one only dug out about 50 flame crystals, and there is still a big gap to 100. At this time, what matters is resilience. Finally, someone couldn't stand the scorching heat and voluntarily gave up the selection assessment. By noon the next day, nearly 1/10 of the people had given up the assessment. Hall Master Teng sighed inwardly. All the good seedlings had been recruited by the Tiank League and other sects. The remaining ones cannot be said to be mismatched, but they are indeed not satisfactory. Alas, their Tianyin Dao sect can only pick the tallest among the short ones. When Master Teng was expressing his feelings, he saw Fang Shi. The little girl only used a trace of her spiritual power to protect her body, and used most of it to mine flame crystals. This also caused her to suffer from the pain of burning. Poor thing, her hair was even smoking. Even so, she swung the mattock at a constant frequency and her eyes were determined. Hall Master Teng couldn't help but nodded. Although Lu Yi's cultivation was not good, she was very resilient and might have a hope of passing the test. He shifted his gaze to Zhun Wen again. He seemed to be more relaxed than Lu Yi, so he probably had more solid cultivation. How could he know that someone else's acting skills were better? Although Fang Shi did not activate the fire repellent pearl, but because she had contracted the 10,000-year fire marrow and the fire-swallowing Pixiu, this little heat had almost no effect on her. As for spiritual energy, with the little black ball here, it is naturally not a problem. So, it's all acting. She was chatting happily with Commander Lu. Master, do you think my image of perseverance has been established? But this is not enough. I plan to spit out some blood tomorrow to add some tragic color to my tenacious character. Commander Lu was speechless. You can vomit if you want, but I have to remind you that too much is as bad as too little. If you get injured and vomit blood in this level, how are you going to handle the next level? Master, it is said that old ginger is still spicy. What you said makes sense. I have to take it easy. After all, there are still tests to come. While chatting, she put the flame crystals she dug into her storage ring. In line with the principle of keeping a low profile, she kept the number of flame crystals at a lower middle level, and has currently dug 39. She complained to Commander Lu. This Tianyin Dao sect is really stingy. Instead of giving us a special storage ring to put the flame crystals in, we have to put them in our own storage rings first and then hand them in together. Aren't they afraid that someone will cheat? Commander Lu was speechless and said, do you think those invigilators are just eating for free? They're always recording, and when the time comes, the two will be compared, and no one will be able to cheat. Fang Shi exclaimed, Master, you are so meticulous in your observation. I didn't even notice it. Commander Lu couldn't help but feel a little proud. No matter how smart this girl was, her age and experience were there, and she still had to rely on him at the critical moment. In fact, Fang Shi had already noticed that the invigilating disciples were recording the number of flame crystals. The reason he said so was to give Commander Lu an opportunity to give some advice. Now that Zhu Xuan, Jiting and Lin Xiangchuan have all fallen into hibernation, she has to coax Commander Lu so that he can work hard as an advisor to her. She is such a clever little girl. In a blink of an eye, it was noon of the third day. About 1/5 of the people have given up the assessment. The fastest candidate has already dug up 95 flame crystals, and it is estimated that he will be able to complete the task of digging up 100 crystals in the afternoon. Zhun Wen has dug up 80 flame crystals, and although the difference does not seem to be too big, his physical and spiritual strength has obviously been overdrawn. The hand holding the mattock was shaking constantly, and he was holding on only with a breath of hope. He swung the hoe and glanced at Fang Shi. If my junior sister can persevere, so can I. I am a gentleman whose sword is known throughout the world and I will definitely be able to succeed. Fang Shi was even worse off. She had only dug up 75 pieces, not to mention her hands, her whole body was shaking like a sieve. Li Zhe's heart sank. Finish the calf. It seems that Master's divination is not accurate at all. The Lu brothers and sisters are not a variable at all. Elder Gu Liang also fell into self-doubt. Could it be that he had made a mistake again? Can't you? He has made so many mistakes, it is reasonable for him to guess right once, right? Soon, it was the evening of the third day. There is only one night left for the disciples to be selected. If you fail to collect 100 flame crystals before the next day's morning hour, you will be eliminated. Fang Shi felt that the temperature was just right and he could let the 10,000 years fire marrow work. At this moment, the wooden sword let out a roar. Master, it's haunted. All the flame crystals you dug are gone. Fang Shi probed his spiritual sense into the storage ring and was immediately dumbfounded. Where is the flame crystal? Where are all the flame crystals she dug? Why are they all gone? Next chapter around 8 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1528 is the king here. The first thing Fang Shi suspected was the 10,000-year fire marrow. The 10,000-year fire marrow died unjustly. Heaven, earth. I have been squatting inside the Xiangyun hairpin and drooling the entire time. Can you blame me for this? After ruling out the possibility that the 10,000-year fire marrow was the culprit, Fang Shi suspected that Mu Jian was the thief, crying, "Stop, thief." The wooden sword pounded the ground and cried loudly. Master, you make me so sad. Not to mention that this flame crystal is of no use to me at all. Even if it is useful, I can't do such a thing as killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Fang Shi, if you don't know how to use idioms, don't use them. She thought, although Mu Jian was a lowly person, he had indeed not done anything sneaky after he reformed. So who did this? She suspected that it was the fire-eating beast that did it. However, the fire-swallowing Pixiu had been sleeping soundly in the spirit beast bag, and it was impossible for it to run into the storage ring to commit a crime. Mu Jian, tell me in detail how you found out that the flame crystal disappeared. According to Mu Jian, it had been showing off in the spirit beast bag, but unfortunately no one paid any attention to it. It was really bored, so it jumped into the storage ring again, wanting to see what was going on with the flame crystal. However, it found that the flame crystal had disappeared. Fang Shi was puzzled. There must be a thief, but who was it? At this time, Mu Jian reminded, Master, why don't you check the other things? They might have been stolen by thieves too. Fang Shi suddenly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, after counting, they found a gap in the mountain of spiritual stones. Fang Shi's heart is bleeding. These were all the spiritual stones that she had worked so hard to obtain. Fortunately, Fang Shi was afraid of being discovered, so he put the magic stone, time shuttle stone and magic elixir inside the Chang'an banner. Otherwise, Fang Shi was so angry that she almost flew away. She has always been the one taking advantage of others, but she didn't expect to suffer such a big loss. If she finds out who did it, she'll make sure she gets what she deserves. At this time, Mu Jian began to sonder, Master, have you ever thought that this might be done by the Chang'an family? The three of them are from the same family, so they will naturally protect each other. Chang'an banner. Mountains and rivers pen. Mountains and rivers inkstone. First of all, we have never offended you. Secondly, we have never sinned against you. You are such a despicable person. Fang Shi did not believe Mu Jian's slander and asked the Chang'an family if they had discovered anything unusual. Among the three, only the Chang'an banner could communicate with Fang Shi, so it said, Master, the three of us know that our cultivation is limited, so we have been practicing recently. Besides, who would have thought that there would be a thief in the storage ring, so we didn't pay much attention. Why don't you ask the heaven-swallowing cauldron? Mu Jian immediately became excited when he heard that. Master, the heaven-swallowing cauldron has a criminal record, maybe it did this. Heaven-swallowing cauldron. Neither one nor the other of you is any good. The prejudice in people's hearts is indeed a huge mountain. Fortunately, Fang Shi did not doubt the Tiantin Ding, because this guy's food range is relatively simple, and he only eats alchemy furnaces and alchemy cauldrons. However, the heaven-swallowing cauldron did provide an important clue. Master, do you remember picking up a shell when you came out of the illusion sea? Could it be this that did it? After all, it is the only outsider here. Fang Shi's first reaction was that it was impossible. After all, the white shell was just an empty shell. If it was alive, there was no way to store it in the storage ring. But sometimes the most unlikely answer is the right answer. Fang Shi's eyes fell on the white shell. Mu Jian was eager to make a contribution, so without waiting for Fang Shi to say anything, he swung his sword at the white shell. As a result, it didn't move. This is awkward. The wooden sword tried to charge again, but it still failed to pierce. Not to mention a hole, there's not even a white spot. This is even more embarrassing. However, at least one thing is clear, this white shell is not ordinary. Could it really be it that did it? Fang Shi immediately used threats and inducements, but the white shell did not respond at all. Although Fang Shi really wanted to try the contract, it was obviously not realistic with so many people watching around. She had no choice but to put the shell into a storage ring and let the Chang'an family and Tiantin Ding keep an eye on it. The fire-swallowing beast in the spirit beast bag smacked its lips, turned over, and continued to sleep. Fang Shi was a little sad. How can she pass the test when Yan Jing was eaten by the shell? Let's not talk about whether we can dig up 100 flame crystals in the remaining few hours. The key point is that the number doesn't match. 10,000 years Fire Marrow volunteered. Master, this is easy, just let me out, and I can secretly help you dig some flame crystals while showing off my fire marrow, right? Just 100 flame crystals, a piece of cake. Fang Shi couldn't think of a better way for the moment, so he decided to try the 10,000 year fire marrow. There is fire marrow underground, so even if someone senses the breath of fire marrow, they will not care too much. Try not to make too much noise, or you might ruin the assessment. Wan Huo Sui was full of confidence. Don't worry, it won't take any effort for me to deal with those little bastards. They won't cause any big trouble. So, Fang Shi took the opportunity to pick up the flame crystals to release the 10,000 years fire marrow. The 10,000 years fire marrow is so beautiful that it seems to be bubbling. Ooh-hoo. Finally, I'm going to have a full meal. Upgrade is just around the corner. It burrowed underground and followed the smell of the fire marrow. Soon, it discovered a cluster of 1,000-year-old fire marrow, and it ate it up in one gulp. In less than a quarter of an hour, the 10,000-year fire marrow showed off 3 clusters of 1,000-year fire marrows, and its self-confidence swelled unprecedentedly. It is king here. Show off to whomever you want. It was just beautiful when it suddenly felt a breath different from the 1,000-year-old fire marrow. The next moment, the 10,000-year fire marrow ran away. Finish the calf. Met a tough guy. It no longer cared about Feng Shi's instructions. If it ran too slowly, its life would be in danger. Because it was too panicked, it got the wrong direction for a moment. When it came out, it found that it was not the area of the 10th team at all. It had to go back underground and continue to escape. It just came out to take a look, but for those disciples who were taking the test, it was a disaster. A raging fire instantly ignited on the ground, not to mention digging for the crystal flame. One might even lose his life if things went wrong. Fortunately, the invigilating disciples had good cultivation and put out the fire in time. But as soon as the fire here was put out, other areas caught fire again. Compared to the dire straits in other areas, the area where Feng Shi is located suddenly became cool. Although the candidates didn't know what was going on, even a fool would know that they should seize this good opportunity. As a result, every hoe was smoking. Zheng Wen is no exception. He thought to himself, it must be the junior sister who took action. Sure enough, believe in Feng Shi and you will gain eternal life. Feng Shi, who was swinging a smoking hoe, was feeling very nervous because the 10,000 years fire marrow suddenly stopped moving. Could it be that it was in danger? Mu Jian comforted her. That guy boasted to me that it ranked 3rd among the 10 fire marrows. Unless there are fire marrows ranked in the top 2 underground, it will definitely be fine. Feng Shi was still feeling uneasy, and when she heard a commotion in the distance, she made up her mind to go and take a look. As for the assessment, it doesn't matter if Tianyan Daozong doesn't advance. Just as she was about to drop her matic to take a look, the ground caught fire. In the chaos, the 10,000 years fire marrow drilled back into the auspicious cloud hairpin. It spoke incoherently. I was so scared. I was so scared. It was just a little bit. It was terrible. It was terrible. Feng Shi breathed a sigh of relief. What happened? I encountered the 4th rank Nanli fire tunnel down there. It was only because I ran fast that I would have died. Aren't you ranked 3rd? Why are you afraid of the 4th? 10,000 years of fire marrow sighed. Who made me a cub? Feng Shi. But this time, the fire was put out and the assessment continued. Feng Shi is really worried now. If she dug with all her might, she would definitely be able to dig out 100 flame crystals, but what if the number didn't match? Damn you, shell thief. Just wait for me. This was also her fault for being too careless. If she knew that the flame crystal was so important, she should have stored it separately and not put it in the storage ring. Things have been going so smoothly during this period that I have lost my basic vigilance. People should not be too arrogant. Just when Feng Shi was at a loss, Wan Huo Sui said proudly, Master, when I escaped just now, I took some flame crystals. Do you think it's enough? Feng Shi took a look and saw a flame crystal mountain inside the Xiangyan hairpin. Feng Shi. Where did you get it? I picked it up right from the ground, in handfuls. Feng Shi instantly thought of a possibility. Whether the disciple gives up the test or passes the test, they will hand over the flame crystal to the invigilator. The invigilating disciple might have wanted to avoid suspicion, or might have wanted to motivate the remaining disciples, so he did not put the flame crystals into the storage ring, but piled them up openly. Anyway, there's no way anyone can steal it or rob it, so it's safe even if you leave it outside. Could it be that the 10,000 years fire marrow is? Just as Feng Shi was thinking about it, he heard the invigilator from Team 9 screaming, where are the flame crystals? Where are all those flame crystals? Then, screams came one after another from afar. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1521, Master Teng's chicken soup is really delicious. Except for the 10th team, the flame crystals of the other 9 teams were stolen. It's just that the amount lost varies. A rough estimate shows that at least 20,000 pieces were lost. The invigilators were in chaos. The flame crystal disappeared right under their noses. Isn't this a ghost? Fortunately, all Master Teng stabilized the situation in time, and the assessment was able to continue. The people of Tianyan Dao sect who were watching the scene through the screen wall were also in an uproar. The flame crystal cannot disappear out of thin air. What is going on? It shouldn't be man-made. After all, there were so many people at the scene. If someone did it on purpose, there would definitely be clues left. Considering the previous fire, there is most likely something under Lijiang Mountain. Either it is a fire-type monster, or it is a relatively powerful fire marrow. Everyone still tends to believe in fire marrow. After all, everyone knows that there must be fire marrow under the Lijiang Mountain, otherwise it would be impossible to produce flame crystals. If it was done by the fire marrow, the matter will have to be left unresolved. After all, it is impossible to spend time and effort to catch the fire marrow. If you can still try your luck with the 1,000-year-old fire marrow, you can't catch it at all with the powerful fire marrow. Besides, if you keep the fire marrow, you will have an endless supply of flame crystals that can be exchanged for money. Only a fool would try to catch the fire marrow. At this time, Elder Bai, who was sitting on the left side of Elder Guliang, said with a half smile. Elder Guliang, why don't you tell me who stole the flame crystal? Elder Guliang didn't have the time to tell fortunes, he just wanted to know whether the Liu brothers and sisters could pass this round of assessment. Then, he glanced at Elder Bai. If you're not afraid that I'll blow this place up, I'll tell you a fortune right now. Elder Bai, then forget it. Feng Shi felt strangely uncomfortable at this moment. She has always been law-abiding, but she caused such a big mess. She really feels guilty about it. Commander Liu, is this the so-called false sympathy of the cat weeping over the rat? It has to be said that Mu Jian is really sensible. After hearing Feng Xi's words, he immediately said, Master, this is wrong. Feng Shi. You're still pulling it. Master, think about it, the people of Tiank continent are our enemies. Let alone taking something from them, it would be natural to kill them all. Therefore, Master, you should not have any psychological burden. Trap when you should, take when you should, and kill when you should. Besides, these flame crystals were dug out by the examinees. What does this have to do with Tianyin Dao sect? Besides, you don't have a conscience, so it doesn't matter. Feng Shi. Are you comforting me or are you insulting me? However, now that I have taken it, it is impossible to send it back. It's not that she's greedy, it's mainly because she can't give it to him, so she can only wait and see. Let's just deal with the assessment first. She glanced at Zhang Wen and saw that he gave her a reassuring look, so she knew that there was no problem. After the temperature dropped just now, Zhang Wenkuku dug a lot and now has 95 flame crystals. If he works harder, he will definitely be able to dig 100 before the morning. On Feng Shi's side, theoretically, 85 flame crystals have been dug up, and they must burst out to complete the task of digging up 100 crystals. An outburst without any reason will definitely arouse suspicion, so we have to find a reason. When Feng Shi was thinking about what excuse to use to explode, the voice of Master Teng resounded throughout the place. There are only 2 hours left. This is your last hope. Try your best to avoid any regrets. Hall Master Teng did not expect his bowl of chicken soup to have much effect. After all, the remaining candidates were already at the end of their strength. The only one with hope is Lu Qi. If he works harder, he should be able to pass the test. Just as he was thinking about it, he saw Lu Yi next to Lu Qi, who had removed most of her spiritual power protection and only protected her vital parts. Then, he started swinging the matic. The hair was burnt instantly. My hands were also burned and gave off a burnt smell. But she seemed to have no consciousness, and Cuckoo just dug. Flame crystals were dug out one after another. While Mr. Teng was smiling, he also felt a little proud. It seems that his chicken soup has had a great motivating effect on Lu Yi. Will he start a chicken soup course in the Dharma Hall in the future? Many people who watched this scene through the screen wall were also shocked. They didn't expect that Lu Yi was so resilient. It was really rare. Elder Gu Liang instantly regained confidence in himself. Lu Qi is steady and cautious, while Lu Yi is determined to make a desperate move. These two brothers and sisters are both great. Besides, he just thought carefully, didn't the theft of the flame crystal further verify the theory of variables? It is precisely because variables participate in the assessment that there are variables in the assessment. That's all right, that's it. Elder Bai discovered that Elder Gu Liang was much taller than before. After a closer look, oh, it turns out that he is straightening his back. TSK, are you feeling confident because you see that the Lu brothers and sisters have a chance of passing the test? Your confidence is too blind. It's just the first round of assessment, it doesn't mean anything at all. Inside the mine, Zhang Wen completed the assessment half an hour before the end of the assessment. Although he could have gone faster, considering what his junior sister said about keeping a low profile, he slowed down a little. Of course, this was thanks to the fact that during the period when the temperature dropped, he had recovered a lot of physical and spiritual strength. With a quarter of an hour left before the end of the assessment, Feng Shi had dug up 100 flame crystals. She gave a satisfied smile and then sat down on the ground. Zhang Wen hurried over to help her up, then used his remaining spiritual power to create a spiritual power shield for Feng Shi, allowing his hair to get burnt. He thought that since his junior sister was already bald, it would be inappropriate for him to still have black hair. Besides, there must be a reason why junior sister did this, maybe it was just to win Li Zhe's favor. After all, Li Zhe is also bald, so they might feel a bit of sympathy for each other. By the way, he can also show the deep love between brother and sister. He even admired himself for having grown to this level. He was only a little bit away from being a junior sister. Seeing that the Lu brothers and sisters passed the test, Li Zhe couldn't help but stand up excitedly. The same is true for Elder Gu Liang. Many people looked at the two conspicuous bags of the master and disciple and exchanged glances silently. It seems that the saying about boy-girl twins is not groundless, it is very likely to be true. Otherwise, the master and disciple wouldn't be so excited. Elder Gu Liang coughed and said, well, I just sat for a long time, so I got up and moved around. Everyone, this is a case of trying to cover up one's own guilt. Elder Gu Liang no longer cared about these things and his confidence increased greatly. Apart from anything else, the fact that the Lu brothers and sisters gave up their hair is remarkable. It's worthy of being a variable. He and his stupid apprentice don't have the courage. Or take off the wig. Live a real life. Forget it, their brother and sisters will grow out soon, but mine is already in a tough spot. Sometimes, being too real is not a good thing. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1522 winning the whole process. Feng Shi and Zhengwen, with the bald heads, stood in the team that had passed the assessment. Even if you pass the assessment, you still have to wait in the mine and endure the torture of the scorching heat. Fortunately, I can take the pills at this time. Not long after Feng Shi and Zhengwen took the pills, the assessment was over. Master Teng made a brief comment and then said, the next round of assessment will be held outside the sect's mountain gate, and you will still have to walk back. There is no need to divide into teams when you go back. You can travel alone or in groups. However, remember, you must arrive at the mountain gate within 2 hours, otherwise you will be disqualified from participating in the next round of assessment. You guys should leave now, we still need to stay to deal with the matter of the missing flame crystal. After listening to this, the candidates set off in groups of 3 or 4. No one felt any sense of urgency. After all, it was only 100 miles. Even though they were now depleted of a huge amount of spiritual and physical strength, 2 hours would still be more than enough. Feng Shi and Zhengwen were the last to come. Everyone thought it was normal because the two looked miserable. My steps are so light and I can't go faster even if I want to. TSK, even if these two passed this round of assessment, they would not be able to pass the next round. Feng Shi was thinking about the thief as she walked, and she decided to give it a try. So, he took out 100 flame crystals from the auspicious cloud hairpin, placed 50 of them in the storage ring that held the white shells, and another 50 in the big storage ring. After thinking about it, she took out another 50 and put them into the strut beast bag. Although it is unlikely that the fire-eating beast did it, this guy has a criminal record and cannot be completely ruled out as a suspect. Commander Liu was somewhat speechless. As long as the thief is not stupid, he will not go against the wind. I think your trick will definitely be useless. Feng Shi actually didn't have much hope. There was no point in trying anyway. As a result, the next moment, Feng Shi received the frontline battle report from Yu Jian. Master, what a ghost. What a ghost. The flame crystals in the strut beast bag and the storage ring have disappeared out of thin air. Feng Shi immediately used his spiritual sense to investigate, and indeed as Yu Jian said, all the flame crystals in the large storage ring and the strut beast bag had disappeared. However, the flame crystal inside the storage ring that held the white shell was still there. So it wasn't the white shells that did it. Of course, it is also possible that it is deliberately creating confusion. Just when Feng Shi still thought that the white shell was a suspicious shell, the little fat bird said softly, Master, I smelled the scent of flame crystal on the fire-swallowing beast. It was probably it who did it. The little fat bird had suspected that it was the fire-swallowing beast who did it because it saw the fire-swallowing beast smacking its lips. Although this guy smacks his lips from time to time, this time it was too much of a coincidence. Just now when Feng Shi put the flame crystal into the strut beast bag, it paid special attention to the smell of the flame crystal. It usually feeds on fire marrow and is particularly sensitive to the smell of fire-related items. Sure enough, when he smelled it, he could smell the remaining scent of flame crystal from the fire pixie. Feng Shi still trusted the little fat bird very much. After hearing what it said, he immediately used the wooden sword to stab the fire-swallowing beast. He had to wake it up today no matter what. Yu Jian loves to do this kind of thing the most. He roared and stabbed the fire-swallowing beast. Of course, it doesn't pierce the vital parts, but the places with thick skin and flesh, such as the buttocks. The wooden sword stabbed it 13 times, but the fire-swallowing beast did not wake up. Not only did he not wake up, but the places where the wooden sword pierced him were miraculously healed. Feng Shi. Can you eat while sleeping? Can you improve your skills? Winning without any effort throughout the whole process. How come you are so lucky? Feng Shi felt very unbalanced, but she couldn't wake it up by stabbing it, and she couldn't do anything to the fire-eating beast, so she couldn't really kill it, right? The key point is how did this bastard get into the storage ring and steal food? Is there a way to create a clone? To be on the safe side, Feng Shi transferred all the good things in the storage ring into the Chang'an banner, and then released the white shell. He also apologized sincerely. The white shell still showed no reaction. However, Feng Shi believes that this thing is not simple, so he will try it after the assessment is over and the contract is signed. After Feng Shi dealt with the theft case, he found that he and his fellow brothers and sisters were already far behind others. She was not in a hurry and said to Zheng Wen, Brother, it's still early, let's rest for a while before leaving. Zheng Wen nodded, okay. So, the two of them began to meditate and regulate their breathing on the side of the road. Seeing this scene, Li Zhe couldn't help but feel a little worried. Although there was plenty of time, it would not be too late to hurry up. It would not be too late to adjust your breathing after you get outside the mountain gate. Many people had the same idea, but on second thought, the Liu brothers and sisters probably couldn't hold on any longer, otherwise they wouldn't have done this. At this moment, the picture on the screen wall changed. The candidates who were on their way were chatting and laughing in groups of 3 or 5. They were all very happy after passing the first round of examination. At this moment, the ground suddenly shook, and then countless sword beams shot out from the ground. The candidates suddenly became chaotic, and many of them were stabbed by the sword. The bushes on both sides suddenly turned into thorny vines and swept towards everyone. Some people wanted to fly into the air with a sword, but found that they couldn't fly at all. What is going on? There were still some smart people who quickly realized, this must be a test from Tianyan Dao Sect. Many people secretly cursed in their hearts, saying that Tianyan Dao Zong was simply lacking in virtue. Just do the assessment, don't play dirty tricks. Many people were already exhausted, and now they were attacked by surprise. They had no ability to defend themselves and were shot like sieves. The candidates became more and more confused, with screams, cries and cries for help mixed together. At this time, Feng Shi and Zheng Wen, the two little turtles in the tortoise and the hare race, finally caught up. The two of them looked at the barrier in front of them, and Zheng Wen thought. No wonder the junior sister was so slow, it turned out there was an ambush. Feng Shi's inner thoughts, this formation is full of loopholes. I saw them when I came here, and I'm too lazy to tell you. However, on the surface, both of them looked shocked. Brother, why is there a formation here? Is this a test or an ambush? Zheng Wen said according to Feng Shi's words. It may be a test or it may not be, but even if the two of us want to save someone, we don't have the ability to do so. It's only a dozen miles from here to Tianyan Dao Sect. Why don't we take a detour back to Tianyan Dao Sect to report the news and call for help? Feng Shi nodded. Okay, let's do it. The screen was divided into 2 scenes at this time. On one side, the candidates were standing in place, dancing and waving their hands, with looks of fear on their faces. On the other side were 2 little bald boys who were hurrying on their way. Everyone who saw this scene through the video wall. Li Zhe fell into deep thought. Could it be that what the master said was right? The balder the head, the smarter it is. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1523. These two are so shiny. Elder Gu Liang sat very upright, half an inch taller than Elder Bai next to him. Elder Bai was a little worried that Elder Gu Liang's spine would be broken. Look at you. The Liu brothers and sisters were just luckier. If they hadn't walked slowly, they would have definitely fallen into the illusion. Many people have the same idea as Elder Bai. They think that the Liu brothers and sisters just sprained their backs just because they farted. It's useless. But he does have some good points. He has a sense of the overall situation and is self-aware. If their cultivation wasn't so poor, they would be two good seedlings. Soon, Fangxi and Zhang Wen arrived at the gate of Tianyan Taoist sect in a flash. Both of them were sweating profusely and their steps were staggering. It can be seen that in order to come back quickly to report the news, the two did not dare to delay for a moment. Putting aside his cultivation level, his character is indeed good. The two were about to ask for help when they discovered several invigilating disciples standing in front of the mountain gate. One of the invigilators said, Lu Qi and Lu Yi from Wonghai Town passed the second round of assessment. Fangxi and Zhang Wen then breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out it really is an assessment. Fortunately. Yes, it's better for everyone to be safe and sound than anything else. The two of them sat down on the ground as they talked, and after a long while they began to meditate and regulate their breathing. Elder Gu Liang nodded continuously. He is worthy of being the variable that can restore the glory of their Tianyan Dao sect. He is indeed a sincere person. At this time, candidates gradually woke up from the illusion and rushed back to Tianyan Dao sect. I used to think that 2 hours was quite enough, but now I know that if I can't see through the illusion in time, let alone 2 hours, 4 hours won't be enough. After this round of assessment, only more than 2,000 candidates remained. Hall Master Teng's brows were twisted into a knot. He didn't expect that so many people would be eliminated in the second round of assessment. It was just a not so complicated illusion array, but it trapped so many people. The quality of the students is really too poor. In fact, if the order of the second round of assessment and the first round of assessment were swapped, so many candidates would definitely not be eliminated. The candidates had almost exhausted their spiritual and physical strength in the first round of examinations, and it would be difficult for them to avoid being caught if they relaxed their minds. Master Teng glanced at the candidates who had passed the exam and spotted Fangxi and Zhang Wen at a glance. Mainly because these two are so shiny. Seeing the two of them, Hall Master Teng felt somewhat complicated. These two didn't even enter the illusion array, but they did rush back to Tianyan Dao sect within 2 hours, and they were the top two. All I can say is, you're lucky. He had planned to start the third round of assessment right away, but Sect Leader Dai felt that if he continued with this assessment, he probably wouldn't be able to recruit many new disciples this time. Therefore, he sent a message to Hall Master Teng, let the candidates rest for 3 hours before starting the third round of examination. Master Teng had no choice but to do as he was told. When the candidates heard that they could rest for 3 hours, they all took the time to meditate and regulate their breathing. Fangxi and Zhang Wen were no exception. The two of them took some time to tidy up briefly. Not only did he use the cleaning technique to clean his clothes, but he also wiped his head clean and made it shiny. Fangxi also said to Zhang Wen, Brother, I think this new hairstyle is good. I used to worry about people pulling my hair when I was fighting, but I don't have to worry about it this time. When in close combat, we grab the opponent's hair and it's accurate, but the opponent grabs us and it's lonely. Hey. Elder Gu Liang and Li Zhe. Yup. Why didn't we think of this before, that being bald has such benefits? This chapter is short, the next chapter will be longer, around 9 points. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1524 Am I the most beautiful girl in this area? 3 hours passed by in a blink of an eye. Hall Master Teng announced the content of the third round of assessment. Our Tianyan Dao sect originally had 2 mountain gates. The mountain gate you see now is actually the inner mountain gate. There was originally an outer mountain gate. According to the sect's records, an unexpected incident caused the outer mountain gate to be broken into several pieces that were buried underground. These fragments have now developed some intelligence, and each fragment contains the mystery of the Great Tao. Only those with strong understanding can subdue them and take them into their possession. Your mission this round is to collect the fragments of the outer mountain gate, and you have 2 days to do so. As Hall Master Teng finished speaking, a large area outside the mountain gate was marked as the assessment area, which was where the fragments of the outer mountain gate were buried. The candidates didn't know what to do for a moment, but since the fragments of the outer mountain gate were buried underground, they must be dug. No wonder the matic was not taken back after the last round. It turns out it was kept for this round. Everyone started digging. Fangxi was also pretending with a matic in her hand. She felt that Hall Master Teng's surname was really appropriate, and the questions in each round of assessment were very challenging. She could irresponsibly speculate that these so-called fragments were deliberately thrown here by the people of Tianyan Dao sect. Maybe there is something buried underneath and he wants them to help dig it out, or maybe he wants to grow vegetables in this open space, so he asks them to help turn the soil. Tianyan Daozong is too cunning. Not only did he collect so much registration fee for nothing, he also made them work for them for free. Commander Lu was speechless. Even if the Tianyan Dao sect is now in decline, it would not resort to such means. Besides, which decent sect would grow vegetables outside the mountain gate? Fangxi said nonchalantly, what's so serious about this? We in Xuanshan sect also grow lotus roots. Commander Lu thought, your poor sect can be considered a legitimate sect. But he would never dare to say this. Although he was not sure what the punishment of 1,000 cuts had to do with Fangxi, if he stepped on her tail, there was a high probability that he would suffer the consequences. So, he said, no matter what Tianyan Dao sect's intention is, you should hurry up and find the fragments of the outer mountain gate, otherwise you will not be able to pass this round of assessment. It's only 2 days, no rush. As the saying goes, a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. I have to keep a low profile, so I'll just fill in the numbers first. Commander Lu. You can't be low-key with that hairstyle. Fangxi chatted with Commander Lu while digging the soil intermittently. While others had dug very deep, she only dug a small shallow hole. How shallow is it? It's not even as high as the ankle. In comparison, Zhang Wen is much more honest. Cuckoo dug a pit that was 1 meter high, but unfortunately he didn't even see the shadow of any debris. The other candidates did the same. They dug 13 times, but apart from some grass roots and broken stones, they did not see any fragments of the so-called outer mountain gate. Did they not dig deep enough, or did they think wrong and use the wrong method? By the way, Master Teng said that every fragment contains the mystery of the great Tao. Does that mean we need to attain enlightenment first? So, he began to change his strategy, sitting cross-legged in meditation and began to gain enlightenment. Understand the Tao they followed when they first became gods. Zhang Wen was dumbfounded. He was just trying to get his Tao from his junior sister, but he never figured out his own Tao. How can this be done? When he was standing in the deep pit, confused and helpless, Fang Shi jumped into his pit. Brother, although our cultivation is not as good as other Taoist friends, our understanding is not worse than others. Come, let's understand the Tao together. Zhang Wen was immediately stunned. Yup. I have a junior sister, what am I afraid of? So, the brothers and sisters stretched out their right hands at the same time and high-fived. Brothers and sisters work together, and their power can break through metal. Elder Bai, who saw this scene, said to Elder Gu Liang beside him. You two twins have such a good relationship. Elder Gu Liang rolled his eyes and ignored him. It's fine for those who don't know the inside story of the variables to say something about twins, but this guy surnamed Bai is just looking for trouble. He was in great doubts. The higher the level of cultivation, the deeper one's understanding of the Tao. The Lu brothers and sisters were only at the 6th level of the strict transformation stage. He didn't know if they could pass this round of assessment. Li Zhe is more worried than his master. He now has a very good impression of Fang Shi and Zhengwen. Let's put it this way, apart from his unreliable master, he thinks the Lu brothers and sisters are the most pleasing to the eye. Not only are their head shapes pleasing to the eye, but they're also pleasing to the eye. The key is that these two people are honest people. Unlike those direct disciples in the sect, who are full of twists and turns and not sincere at all. At this time, of the two honest people in the pit, one was wondering what his own Tao was. The other one is to recall how you got there in the first place. When Fang Shi was becoming a spirit, although she realized that all things are born and reproduce endlessly, whether at that time or later, she only thought that this was just one of the thousands of great ways. But this is not her way. The strange thing is that she became a spirit just like that. I guess it doesn't matter whether it's your own path or not, as long as you can figure out a path, that's enough, right? Commander Lu, bullshit. It's pure bullshit. How can one achieve spiritual enlightenment if what he has realized is not his own path? But, this dead girl has indeed become a spirit. It is indeed not a human thing, so it cannot be measured by common sense. Fang Shi thought about it and decided that it didn't matter if it was her own Tao or not. Anyway, she had figured it out, so she would just continue to figure out the Tao of the endless reproduction of all things. She just picked a path to make up the number, while Zhang Wen was trying hard to find the state of mind he had when he became a god that day. Junior sister is my Tao, believe in Fang Shi and you will have eternal life. The two of them muttered to themselves in the pit for a long time, and they were so confused that their eyelids were drooping, not to mention the fragments of the outer mountain gate. Fang Shi said to Commander Lu, Master, I will sleep for a while. Please wake me up in 2 hours. Commander Lu. Assessment. Assessment. You actually deserted your post. No matter what he thought, Fang Shi had already fallen asleep. Zhang Wen was also very sleepy, but when he saw Fang Shi fell asleep, he had to shoulder the responsibility of being his senior brother. So, he took out a mind-awakening pill and ate it, then continued to meditate. Believing in Fang Shi, he would gain eternal life. Fang Shi was sleeping soundly when she saw the sparkling river of time and space again. Then she posed facing the river. Mirror, mirror, am I the most beautiful girl in this world? The long river was silent, but the reflection of a golden skull appeared on the surface of the river. Fang Shi, mirror, mirror, am I the most beautiful skeleton in this area? The long river is silent, but it stirs up several waves. Fang Shi was soaked like a drowned rat. Then, she woke up with a start. Laughing is laughing, making noise is making noise, why are you so anxious? Besides, her little golden skull looks so cute. Not to mention the area within 1,000 miles, it is the most beautiful in the entire Tiang continent. The Juyu continent is no exception. I am the most beautiful in the world. When she was being narcissistic, she felt a pain under her butt. I reached out and touched something flaky. Ha! Could it be fragments of the outer mountain gate? She wanted to take it out and have a look, but then she thought that the people from Tianyandao sect had been keeping an eye on the actual situation of the assessment, and if she took it out, everyone would surely see it. It's not because of anything else, but because 5th senior brother hasn't found the fragment yet. If she passes the test first, she won't be able to help him. So Fang Shi secretly put the fragment into the storage ring. She probed her spiritual sense into the storage ring with hope, and found a piece of wood half the size of her palm. Fang Shi is so discouraged. Hall Master Teng said it very clearly. The outer mountain gate was built with a special kind of ore, so this piece of broken wood naturally could not be a fragment of the outer mountain gate. She was just about to take out the broken wood and throw it away, but then she thought it would be bad if people thought she was throwing things around, so she decided to put it aside for now and it would not be too late to throw it away after the test was over. Oh, continue to seek enlightenment. Maybe it will work this time. So, she continued to comprehend the endless reproduction of all things. As she was comprehending, she thought, if only the Spirit Stone could also be endlessly reproduced, wouldn't she be rich? Commander Lu, how can someone like you become a god? Where can I go to seek justice? In a blink of an eye, there were only a few hours left before the end of the examination, but the candidates still had nothing to show for it. Hall Master Teng frowned. It shouldn't be. He personally placed the fragments of the outer mountain gate. Anyone with a little better understanding should be able to capture them. How come after such a long time, no fragment has been caught? Could it be that these 2,000 people have very poor understanding? As the end of the examination drew closer, both the candidates and Hall Master Teng became anxious. Fang Shi and Zhengwen were quite happy. It's good that you can't find it. If no one can find it, this round of assessment will be invalid. Soon, there was only a quarter of an hour left before the third round of assessment. Hall Master Teng's eyebrows were almost twisted into knots. What about those many fragments of the outer mountain gate? You can't just run away with long legs, right? Jiang Wen was very happy. As long as he could hold on for another quarter of an hour, this round of assessment would be invalidated. I didn't expect there would be such a magical turn of events. As expected, if you believe in Fengshi, you will gain eternal life. Junior sister is his way, she is his god. He was feeling happy when he noticed that Fengshi, who was standing next to him, was as tall as him. It shouldn't be. Even when sitting cross-legged in meditation, junior sister was still shorter than him, how could she be taller than him? He couldn't help but stretch out his hand to measure it, and sure enough, the junior sister was indeed taller than before. Fengshi noticed his surprised look, and then she realized that the soil beneath her was higher than before, and was still growing slowly. Could it be that something has sprouted? When she was wondering, the level below suddenly rose. Jiang Wen reacted really quickly, and immediately grabbed Feng Zai's hand, trying to pull her down, but he failed and was dragged up instead. With a loud bang, the ground within 100 miles began to shake. A towering mountain gate appeared in front of everyone. Compared with the current mountain gate of Tianyin Taoist Sect, this mountain gate is more majestic and majestic, as if it came from ancient times, and one can faintly feel a hint of primitive aura. But there are two little bald guys squatting on the top of the mountain gate, which looks incongruous no matter how you look at it. Fengshi's first reaction was not embarrassment, but a glance at Jiang Wen. The two brothers and sisters almost simultaneously took out the daggers and started digging. After a moment, the two of them held up a fragment of the mountain gate each and said, "Found it. We found the fragment of the outer mountain gate." At the same time, the gong sounded, signaling the end of the assessment. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1525, the devil is still generous. Everyone was stunned. Especially Sect Master Dai and others. As high-ranking members of the Tianyin Dao sect, they naturally knew what the so-called outer mountain gate fragments were. That's really fragments. It's totally different from the majestic mountain gate in front of us. Could it be that the records in the sect's classics were wrong? In fact, the outer mountain gate was not damaged at all. No. After all, so many fragments are real. So the question is, what's going on with this mountain gate? The candidates all sighed and lamented that their reaction was so slow. Just watch the fun. Now, the assessment is over, and it's useless even if we rush up to dig out the fragments now. However, only the Liu brothers and sisters passed this test, so we can't eliminate all of them, right? I guess there will be remedies. At this time, Fengshi and Jiang Wen were standing on top of the mountain gate, holding fragments of the mountain gate in their hands, looking down at the people below. This feels great. How can the word, Wang, be so good? Fengshi said to Commander Liu. Master, this outstanding person can't keep a low profile even if he wants to. I am so helpless. Commander Liu, I think you are too annoying. Just as he was about to say something, the mountain gate collapsed and turned into pieces. Jiang Wen and Fengshi, who were on top of the mountain gate, fell uncontrollably. Their first reaction was to fly their swords, but there was a formation set up here and flying was prohibited. To be precise, Fengshi's reaction was really quick. This scene awakened her muscle memory. Just slid to his knees. Grandmaster, I was in a hurry to complete the selection task just now, and I offended the dignity of the mountain sect. I kowtow to you. After saying this, he kowtowed 3 times respectfully. Jiang Wen, who had fallen flat on his face, quickly got up, knelt down, repeated his lines, and then kowtowed. As long as it was done by the junior sister, he would just follow suit and there was no need to ask why. Fengshi did this on the one hand to cover up the embarrassment of falling from the mountain gate, and on the other hand to prevent someone from using this matter to attack them in the future. After all, it is a bit impolite to squat on someone else's mountain gate to dig for treasure. She complained in her heart that the founder of Tianyin Dao sect was probably a stingy person. Even though I, a great lord of the 9 netherworlds, have knelt down to you, shouldn't you give me a blessing? There was no expression at all. In this regard, the demon is generous. It's a pity that the demon god can only bless her in the Juyu continent and he should not be able to cross the continent to bless her here. She also lived up to his blessing. When she came to Tiank continent, she arranged for her men to build demon god temples in various places. It is not limited to the demons and the gluttons, dozens of demon temples have also been arranged for him in the human territory. Fengshi was writing a short composition in her mind while Hall Master Teng picked up a few pieces of the outer mountain gate fragments. He heaved a sigh of relief after finding that there was nothing unusual. He now somewhat believed that Elder Gu Liang's divination was accurate. There might really be changes in their Tianyin Dao sect. There were only 3 rounds of assessment in total, and abnormalities occurred in 2 of the rounds. As for the variable candidate, it must be one of the Liu brothers and sisters. After all, who in their right mind would squat on top of a mountain gate and dig out debris? But right now, the more important thing is how to calculate this round of assessment. Only the Liu brothers and sisters found the fragments. Did they mean that all the others were eliminated? How about playing? We mobilized a lot of people to recruit new disciples, but we only accepted 2. Isn't it hilarious? He had no choice but to ask Sect Master Dai what to do now. Sect Leader Dai is being penetrated by Elder Gu Liang's magic sound. Brother, how is it? I said the changes can restore the glory of Tianyin Dao sect, right? Aren't the shiny heads of the Liu brothers and sisters a glory? How bright it is. Sect Leader Dai. He was a little shaken now. Could it be that his unreliable junior brother was finally right? But, who among these Liu siblings is the variable? It was probably Liu Qi, after all, he was the one who dug the pit. After discussion with a group of senior leaders, Sect Leader Dai decided to cancel the 3rd round of examination and start the 4th round after the candidates have rested for 2 hours. The candidates breathed a sigh of relief after receiving the news. Some people began to discuss quietly. How come it is such a coincidence that the Liu brothers and sisters are squatting on top of the mountain gate? Do you even need to ask? It must have been calculated by Elder Gu Liang. Are Elder Gu Liang's predictions so accurate, they can even pinpoint the pitfalls? Ellipsis. When Elder Gu Liang heard these rumors, his mouth was grinning from ear to ear. So many years. Finally someone has cleared my name as a fortune teller. When Elder Bai saw his boastful look, he became furious. In addition to the fact that he couldn't stand it, there was another crucial reason. Sect leader Dai had just assigned him a task. Ask him to engrave the image of the outer mountain gate recorded on the screen wall into the jade sip. This was not a difficult task. The key was that Sect leader Dai asked him to pick away the two guys squatting on top of the mountain gate so as not to affect the image of the mountain gate. This really stumped Elder Bai. I've never done this kind of work before. How to pick. Next chapter around 8 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1526 Junwen, that boy is so lucky. Elder Bai was feeling upset, and naturally got angry when he saw Elder Gu Liang's boastful look. I couldn't help but send a message into the secret passage. I advise you to be more restrained, lest you become overjoyed and end up in tragedy. Although the Lu siblings are indeed a bit, well, special, they're not necessarily a variable. After all, you calculated this variable, so you should have a correct understanding of yourself. Elder Gu Liang stiffened his neck. Correct perception. Yes, I am a divine fortune teller. I can plan everything for myself and my plans always work. Elder Bai. You are being unfair to all the turtle shells you have blown up over the years by saying this. With your accuracy rate in fortune telling, anyone can guess right more times than you. However, why did the fragments briefly restore into a complete mountain gate? Many people have this question, but they can't figure it out for the moment. As for Fangxi and Junwen appearing at the mountain gate, it was probably just a coincidence. Outside the mountain gate, Fangxi and Junwen were recalling the glorious moment just now. As for kneeling and such, just ignore it. They felt that Tianyan Dao's sect was not doing things in an honest way. Even if the third round of assessment was invalidated, as the only two disciples who passed the assessment, shouldn't they make some statement? That's it. Either give them some privileges or some rewards, so that they will not be in vain after being knocked down. Commander Lu thought, you've already been hiding at the gate, it's good enough that your qualification for the assessment wasn't revoked, and you still want a reward. What the hell are you dreaming of? Fangxi felt a little hungry, so she took out 2 meat buns and handed one to Junwen. The brother and sister started eating happily. When Hall Master Teng saw this scene, he frowned. It is not a good thing to pay too much attention to the desire for food. However, they're just candidates now, so he can't say anything. Fangxi caught a glimpse of Hall Master Teng with a frown on his face from the corner of his eye, and thought to himself, why does Hall Master Teng always look so bitter and resentful? Could it be that his last name actually means Tong, which means pain? After eating the buns, Fangxi asked Junwen to take a nap while she would watch over him. Junwen was indeed a little sleepy and soon fell asleep. Half asleep and half awake, he saw a road appear in front of him. It was not only shining, but also full of flowers, which was beautiful beyond words. Junwen subconsciously stepped onto the road, walked a few dozen steps easily, and then fell into the river with a splash. Help, help. I just shouted twice and then it went on like that, tun tun tun, tun tun tun, and I drank a lot of water. Fangxi vaguely felt that something was wrong. Because of her experience last time, this time she looked directly towards the small puddle, and sure enough, she saw Junwen, who almost drowned. Fangxi quickly fished him out. At the same time, Junwen beside him shuddered and woke up. He was about to speak, then he closed his eyes again and began to sit cross-legged in meditation. Fangxi. Is this another advancement? They're both from the 9 nether continent, why is there such a big difference? Besides, he is my way. Mu Jian said in a bewildered tone. Master, let's say, is there such a possibility? The water from the puddle he drank is actually the power of time that you cultivated. Therefore, his cultivation level is rising rapidly, but yours is stagnant. To put it bluntly, he is sucking your blood. Fangxi, you are a swordsman, how come you have so many dark thoughts? Even if 5th senior brother really absorbs some of my time power, wouldn't I also benefit after he advances? We call this win-win cooperation. Let's work together towards the future. When Mu Jian heard this, he immediately said, Master, you have a big vision. I can't think of these things and I can't reach your level. I have to learn from you in the future, more sunshine and less darkness. Make a sword of light. Fangxi. You seem to be possessed by Shaowanzi. As she was thinking, Commander Lu asked tentatively, Shaoxi, if Junwen keeps advancing while you remain stagnant, do you have any negative thoughts at all? Fangxi laughed after hearing this. Master, let's not talk about whether your hypothesis is true or not. Even if it is true, so what? The bottom line is that I am too weak and the power of time I have cultivated is too little. If there are enough of them, this problem won't exist. Commander Lu was silent for a while, then he uttered. Junwen, that kid is so lucky. Fangxi smiled and said, you are lucky to have such a good disciple like me. Commander Lu, you want me to chop you into pieces for no reason. When he was complaining in his heart, Fangxi was stunned for a moment, and shouted at the top of his lungs. Master Teng, my brother and I are about to advance. Please protect us. After saying that, he closed his eyes and began to sit cross-legged in meditation. Commander Lu. You are so awesome. Take the test and let the examiner protect you. I guess you're the only one in the world who dares to do this. There is one more short chapter, around 9 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1527, Fair Trade, Fair Dealing. Hall Master Teng was also stunned. But, he still came over. Although Elder Gu Liang is not very reliable, what if these two really are variables? Still need to take care of it. Hall Master Teng originally thought that Fangxi and Junwen would be able to complete their advancement in half an hour, but as the 4th round of assessment was approaching, the two had not yet completed their advancement. This is difficult. We can't postpone the 4th round of assessment just because of the two of them, right? Just when he was struggling over whether or not to ask Sect Master Dai for permission, Junwen suddenly appeared with light, and he advanced from the 6th level of the Spirit Transformation Realm to the 7th level. Hall Master Teng thought that was the end of it, but Junwen's body flashed with light again, and he advanced from the 7th level of the Spirit Transformation to the 8th level. Master Teng, Sect Leader Dai and others. Elder Gu Liang was even more frantic in his voice transmission to Sect Master Dai. Brother, did you see it? A change. It must be a change. Sect Leader Dai thought to himself, I'm not blind, of course I saw it. Regardless of whether junior brother Gu Liang's calculations are accurate or not, Lu Qi is a rare talent. If you can successfully pass the selection, you still need to pay special attention to it. As he was thinking about this, light appeared on Feng Shi's body. Her cultivation level suddenly jumped from the 6th level of the Spirit Transformation to the 7th level, then suddenly jumped to the 8th level of the Spirit Transformation, and then suddenly jumped to the 9th level of the Spirit Transformation. While everyone was staring in amazement, her cultivation level changed from the 9th level of the Spirit Transformation Realm back to the 8th level of the Spirit Transformation Realm, then back to the 7th level of the Spirit Transformation Realm, and then back to the original 6th level of the Spirit Transformation Realm. Just when everyone thought it was over, her cultivation began to soar again, and then began to fall back. Elder Gu Liang's heart was in ups and downs. He quickly asked Elder Zhao beside him for a soul-strengthening pill and swallowed it. Elder Zhao glared at him and threw him a porcelain bottle containing 9 soul-strengthening pills. Elder Gu Liang chuckled. He knew that although Lao Zhao didn't like him on the surface, he was actually quite nice to him. Feng Shi's cultivation level fluctuated chaotically before finally settling at the 7th level of the Spirit Transformation Realm. No one present had ever heard of or seen such a situation. Out of concern, Master Teng offered to take Feng Shi's pulse. Feng Shi did not refuse. Although she had many secrets, with 5 dog spirit roots, Hall Master Teng should not be able to find out anything. If it is discovered, it doesn't matter, just act accordingly. Commander Lu really admired her mental state. He thought he would never be able to do it in this life, let alone the next. After taking Feng Shi's pulse, Hall Master Teng discovered that apart from a somewhat unstable state of mind, there was nothing abnormal. It's really incredible. When he was puzzled, Feng Shi gave Junwen a wink, and the two of them immediately knelt down and kowtowed towards the direction of the mountain gate, all in one go. Disciple Lu Qi thanks the Grandmaster for his blessing. Disciple Lu Yi thanks the Grandmaster for the blessing. If you take our blame, you have to take the blame for us. Fair trade, no cheating. Their kowtow made many people feel that they had found the correct answer. It turns out it was a blessing from the ancestors. Although I didn't see how the blessing was bestowed, nor did I see the vision of the blessing, the Lu brothers and sisters' advancement was real, especially Lu Qi, who advanced 2 levels in a row. This could only be achieved with the blessing of the ancestor. As for Lu Yi's cultivation level fluctuating, it was probably because her aptitude was not as good as Lu Qi's, so she was unable to fully digest the blessing of the ancestor. Yes, that's what happened. Elder Gu Liang became even more arrogant now. Brother, did you hear that? Even the Great Master has blessed the Lu brothers and sisters, so if they're not variables, what are they? How is it? My calculations are correct, right? My turtle evolution technique is almost unrivaled in the world. Sect Leader Dai unilaterally blocked the secret sound transmission, and his ears were finally at peace. He thought that no matter whether the Lu brothers and sisters were variables or not, they should be recruited into the sect even if they could not pass the subsequent assessments. After all, this is the descendant that the founder likes. Commander Lu asked Feng Shi, Shaoxi, Junwen is now at the 8th level of the spiritual transformation, and you're at the 7th level. His cultivation is 1 level higher than yours, but you still don't have any negative thoughts at all. Feng Shi said calmly, 5th senior brother is not someone else. The higher his cultivation level, the happier I am. Don't always look at me with your narrow-minded eyes. By the way, Master, why do you think my cultivation level keeps jumping around? Commander Lu thought for a moment and said, maybe because Junwen took advantage of your situation, it's hard to judge your level of cultivation, so you're wavering back and forth. Feng Shi was delighted, so, I might actually be at the 9th level of the spiritual transformation. 1 level higher than 5th senior brother. I was saying it, I'm cultivating the main path, how could I be 1 level lower than 5th brother? It turns out it was all an illusion. Commander Lu. I don't think that's what I meant. Besides, where is your calmness? Which of us is narrow-minded? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1528 I'm a bit full. Commander Lu wanted to explain. What he wanted to say was that since it was fixed at the 7th level of the spirit transformation, it should be the 7th level of the spirit transformation. But he swallowed the words back when they came to his lips. Because he was afraid of being taken out on. He finally realized that no matter how calm someone said, his heart was not much smaller than a needle's eye. This damn competitive spirit. Junwen obviously knew this, and although he was very happy in his heart, the corners of his mouth did not rise at all. He is now a mature senior brother and cannot rub salt into the wounds of his junior sister. This scene was interpreted differently by Master Teng and others. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely get carried away after advancing in the assessment process, but the Lu brothers and sisters were so calm and composed, and their personalities were very good. Especially Lu Qi, who was promoted twice in a row but remained calm and composed, which is really rare. But this time, it was time for the 4th round of assessment. Feng Shi felt that Master Teng must have asked them to dig something because the pickaxes were confiscated. She calculated with her fingers and concluded that the Tianyan Dao sect must be lacking earth in the 5 elements, otherwise why would they like to let them dig so much? While she was daydreaming, Hall Master Teng announced the content of the 4th round of assessment in public. The back mountain of the Tianyan Dao sect was once the sect's heart-cleaning pond, where one could temper one's mind and solidify one's Dao heart. Unfortunately, the Juoxin pool dried up later and turned into a hill over the years. The sect intends to restore the Jushin pond to its former glory, and the most urgent task is to dig the mountain and build a pond. Fang Shi. I thought you would use some tricks to get people to do what they want, but I didn't expect you to be so shameless. Digging mountains to build ponds. How long will it take to dig up such a huge mountain? You, the Tianyan Dao sect, are even more shameless than me. She was complaining in her heart while listening to Hall Master Teng continue to say. Most of the work of digging the mountain and building the pond has been completed, and the only thing left is to lay the conscience stone. Your task is to mine the heart-searching stone. During the mining process, you will inevitably fall into a mind-refining illusion, which is a test for you. There is no time limit for this round of assessment. The first 800 candidates who get the heart-searching stone will enter the next round, and the rest will be eliminated. There was a commotion among the candidates. Only 800 people can enter the next round, which means 60% of the people will be eliminated. The competitive pressure is too great. The only two relaxed people present were Feng Shi and Junwen. Here in Feng Shi, any illusion is nothing but a passing cloud. Junwen didn't care. As long as he kept silently praying that Feng Shi would gain eternal life, he would definitely be able to see through the illusion. After Hall Master Teng announced the content of the assessment, he signaled the disciples guarding the mountain gate to open the gate. Because if you want to go to the back mountain, you have to go through Tianyan Dao sect. The mountain gate slowly opened, and Hall Master Teng entered first, followed by the invigilating disciples, and finally the candidates. Feng Shi felt a little nervous. Although she had already cut out several times, there was still a chance of an accident. It was better to be safe. Then, he raised his legs high, stepped lightly, and looked very serious. Junwen on the side did the same. He just followed whatever his junior sister did. Fortunately, nothing unusual happened, and the brother and sister successfully entered the Tianyan Taoist sect. This scene fell into the eyes of sect leader Da and others, and they were very impressed. The Liu brothers and sisters were indeed the ones blessed by the ancestors. Look at their attitude, which was 100 times better than that of other candidates. Feng Shi felt relieved when she saw that nothing happened, and the dog looked around stealthily. Although the Tianyan Taoist sect has declined, its heritage is still there. The sect is grand and majestic everywhere, and it looks quite respectable. However, if you look closer you can see that it is just an empty shell. It doesn't matter, she doesn't mind. Commander Liu, could you please pass the test before you say this? However, he thought again, these two guys have been blessed by the ancestors, and it is estimated that even if they fail the assessment in the end, Tianyan Dao sect will still accept them. TSK, doing well is not as good as acting well. After entering the back mountain, everyone saw a very large pond, which should be the Jushin pond that Master Teng mentioned. Master Teng stopped moving. According to the records in the ancient books, the stones used to build the Jushin pool are scattered in the back mountain. Start looking for them now. Everyone. Can you draw the key points of the exam for us? Narrow it down a bit. With such a huge mountain behind, where can I find the stone of truth? Unfortunately, Hall Master Teng had no intention of saying anything else. Everyone was at a loss. Feng Shi and Junwen started eating. After this advancement, I'm so hungry. One of them took a chicken leg and clinked it together like a wine glass. Brothers and sisters work together, and their power can break through metal. After saying that, he started to chew on it. Master Teng. What did the Grand Master see in you too? Was it your greed? By the time Feng Shi and Junwen had finished eating and drinking, some candidates had also figured out the tricks. When are people most likely to fall into illusions? Of course, it is when you attain enlightenment. So if you want to find the stone of truth, the method is very simple. That is to comprehend the truth while searching. If you feel your mind is distracted, there must be a heart-searching stone nearby. Therefore, the candidates began to look for the stone of conscience according to this method. It didn't take long for one of the candidates to discover something and start digging with a mattock. Junwen looked at Feng Shi silently, and Feng Shi looked at Junwen silently, staring at each other. One doesn't know what his own way is, and the other doesn't have his own way at all. The two of them had the same idea almost at the same time. Why not take a nap? It seems that sleeping is very useful. But, isn't it inappropriate? At this time, Hall Master Teng came over and asked, why don't you two take action? Feng Shi burped, I'm a little full, I need to take a break. Junwen burped silently. Master Teng. Grandmaster, please take a closer look. I am much better than these two foodies. At this moment, there were several exclamations from a distance. It turned out that a candidate had dug out the stone of conscience. However, the candidate had already fallen into an illusion. Feng Shi saw this scene and thought, I wonder if this heart-questioning stone can only be fought one-on-one. What will happen if I go up to grab it now? Just when I was thinking about it, someone did it. Unfortunately, no matter how hard that person tried, he can pick up the stone of conscience from the ground. It can be seen that this thing is really one-on-one. Upon seeing this, the other candidates gave up the idea of snatching the stone and continued looking for the stone. When Feng Shi was feeling worried, Mu Jian said in a sly voice. Master, since Junwen, that idiot, always falls into the puddle, it means that the puddle is your path. What is the puddle? It is the power of time. So your Tao is the power of time. Isn't this obvious? Is there any need to think about it? Feng Shi, you can think of these, but I can't. My Tao must be related to the power of time, but what exactly is it? Don't I have to understand it? Feng Shi felt that her Tao should be that long river of time, but she couldn't figure it out. To put it simply, there is only a vague shadow, but no clear boundaries and no specific content. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1529. Her mental state is very beautiful. However, Mu Jian's words did remind her that since her path was related to time, she should think more about idioms related to time. So, she carried her mattock and began to recite silently. Time flies, years pass by like a shuttle, time flies by, forever and ever. Seeing Feng Shi move, Junwen had no choice but to walk around, silently chanting in his heart, trust Feng Shi, and you will have eternal life. Trust Feng Shi, and you will have eternal life. I spent a long time looking around for an idiom encyclopedia and a tape recorder, but found nothing. At this time, nearly 200 people had found the stone of conscience and fell into an illusion. It would be a lie to say that Feng Shi was not anxious at all, but he was not too anxious either. After all, the two of them were considered direct admission students. No matter how stupid the Tianyin Dao sect is, it will not reject disciples blessed by two ancestors. It's just a bit embarrassing. As the master of two worlds, she can't afford to lose to this person. Commander Lu. Who admits that you are the master of the two worlds? You are so shameless. Feng Shi felt that reciting idioms silently was definitely useless, and he had to think of another way. When you are enlightened, you are easily trapped in an illusion, so you can draw out the heart-searching stone. If that's the case, would it have the same effect if the mental state was unstable? How about a drink? Forget it, it would be bad if he gets drunk and acts crazy. Let's be direct. Thinking of this, she swung the big brick of her spiritual consciousness and smashed it at Zhang Wen. Poor Zhang Wen, he was caught off guard and was hit so hard that stars appeared in his eyes, his head was buzzing, and his mind was suddenly in a trance. Just when he was wondering why Feng Shi hit him, he noticed something unusual. He quickly picked up the mattock and started digging. Feng Shi also came over to help dig. When they were about to dig out the heart-searching stone, Feng Shi gave Zhang Wen a look and both of them stopped digging. Then, Feng Shi used the same trick again and hit Zhang Wen again. Zhang Wen soon found another heart-searching stone not far away, and Ku started digging. Feng Shi said proudly, "Master, what do you think? My idea is good, isn't it?" "Commander Lu, it's good, but it's a bit exhausting, senior brother." Feng Shi continued digging while chatting, and soon dug out a conscience-searching stone. Then he happily waited to fall into the illusion. As a result, the stone of conscience slipped back into the soil and disappeared. Feng Shi. Don't play like this. Why are the stones of conscience dug out by others all kept intact, but the one she dug out ran away? Commander Lu thought to himself, when others go fishing they at least put bait on the hook, but you have an empty hook. Feng Shi turned to look at Zhang Wen, and felt a little better when she saw that he had fallen into the illusion. At least fifth brother didn't get hit by 2 bricks in vain. What to do now? It is obviously unrealistic to hit yourself, but it is not difficult to shake the sea of consciousness. She said to the white jade slip and the black jade slip in her sea of consciousness. Don't you two dislike each other? Let's have a fight. But you have to be careful, don't let me bleed from all 7 orifices. How about this, send out 3 jade slips to join the battle. I will be your referee. White jade slip. Black jade slip. The discord between children and grandchildren is entirely due to the immorality of the elderly. However, they had long wanted to fight, so they each sent out 3 jade slips and started fighting in Feng Shi's sea of consciousness. Feng Shi's sea of consciousness immediately shook, but it was only a slight stinging pain, far from the extent of bleeding from all 7 orifices. She felt that it was about time, and immediately began to look for the stone of conscience. For better effect, her mental state is also very beautiful. Sometimes she is a ruthless female devil, sometimes she is a weak and helpless little billionaire, sometimes she is a love-crazy little nympho, and sometimes she is an independent and sober heroine. The effect is immediate. She soon discovered the situation and started digging with her pickaxe. After only 3 digs, I saw a conscience-seeking stone. Feng Shi was immediately overjoyed, and fell into the illusion as she wished. Dozens of handsome men with their own unique characteristics stood in front of her. For the first time, she felt that humans should have more eyes. 2 eyes are really not enough. However, thinking that she was still in the assessment, she could only reluctantly wave her sleeves at the handsome men. Back off. I am the only one who is beautiful. Sure enough, back to reality. Before the corners of her mouth could even rise, she fell into illusion again. This time, there were corpses everywhere and blood flowing like a river. A group of people shouted at her, "Female devil, we want you to pay with blood." Feng Shi was speechless. This illusion was too cliché and there was no novelty at all. The correct way to open it should be that a group of humans were moved by her personal charm, crying and shouting. They wanted to become demons instead of immortals. Thinking of this, she regained her clarity of mind, and then fell into illusion again. That's not right. Shouldn't a person only fall into an illusion once? Why is it that it never ends when it comes to her? What she didn't know was that at this moment, everyone's eyes were on her. Because there were a lot of conscience stones gathered around her, even the conscience stones dug out by other candidates came over to join in the fun. Many of the stones of integrity even started fighting. There was a loud bang and sparks flew everywhere. The only exception is that Zhang Wen's conscience stone is still very dedicated in maintaining the illusion for Zhang Wen. But he would peek towards Feng Shi from time to time. After Feng Shi saw through several illusions in succession, he became impatient. If this continues, she might not be able to make it into the top 800. She stuck to her original intention, and her sea of consciousness suddenly became quiet and peaceful. As soon as she fell into a new illusion, she said coldly, "Break." The illusion immediately disintegrated and disappeared. Then comes break, 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 ellipsis. The heart-searching stones rolled down one by one, and then stopped beside Feng Shi. On the other side, Zhang Wen, who was trapped in an illusion, was covered in wounds after a fierce battle, but he still failed to rescue Feng Shi, who was held hostage by the leader of the Tiank Alliance. He watched helplessly as the other party strangled Feng Shi to death. His mind was broken and he spat out a mouthful of blood. In a trance, he shuddered. Wrong. This is not right. How could the junior sister be strangled to death by the leader of the Bird Alliance when she was invincible in every battle? It should be junior sister who stabbed him to death with a sword. Zhang Wen opened his eyes and looked around blankly. Why is there a pile of stones over there? Although he was a little puzzled, he immediately picked up the stone of conscience under his feet. Then, he ran over and saw Feng Shi sitting on the ground, yawning and mumbling. Break, break. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1530 Double happiness comes to our Tinyan Dao sect. Jun Wen's first thought was, how did junior sister become stuttering? After all this time of breaking, what exactly do you want to break? However, I soon realized that my junior sister was breaking the illusion. So the question is, why was the junior sister surrounded by the heart-searching stone? What bad thing did she do? What feat did she do? At this moment, everyone who saw this scene through the screen wall was shocked. What's going on? Why is the heart stone chasing Lu Yi? That's not the most important thing. She just shouted, break, and broke the illusion of the heart-searching stone. This is too ridiculous. If she had just shouted, break, seriously, I would have been able to accept it. But the fact that she could break the illusion with just a casual hum is really incomprehensible to me. Could there be something wrong with the heart-searching stone? It's normal for something to go wrong after being buried underground for such a long time. Ellipsis. Everyone was discussing the matter heatedly, and Elder Gu Liang's eyes turned red with excitement. He kept winking at Sect Leader Dai until his eyes were cramping. Sect Leader Dai had no choice but to whisper to him, what's the matter? Brother, I am certain that Lu Yi is the variable. Only variables have such power. Sect Leader Dai was speechless. You said before that Lu Qi was the variable, and now it has become Lu Yi. Elder Gu Liang coughed. Brother, this is not contradictory. A pregnancy can be a single pregnancy or twins. So they are both variables. It is a double blessing for our Tinyan Dao sect. Senior brother, congratulations. Sect Leader Dai. However, it is indeed a good thing. Regardless of whether the Lu brothers and sisters are variables or not, they are both promising talents. After Feng Shi repeated, break, hundreds of times and saw that there were no new illusions, he yawned and opened his eyes. What caught the eye was not only a pile of conscience stones, but also a large number of onlookers. Standing in the front were Hall Master Teng and Jun Wen. Jun Wen stepped forward and helped Feng Shi up. Little sister, are you okay? Feng Shi was fine except that she felt a little sleepy. But at this time, if nothing happened, it would seem impolite. So, he said weakly, fortunately, I can hold on. Jun Wengson said, junior sister, what you said is so well spoken. I have to learn something. Master Teng took out a pill and handed it to Feng Shi. This is the Jishin pill that can repair your consciousness. Eat it. Feng Shi pretended to refuse for a while, but finally took it and ate it. She said to Commander Lu, Master, did you see that? The examiner not only gave me protection, but also gave me elixirs. Why do you think that's the case? Isn't it because I'm too good? Ugh. I have discovered that I can do anything except staying low-key. Look how hard I try to hide my brilliance, but it still blinds others. Commander Lu, your brain is brighter. Some candidates also thought of this. Could Lu Yi's outstanding performance be related to her head shape? Maybe these stones of truth thought she was of the same kind as them, so they kept rushing towards her. At this time, Hall Master Teng asked what everyone was thinking. Lu Yi, why are all those heart-searching stones targeting you? Feng Shi looked confused. I don't know why they all came to me. Is it because I was blessed by the ancestor? Do they want to get some good fortune? Master Teng. I don't feel comfortable with what you said. Then how did you see through the illusion? Feng's eyes expression froze when he heard this. I have always believed that the Tinyan Dao sect is the origin of all the sects in the Tiang continent, so no matter how difficult it is, I will be admitted to the Tinyan Dao sect. It is precisely because I have always adhered to this belief that no matter what kind of illusion the heart-searching stone weaves for me, I can quickly wake up. Hall Master Teng couldn't help but nodded. He was indeed a good boy blessed by the ancestors. He was very knowledgeable. That's right, Tinyan Dao sect is the origin of all the sects in Tiang continent. In front of Tinyan Dao sect, other sects are all small karami. Feng Shi continued. In addition to holding on to my beliefs, ever since the Grandmaster blessed me, I feel my consciousness is much more stable than before, which is why I can quickly see through the illusion. Of course, it may also be that practice makes perfect. I wasn't that fast at the beginning, but I got tired of it later. After all, there are only a few illusions in the series, and they're fake at first glance. Master Teng and others. You said the illusion created by the Stone of Conscience was fake at first glance. Isn't it a conscience-breaking thing for you to say this? But thinking that Feng Shi saw through the illusion with just a break, it seems okay to say this. Elder Gu Liang, who saw the scene, said to Sect Leader Dai. Brother, what do you think will happen when Lu Yi jumps into the Jushin pond after it is built? Sect Leader Dai hesitated for a moment and said, nothing happened. Elder Gu Liang, brother, your opinion is great. Sect Leader Dai was too lazy to pay attention to Elder Gu Liang. What he was thinking about now was that this fourth round of assessment was disrupted by Lu Yi again. How would it end? Although there is no time limit, Lu Yi has already cracked the Stone of Conscience, so how can others accept the test? By the way, there was an exception. Lu Qi passed the test. Elder Gu Liang said that both of them were variables, which was not wrong. After all, Lu Qi looked unusual. After discussion between Sect Leader Dai and other senior leaders, they decided to change the fourth round of assessment into a path of tempering the mind. Hall Master Teng said to Feng Shi and Junwen, you two don't need to take part in the test of the heart refining road. Just wait here. After saying that, Hall Master Teng led a group of examinees to take the test of the path of refining the heart in a hurry. Feng Shi and Junwen stared at each other, then decided to take turns sleeping. Both of them woke up, but the heart refining road was not over yet. Out of boredom, Feng's eyes fell on those conscience-seeking stones. She thought to herself that Master Teng really trusted them and didn't even put away these conscience stones. But it's true, these broken stones are useless except for weaving a fake illusion. Who would steal this broken stuff? I don't know if they sensed the disgust in Feng Shi's eyes or what, but all the conscience-seeking stones actually floated into the air. Feng Shi. How come it can still fly? Has it become a spirit? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1531, Great Achievement. Feng Zai's first reaction was to shout into the air. Did you all see it? It has nothing to do with me. They flew up by themselves. As he said this, he asked Zhang Wen to quickly take the photo stone to record it, so as to avoid being burdened with debt before even getting started. Commander Lu. You were really vigilant. Feng Shi shouted for a while, but no one came. He guessed that no one might be paying attention to the situation here. Qian Yan Daozong was really bold. He just left these two candidates here and ignored them. Aren't you afraid that they might do something bad? In fact, it's not that he is careless. Hall Master Teng has a good impression of Feng Shi and Zhang. In addition, both of them have been blessed by the ancestor. They're basically disciples of Tianyan Dao sect. Why should he be on guard against his own people? Although Feng Shi didn't know what these conscience stones were for, her intuition told her that it was not a good thing, because something must be wrong when things were not normal. So, she activated a photo stone and placed it on the tree branch, then called Zhang Wen, "Brother, let's go and report the news quickly, so as to avoid any accidents." As soon as Feng Shi finished speaking, the conscience-seeking stones flew to the bottom of the Jushin pool, not one more, not one less, just the right number. Feng Shi breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that she was just exercising her subjective initiative. It startled her. Just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, she was surprised to find that clear water was seeping out from the bottom of the Juoxin pool. How is this going? Is there a spring below? She was stunned for a moment, and the water had already overflowed the Juoxin pond. Feng Shi and Zhang Wen looked at each other. Finish the calf. Something bad is going to happen. They didn't have anyone else's contact information, and they wanted to fly with their swords, but found that they couldn't, so they had to use their legs. Fortunately, they were not bad at finding their way, so they ran along the original path to the front. As a result, everyone went to the square to eat melons, and they couldn't find anyone for a while, so they simply ran directly to the mountain gate. Quick, tell your superiors, there's a flood in the back mountain. The disciple on duty at the mountain gate. Are you talking nonsense? We in Tianyan Dao sect don't even have a stream, how can we get water? Seeing that they didn't believe him, Feng Shi quickly took out the photo stone. After the disciple on duty saw the photo stone, he was immediately at a loss. Hurry up and send a message to Elder Bai, because Elder Bai is in charge of the mountain gate. Elder Bai, no, it's bad. There's a flood in the back mountain. Elder Bai was upset because of the cutout issue. When he heard this, he thought the disciple on duty was probably crazy. It was not until the disciple on duty said that the Lu brothers and sisters had the photo stone as evidence that they hurriedly said to Sect Master Dai. Master, something terrible has happened. There is a flood in the back mountain. Sect Leader Dai. Are you kidding me? There has never been a major flood since the Tianyan Taoist sect was founded. However, since the disciple on duty was so sure, he still said to Elder Bai, take someone to take a look. Elder Bai immediately led his men to the back mountain, but as they approached the mountain, the flood spread. He quickly sent a message to Sect Leader Dai. No one would be in any danger, but the key was that some things that were afraid of being flooded had to be quickly collected or protected. Tianyan Dao sect was thrown into chaos and no longer cared about the candidates who were still taking the heart-refining path test. Feng Shi and Zhang Wen were busier than anyone else, but they just couldn't help much. In the end, it was Sect Leader Dai and several elders who took action and moved the flood to Lijiang Mountain 100 miles away, and then sealed the back mountain in a barrier, thus bringing the situation under control. Feng Shi and Zhang Wen were stunned. It turns out that the art of moving mountains and seas really exists. Commander Lu said, you have learned a lot, right? I have said before that those below the level of refining void are not worthy of talking about cultivating immortals. Feng Shi, you are so awesome. Commander Lu suddenly became as quiet as a chicken. Sect Leader Dai briefly questioned Feng Shi and Zhang Wen, then led his men into the back mountain to find out the cause. An hour later, Sect Leader Dai came out of the barrier with a sullen face. He called Feng Shi and Zhang Wen to his side again. Tell me again, what happened just now? Feng Shi's heart sank. Damn it, it looked like something big had happened. This is a scam. She quickly recounted what had happened, and then said, in addition to the photo stone in my brother's hand, I also placed a photo stone on the tree beside the Jushin pond, which is enough to prove that everything I said is true. Those self-reflection stones were laid on the bottom of the pool spontaneously, and the flood also came out on its own. It has nothing to do with us brothers and sisters. Please understand, Master. Sect Leader Dai nodded and said, don't worry, I'm not going to hold you responsible, I just want to understand what happened. You were very alert and came to report the news in time, and you performed a great deed. After the assessment, I will reward you. Feng Shi. Zhang Wen. Made a meritorious service. Still a great achievement. What a great achievement. Although they were very curious, they didn't dare to ask. As long as it wasn't a scam, it would be fine. Sect Leader Dai arranged for people to clean up the mess, and then returned to the square to continue watching the selection and assessment of new disciples. Elder Gu Liang followed behind him, chattering excitedly. Brother, do you believe in my reputation as a fortune teller this time? If Lu Yi hadn't broken all those heart-searching stones, and if Old Teng hadn't asked them to stay where they were and left the heart-searching stones there, the hidden formation at the bottom of the pool would never have been activated. If the hidden formation had not been activated, there would have been no flood, and if there had not been a flood, we would not have discovered that someone had tampered with the underground river. I dare not even think about how terrible the consequences would be if it had not been discovered. Even if the other party makes some moves in the Jushin pond, many disciples will go crazy. Therefore, there is no doubt that the Lu brothers and sisters are variables. It was a rare occasion that Sect Leader Dai did not interrupt Elder Gu Liang, and for the first time he looked at this junior fellow with favor. Even though his junior fellow apprentice was unreliable most of the time, being reliable once was enough. The Lu brothers and sisters are indeed the variables of their Tianyan Dao sect. But, which force did something to the Dark River? Their Tianyandao sect has already come to this point, so why would they still bother anyone? When Sect leader Dai thought of this, his heart tightened. Seeing that Elder Gu Liang was still chattering, he had no choice but to send a message, continue watching the assessment, and we can talk about other things after the assessment is over. On the other side, Fang Xi and Junwen were taken to the assessment site of Liangson Road. Hall Master Teng did not go to the back mountain because he was responsible for the assessment, but he also learned about the incident from other people. The look he gave Fang Xi and Junwen became even kinder. What do you think of the path to refinement? Hearing this, Fang Xi looked towards Liangson Road curiously. The heart refining road is actually an illusion array based on the cliff in front. In fact, the cliff is only a dozen feet high, but in the eyes of the candidates, it reaches into the sky. You will enter a fantasy world every certain distance. At this time, the fastest candidate had only walked halfway. Fang Xi thought it was boring and not as fun as when the flood happened. But he said, this round of assessment is cleverly designed to make people face their inner fears. It will help candidates eliminate their inner demons and make further progress in their cultivation. Hall Master Teng nodded with satisfaction. In that case, you two have nothing to do anyway, why don't you give it a try? Fang Xi. If I had known I wouldn't have said that. But since Hall Master Teng had spoken, she and Junwen could not refuse, and immediately entered the path of mind training. As soon as he entered, Fang Xi saw a large pile of strud stones appear in front of him. Fang Xi rolled her eyes. This illusion was too stingy. How could I, a man with a mine at home, be interested in a bunch of you? She lazily shouted, broken. Many candidates who were trapped in the illusion suddenly heard a shocking break, and woke up immediately. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1532. The sea ends and the sky becomes the shore, the mountain tops and I am the peak. On the road of cultivating the mind, one cannot see each other, so many candidates fall into confusion. Bored. Because it seems that even the fastest Junwen would need an hour or two to climb up there. She thought the ends and the sky becomes the shore, the mountain tops and I am the peak. On the road of cultivating the mind, one cannot see each other, so many candidates fall into confusion. Why did I seem to hear Lu Yi shout, broken, just now? Is it an illusion? It must be an illusion. Lu Yi and Lu Qi are still at Jushin Pond, how could they appear here? But no matter what, it's all thanks to this illusion, otherwise it would take some time to break through the illusion. Soon, they fell into a new illusion. As soon as I fell in, I heard a loud shout, break. His consciousness was shaken, and he woke up immediately. Master Teng, who had been paying close attention to the assessment situation, quickly noticed the scene. Of course, he didn't know that the candidates heard Fang Xi say, broken. However, it was discovered that ever since Fang Xi and Junwen entered the heart refining road, the other candidates seemed to have suddenly become enlightened, and their speed in seeing through the illusions increased rapidly. What's wrong? At this time, Fang Xi was a little upset. When she was watching outside before, she found that the candidates had to walk about 10 steps before encountering an illusion. Why was it that when it came to her, there were several illusions on one step? Is her personality so strong now? Not only did she attract the heart when she stoned, but even the heart Lianlu Road was so enthusiastic about her. By the way, when they were outside before, the outer mountain gate fragment also liked her very much. As I said, being too outstanding can also be a kind of trouble. Forget it, no matter how many illusions there are, it's just a matter of shouting, break, a few more times. If I had known this, I would have drunk more tea to moisten my throat. Master Teng also noticed that Fang Xi was difficult to move, and couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Just now, Lu Yi had seen through so many illusions woven by the heart-searching stones, and her spiritual consciousness should not have been stable yet. Now that she has entered the path of heart refining, she might find it difficult to cope with it. He was too careless and shouldn't have let her enter the path of refining the mind. He decided to wait and see. If Fang Xi was still like this, he would bring him out to avoid damaging his spiritual consciousness. He looked at Lu Qi again. Wow, they were already halfway up the mountain in such a short while. Climb faster than a monkey. It seems that these two may really be variables, and neither of them is simple. Fang Xi shouted, po, hundreds of times and was really impatient. What she hated most was doing such repetitive and tedious tasks, otherwise she would not have invented the stamping and talisman making. Commander Lu disagreed. Practice itself is a long repetition. Whether you like it or not, you have to keep moving forward. Otherwise, how can you achieve the right result? Besides, it's just a few shouts of, broken, is it worth your worry? Fang Xi said quietly, Master, you are patient and keep moving forward. How did you become a weapon spirit? Commander Lu. This is too much. Don't speak short words in front of a short person. Can't you give me some face? After Fang Xi confronted Commander Lu, he thought about how to break the impasse. In her opinion, her current situation was actually no different from being trapped in an illusion, the only difference was that others were trapped in one illusion, while she was trapped in several illusions. For example, there are single formations and there are linked formations. Now she is almost trapped in a chain of illusions. Thinking of this, her previous pride disappeared. As a person, you should not be too complacent. If you are, you will become complacent and easily fall into inertial thinking and ignore some minor details. For example, although she broke the illusion with just a shout of, break, she was still trapped in the illusion after all. Even if the time you are trapped in the illusion is short, you have been tricked. If it happens in a battle, even a moment is enough to decide the entire outcome of the battle. If one is determined, one will never fall into the illusion, so how can one break it? Fang Xi no longer shouted, break, but kept his mind focused and moved forward. There are no more distracting thoughts in my mind, and the fog in front of my eyes gradually dissipates. She saw the winding stairs, the candidates around her, and Junwen who had already climbed halfway up the mountain. The corners of Fang Xi's mouth curled up slightly, but she immediately smoothed them out with her hands. Can't float. Fang Shi calmed her mind, took light steps, and soon overtook the other candidates, leaving Zhang Wen behind. TSK. The 8th level of the spiritual transformation is just so-so. I am still more powerful than the 7th level of the spiritual transformation. I am very nervous. This is all well known. Commander Lu. You are someone like me, and yet you keep reminding yourself not to be arrogant. If you don't float, you will suffocate to death. Although Master Tang didn't know what had happened, it was not difficult for him to see with his sharp eyes that Fang Zai's state of mind seemed to have changed in some way, and his steps became a lot lighter. Could it be that he realized something in the illusion? Variables are indeed variables. Fang Shi walked to the end of the heart-refining road and thought he would be teleported out, but nothing happened. There was a flat area, and Fang Shi thought that this was probably the waiting area. Then just wait. It would probably take about 800 people. If I had known this earlier, I would have gone into a few illusions to play around. Hall Master Tang was a little puzzled. Lu Yi had already reached the end of the heart-refining road, so why was she just standing there? Could it be that she wanted to wait for her brother? No, I can't see other candidates in the refining heart road. Could it be that I am trapped in an illusion? However, there is no illusion at the end of the heart-refining road. He was completely puzzled, and the people who were watching the test through the screen wall were also confused. Only Elder Gu Liang stood with his hands behind his back, looking like a master. His behavior was naturally different from that of ordinary people. She must have her reasons for doing so. Fang Shi sat on the platform, looking at the candidates below who were trapped in the illusion, and Zhang Wen who stopped from time to time, and a sense of pride arose spontaneously. The sea ends where the sky becomes the shore, the mountain reaches the top and I am the peak. What a great feeling. This is the appearance that only I, the Lord of the Two Worlds, can have. Next chapter around 7 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1533. Doesn't she, the Lord of the Second World, have any dignity? Fang Shi showed off for a while, then felt a little bored. Because it seems that even the fastest Zhang Wen would need an hour or two to climb up there. She thought it would be better to review the assessments of the past few days and learn from the experience and lessons. So, she began to think back to what happened in the past few days. Finally, we reviewed the path of refining the mind. She couldn't help but feel a little proud. She now had antibodies to illusions, so it would not be so easy for her to fall into illusions in the future. The illusion is nothing more than that. However, thinking of what Commander Lu said about not being able to cultivate immortals below the level of refining void, she couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. She and the 5th senior brother are still too weak, and they need to improve their cultivation as soon as possible. Ugh. The assessment of Tianyan Dao sect is like a nesting doll, one round after another, and no one knows when it will end. If she were to say, the people who designed the assessment in Tianyan Dao sect were not very good. It looked fancy, but that was just the way it was. Take this path of tempering the mind for example. I've already reached the top of the mountain, why haven't they teleported me out yet? Stay in this illusion and be a mascot. The operation of the formation will definitely consume spirit stones. If there is one more person, more spirit stones will be consumed. This really doesn't know how to live. Thinking of this, she frowned slightly. Wrong. It's not right. Although the Tianyan Dao sect is not as poor as the Xuanshan sect, it will definitely not do anything to waste spirit stones. The candidates have passed the test, so there is no reason to let them stay in the heart-refining path. So, she is trapped in an illusion. This illusion is much more sophisticated than the other illusions. Not only is it integrated with the assessment content, it also incorporates her boastful mentality. It was because everything had gone so smoothly before that she ignored the risk of falling into the illusion again, and she fell into it because of her carelessness. Fang Shi was going crazy. Not only was there the annoyance of being fooled, but also the shame of being careless. Then, when I thought about it, this scene must have been seen by many people. Doesn't she, the Master of Two Worlds, have any shame? It seemed as if there was a fire burning in her heart, and her bald head was about to smoke with anger. Her sea of consciousness began to vibrate, and the chaos heart also began to operate, and then she roared. Break. Click, click. The formation plate of the Liangsan road was covered with cracks in an instant. Although Master Tang didn't know what had happened, he knew that something must have happened. Just as he was about to have someone close the formation of the heart-refining road, a loud bang was heard. The formation plate of the Liangsan road actually destroyed itself. The candidates fell off the cliff one after another, but fortunately the cliff was not high, and the practitioners had strong bodies, so they only suffered minor skin injuries. Zhang Wen also fell flat on his face, and the first thing he did was to look for Fang Shi. As a result, Fang Shi was not seen in the crowd. Where is the junior sister? Where's his wicked junior sister? At this time, a dark little face popped out from the top of the cliff. Brother, I'm here. Zhang Wen. How did this happen? Collapsed. Fang Shi is feeling quite panicked right now. Although there was no evidence that the collapse of the Liangsan Road formation was related to her, she had a hunch that it was her fault. It's all Master Tang's fault for insisting on letting her participate. Now something bad has happened, right? The key point is that she didn't do anything. She was just normally seeing through the illusion. It was probably because the quality of the heart-refining path array was poor, or it had fallen into disrepair. In any case, she would not take the blame. Hall Master Tang glanced at the clean faces of the examinees and fixed his gaze on Fang Shi's face, which obviously told the story. Just when Fang Shi thought he was going to call for punishment, Hall Master Tang said with concern. Lu Yi, are you okay? Fang Shi hurriedly said that although he was hit by the air wave, it was not serious, and then he quickly came down from the mountain. She thought to herself, Master Tang is such a good person. In fact, Master Tang never doubted her at all. Because in his opinion, Fang Shi did not have the ability to destroy the formation at all. After all, she was just a minor god. As for why she was the only one who was defeated, it was simple, because she was standing at the highest position, so naturally she received a greater impact. Master Tang has a headache. It may be that he, the chief examiner, has bad luck with these candidates, otherwise why would he have to go on business trips again and again? He is so difficult. Elder Gu Liang sent a message to Sect Master Dai into the secret passage. Brother, if it were you, I would not let the Liu brothers and sisters take part in the following assessments, otherwise there would definitely be accidents. Think about it, with these two variables, how can this assessment be stopped? Sect leader Dai ignored him. Elder Gu Liang thought to himself that his senior brother was always good at pretending to be cool. He clearly heard it, but he pretended not to hear it. WTF. Sect leader Dai was actually pondering over what Elder Gu Liang had said. After much deliberation, he decided to let Feng Xi and Zhang Wen continue to take the assessment. On the one hand, it is to convince the public, and on the other hand, since it is a variable, we cannot intervene forcibly, but should let nature take its course. Maybe there will be unexpected gains, just like the underground river we found before. After making up his mind, he discussed it with a group of senior executives and decided to proceed directly to the final round of assessment. When Master Teng received the message, he immediately said to all the candidates, "Due to some unexpected circumstances, we will conduct the final round of assessment. In the heyday of our Tianyin Dao sect, we held a chess competition every 100 years. It was called the Tianyin Chess Competition. It was the most important event in Tiang continent. People were proud to participate in the Tianyin Chess Competition. Feng Shi thought to himself, this guy blows the flute so well, he can blow it better than me. Let's get down to business." Finally, Master Teng got to the point. The chess pieces and chessboards used by the Tianyin Chess Club are very special. Only those with strong comprehension can control the chess pieces and play against others. Unfortunately, the original Enlightenment chess pieces were severely damaged, and the ones handed down today are all repaired by later generations. However, even so, there are certain requirements for understanding. The topic of this round of assessment is Enlightenment chess. Anyone who can control the chess piece and take 3 steps on the chessboard can become a disciple of Tianyin Dao sect. A set of Enlightenment chess has 181 black pieces and 100 white pieces, which means that only 361 of you can become the final winner. Feng Xi and Zhang Wen looked at each other. The Tianyin Taoist sect is good in every way, except that it is too annoying to have to retain enlightenment from time to time. Zhang Wen now understood Feng Xi's helplessness in the face of the sword. He is a freeloader, and his head starts buzzing when he hears the word, enlightenment. After Hall Master Teng finished explaining the rules, he took the candidates to a small square. What comes into view is a huge black and white chessboard. There are several black and white chess pieces scattered outside the chessboard. After Hall Master Teng announced the start of the test, the candidates began to scramble to grab the chess pieces. Even if they couldn't move them, they could move them closer. Maybe it would be easier for them to understand. There were more than 2,000 candidates in total, and almost every chess piece was surrounded by 5 or 6 candidates. Only Feng Xi and Zhang Wen stood outside the crowd, looking indifferent and lame. Of course, in the eyes of everyone, these two acted after careful planning. Standing there all the time is not a good idea, so these two just wandered around, as if they were invigilators too. After wandering around for a while, the two of them just found a place and sat cross-legged in meditation. It looked like they were doing it seriously, but in fact they were just filling in the gaps. 2 hours later, some chess pieces began to shake slightly, then fell onto the chessboard, and began to move with difficulty. Finally, the voice of the invigilator sounded. Liu Kai from Qian City passed the assessment, and Zhou Lin from Exabei City passed the assessment. Every time a name was announced, Feng Xi and Zhang Wen's hearts trembled, which meant that they didn't have many chances left. How about giving it a try? As young people, even though they know the hope is slim, they still want to try. Just try it, and then nothing happens. The two tried dozens of chess pieces, but there was no reaction at all. As time went by, only 2 chess pieces were left on the scene. The candidates who have not passed yet surrounded the 2 chess pieces tightly, all wanting to get the last 2 spots. The Real Dog, Chapter 1534, Dump 361 Holes. Feng Xi and Zhang Wen were too lazy to squeeze in, because it was useless. They had tried so many chess pieces just now but all failed. Especially Zhang Wen, he has completely given up. His way is his junior sister. If his junior sister can't control the chess pieces, then he is even less capable. He complained in his heart, no wonder the Tianyin Dao sect has declined. How could it not decline if they always use enlightenment as an excuse? Sect Master Dai and others didn't have any special thoughts about the fact that Feng Xi and Zhang Wen had not passed the assessment yet. Because the previous performances of these 2 people were good enough, and this round is not a big deal. It is probably because too much spiritual energy was consumed in the previous rounds and he has not recovered yet. Anyway, I have already been selected as the candidate, so it would be best if I passed, but it doesn't matter. Everyone waited and waited, but after several hours, the 2 chess pieces still didn't move. Everyone was getting a little anxious waiting, and Elder Gu Liang even said to Sect Leader Dai in a low voice. Brother, I'm not the one who's talking behind your back. You said that old Tang didn't set a time limit. Are we going to wait like this forever? You always say that I am unreliable, but I think that among the Tianyin Dao sect, I am the most reliable. I am the #1 fortune teller in the Heavenly Palace. Sect Leader Dai silently cut off the secret message. Elder Gu Liang. If I talk to you again, I'm a dog. Master Teng was also anxious. After consulting Master Dai, he said to the examinees. The assessment will end in 1 hour. You should seize this last chance. The candidates wanted to seize this opportunity, but at this point both their physical strength and mental awareness were exhausted and they could only accept their fate. The 2 recommended students saw that everyone had given up, looked at each other and thought, why not try again? After all, these 2 narcissists are still unwilling to give up. So, he wandered close to the 2 chess pieces. The so-called control is to try to move the chess pieces with spiritual consciousness while gaining enlightenment. Fang Xi and Zhang Wen did the same before, but to no avail. Fang Xi used this time to think about it. He concluded that the purpose of enlightenment should be to create a kind of resonance with the chess pieces, so that the chess pieces will cooperate with the examinee to reduce the resistance to spiritual control. If this is the case, does it mean that if the spiritual awareness is strong enough, it doesn't matter whether the chess pieces cooperate or not? Fang Xi decided to give it a try. She used her spiritual sense to cover one of the black chess pieces and silently said in her heart, "Rise." No response. Fang Xi increased his spiritual power output, but the black chess piece remained motionless. Fang Xi said nothing, but just kept increasing the output of his spiritual awareness. Let's see who can beat the other between the two of us. Zhang Wen, who was standing by, was also struggling with the white chess piece, muttering in his heart, "What's wrong with me taking advantage of my junior sister? In my heart, junior sister is the way of heaven. Is there anything wrong with me believing in her teachings? I am the only one in the world who is taking advantage of others. Isn't my understanding good enough? If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not knowing the value of the product." A bunch of blind people. As he was cursing, he was surprised to find that the white chess piece actually trembled slightly. Whoops. There is a door. Zhang Wen was now alert and increased his spiritual power, causing the white chess piece to vibrate more and more violently. After Fang Xi saw this, she was so jealous. Those who took advantage of the situation have all seen results, but I am still not getting any results. Where can I go to seek justice? Is it because 5th senior brother's cultivation level is higher than mine? Or is it because he understood the meaning of sword? She was also anxious, and poured 80% of her spiritual consciousness into the black chess piece. The reason why it wasn't 100% effective was that there were too many bastards living in her sea of consciousness, so she had to leave some room. At this time, Master Teng was planning his plan after the last round of assessment. According to the plan, the 361 disciples who passed the test, no, 2 have to be removed, that is, 359 disciples have to be divided into 2 teams according to the color of the chess pieces they hold, and then play against each other. During the game, the candidates will be evaluated again in all aspects, and then the destination will be decided. A very small number of them can enter the inner gate, and the vast majority will enter the outer gate. Hall Master Teng was thinking intently when he heard a cry of surprise, followed by a series of loud crashing sounds. When he looked over, he felt like the sky was falling. I saw a black chess piece running rampant on the chessboard like a wild horse, knocking all the chess pieces on the board away. That's not all, it even smashed the chessboard. Every time it smashed it, it made a hole. When Master Teng was confused, another white chess piece sneakily climbed onto the chessboard, and then fell into the pit made by the black chess piece, and then jumped into another pit with a jump. Zhang Wen was very happy. As expected of my junior sister, she was worried that I wouldn't be able to jump 3 steps, so she helped me make so many holes on the chessboard. It really is much easier now. In fact, Fang Xi is extremely panicked now. She wanted to stop, but she couldn't. Because she has too much spiritual energy output, if she doesn't find a way to release it, she might be backfired. Therefore, I had no choice but to continue smashing the chessboard. Ugh. This time I'm definitely going to be scammed. I haven't even started as the Lord of the 2 realms yet, but I have to bear a huge debt. Where is justice? If I had known this would happen, I would have just kept giving up. Anyway, I guess I can't keep this chessboard anymore, so I might as well smash it evenly, making 361 holes in it. She really has the spirit of a craftsman. Commander Liu. You can talk about getting into trouble so refreshingly, no one else can do it. However, this chessboard is too bad. He had heard that the Tianyin Taoist Sect's Tianyin chessboard was indestructible and could be used as a defensive spiritual weapon at critical moments. How come it was smashed into a sieve so easily? By the way, it's not surprising that Hall Master Teng said that the Tianyin chess set was severely damaged and had undergone several repairs. Although it is called Tianyin chess, in fact most of the materials may be new, so it naturally cannot be compared with the original ones. Besides, is that Hall Master Teng stupid? Why don't you stop him? Are you just going to watch this damn girl wreak havoc? Master Teng was not stupid, but he just didn't react. The scene before his eyes was truly too unbelievable, and Fang Xi's speed in digging the hole was too fast. He was distracted for just a moment when the black chess piece controlled by Fang Xi smashed the chessboard into pieces. Then it hovered above the Tianyuan position on the chessboard and stood up. An air of dominance that no one else can match. The white chess piece controlled by Zhang Wen climbed into the Tianyuan pit with difficulty. He breathed a sigh of relief. At least he had successfully joined forces with his junior sister. He admired himself. When the junior sister was still digging the hole, he knew that she would definitely place the black chess piece here at Tianyuan, so he crawled over here in advance. They're such a good match as brothers and sisters. I don't know if it was because of his excitement or the atmosphere, but he was inspired to write poetry. The phoenix soars to the sky and shatters the 9 heavens. The stream hides its sharp edge and draws the longitude and latitude. The king wielded his magic sword to kill the bird alliance, and came to guard Tianyuan upon hearing the news. Zhang Wen felt that he was so talented. He composed an acrostic poem in an instant. The literary talent and wording were impeccable. If his junior sister becomes the master of the 2 worlds in the future, he will be more than qualified to be the master of the 9 netherworlds. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1535. These days are so promising. Fang Xi was posing and Zhang Wen was writing doggerel, forgetting about the huge compensation they were about to face. Furthermore, they felt that if things got to the point, they had no real responsibility. The rules only say that you can pass the test by taking 3 steps, but they don't say you can only take 3 steps, right? They just go a little further than others. Besides, the chessboard is full of chess pieces. If they don't bump into each other and fly away, where will their chess pieces stop? You can't park illegally, right? As for digging a hole, it doesn't affect its use. It's more stable to put it in the hole. While these two shameless fellows were writing their essays in their minds, Hall Master Teng walked towards the chessboard with heavy steps. Looking at the chessboard full of holes, his heart was bleeding. Although this Tianyan chessboard is no longer the same as it was before after several repairs, it is still a heritage. It's ruined just like that. Although it is not impossible to repair it, it is probably difficult to restore it with the current strength of their Tianyan Dao sect. Sect leader Dai, who saw this scene through the screen wall, also felt a sinking feeling in his heart. He somewhat regretted not following Elder Gu Liang's advice. If the Lu brothers and sisters had not been allowed to participate in the final round of assessment, perhaps the Tianyan chessboard would not have been damaged. It seems that junior brother Gu Liang is quite capable and he probably figured it out in advance. If Elder Gu Liang knew what sect leader Dai was thinking, he would have to laugh out loud. He's a piece of shit. Ever since he was nearly turned into popcorn last time, he didn't dare to plot against the Lu brothers and sisters anymore, for fear of being punished by heaven for discovering the secrets. He didn't care about the chessboard being destroyed. If the old one doesn't go, the new one won't come. So what if it's broken? His house has been rebuilt so many times, isn't it still the same? Besides, the reason why variables become variables is that they're naturally a little different from ordinary people, so it is normal for them to get into trouble occasionally. All geniuses are like this. For example, he would blow up turtle shells whenever he had nothing to do, and it didn't affect his excellence at all. He wanted to tell this theory to sect leader Dai, but when he remembered what he had said before, he swallowed his words back. At this time, Elder Bai said, "Sect Master, even though the Lu brothers and sisters have just made contributions, we still need to punish them. On the one hand, it is to demonstrate fairness, and on the other hand, it can also help them control their tempers so as to avoid getting into trouble in the future." Elder Gu Liang glared at Elder Bai fiercely. "You idiot, you just opened your mouth, didn't you?" Fortunately, sect leader Dai said, "Don't worry, we can discuss this later." Elder Bai didn't say anything else. He was not targeting Fang Xi and Zheng Wen. He was just discussing the matter at hand. He didn't notice anything before, but in the last two levels, he found that the twins had rather eccentric personalities. If they were not properly restrained, they would definitely cause trouble. Variables are variables. They may change for the better or for the worse. Must be strictly restricted. Fang Xi and Zheng Wen don't know yet that someone is planning to put a tightening curse on them. After they have finished showing off, it's time to face reality. Fang Xi cut off the spiritual connection with the black chess piece and said with a guilty look, "Master Teng, I failed to control my consciousness and caused a disaster. I am willing to bear all the losses and accept the sect's punishment." Although she had written a short essay in her mind to exonerate herself, she was a person of integrity and would still take the responsibility that she should take. Anyway, she is so poor that she only has money left, so just compensate her. Zheng Wen also admitted his mistake. Since the main culprit had pleaded guilty, there was no need for him, an accomplice, to resist any longer. Although Master Teng was very unhappy, he still said, "This can't be entirely blamed on you. You just advanced and have been through several rounds of tests in succession. It's inevitable that your consciousness is unstable, which is why you are in the current situation. Fang Xi and Zheng Wen, there is a great scholar who will debate the scriptures for me." Hall Master Teng changed the subject, "But you also did something wrong. We will discuss how to deal with you after you enter the sect." Master Teng really liked them both, and decided to take more responsibility on himself to reduce their punishment. Fang Xi immediately classified Master Teng as a good person. Good man rewarded. In the future, she will definitely make Master Teng as successful as his surname. Master Teng naturally didn't know what she was thinking. He still had a lot of things to deal with, starting with those eliminated candidates. Hall Master Teng said some polite words, which were basically encouragement, and then sent people to escort them out of Tianyan Dao sect. Of course, before that, let them hand in all their pickaxes. A matic costs a lot of money. After Hall Master Teng arranged this matter, he realized he had originally wanted to decide the candidates' destinations through a chess game, but now the chessboard was destroyed. He thought it would be better to arrange them all to the outer sect first. After all, in a few days the outer sect disciples would be promoted to inner sect disciples, and then it would all depend on their own abilities. Of course, the reason why he made such a decision was mainly because there were no good candidates among the candidates this year, and even if they could enter the inner gate, it would be just barely enough. As for the Lu brothers and sisters, when he was hesitating, he received a message from Sect Master Dai. "Assign them to the outer gate first. Control your temper." After Hall Master Teng announced the decision, a few candidates looked disappointed, but the vast majority were very calm because they had not expected to enter the inner sect in the first place. Master Teng paid special attention to the performance of Fang Xi and Zheng Wen. The two were quite calm and did not show any dissatisfaction or disappointment about being assigned to the outer sect. Hall Master Teng couldn't help but nodded. He was neither arrogant nor impatient, and had a really good character. Little did he know that the brother and sister who had caused the trouble were cursing in their hearts. "We have all been blessed by our ancestors and have performed great deeds, but in the end we are asked to go to the outer sect. That's not how you do things." Commander Lu said to Fang Xi, "You are only at the level of spiritualization. To be honest, you are not qualified to be outer disciples. You can barely do menial work." Fang Xi originally wanted to say something to Commander Lu, but when she thought about her cheap grandfather and the others who were still asleep, she held back. Furthermore, what he said was not wrong. The cultivation base of her and fifth senior brother was indeed too low. They had to practice hard in the future. Today will be the day when her cultivation level is the lowest in her life. These days are so hopeful. Hall Master Teng arranged for his men to take Fang Xi and the others to report to the outer gate, while he stayed behind to clean up the mess. He looked at the chessboard that was smashed into a sieve, his brows twisted into a knot, and then he began to make hand seals, trying to put the chessboard and chess pieces under the chessboard. After working for a long time, the scattered chess pieces were collected, but the chessboard remained motionless. The two chess pieces controlled by Fang Xi and Zheng Wen were also stacked steadily in the pit of Tianyuan position, motionless. Hall Master Teng sighed. It seemed like things were really bad, even the seal was useless. He walked up to the chessboard, intending to pick up the 2 chess pieces, but he was stunned as soon as he stepped onto the board. He rubbed his eyes, then sent away the remaining disciples, activated the isolation formation, and then sent a message to Sect Master Dai. Master, you, please come here quickly. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1536 The Lu brothers and sisters are really his lucky stars. Sect leader Dai's heart moved. Master Teng is usually very calm and composed, so it must be something serious that caused him to lose his composure. So he briefly explained everything to everyone and went to the scene. Well, there is a tale following behind. Elder Gu Liang was really shameless and insisted on following. Sect leader Dai thought about it and realized that what Master Teng wanted to talk about was probably related to the Lu brothers and sisters, so he took Elder Gu Liang with him. Elder Gu Liang was very happy. The Lu brothers and sisters are really his lucky stars. In the past, he was disliked by everyone in the sect, but now he has become a popular figure in front of the sect master. From now on, whoever sees him will call him a fortune teller. When sect leader Dai saw how cocky he was, he wanted to slap him to death, but he was eager to know why Hall leader Teng had lost his composure, so he ignored Elder Gu Liang. When sect leader Dai and Elder Gu Liang arrived, Hall leader Teng was pacing around. When he saw them coming, he quickly took 2 steps forward to greet them. Master, please come and take a look. As he spoke, he led sect leader Dai to the Tianyin chessboard. Elder Gu Liang was a little dissatisfied. I'm such a grown-up, didn't you see it? Just nod to me. His self-confidence and vanity are now extremely inflated. If they had met before, it would be lucky for Master Teng not to train him like a dog. Elder Gu Liang muttered to himself as he approached the Tianyin chessboard, then let out a loud cry. Why does this chessboard look like there is a picture under it? Oh my god, could it be the legendary Tianyin enlightenment diagram? Sect leader Dai slapped him on the back of his head. Keep your voice down. Elder Gu Liang staggered after being hit, and said speechlessly. Didn't old Teng activate the isolation array? No matter how loud I yell, no one can hear me. Senior brother, I think you are seeking revenge for your personal gain. Sect Master Dai was too lazy to pay attention to him and looked at Hall Master Teng. I always thought that the Tianyin enlightenment diagram was just a legend, but I didn't expect it to be hidden inside this Tianyin chessboard. If the Lu brothers and sisters hadn't accidentally smashed the chessboard, I'm afraid no one would have ever discovered the secret. Elder Gu Liang nodded his head in a rush. Yes, who would dare to smash the chessboard? Only someone like the Lu brothers and sisters would have the courage to do so. As expected, the variables I calculated are indeed extraordinary, and I am worthy of the name of the god of calculation. Sect leader Dai and Hall leader Teng both chose to ignore his subsequent nonsense and began to study how to get the Tianyin enlightenment diagram out of the chessboard. Elder Gu Liang also came over to help with advice. At this time, the identity jade token began to vibrate. He saw that it was a message from Li Zhe and ignored it. He knew without looking that the boy would definitely ask him where he had been, and then discuss the affairs of the Lu brothers and sisters. He is currently involved in important decisions of the sect, so how can he have the time to chat with that stupid disciple? It's not too late to talk about these after you finish your work. Although Elder Gu Liang was very active, the 3 of them tried many methods but were unable to take the Tianyin enlightenment diagram out of the Tianyin chessboard intact. Finally, Elder Gu Liang said, if you ask me, don't think of this or that method, just the most direct one. Just chisel open the Tianyin chessboard. There are so many holes anyway, so it won't make any difference if we dig a few more. Sect Master Dai was not willing to do this. After all, the Tianyin chessboard was also a treasure passed down in the sect. But there seemed to be no better way at the moment. So, he nodded and said, that's the only way. Elder Gu Liang was now in a state of complacency, and upon hearing Sect leader Dai's agreement, he immediately tried to gain enlightenment while trying to control the black chess piece with his spiritual sense. After a long time of hard work, the black chess piece still didn't move at all. Sect leader Dai couldn't bear to watch it anymore. His junior fellow apprentice perfectly illustrates the saying, he is not good at anything and he is never satisfied with what he eats. Even those candidates can control the chess piece to move 3 steps, but you can't even make the chess piece move. What use is there for you? He looked at Hall Master Teng and motioned for him to give it a try. Master Teng immediately tried to control the black chess piece. It's not that he has to choose the black chess piece, the key is that the white chess piece is in the pit and he has no choice. Hall Master Teng was so frustrated that his face turned red and his neck became thick, but he was unable to move the black chess piece even a little bit. Originally, Elder Gu Liang was feeling extremely ashamed and even began to doubt his life. Now look, it's erect. Brother, did you see that? It's not just me who is useless, old Teng also failed. I guess there is a reason for this chess piece, otherwise it wouldn't be able to smash the Tianyin chessboard into a sieve, right? Maybe only the Lu brothers and sisters can control these 2 chess pieces. Sect leader Dai frowned and decided to try it himself. The result was a complete failure. Elder Gu Liang was so happy that his wig almost fell off. He thought of many things at once, such as making fun of people who are inferior to others, and a crow landing on a pig. Sect Master Dai glared at him fiercely, then after a moment of contemplation, he sent a message to Elder Bai who was in charge of the outer sect. Bring the Lu brothers and sisters to Chipanping immediately. It can be said that Elder Bai is very successful in Tianyin Taoist sect. He is in charge of both the outer gate and the mountain gate. Because of this incident, Elder Gu Liang often went to Sect leader Dai to report the incident behind his back. However, Elder Bai not only has a high level of cultivation, but also does things flawlessly, and his position is very stable. Elder Gu Liang's stirring up trouble is just a little spice in his boring life. But at this time, Elder Bai, who received the message from Sect Master Dai, was at a loss. Master, do we have to go now? Can we go later? Sect leader Dai frowned. How late? Half a month later, is it too late? Sect leader Dai, what's going on? Elder Bai's voice sounded somewhat guilty. Well, the Liu brothers and sisters were unruly and refused to be disciplined. Moreover, considering that they had just destroyed the Tianyan chessboard, I locked them up in the Fengling Liangxin cave. You also know that once the Soul Sealing Refining Heart cave is opened, it will take half a month to open again, so we can only wait half a month. Sect leader Dai used all his life's cultivation to shout, "Get over here right now." Next chapter around 7 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1537. Thank you for your hard work. Elder Bai was in a state of confusion. What on earth had happened? Why did the clan leader suddenly want the Liu brothers and sisters to go to Chipanping? The tone sounds bad. Could something serious have happened? He was also impulsive, mainly because that little girl Liu Yi was too annoying. It's like this. After Elder Bai returned to the outer sect from Yan Daochang, he became worried about the sect. It's not that he looked down on Elder Gu Liang, but with his fortune-telling skills, he might not be able to guess right once in 100 times. Is his statement about variables accurate? Even if it is accurate, is this variable good or bad? Although the matter of the Dark River seemed to be a good thing, what about the loss of the flame crystal? What about the collapse of the Refining Heart Road? What about the damage to the Tianyan chessboard? This variable can be good or bad, and must be well controlled. The more Elder Bai thought about it, the more headache he had. He was really worried about the sect. Sometimes he envied Elder Gu Liang. Although his cultivation was not good, he had a good senior brother. Although he is not good at fortune-telling, he has an obedient disciple. Although he is heartless, he is happy. How come that charlatan has such a good fate? Just when he was worried, the new disciples arrived. Elder Bai spotted Fengxi and Junwen at first sight, mainly because their heads were so shiny. Elder Bai made a decision in an instant. These two variables were related to the rise and fall of Tianyan Dao sect, and they had to be brought together to avoid any trouble. So, after saying some conventional words, he asked, Liu Yi, this is the first time that our Tianyan Dao sect has admitted a divine transformation cultivator. What do you have to say about this? He thought Fengxi and Junwen would feel ashamed of themselves, and he would take this opportunity to give them a warning. Then, he heard Fengxi say, First of all, I would like to thank the sect for giving us the opportunity to register. Secondly, I would like to thank the ancestors for blessing us. Finally, I would like to thank ourselves for working so hard. Junwen, me too. Elder Bai, then you have no sense of shame at all. Fengxi looked at Elder Bai in confusion. We have passed all the tests with great success, and we have an overwhelming advantage. We have no time to be proud, so why should we be ashamed? Elder Bai, I mean, your cultivation is so low, aren't you ashamed? Upon hearing this, Fengxi straightened up even more. My brother and I have been wandering around since we were young. It was not easy for us to survive without any resources or guidance, let alone cultivate to the late stage of transformation. Not only are we not ashamed, but we are very proud. I guess the Grandmaster blessed us for this very reason. He really has a keen eye. Elder Bai. You little girl actually implied that I was blind. Commander Liu was very puzzled and asked Fengxi, aren't you trying to establish your own image? Aren't you trying to keep a low profile? Why are you still going against this Elder Bai? Fengxi sneered, he is clearly targeting me and fifth brother. If I back down, he will definitely push me further. It's better to be tough. Besides, I have Hallmaster Teng and Elder Gu Liang as my backers, why would I be afraid of a mere elder like him? Commander Liu. How come Hallmaster Teng and Elder Gu Liang, who you have never even met, are your backers? Do you think you are a scammer? However, he felt that what Fengxi said was not wrong. This Elder Bai obviously wanted to find fault. Even if Fengxi swallowed his anger, he would still be targeted. So, it's better to be tougher. He really likes this about Fengxi, she has the same style as him back then. Elder Bai originally wanted to bring up Fengxi and Junwen's cultivation, but Fengxi brought up the ancestor, so he can keep harping on it. He became more determined to win over Fengxi and Junwen, because these two were not only jumpy but also unruly. This kind of troublemaker must be dealt with properly to prevent him from causing trouble in the future. So, he said, you are so impetuous at such a young age. It will do more harm than good to your cultivation. So, go to the Fengling Liangxin cave to reflect on yourself. He thought that after he said this, Fengxi and Junwen would be very frightened, and might even kneel down to beg for mercy, but in the end, the two of them nodded calmly. It was as if the place they went to was not the Soul Sealing and Heart Refining cave, but a very ordinary place. Elder Bai saw this, and for some unknown reason, he said, you have just entered the sect, and you may not know what the Soul Sealing and Heart Refining cave is. I will briefly explain it to you. The Soul Sealing cave is isolated from all contact with the outside world. Not only is there no spiritual energy inside, but it is also completely dark and extremely silent. This is the only way for the punished disciple to face his own heart and reflect on it, so as to achieve the purpose of tempering his mind. As he spoke, he observed Fengxi and Junwen's reactions, and found that they were still so calm, and even a little eager to try. Elder Bai. He waved his hand, signaling his disciples to quickly take these two troublesome creatures to the Soul Sealing and Heart Refining cave. Young people still need to suffer a little more before they know the immensity of the world. After everyone left, Elder Bai arranged the remaining disciples and was about to report to Sect Master Dai when he received a message from Sect Master Dai. While he was rushing to Chipanping, he was comforting himself. He did this not out of selfishness, but for the good of the sect, and he had a clear conscience. Thinking about it this way, I'm not so panicked anymore. When they arrived at the place, before he could even explain, Elder Gu Liang started to criticize him. Mr. Bai, you clearly knew that the Liu brothers and sisters were the key to our Tianyan Dao sect's restoration of glory, yet you locked them up in the Soul Sealing and Heart Refining cave. What was your intention? I think you were just taking revenge. Because my senior asked you to cut out the picture, you took your anger out on them. Or maybe you were just jealous that I figured out that they're variables and that I am about to become a world-famous fortune teller, so you want to ruin my plans. You are so insidious. The underground river is probably your fault. Elder Bai was so angry that he was shaking. You fart. I, Bai Lin, am worthy of the heavens, the earth, and my conscience. I do this entirely for the sake of the sect. They're indeed variables, but who knows if they're good variables or bad variables. As soon as they arrived, the flame crystal was lost, the refining heart road collapsed, and the Tianyan chessboard was smashed into a sieve. Do you dare to say that this is a good sign? When Elder Guliang heard this, he laughed so hard that his headgear even tilted. I won't argue with you about anything else. Come, take a look at what's on the chessboard. Elder Bai gritted his teeth and approached the Tianyan chessboard. He poked his head out to take a look, and then the sky fell. This is Tianyan's enlightenment diagram. The legendary magical tool that can help one attain enlightenment by simply looking at pictures. Elder Guliang gloated at the side and said, if Liu Yi hadn't smashed the Tianyan chessboard, we would never have discovered the Tianyan enlightenment diagram in this lifetime. And you still say that they're bad variables. I think you are the one with a bad heart. Now only the two of them can take the Tianyan enlightenment diagram out of the chessboard, but you locked him up in the soul-sealing cave. Don't you think you are stupid? You are the one who is in charge of the outer sect. I really don't know what my senior brother is thinking. While he was still talking, Sect leader Dai kicked him and sent him flying, sticking him in the barrier. The body was stuck quite firmly, but the hood had fallen off, revealing a shiny bald head. Elder Guliang, %#%%. Brother, kill me. Dai Chanfang, you and I cannot coexist. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1538 Elder Guliang shakes people. Elder Guliang felt like the sky was falling. Even if you have the aura of a divine fortune teller above you, it's useless. He actually let the man surnamed Bai see his bald head. He didn't even dare to think about how Elder Bai would laugh at him in the future. He felt that sect leader Dai must have done it on purpose, as he had disliked him since he was a child and was always secretly setting traps for him out of envy, jealousy and hatred, otherwise the position of sect leader would have been his long ago. It means that he is not interested in this, otherwise it is hard to say who will win. At this moment, he felt that Hall Master Teng was much more pleasing to the eye than the other two, because Hall Master Teng did not react at all and was very calm. How could he know that Hall Master Teng already knew that he was wearing a wig? How early? Well, when Elder Guliang secretly bought a wig for the first time, Hall Master Teng saw it. The key point is that Elder Guliang wrapped himself up like a rice dumpling at that time, so it was hard not to notice it. Elder Guliang gnashed his teeth here, and Sect Master Dai said to Elder Bai, although your intention is good, it is too reckless. Since it has already happened, I won't say much. I must learn from it in the future. The Liu brothers and sisters are related to the rise and fall of our Tianyan Dao sect. From now on, anything related to them must be reported to me first, and then I will make a decision. Elder Bai wanted to defend himself, saying that Liu Yi's words were really irritating, or that he just wanted to discipline them and had no bad intentions, but he swallowed his words back. In front of Tianyan's enlightenment diagram, none of his reasons mattered. The important thing is that he delayed something important. Furthermore, he was indeed a bit impulsive today. What the charlatan Elder Guliang said actually made some sense, and he did have some selfish motives. Sect leader Dai stopped at the point and didn't go into too much detail because the conversation was about the subject. For someone like Elder Bai, just a little click will do. But for someone like Elder Guliang, scolding and kicking would be the only way to work. He thought of the underground river incident and said, don't do anything for the next half-month. Just stay here and guard until the Liu brothers and sisters come out. However, he soon said, Elder Bai and Hall Master Teng should stay here. Junior brother, you come back with me. Elder Guliang, who had just picked up the hood and put it on, said, don't think I don't know why you changed your mind. Isn't it because you're afraid that I might do something bad? What can I do wrong? Without me, where would the Liu brothers and sisters come from? He muttered to himself but didn't dare say it out loud because sect leader Dai was in a bad mood and he didn't dare to offend him. He has caused so much trouble over the years but can still serve as an elder safely. There is one very important thing about this, and that is his foresight. After leaving Chipanping, Elder Guliang happily returned to his residence. Although there was a minor mistake, it did not affect his reputation as a divine fortune teller. When he saw the ruins on the ground, he remembered that the house had not been built yet. Where is that brat Li Zhe? How come you don't have any sense at all? By the way, that boy sent him a message before. He quickly probed his consciousness into the identity token, and heard Li Zhe anxiously say, Master, something terrible is happening. Elder Bai wants to lock the Liu brothers and sisters into the soul-sealing and heart-refining cave. You must find a way to stop him. There are several posts in a row, all with almost the same content. Elder Guliang's first reaction was to look around furtively, and then decided to forget about it. If my senior brother knew about this, you would probably accuse him of missing the opportunity to fight. Don't think that he was easy on Elder Bai, he was ruthless to him. Li Zhe is not a reliable guy. If I don't reply to you, can't you think of other ways? Alas, what a good for nothing. He immediately sent a message to Li Zhe, intending to call him to task, but found that the message could not be sent. He was stunned. What was going on? He searched 13 times before someone finally told him. Li Zhe followed the Liu brothers and sisters to the soul-sealing and heart-refining cave. Elder Guliang. He was stunned at first, then slapped his thigh. This kid Li Zhe has made progress. As the saying goes, a friend in need is a friend indeed. He is going to cultivate feelings. Not bad. If this kid can get along well with the Liu brothers and sisters, maybe he can bring them back to be his disciples. With 2 variables as his disciples, plus a senior brother who is the sect leader, won't he be able to walk sideways in Tianyan Dao sect in the future? The more Elder Guliang thought about it, the more beautiful it became, and he started to ask people to build a house for him. After shaking it around for a while, no one was caught. That's not right. I've become a fortune teller, so why am I still so unpopular? A bunch of snobs who don't know what's good. Wait. Wait until my 3 disciples come out and I'll show you what's happening. Fang Xi and Junwen didn't know yet that they had been unilaterally accepted as disciples. They looked at Li Zhe, who had forced himself to join, and were both very moved. Brother Li Zhe, you have been very caring towards us brothers and sisters before, and now you have come specially to accompany us. I don't know what to say. Brother Li Zhe, you are such a good person, a very good person. Ellipsis. Li Zhe gritted his teeth. Did I come here voluntarily? It was clearly you two who dragged me in here. I came here with good intentions to care about you, but you repaid my kindness with hatred. I was so blind that I thought you two were honest people. As a result, he is even worse than those disciples in the sect. He originally ran to the outer gate, intending to take Fang Xi and Junwen to familiarize themselves with the environment. He had no utilitarian motives, he simply had a good impression of Fang Xi and Junwen. Well, out of mutual sympathy for bald people. But when he saw that Elder Bai was going to lock the two of them up in the soul-sealing and heart-refining cave, he was at a loss and quickly sent a message to Elder Gu Liang. As a result, his unreliable master never responded. He had no time to look for anyone, so he had to follow Fang Xi and the others to the outside of the Fengling Liangson cave and reminded them of some precautions when entering the cave, so that they could suffer less. The escorting disciples had already opened the soul-sealing and heart-refining cave, but Li Zhe was still giving them numerous instructions. The disciples who were escorting him were eager to return and report, and urged, Brother Li Zhe, the time is up. We have to lock him up. Please step back. Li Zhe originally wanted to step back, but Fang Xi and Junwen, two bastards without moral integrity, actually reached out and pulled him in. He also said, Brother Li Zhe, you are so kind that you actually want to accompany us to be punished. Brother Li Zhe, you are such a nice person. Li Zhe, %% and %%. Next chapter around 7 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1539, Wangxiang Xing Yin Ju. Although the escorting disciples were a little surprised, since the person had already gone in, there was no way to pull him out, so they could only fulfill Li Zhe's kindness. They walked back, chirping. It must be Elder Gu Liang who asked Li Zhe to come. After all, the Lu brothers and sisters are his precious twins. So, no matter how good this disciple is, he can't compare to his own children. Doesn't Li Zhe still have to go in and keep him company? I heard that Elder Gu Liang and Elder Bai didn't get along well to begin with, and now they have a new feud. I guess they will be even more incompatible in the future. Ellipsis. The Fengling Liangson cave not only blocks out spiritual energy, but also sounds, so Li Zhe naturally didn't hear the gossip. He is now gnashing with hatred. He really wanted to take a good look at the ugly faces of the Lu brothers and sisters, but it was pitch black inside the Fengling heart cave, and he couldn't use his spiritual power, so he couldn't see anything. When he was gritting his teeth, Fang Xi said, Brother Li Zhe, it was wrong of us to force you in, but we did it out of kindness. Li Zhe. Even if you say it in a flowery way, you are still repaying kindness with evil. Brother Li Zhe, we see that your heart is unstable, so we want to help you. Li Zhe sneered, wish I of yours saw that my heart was unstable. Fang Xi, all 4 of us saw it. Li Zhe. Fang Xi sighed, Brother Li Zhe, you wear a wig all day long. What does this mean? It means that you are afraid to face the fact that you are bald. This is your inner demon. How can one achieve the right result if the inner demons are not eliminated? In this regard, you are far worse than me and my brother. What does it matter if you are bald or not? It is just skin, why bother? As long as you are strong enough inside, other people's ridicule will only become your motivation to move forward. It is precisely based on this that we want you to enter the soul-sealing cave to temper your mind. Li Zhe's expression eased a little. Although he felt that Fang Xi and Junwen were just meddling in other people's business, at least their intentions were good. At this time, Fang Xi said with some guilt. In addition to wanting to help senior brother Li Zhe stabilize his mind, we are also a little scared. Elder Bai described this place as so scary. With you here, we can feel more at ease. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but the moment I saw you, senior brother Li Zhe, my nose felt sore and tears almost fell. Junwen also echoed. Yes, even though we didn't show any fear in front of Elder Bai, we were very nervous. Senior brother Li Zhe, I've seen from the beginning that you're a good person, and you have a high level of cultivation. In the eyes of us brothers and sisters, you're like a god. Poor Li Zhe had only heard insults and ridicules in the sect before. This was the first time he heard such sweet flattery, and he immediately felt elated. He felt that his previous thinking was very narrow. The Lu brothers and sisters were only doing it for his own good and were just too dependent on him. What was wrong with them? Forget it, just come in. Otherwise, he would have to work as a laborer for his unreliable master to build a house, and if he's not careful he'd get popcorn. It was quite good here. On the one hand, he could calm down. On the other hand, he had a lot of questions about the assessment and selection that he wanted to ask the Lu brothers and sisters. Thinking of this, he waved his hand and said, forget it. I'm a direct disciple, how can I be so petty with you two outer disciples? Let's just leave it at that. When Fang Xi and Junwen heard this, they gave another wave of flattery. Li Zhe was so happy that he was about to burst into tears. Following Fang Xi and Junwen's unanimous response, he immediately opened up and talked about everything except the variable. For example, how many tortoise shells Elder Gu Liang had blown up, how many times they had to build houses a year, and how they had always been bullied in the sect. Fang Xi and Junwen immediately denounced the enemy with a common hatred and indignation, and vowed that Elder Gu Liang and Li Zhe were the pillars of Tianyan Dao sect. After all, the Tianyan Dao sect was famous for its turtle evolution technique, so their master and disciple were the direct descendants and the orthodox ones. Li Zhe suddenly felt that he was 2 feet tall. This Fanglinglian heart cave can no longer hold him. After the 3 of them chatted for a few hours, Fang Xi took out food and water for the 2. Li Zhe was halfway through his meal when he suddenly remembered. Junior Sister Lu, there is no spiritual energy here, how come you can take things out? Fang Shi smiled and said, after Elder Bai said he wanted to lock us up, I packed up the food and drinks in my storage ring. When I came in just now, I took out all the packages while I still had some spiritual energy left in my body. If you don't believe me, just reach out and touch them. Li Zhe scratched around and indeed found a row of large sacks. Li Zhe. We'll be locked up here for half a month. You've prepared so much food, aren't you afraid it'll get smelly? Fang Shi may have guessed his thoughts and said, don't worry, most of them are dry food. We will eat the ones that are easy to spoil first, and leave the dry food for last. Li Zhe couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Variables are variables after all, and we should be prepared for any situation. After eating and drinking, the three of them leaned against the stone wall and began to rest. Fang Shi blinked his eyes. Although the cave was pitch black, he could see everything clearly as long as he practiced the chaos technique. As for why she can practice the chaos technique, it's because of the little black ball. However, it is better not to use it if possible. After all, it is not easy for the little black ball to accumulate some spiritual energy. Besides, it's okay to use it occasionally, but if you use it too much, Li Zhe might find the flaw. Black spots are also good and help with sleep. I'm so tired these days, so I'd like to have a good sleep for a few days. Elder Bai is so thoughtful. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Fang Shi and the other two lived a happy life. They ate, drank and chatted when they woke up, and went to sleep when they were tired of chatting. However, after a while, Li Zhe started to feel annoyed. Once you are used to an environment with spiritual energy, once there is no spiritual energy around, your body will feel a little weak. In addition, it is dark all around, so you will inevitably feel a little irritated. Seeing this, Fang Shi smiled and said, Brother Li Zhe, since you have nothing to do anyway, why don't you teach me the turtle evolution technique? Li Zhe thought she was joking. Junior Sister Lu, I'm not being stingy, the point is that my master hasn't even learned the turtle evolution technique. What I mean is, without my master's permission, how dare I pass on the turtle evolution technique to others? If you want to learn, I will ask my master for you after we get out. I guess his master Dai will be so happy by then. Although these two are only outer disciples now, they are variables. His master relied on his senior brother for the first half of his life, and relied on these two variables to survive in the second half of his life. However, the sect leader and the others probably wouldn't agree. His master was hated enough for harming a genius like him, how could he be allowed to continue to harm others? After hearing what Li Zhe said, Fang Shi quickly said, I'm a bit abrupt, I just feel too depressed here, so I want to find something to do. Senior brother Li, why don't you just teach us something to kill time? Li Zhe thought for a moment and said, then I will teach you our sect's Huangxiang Xing Ju, how about that? Fang Shi nodded quickly, that's great, thank you, senior brother Li. Zhang Wen also hurriedly said, thank you, senior brother Li. Li Zhe immediately began to explain the Huangxiang Xing Ju, and his explanation was very patient and detailed. After they finished speaking, Fang Shi and Zhang Wen rushed to flatter Li Zhe so much that he couldn't even find his way. He thought to himself, look how well behaved and polite these two variables are. He actually compared them to those annoying people in the sect before. Damn him. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1540 Fools are blessed. After Li Zhe reflected on himself, he said, there is no spiritual energy here, so you can't use the spells. Just familiarize yourself with it first, and then try to use it after you get out. It will definitely not be smooth at the beginning, and it will take at least 10 days or half a month for things to get a little better. At this point, he said with a sense of superiority. The Huangxiang Xing Ju is much more advanced than the techniques you have practiced before. From now on, just concentrate on practicing the Huangxiang Xing Ju. Fang Shi agreed verbally, but what she was thinking in her heart was that although the Huangxiang Xing Ju was indeed good, it was far inferior to the Chaos Ju that she had figured out on her own. Commander Lu was speechless. Your Chaos art is good, but the key is that only you can use it, no one else can. Besides, do you dare to reveal that you know the Chaos art? Don't you have to use the Huangxiang Xing Ju on the surface? Fang Shi also knew this truth, so even though he complained, he still had to learn the Huangxiang Xing Ju. She immediately began to simulate in her mind how the Huangxiang Xing Ju would work. In this simulation, she admitted that she spoke a little loudly. This Huangxiang Xing Ju is really good. Although it seems to be nothing special on the surface, if you think about it carefully, there are many things here that can be borrowed from the Chaos Sutra. It seems that Commander Lu was right. Although the Tianyan Dao sect had declined, it still left many good things for her. Commander Lu. I never dreamed of saying such shameless words. Fang Shi naturally didn't know what Commander Lu was thinking, and even if she knew, she wouldn't care. If she lived according to other people's wishes, the grass on her grave would have been replaced several times. Fang Shi decided to study Chaos Art 2.0. Seeing that Fang Shi and Zhang Wen were silent, Li Zhe guessed that they were both thinking about the Huangxiang Xing Ju, so he leaned against the stone wall and fell asleep. He also had a beautiful dream, in which he dreamed that his master and disciple had become the most popular people in Tianyan Dao sect, and those who had bullied him in the past lined up to ask him to tell their fortunes. Just when he was feeling so happy, he was awakened. The ground of the Fendling Liangson cave suddenly began to shake violently. Nothing could be seen in the first place, and this made people feel even more fearful. He was extremely shocked. He had been locked up several times before. After all, his master was an old and disrespectful guy, and he would always take the blame. But this situation never happened when I was locked up before. He hurriedly called out, Junior Brother Lu, Junior Sister Lu, are you two okay? Fang Shi, it's okay. Zhang Wen, well, I'm fine too. Li Zhe felt something was a little strange, but he didn't have time to think about it, so he comforted her. Don't be afraid, even if something unexpected happens, the disciples on duty outside will open it in time. Having said that, he suddenly thought of something. Once the soul sealing and heart refining cave is opened, it can only be opened again after half a month, so even if something happens, no one can save them. If he had known this earlier, he should have asked his master to tell his fortune this morning. When he was panicking, Fang Shi said, "Brother Li, don't worry, nothing will happen. Even if something does happen, we brothers and sisters will protect you. Li Zhe. You two little gods are protecting me, a combined cultivator. The key point is that there is no spiritual energy here, all your cultivation will be in vain." As the shaking became more and more intense, Li Zhe heard a crackling sound coming from under his feet. Finish the calf. Cracks began to appear in the ground. Could it be that the earth dragon is turning over? If there was a big crack, wouldn't the three of them be buried alive? His master had read his fortune for him so many times, but he still couldn't predict he would have such a disaster in his life. How dare he call himself a fortune teller? He is just pretending. Fang Shi felt very guilty at this time. After she figured out version 2.0 of the Chaos Sutra, she was itching to give it a try. I swear to God, she only operated it for a short while, who knew it would cause such a big commotion? Maybe it was just a coincidence. It wasn't her fault. Commander Lu, you probably don't even believe this yourself. He finally realized that this damn girl was a troublemaker who never caused peace wherever she went. That elder Bai is the same, you said you want to punish her then, but you had to lock her up in here, aren't you just asking for trouble? In fact, elder Bai has already considered everything very carefully. The sealing soul refining cave cuts off the spiritual energy from the outside. What kind of trouble can a cultivator cause without spiritual energy? He would never have thought that Fang Shi had a little black ball, a cheating artifact that defied the heavens, and he would never have thought that Li Zhe would. Voluntarily, accompanied him to be tied up and put in solitary confinement. In short, it's all coincidence. Everyone in the Tianyin Dao sect, from top to bottom, including this broken cave, likes to commit fraud. After all this time, they're focusing on the culture of scamming people. Fang Shi secretly complained while protecting Zhang Wen and Li Zhe behind him. The cave was pitch black, so Li Zhe naturally didn't know anything about it. But Zhang Wen knew. It's not that he can see, but he can feel Fang Shi's location. He was even moved by himself. He must be too concerned about his junior sister, so he opened his third eye. Fang Shi has been observing the condition of the cracks. Fortunately, the cracks have not shown any signs of expanding, and gradually there has been no movement. Then she breathed a sigh of relief. However, looking at the cracks on the ground, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Ugh. There is one more famine. She had said before that Tianyin Daozong was her blessed land, but now it seems that this place is not suitable for her. When she was silently feeling sad, wisps of spiritual energy emerged from the cracks, and they were very strong. Fang Shi. Sorry, she spoke a little louder just now. Tianyin Daozong is her happy home. At this time, Li Zhe also noticed something unusual. Do you feel it? There seems to be spiritual energy in the cave. As he spoke, he tried to call upon his spiritual power, and it worked. Then he saw the spiritual energy coming out of the cracks, and he was surprised and happy. Did you see it? Spiritual energy is coming out of this crack, and it's very strong. I will report this to the Sect right away. Fang Shi wanted to stop him, but held back. Since you have just arrived, it is better to keep a low profile. Commander Lu, are you related to being Loki? However, Li Zhe's message was not sent successfully. Neither the identity jade token nor the communication talisman was successful. Although he felt a little regretful, his mood was much better than before. It will be easy if they have spiritual energy. Even if there is danger, they will be able to fight. He took out a spiritual lighting device from his storage ring, and the cave suddenly became bright. In fact, Fang Shi could have found an excuse to take out something for lighting. Even if the spiritual weapon couldn't be used, he could have used candles or something. But she didn't take it. Because she would feel more insecure in the darkness, Li Zhe would tell her more things and teach her the secrets. She is so insidious. Commander Lu, you have a very accurate understanding of yourself. However, judging from the way this damn girl subconsciously protected Li Zhe just now, she is at most a little thoughtful, but she is still a kind girl at heart. Then again, if she hadn't been more thoughtful, she wouldn't have gotten to where she is now. She would have died hundreds of times already. Commander Lu did not realize that he had subconsciously been considering things from Fang Shi's perspective. The cave was bright, with wisps of spiritual energy. It didn't seem like a place of punishment, but rather a secret place for cultivation. Li Zhe smiled brightly. My master told me before that I have great fortune and luck. Now it seems that his predictions are still very accurate. He completely forgot that he had been cursing Elder Gu Liang in his mind as an old loser. Fang Shi and Zhengwen praised him immediately, but in fact, what they were thinking was, fools have good luck. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1541 The little black ball is full. Li Zhe looked at the rich spiritual energy and said, now that we have spiritual energy, you can try to practice the Wangxiang Xing Yin Ju. If there is anything you don't understand, I can also answer your questions. After Fang Shi and Zhengwen thanked Li Zhe, they began to try to practice the Wangxiang Xing Yin Ju. Li Zhe was ready to answer questions and resolve doubts. After all, when he first started practicing this set of techniques, he encountered many problems and it took him 5 days to master it. This speed could be said to be very dazzling in the Tianyin Taoist sect. Unfortunately, he was bewildered at the time and was fooled by the old charlatan, Elder Gu Liang, and became his disciple in a daze. If he had chosen Elder Bai at the beginning, he wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Fortunately, the master had calculated the variables correctly this time, and they, the master and the disciple, could finally hold their heads high. As he thought about this, he began to meditate and practice. Such rich spiritual energy cannot be wasted. Unknowingly, more than 5 hours had passed, and he found that the Lu brothers and sisters were still practicing there and did not ask him any questions. Are you embarrassed? He said, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Jun Wen opened his eyes and said, "Thank you, senior brother Li, but I don't have any problems for now. I have already completed 2 cycles of qi circulation." Li Zhe. Are you kidding me? It's only been 5 hours, let alone completing 2 cycles of circulation, even one is impossible. No, to be exact, you can't possibly complete the operation. Just as I was thinking about it, I heard Fang Shi say with a smile, "There is no problem on my side, I have already circulated 5 cycles of energy." Li Zhe. You two don't have to pay taxes for bragging, right? The more you talk, the more outrageous it becomes. 5 more weeks. How? You will learn it right away. Fang Shi guessed what he was thinking and explained, "Brother Li, when you said that before, I simulated it in my body and I have basically learned it. Once you have spiritual energy, you just need to turn theory into practice. This shouldn't be difficult, right?" Li Zhe, did people say that? Fang Shi was afraid that he wouldn't believe it, so he sat on the crack and circulated the qi in one circulation. Li Zhe saw that the spiritual energy quickly formed a complete circle and indeed completed a cycle. Seeing this, Jun Wen came over and showed him. Li Zhe was deeply shocked. Although his cultivation has fallen behind that of other disciples due to his research on the turtle evolution technique in recent years, he is still very proud in his heart. He felt that he was just distracted, and his talent was definitely top-notch. But now he was devastated. It took him 5 days at first, but the Liu brothers and sisters finally learned it after listening to it. Compared to them, he is a waste. In his anxiety, he accidentally pulled off the wig. He was about to put it on again when Fang Shi said earnestly, "Brother Li, I've said before that I dragged you into this soul-sealing cave to remove your inner demons, so don't wear this hood. Besides, the 3 of us are all bald, so no one will laugh at anyone else. Besides, you keep covering your scalp all day, aren't you afraid of getting prickly heat?" Li Zhe thought about it and it made sense. Everyone was bald, so why would he need to wear this thing? So, he put the wig into the storage ring. After being interrupted by Fang Shi, he was not as anxious as before. Forget it, these 2 are variables and naturally cannot be compared. Besides, learning quickly only means that they have a stronger learning ability, it doesn't mean anything else. In other areas, he absolutely crushes them. Thinking of this, he pretended to be calm and said, "Your speed is not bad, just a little bit slower than mine. Now that you have all learned the myriad aspects heavenly evolution technique, then practice well and don't waste this rare opportunity." Fang Shi and Jun Wen thought the same. Although they had found a place to settle down temporarily, at any time, their own strength was the confidence and they could not always rely on others. So, the 3 of them began to practice with full concentration. Even though they kept consuming spiritual energy, the spiritual energy in the Fengling Liangson cave became more and more dense, and even formed a thick fog. Fang Shi, in line with the principle that if you don't take advantage of something, you're a fool, secretly let the little black ball start to absorb spiritual energy. Li Zhe had been concentrating on his cultivation and didn't notice it at all. Besides, even if he had noticed it, it would have been difficult to discover it. After all, this spiritual energy seemed to be inexhaustible and kept pouring out from the ground. In the end, the little black ball was full. Just tell me how much spiritual energy this is. Of course, this is also because the little black ball cannot see the light, otherwise it could absorb more if it became size XXXXXXXL. Seeing that the spiritual mist had begun to condense into liquid, Fang Shi quickly took out bottles and jars from his storage ring and placed them on the ground to collect the spiritual liquid. Except for the place where the 3 of them were meditating, the rest of the place was filled. Li Zhe. However, considering that the Liu brothers and sisters have been wandering since they were young, it is normal for them to live like this. Before I knew it, it was the 10th day and there were only 5 days left before leaving the cave. As Li Zhe was practicing, his eyes suddenly fell on the tops of Fang Shi and Jun Wen's heads. Suddenly I felt like the sky was falling. Because their hair has grown out, and probably because of the strong spiritual energy, it is now more than an inch long. They were both burned by fire, but why can other people grow hair while he has no grass at all? Where can I go to reason? Fang Shi noticed his gaze, touched his head with his hand, and said cautiously, "Brother Li, excuse me, how did you lose your hair?" Li Zhe sighed and recounted what had happened. As he spoke, he was filled with resentment towards Elder Gu Liang. Fang Shi hesitated after hearing this, but quickly said, "Brother Li, to be honest with you, I do have a hair growth pill. I wanted to tell you this on the way here, but we were not familiar with each other at that time, so I didn't dare to tell you rashly. Besides, I got this hair growth pill in exchange for herbs from a casual cultivator, so I can't really say how effective it is. Senior brother Li Zhe, do you want to try it?" Li Zhe thought, Elder Zhao's pills are not very useful, how can the pills you exchanged from the casual cultivators be useful? But seeing Fang Shi's sincere look, he didn't feel like refusing, so he said, "Then let me try. Anyway, the worst result is no effect, so there is no harm in trying." The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1542 Why is there an extra big haystack? Seeing that Li Zhe agreed, Fang Shi took out a large bowl from her storage ring, took out 2 pills, put them in it, and added water to melt them. "Brother Li Zhe, just in case, my brother and I will try it first. If it works, you can apply it again." Li Zhe was quite touched. Junior sister Liu is such a good person. After Fang Shi and Jun Wen applied the hair growth pill to each other, they practiced while waiting to see the effects. In just over 2 hours, their hair grew longer at a speed visible to the naked eye. Li Zhe's voice trembled with excitement. "Junior sister Liu, it seems that your hair growth pill is quite effective. Let me try it too." Fang Shi then took out another hair growth pill, made it into hair growth liquid according to the previous steps, and asked Jun Wen to apply it on Li Zhe's head. Li Zhe didn't feel anything at first, but soon he felt his scalp getting a little hot. I couldn't believe it. Could it really be effective? If he could really grow his hair, he would definitely treat the Liu brothers and sisters as his own brothers and sisters. He felt that time was particularly long, and he would take out a mirror to look at himself from time to time. Finally, he saw some hair stubble. At this moment, he cried with joy. He's finally going to have hair. It's not easy. Thank God, thank the earth, thank Lu Yi. Before, when junior sister Lu said she could eliminate his inner demons, he thought it was a joke. But now it seems that his inner demons will soon disappear completely. He, Li Zhe, is finally no longer bald. However, his happiness did not last long, because he found that the newly grown hair was all curly and green. Li Zhe. He looked at Fengxi and Junwen. Their hair had grown to shoulder length, and it was jet black. Why? Why is that? Fengxi put on the auspicious cloud hairpin and comforted her. Senior brother Li, the effects of any elixir vary from person to person. As for you, well, you've been bald for too long, and you were burned by the spiritual flame newly developed by Elder Gu Liang. It's good enough that your hair can grow back. As for the color and curl, it doesn't matter. Green is green, we can dye it. As for the curls, it's easy to deal with, isn't it okay to just straighten them? Better than wearing a wig, right? Li Zhe, you know how to comfort people. He asked Fengxi, do you still have any hair growth pills? After we get out, I'll ask Elder Zhao to take a look. Maybe after some improvements, the effect will be much better than this. Fengxi shook his head. There are only 3 in total, and I used them all. Of course there are, and there are a lot of them. But the herbs used are all from the Juyu continent. Fengxi was afraid that Elder Zhao would find out the flaw, so she said that. Li Zhe had no choice but to give up after hearing that and looked at himself in the mirror. Actually, if you like it, it's okay. It's better than being bald. By the way, if the master saw that he had hair, he would probably be very envious of him. When he thought of this scene, his mood became particularly bright. Before going out, I have to straighten my hair and dye it black. It's easy to straighten it. After roasting it with spiritual power, just pull it. As for black. He rummaged around in his storage ring and found a bottle of talisman ink for drawing talismans. Come on, 2 junior brothers and sisters, help me dye it. Fengxi, senior brother Li, my hair is still growing, how about we wait? Li Zhe thought about it and it made sense. The new hair that had grown out was green curly. So, he began to practice absent-mindedly, occasionally paying attention to the growth of his hair. However, because he had been practicing for the past few days, he fell asleep quickly. Because the cave was full of fog, Fengxi and Junwen were concentrating on their cultivation and didn't pay much attention to the situation on his side. Until Li Zhe let out a scream. Fengxi and Junwen then hurried to his side and were stunned. Why is there a huge haystack? Li Zhe was about to collapse. He roared in the haystack, what's going on? Fengxi coughed and said, well, senior brother Li, calm down. You must stay calm when encountering something. It's actually not a big deal, it's just that my hair grows a little faster, is a little curlier, and has a brighter color, which makes it look more vibrant, how nice. Li Zhe, what you said is human language. Fengxi took out the scissors and quickly trimmed Li Zhe's hair. Then he said to Li Zhe, brother Li, you should keep the cut hair. You can sell it to a wig shop sometime and make some money. Li Zhe, you're so thoughtful. However, he still picked up the hair on the ground. Your body and hair are given by your parents, you can't just throw them on the ground. After all this trouble, he calmed down and asked Fengxi, what do you think is going on? Fengxi actually didn't know what was going on. Could it be that he was not used to the local climate? Or maybe there was something wrong with Elder Gu Liang's spiritual flame, which burned and mutated Li Zhe's scalp. She pretended to think for a while and then said, I guess it's because the spiritual energy here is too rich, so I'm overnourished. I should be back to normal when I get out. Li Zhe's eyes lit up, really? Fengxi, yeah, right. Li Zhe. He used to worry about being bald, and now he worries about his hair being too long. What kind of fate is this for him? When he was immersed in grief, Fengxi said, Brother Li, if all else fails, why don't you just let Elder Gu Liang burn you until you become bald? Li Zhe, this is not a solution. Junwen thought, that is to say, the junior sister cannot show off too much now, otherwise she could find Elder Zhao to discuss it, and she would be able to refine a hair growth pill suitable for Li Zhe soon. Besides, this Li Zhe is just being pretentious. It's just hair, is it necessary to take it so seriously? He didn't care at all. After all, what did Lu Qi's embarrassment have to do with him, the gentleman with the sword? Fengxi cancelled Li Zhe again and finally calmed him down. Maybe it was because of his ups and downs in emotions, or maybe it was because he had absorbed a lot of spiritual energy before he was actually about to advance. Fengxi. Junwen. The two looked at each other, and had the same thoughts in their minds. It's true that fools have good fortune. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1543, Mu Jian is like her in this respect, with a lively look in her eyes. Although Fengxi and Junwen felt a little jealous, they still took turns to protect Li Zhe. Although it is impossible for outsiders to cause trouble here, any disturbance during the advancement process may have an impact, so it is safer to keep an eye on it. Fengxi took advantage of Li Zhe's advancement and secretly released the spirit pets. Although spiritual energy can be absorbed inside the spirit beast bag, it is definitely not as effective as outside. The spirit pets were afraid of wasting the opportunity and hurried to practice. Fengxi saw the fire-swallowing Pixiu sleeping soundly in the spirit beast bag, hesitated for a moment, and finally took it out. This thing can steal flame crystals and spirit stones when it sleeps, so it can definitely absorb spiritual energy. Feed it well so it won't steal any food. Fengxi thought of the white shell again. He had wronged someone last time, so he might as well take it out and give it a try. So she took out the white shell as well. Finally, she asked Commander Lu, Master, why don't you come out and get some fresh air? Commander Lu was speechless and said, I do want to go out, but I have to be able to go out. If he could get out, he wouldn't have been cut into pieces before. But on second thought, at least the dead girl thought of him when something good happened, which was good. At this time, Mu Jian said to Fang Shi in a sly voice, Master, it's okay for us to absorb more spiritual energy. You should let the golden pig eat less, or it will explode again. The golden pig was speechless. It wasn't stupid, how could it not know this? Mu Jian just wants to step on it to curry favor with him, you bastard, just wait for me. Fang Shi felt that Mu Jian's reminder was correct and asked Golden Pig to take it easy. Although Golden Pig cursed in his heart, he could only agree obediently. Mu Jian also reminded Tao to practice where he was, so as not to get lost. Tao and Taoing. It's such a small place, why did we get lost? You're a loser. Mu Jian ran to keep an eye on the fire-devouring Pixiu again, lest this guy take the opportunity to steal things again. In short, it is very busy and I am so tired that I am smoking. No matter what the spirit pets think, Fang Shi is quite satisfied. Mu Jian is like her in this respect, he has a sharp eye. By the time Li Zhe was about to finish his advancement, the spirit pets were already 80% full. Fang Shi quickly put them back into the spirit beast bag, then ran to Li Zhe and waited. When Li Zhe opened his eyes, he saw Fang Shi and Zhang Wen's concerned looks, and his heart warmed. Even my close brothers and sisters are no better than this. When he thought about the fact that he had successfully advanced to the 4th level of fusion, he was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. The 4th level of fusion is a bottleneck, and many people get stuck here. He is also included. He had been stuck at the 3rd level of fusion for a long time, but he didn't expect that he would succeed in advancing to the 4th level this time. Although his cultivation is still 1 or 2 levels lower than that of other disciples, it is still very good. I'm in a good mood, and even that head of green curly hair seems much more pleasing to the eye. Ha! It doesn't seem to be that long this time. I guess what junior sister Lu said is right, it's because the spiritual energy is too rich, which causes overnutrition. His advancement consumed a lot of spiritual energy, so his hair wouldn't grow wildly. What a double happiness. At this time, Fang Shi and Zhang Wen said in unison, congratulations to senior brother Li Zhe for his successful advancement. Li Zhe laughed loudly, thank you, my 2 junior brothers and sisters. I was able to advance this time thanks to you. From now on, you just follow me and I will protect you. Fang Shi thought, just forget it. You yourself said that you and your disciple are hated by everyone in the sect. Are you sure you are protecting us and not dragging us down? I originally wanted to take advantage of you and your disciple, but I found out you were both scammers. However, Fang Shi did not regret it because Li Zhe was a good person. Commander Lu, he's a nice guy. Is he easy to fool? However, there are indeed not many people in this world who can withstand your deception. In a blink of an eye, there are only a few hours left before leaving. When Li Zhe was about to ask Fang Shi to help him straighten his hair and dye it black, the ground shook again. Fang Shi quickly collected all the bottles and jars on the ground into the storage ring. They were all containing precious spiritual liquids. The vibration became more and more violent, and Fang Shi was a little worried that the Fengling Lian heart cave would collapse. But please don't let it collapse, otherwise there will be more famine. Finally, calm was restored, but the spiritual energy disappeared. The magic lighting device that Li Zhe had taken out earlier had long since failed to work, and darkness returned to the cave once again. Fang Shi touched the ground with his hand, and the cracks on the ground disappeared. She didn't dare to use the chaos technique again, for she was really worried that something strange would happen again. She didn't want to be scammed again. Li Zhe was shocked. What's going on? In contrast, Fang Shi was quite calm. Opportunities are something you can only encounter by chance, and we have already made enough. Zhang Wen agreed, yes, the spiritual energy absorbed in the past few days is equivalent to 1 or 2 years of absorption outside. Li Zhe thought it was true, people should not be greedy. Plus, we'll be able to get out soon, so there's nothing to panic about. He felt like he had forgotten something, but he can remember it for a moment. 2 hours later, he cried out, then, what should I do with my hair? He didn't even dare to think about how many mocking looks he would receive if he went out with a head of green curly hair. If he had known this would happen, he should have done his hair yesterday, even if it would have been a complete shave. But it's too late to say anything now. Without spiritual power, there is no way to open the storage ring, let alone straighten the curly hair. Besides, it's too late. Just when he was in despair, Fang Shi said, Brother Li, have you ever thought about the fact that on the way here, many candidates saw that your wig had fallen off, and maybe everyone in the sect already knows that you're bald. Compared to a bald head, a head of green curly hair is actually pretty nice. Li Zhe. I don't listen. Fortunately, Fang Shi said. By the way, there is some cloth used to wrap food in the sack in the corner. I'll go get you a piece. When you go out later, you can wrap your head with it. How about that? Li Zhe thought this method was okay, so he took the cloth handed to him by Fang Shi in the dark. Finally, the Fengling Liangson cave was opened. Li Zhe heard the voice of his dear and respectable master. Yi, Lu Qi, are you okay? Come out quickly. Li Zhe. No, master, I am your real disciple. Dear. Are you going too far? Still calling junior sister Lu Yi, don't you even care about your dignity? As he complained, he straightened the cloth on his head and said, 2 junior brothers and sisters, follow me out. Fang Shi and Zhang Wen quickly agreed, then stepped back to let Li Zhe go first. Li Zhe is a direct disciple, so naturally he should walk in front. Li Zhe thought about how he had successfully advanced to the 4th level of fusion, and walked out of the soul-sealing cave with confident steps. When he came out, he found that there was not only his master outside, but also many other people. It can be described as a sea of people. Is he such a big shot? In fact, these people mainly came over to watch the show because they heard that Elder Gu Liang had come to pick up the twins, so they all came over to watch the show. Some people even imagined the touching scene of recognizing relatives. Many people even raised their photo stones to record this historic moment. As a result, everyone was stunned when they saw Li Zhe. Because Li Zhe had a flowery headscarf on his head, he came out so fresh and fresh. The key is that he held his head high and looked very complacent. Could this be that he went crazy in the soul-sealing and heart-refining cave? At this moment, a gust of evil wind came from nowhere and blew the flower scarf away. Fly away. Li Zhe's green curly hair was messy in the wind. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1544. He is really proud to be his master. This was not the first time that Li Zhe had embarrassed himself. After all, he had a scumbag master, and the relationship between them was a joke. However, this is the first time I have been so embarrassed. He even wanted to go back into the Fengling Liangson cave and never come out again. Just when he was about to collapse, Feng Shi, who was behind him, passed by him and said in a choked voice, "Elder Gu Liang, senior brother Li Zhe was attacked by unknown monster insects in the Fengling Liangson cave while trying to protect my brother and me, and he was poisoned. Fortunately, he suddenly advanced during the battle and defeated the monster, but his hair became like this now." As soon as these words came out, the scene was in commotion. Isn't the Fengling Liangson cave supposed to block spiritual energy? How come there are still monster insects here? Although it's very strange, Lu Yi is a new disciple and doesn't have the guts to lie, so it's probably true. Besides, Li Zhe has advanced, there must be spiritual energy in the cave. I originally thought that Li Zhe was having a seizure, but I didn't expect that he was poisoned while saving someone. After all, he is a direct disciple. Even if he is unreliable at ordinary times, he can still rush forward at the critical moment. Of course, Li Zhe was the best among his group, although later on, he was still very responsible. Ellipsis. Li Zhe. Isn't this just a lie, junior sister Lu? Where did this monster come from? It's obvious that it used your hair dye to turn into this. He wanted to explain, but when he saw the looks from the onlookers that indicated, the kid has finally made it, and Zhang Wen behind him, inadvertently, kicked him, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. At this time, Feng Shi bowed deeply to Elder Gu Liang again. Elder Gu Liang, senior brother Li Zhe can have such a broad mind, which must be inseparable from your teachings. Please accept our greetings. Zhang Wen also quickly followed suit. He thought, junior sister, you are really good at making up stories, and you even say you are a demon. I think you are going to do something weird again. Elder Gu Liang was originally upset because of Li Zhe's embarrassing behavior, but now there is a sudden turn of events, and his loser disciple has become a hero who bravely saves his fellow disciples. He is really proud to be the master. He said with his hands behind his back, although Li Zhe's behavior is indeed inseparable from my daily teaching and example, this is what he should do, so you don't have to be so polite. By the way, why is there a demon insect in this Fengling heart cave that isolates spiritual energy? Feng Shi looked as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. It was rare that Elder Gu Liang remembered that he was now a core figure of the sect, and he had to think carefully when encountering problems. As for such a big thing as the appearance of the demon insect in the Fengling Liangson cave, he should report it to the sect master first. So, he said, forget it, this is a serious matter, you three should go with me to see the sect master. After saying that, he hurried away with Feng Shi, Zhongwen and Li Zhe, who had green curly hair. The onlookers were so curious. The feeling of eating raw melon is really unpleasant. No matter whether they felt uncomfortable or not, Elder Gu Liang was extremely excited. His fortunes have finally turned around. No, this is called accumulation of strength for a great success. His previous efforts finally paid off. That old bastard Bai Lin almost caused two variables to be bitten to death by the monster insects. How dare he still laugh at him? And his senior brother, who acted like a sect leader all day long, ended up relying on his fortune-telling to change his fate. Without his divine fortune-teller, the Tianyan Dao sect would have become a mess, not to mention regaining its former glory. The more Elder Gu Liang thought about it, the more proud he became. He kept raising his head upwards until it even tilted backwards. Li Zhe reminded quietly, Master, don't tilt your head too much, or your wig will fall off. Elder Gu Liang. You evil disciple. It's really hard to pick up any pot. However, he felt relieved when he saw that Feng Shi and Zhongwen looked absent-minded and obviously did not hear what Li Zhe said. How could he know that his beloved disciple had already sold out his secrets, and Feng Shi and Zhongwen had long known that he was also bald? At this time, Elder Gu Liang finally realized something, that is, why did Feng Shi and Zhongwen's hair become so long? Weren't you still bald when you entered the cave? He was shocked. Yi, what's wrong with your hair? Feng Shi smiled and said, you will know when you meet the sect master later. If it was someone else keeping the secret, Elder Gu Liang would have turned hostile long ago, but the one who was speaking was him, who was the turning point in his misfortune, so it was naturally different. Okay, let's wait until we meet the sect master. At this time, Sect Master Dai was waiting at Chipanping. These days, he has been feeling uneasy, fearing that something might go wrong with Tianyan's enlightenment diagram. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened. He also sent Elder Gu Liang to bring Feng Shi and Zhongwen here as soon as possible. He wanted to send someone else, but it was too conspicuous. It doesn't matter if Elder Gu Liang goes, after all, it is rumored in the sect that the Liu brothers and sisters are his twins. Anyway, his junior fellow apprentice didn't have a very good reputation, so this one thing didn't matter. Elder Gu Liang didn't know what sect leader Dai was thinking, and thought that his senior brother was finally starting to use him. As they were talking, Elder Gu Liang arrived with Feng Shi and the other two. Whether it was sect leader Dai, Elder Bai, or Hall Master Teng, they were all shocked when they saw Li Zhe's new look. How did Li Zhe become like this? Are you crazy? Next chapter around 12 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1545, a match made in heaven. Elder Bai looked at Li Zhe's new look and thought, this kid must have been tricked by his unreliable master again. I asked you to become my disciple, but you ended up being fooled by that charlatan. I guess you are regretting it now. At this time, he heard Elder Gu Liang proudly say, Brother, I brought someone to you. Li Zhe has made a great contribution this time. If it weren't for him, the Liu brothers and sisters would have turned into monsters by now. Fang Shi. Zhang Wen. No wonder your apprentice keeps slandering you, you really don't know how to talk. Why can't you just say we were eaten by monster insects? Why do you have to say monster insects? Sect Master Dai also looked down on Elder Gu Liang's behavior of talking about running spirit boats all the time, and asked with a sullen face. What happened? Elder Gu Liang boasted. The three of them encountered a monster insect in the soul sealing cave, and Li Zhe stepped forward to save them, and even advanced in the battle. Senior brother, you used to say that I was misleading my students, but look at how well I teach my students. Before Sect Leader Dai could speak, Elder Bai said in disbelief. What did you say? A demon insect appeared in the soul sealing and heart refining cave. How is this possible? Elder Gu Liang snorted coldly. How is it impossible? If you don't believe it, ask Yi. Elder Bai didn't have the time to care about how Elder Gu Liang addressed Fang Shi. He stared at Fang Shi and asked. Tell me, what's going on? Fang Shi heard his tone of interrogating a prisoner and ignored him. Instead, he said to Sect Leader Dai. Sect Master, because there were too many people present just now, and the matter was of great importance, I lied to Elder Gu Liang. There were no evil insects in the Fengling Liangson cave, but there was a large amount of rich spiritual energy. At that time, after the three of us entered the soul sealing and heart refining cave, Fang Shi recounted what had happened, which was basically all true, except he concealed some things that could not be said, such as the chaos heart, the little black ball, and so on. Sect Leader Dai and the others were extremely shocked. Especially Elder Bai. What, you said that a very rich spiritual energy gushed out from the underground cracks. How is this possible? Fang Shi nodded. Yes, it is true. I also collected some spiritual liquid. Fang Shi said this, took out a small porcelain bottle and handed it to Sect Leader Dai. As soon as Sect Leader Dai opened the cork, everyone present felt a shock. Sect Leader Dai quickly corked the bottle to prevent the spiritual energy from leaking out. Lu Yi, tell me again in detail. Fang Shi immediately repeated the story again, describing every detail, even the time when Li Zhe turned into a haystack. Elder Gu Liang slapped his thigh and said to Li Zhe. What a waste, what a waste, such a good pill, why didn't you think of leaving half for your master? Li Zhe, Master, do you also want to become like me? Are you sure? Elder Gu Liang looked at Li Zhe's green curly hair, and his regret instantly disappeared. This look might as well be a wig. Sect Master Dai glared at him fiercely. Shouldn't we be concerned about the spiritual energy gushing out from the ground at this time? You are actually concerned about your hair. It's as unreliable as ever. Fortunately, Li Zhe was not completely led astray by him. He voluntarily entered the Fengling Liangson cave to protect the Liu brothers and sisters, and successfully advanced to the 4th level of fusion, which was very good. He likes Fang Shi and Zhang Wen even more. First there was the underground river, then the Tianyan enlightenment map, and now they have discovered spiritual energy in the Fengling refining heart cave. These two siblings have made great achievements one after another and are worthy of being disciples blessed by the ancestors. He said with a pleasant face, Lu Qi, Lu Yi, Li Zhe, the three of you performed very well this time, and the sect will reward you as appropriate. Li Zhe almost cried. Ever since he took Elder Gu Liang as his master, he had always been punished. This was the first time he was praised by the sect leader. There are rewards. Oh my god, I finally made it. Although Sect Leader Dai wanted to investigate the matter of the Fengling Liangson cave immediately, compared to this matter, the Tianyan enlightenment map was obviously more important. He immediately recounted what had happened. Fang Shi. I thought I was being scammed, but it turns out I've done something great. The key is that this Tianyan enlightenment diagram can help her realize the truth. Isn't it tailor-made for her? She was just worried about not being able to figure it out, and then it came to her doorstep. It seems that her voice was not just a little louder before, but very louder. Tianyan Daozong and her horoscopes are particularly compatible, it's simply a match made in heaven. Zhang Wen was also very happy, he was taking advantage of the little junior sister, it was so confusing. Maybe with this Tianyan enlightenment diagram, he will be able to understand the truth clearly. The two guys were just having fun, but Elder Bai poured cold water on them. Master, don't hold out too much hope. Maybe they were just lucky. They may not be able to break the Tianyan chessboard and successfully take out the Tianyan enlightenment diagram. Elder Gu Liang immediately jumped up and cursed. Bai Lin, what do you mean? If the Liu brothers and sisters were not so blessed with good fortune, if Li Zhe had not taken the initiative to go in and protect them, they might have been killed by you long ago. Not only do you have no intention of repenting, you are even saying discouraging words here. Do you dislike the Liu brothers and sisters or do you not want the Tianyan enlightenment diagram to see the light of day again? I see that you don't hope for anything good for our Tianyan Dao sect at all. You old ungrateful bastard, you are such a heartless person. Elder Gu Liang is not good at other things, but he can be as good as 8 people in scolding. Elder Bai was so angry that his face turned blue, his lips trembled and he couldn't utter a word. Sect Leader Dai glared at Elder Gu Liang fiercely and exerted pressure on him. Elder Gu Liang shrank his neck and remained silent. He knew clearly that Sect Leader Dai was not really angry, otherwise he would not just glare at him, he might have slapped him away. It seems that what he just said touched his senior brother's heart. TSK, although his senior brother often helps him clean up the mess, he also helps his senior brother to be the bad guy many times. There are some things that are difficult for him, as the sect leader, to say, so he has to help say them. Most of his bad reputation was caused by taking the blame for Sect Leader Dai. Yes, that's it. Sect Leader Dai said to Elder Bai, don't bother with him. He has always been a dog that can't spit out ivory. No matter what, let the Liu brothers and sisters try first. Elder Bai knew that Sect Leader Dai was taking sides, so he can say anything and could only agree with him. Hall Master Teng encouraged them, don't feel any pressure, brothers and sisters. Just do it the way you did before. It would be best if you can succeed. Even if you fail, the Sect Master will not blame you. Fang Shi thought to herself, as expected of someone she labeled a good person, Master Teng's words were soothing. She and Zhang Wen immediately approached the Tianyuan chessboard. The two chess pieces are still placed in the Tianyuan position, the white piece is at the bottom and the black piece is at the top. Fang Shi and Zhang Wen began to try to control the black and white chess pieces. There was no response for a long while. Elder Bai thought, see, I told you it might not work this time, and it turns out to be true, right? However, he learned from his previous experience and said nothing. Elder Gu Liang, on the other hand, lost his temper and shouted, Lu Qi, Yi, try harder. You can do it. Master, I believe in you. Fang Shi and Zhang Wen. Sect leader Dai and his companions. How did he become a master? Fang Shi originally wanted to hesitate for a while. After all, if something was too easy to do, it would make Sect leader Dai and the others feel that they and their brother had not contributed much. So she was prepared to act out a good show, preferably vomiting blood to get the picture, so that her and Zhang Wen's position in Tianyan Dao Sect would be secure. After hearing what Elder Gu Liang said, she felt that there was no need to act so exaggerated. After all, 2 places for personal disciples have already been decided. She immediately increased the output of her spiritual consciousness, and the black chess piece immediately stood up. The white chess piece controlled by Zhang Wen also trembled slightly. Elder Gu Liang is now even more excited. Since the secret has already been revealed, there is no need to hide it anymore, lest the bastard Bai Lin and old Teng snatch it from him as his apprentice. So he stretched his neck and shouted. Good disciple, just do it. Master will encourage you. Sect leader Dai thought, you are such an unreliable person, and you want to accept the Lu brothers and sisters as your disciples. You can pull it down. Stop leading these 2 good kids astray. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1546 Tianyan Enlightenment Diagram. Not to mention Sect Master Dai, even Elder Bai thought that Elder Gu Liang was shameless. Although he wanted to discipline Fang Shi and Zhang Wen, he was also worried that they were too active and might cause trouble, so he was still very optimistic about them. If such a pair of promising young people fell into the hands of the charlatan Elder Gu Liang, they would be completely ruined. Just look at Li Zhe and you will know. Among the same batch of disciples, Li Zhe's aptitude and cultivation were the best. However, now the gap between him and other direct disciples is getting bigger and bigger, and his style of doing things is becoming more and more like that of that old charlatan. Hall Master Teng also felt that Elder Gu Liang was not suitable to be the master of the Lu brothers and sisters. In Li Zhe, Elder Gu Liang vividly demonstrated what it meant to mislead young people. However, Sect Master Dai and the others are now more concerned about whether Fang Shi and Zhang Wen can successfully retrieve the Tianyan Enlightenment Diagram. The matter of Elder Gu Liang unilaterally accepting him as a disciple will be discussed later. At this time, the black chess piece controlled by Fang Shi was already floating above the chessboard. The white chess piece controlled by Zhang Wen also wanted to float up, but failed after several attempts. In the end, he comforted himself that it is better for people to be down to earth, and the same goes for chess pieces. Fang Shi turned to look at Sect Master Dai. Sect Master, are you sure you want me to smash it? Sect leader Dai nodded. Go ahead and smash it. If the Tianyan chessboard is not smashed, there is no way to take out the Tianyan Enlightenment Diagram. As soon as Sect leader Dai finished speaking, the white chess piece jumped high into the air and then smashed down towards the chessboard below. A hole was suddenly smashed into the chessboard. Sect leader Dai heaved a sigh of relief. After listening to what Elder Bai said, he had been somewhat unsure, but now it seemed that it was not a big problem. But he was very puzzled as to why only the Lu brothers and sisters could control these 2 chess pieces. Is this what junior brother Gu Liang meant when he said that everything has its destiny? Next, Fang Shi Cuckoo smashed everything, muttering to himself. 80, 80, 80. Ever since I came to Tianyan Dao Sect, it seems that I have been doing physical work, either mining, digging, or swinging a sledgehammer. The Tianyan Dao Sect should be renamed Tianyan Construction Team. Fang Shi's side was attacking fiercely, and Zhang Wen finally made the white chess piece go from crawling to jumping. It's just that the amplitude of the jump is too low, and it can't achieve the effect of smashing at all. If it was someone else, they might feel ashamed of themselves, but this does not exist at all for Zhang Wen. He thought he was so awesome. What a huge progress in such a short period of time. As for my junior sister, well, we won't compete with that inhuman thing. Fang Shi did not smash it randomly. She smashed a corner of the Tianyan chessboard. After a gap appeared, she should be able to take out the Tianyan Enlightenment Diagram. This will cause less damage to the Tianyan chessboard. After all, these are the things left to her by her ancestors, so of course she has to cherish them. Commander Lu. I have finally figured it out. Everything I see is yours. If Fang Shi knew what he was thinking, she would definitely refute it, probably. Whatever his heart reaches is hers. After Fang Shi Cuckoo smashed it, the lower left corner of Tianyan chessboard was smashed off. She stopped immediately. Master, please try to see if you can take it out. If you can, I won't smash it. Very tired, okay. This is much more tiring than mining. Zhang Wen was also exhausted and sweating. Although he didn't make a single hole, at least he tried his best. Sect leader Dai and his companions immediately began trying to take the Tianyan Enlightenment map. It was indeed much easier to take it with the gap. After a short while, they took the Tianyan Enlightenment map out of the chessboard. Fang Shi and Zhang Wen also leaned over to take a look. Although I could see some of it before, it was not clear because of the chessboard. Now, if you take a closer look, you will find that apart from some mountains, rivers, most of the Tianyan Enlightenment map is composed of stars. Fang Shi and Zhang Wen knew very little about astrology. They only knew about the 3 constants, 4 symbols and 28 constellations, and knew nothing else. Sect leader Dai, Elder Bai, and Hall leader Teng also knew very little about this. Just when everyone was confused, Elder Gu Liang burst into laughter. Don't you understand? That's right. Because it contains the art of turtle evolution, it would be strange if you could see anything. Now I am the only one in this world who knows the art of turtle evolution. Li Zhe, am I not considered a human? That's right, his master never treated him as a human being, but just as a scapegoat. Elder Gu Liang continues to show off. Brother, you all said that I was just bored when I was studying the turtle evolution technique. How are you doing now? Whether it is the change, even this Tianyin enlightenment diagram, I have to explain it to you. It is no exaggeration to say that I am now the backbone of our Tianyin Dao sect. Anyone can be missing, but I cannot be missing. The more he spoke, the more proud he became, and the more outrageous he became. Sect leader Dai's patience was gradually running out. If there hadn't been other people present, he would have kicked Elder Gu Liang away. Okay, stop talking about these nonsense. Tell me what this Tianyin enlightenment diagram is all about. Elder Gu Liang rolled his eyes and said, "You're putting on airs when you need my help. That only shows that I value friendship and loyalty. I can't beat you, otherwise I wouldn't bother to pay attention to you." However, he had a rare opportunity to show off himself, so he naturally wouldn't miss it, and he immediately started talking about it. Unfortunately, no one present except Li Zhe could understand it at all. It was too obscure. Sect leader Dai had no choice but to interrupt Elder Gu Liang, who was talking non-stop. "Please speak more directly and simply." Elder Gu Liang immediately showed a look of contempt. "Brother, I'm not saying anything bad about you. I asked you to learn some turtle evolution techniques, but you refused to listen. Now that you need them, you realize that you regret not having learned enough, right?" Sect leader Dai, "I can bear it. Brother, it's not that I don't want to be more straightforward. The key is that I have already explained it very simply. It's that your ability to understand is limited." Sect leader Dai, "I will endure it. Brother, I think we should add a course on hexagram interpretation in our sect. I will be the main lecturer. As for cultivation, swordsmanship, alchemy, and other nonsense, all stand aside and make way for me. From now on, I will walk sideways in the sect." Sect leader Dai could no longer bear it, so he kicked Elder Gu Liang away, and he was stuck on the barrier again, and then slowly slid down. Li Zhe felt that it was unbearable to watch. His master is becoming more and more outrageous. Elder Gu Liang lay on the ground and said angrily, "Brother, I am doing this for the good of the sect. If you don't learn the Yanguo course, you won't be able to understand this Jian Yan enlightenment diagram, so how can you talk about enlightenment? It's fine that you don't understand my painstaking efforts, but you actually hit me, that's really too much." Sect leader Dai felt somewhat regretful after hearing this, mainly because his junior fellow apprentice's words were so hateful that he couldn't help himself. Just when he was feeling a little embarrassed, Fang Xian Junwen ran over and helped Elder Gu Liang up. "Master, are you okay? Master, are you hurt?" Junwen was so considerate as to take off the wig that was stuck on the barrier and helped Elder Gu Liang put it on. Li Zhe, who was still standing there, said, "Next chapter around 9 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1547 Give me a reasonable excuse." Li Zhe had a bad feeling that he might fall out of favor. Well, I wasn't spoiled in the first place. Elder Gu Liang felt the warmth. It turns out that there is true love in this world. It's just that he hasn't met the right person before. Fang Shi helped him brush off the dirt on his clothes and said, "Master, you are the only one in Tianyin Dao sect who is proficient in the art of Dian. As the saying goes, a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Many people are watching you. If you are not careful in what you say and do, you can easily be criticized. As the saying goes, the deeper the love, the more severe the reprimand. The master is doing this for your own good, so he is only giving you a small punishment and a big warning. You must understand his painstaking efforts, right?" Sect leader Dai couldn't help but nodded. This Lu Yi really knows how to talk. He immediately followed Fang Zai's words and said, "Yes, junior brother, I am also very disappointed with you. I accidentally hurt you in a hurry. Are you okay?" Elder Gu Liang thought to himself, "Just forget it. Just by accident. You've kicked me thousands of times over the years, were they all accidental? I think you have no heart." But he also knew that he should stop while he was ahead, so he pretended to be magnanimous and said, "It's okay, my waist has been a little bit uncomfortable these days. I feel better after falling down." Sect leader Dai. With the help of his two beloved disciples, Elder Gu Liang returned to his original place and explained the Tianyin enlightenment diagram again. This time the explanation was much more popular than before. Although Sect leader Dai and others still only understood half of it, they had a general understanding. The Tianyin enlightenment map is actually a star map, which is divided into 3 constants, 4 images and 28 constellations, including several star officials. Those who want to attain enlightenment through the Tianyin enlightenment diagram need to choose a star official to visualize. If they gain something, they will be able to deepen their understanding of the Tao. Elder Bai had long been fed up with Elder Gu Liang's boastful look, and immediately said, "So, you were just being mysterious before. I think that whether you understand the turtle evolution technique or not, you can visualize the heaven evolution enlightenment diagram. All you need is a little knowledge of astrology." Elder Gu Liang snorted coldly. "Summer insects can't talk about ice, I'm too lazy to talk to you. In short, I can tell you with certainty that although you can visualize as long as you know some astrological knowledge, it will definitely be easier to realize the truth if you know the art of turtle evolution." Elder Bai was not to be outdone and said, "Enlightenment itself places more emphasis on one's own comprehension. If one's comprehension is good, one can succeed even if one does not understand the turtle evolution technique. If one's comprehension is poor, even the turtle evolution technique will be useless. For example, you know the art of turtle evolution, but I don't see you have any profound understanding of Taoism. Aren't you still living by cheating and deceiving?" Exclamation mark quote. Elder Gu Liang was so happy. "I make a living by cheating and deceiving others. Then let me ask you, Lu brothers and sisters." Hall Master Teng interrupted him. "Elder Gu Liang, what you said makes sense, but there is one thing we need to consider. The turtle evolution technique is too profound. Not everyone has your talent, and there is no way to practice the turtle evolution technique. So, adding more courses is not a good idea, don't you think?" Fang Shi thought to himself that all Master Teng was indeed much more eloquent than Elder Bai. If he gave Elder Guliang a sweet treat before stating his own opinion, Elder Guliang would be much more receptive. Sure enough, Elder Guliang nodded. You are right, a genius like me may not appear once in 10,000 years. It is not realistic to promote the turtle evolution technique on a large scale in the sect. In this case, let's just leave it at that. At this point, he couldn't help but say proudly, you all don't understand the art of turtle evolution, and the four of us, master and disciples, will definitely be the first to benefit from the heavenly evolution enlightenment diagram. Li Zhe was very relieved, at least his master remembered him at this time. Sect Master Dai frowned and said, Junior brother, the Lu brothers and sisters cannot worship you as their master. Elder Guliang was immediately furious. Why not? If you don't give me a reasonable excuse today, I will never let you go. Sect Leader Dai. They're still at the spiritualization stage, and their main focus should be on cultivation. This is the time when they need guidance. You spend most of your time studying the art of turtle evolution, how can you have time to teach them? Elder Guliang stiffened his neck and roared. Why don't I have time? Even if I have to give up studying the turtle evolution technique temporarily, I will still accept them as my disciples. If anyone disagrees, I will curse his ancestors for 8 generations. Sect Leader Dai had to use all his patience to not kick him away again. Elder Bai sneered. Even if you want to recruit them, they must be suitable for learning the turtle evolution technique. I remember that there are conditions for learning the turtle evolution technique. It was because Li Zhe met this condition that you tricked him into becoming your apprentice. After he said this, Elder Guliang finally remembered this. My heart sank. Yeah, how could he forget about this? Although what Elder Bai said was a bit harsh, it was also true. Over the years, Elder Guliang has always wanted to accept disciples, but none of them met the requirements for practicing the turtle evolution technique. So after finding out that Li Zhe met the requirements, he used almost all his tricks to trick him into joining his team. Do the Lu brothers and sisters meet the requirements to practice the turtle evolution technique? To be honest, Elder Guliang was very unsure. After all, there are very few people who meet the requirements of the turtle evolution technique. Elder Bai was probably worried that the night would be too long and he said immediately. It is better to do it now than to wait for a better day. Test them now to see if they have the qualifications. If not, don't bother them, lest you mislead the students. Elder Guliang was in a state of anxiety and could no longer care about bickering with Elder Bai. He looked at Fang Shi and Zhang Wen and asked, are you willing to take a test? Fang Shi and Zhang Wen nodded, disciple is willing. When Elder Guliang saw that they were still willing to call him master, he felt warm at heart. He thought, even if he found out that they can practice the turtle evolution technique, he would still find a way to accept them as his disciples. At worst, he would throw a tantrum in front of Dai Chanfang, cut his wrists, or hang himself. If that didn't work, he would just cry in front of his master's grave. He said while thinking. There is a prerequisite for practicing the turtle evolution technique, and that is to be able to open the heavenly eye. Zhang Wen's heart was moved. Opening the third eye. Didn't he open the third eye before in the Fengling Liangxin cave? If he didn't have the third eye, how could he sense the location of his junior sister? He originally wanted to show off this to Fang Shi, but he just hadn't found the opportunity yet. He was just feeling happy when he heard Elder Guliang continue. You should also know that the turtle evolution technique is mainly to deduce through the cracks on the turtle shell, and opening the sky eye means being able to see some hidden cracks on the turtle shell. This doesn't mean that you can see it just because you have a high level of cultivation or a strong spiritual awareness, but it's a kind of talent. I accepted Li Zhe as my apprentice because he had this kind of talent. Elder Bai was a little impatient and urged, stop talking nonsense and take out the tortoise shell and let them try it. Elder Guliang gritted his teeth and cursed, I am not anxious, why are you anxious? It is true that the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is. Elder Bai. Although I have no evidence, I feel that you are scolding me. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1548, can my current personality charm conquer the turtle shell? Elder Guliang spoke a few more words in a long-winded manner, but when he could no longer delay, he took out a piece of tortoise shell. When he was about to use spiritual flame to burn him, Fang Shi and Zhang Wen both retreated several feet away. Elder Guliang. He was stunned at first, then glared at Li Zhe fiercely. No need to ask, it must be this evil disciple who sold out his secrets. Elder Guliang said to Fang Shi and Zhang Wen. Don't listen to your senior brother's nonsense. I am now very proficient in the art of turtle evolution. The turtle shell will not explode. Fang Shi said a little embarrassedly, Master, it doesn't matter if we get bombed, but I'm mainly worried that you're too close to the Tianyin enlightenment diagram. What if? As soon as he finished speaking, Sect Leader Dai kicked Elder Guliang away. Elder Guliang once again got stuck on the barrier and slowly slid down. On the other side, Sect Master Dai tried to put the Tianyin enlightenment diagram into his storage ring, but to no avail. He asked Tall Master Teng and Elder Bai to try again, but still failed. Elder Guliang, who was lying on the ground, sneered. Why do you think our ancestors hid the Tianyin enlightenment diagram inside the Tianyin chessboard? Wasn't it because they couldn't store it in their storage rings? 1 or 2 people claim to be smart, but in fact they're not as smart as me. Sect Master Dai and the other 2. But after thinking about it, what Elder Guliang said makes sense. What should we do now? The Tianyin chessboard has been damaged. Even if the Tianyin enlightenment diagram is placed inside the chessboard, it cannot be stored in the storage ring. It seems that it can only be temporarily stored in the treasury of Tianyin Dao sect. After all the necessary preparations have been made, it will be taken out for the disciples to contemplate. In view of Elder Guliang's previous record, Sect Master Dai and the other 2 added dozens of layers of barriers to the Tianyin enlightenment diagram and drove Elder Guliang out of the large barrier. Elder Guliang. Who do you look down on? I am a fortune teller now, how can I blow up a turtle shell? What a joke. Besides, whether the turtle shell will explode or not is mainly related to the content of the deduction. I just picked a simple one to calculate, and it is impossible to explode the turtle shell with my eyes closed. At this time, Lise asked curiously, Master, what are you going to calculate? Elder Guliang said meaningfully, let me calculate how long you will continue to have this green curly hair. Lise. Elder Bai urged Elder Guliang across the barrier, hurry up and start. Elder Guliang glared at him, then said to Lise, get away from me, or I'll burn your green curly hair. Lise. However, he was now suffering from a psychological trauma and quickly took a few steps back. Spiritual flames rose from Elder Guliang's right hand and began to roast the turtle shell, while he muttered something. The turtle shell made a crackling sound. After a moment, Elder Guliang's spiritual flame went out. He looked at the cracks on the tortoise shell, and kept counting with his fingers, then looked at Lise with sympathy. How miserable. Lise's heart sank at first, but then he remembered that his master's divinations were basically inaccurate, so he had to look at it the other way around. Well, I guess he will be able to grow black hair soon. Elder Guliang handed the tortoise shell to Jun Wen and said, Lu Qi, use your spiritual sense to visualize this tortoise shell. If you see golden lines, point them out to me. Jun Wen was full of confidence. He took the tortoise shell and began to visualize with his spiritual sense. However, his eyes almost popped out, but he still didn't see any golden lines. He made up his mind and gestured casually on the tortoise shell with his hand. Master, I see a golden line here. Elder Guliang burst into laughter. Good, good, you are worthy of being my chosen disciple. You really have the talent to practice the turtle evolution technique. Jun Wen. Is this okay? I have such bad luck. My sword is known all over the world, and it turns out that strength and luck coexist. Elder Guliang handed the tortoise shell to Feng Shi again. Yi, you should also visualize it. Feng Shi began to visualize according to what Elder Guliang said, but did not see any golden lines. She didn't feel any psychological burden because she was certain that Elder Guliang had cheated. Because just now when he looked at the pattern that fifth senior brother pointed out, his pupils shrank noticeably before he spoke, and it was obvious that he was lying. Feng Shi's guess was correct. Elder Guliang was lying with his eyes open. Anyway, Sect Master Da and the other two are all inside the barrier, and they don't understand the turtle evolution technique, so he still has the final say. Kidnap the person first, so that even if the truth is revealed in the future, they won't be able to do anything to him. Besides, he deliberately sent Li's away to prevent him from being exposed. He is so smart. However, it would be a lie to say that he was not disappointed at all. He thought that the variable must have the talent to practice the turtle evolution technique. Lu Qi didn't have it, and Lu Yi probably wouldn't have it either. After all, they're siblings. This thought became stronger as time went by. Feng Shi meditated for a long time but didn't get any results, so he just pointed to a random place like Jun Wen. Elder Guliang jumped up all of a sudden. Ha ha ha, Yi, I knew you could do it. You are worthy of being a disciple blessed by the Grandmaster. You are indeed the successor of my turtle evolution technique. Feng Shi. Got it right. Can my current personality charm conquer the turtle shell? Elder Guliang was overjoyed, but Sect Master Da and the other two inside the barrier had worried looks on their faces. I had thought that the Lu brothers and sisters did not have the qualifications to practice the turtle evolution technique, and I had used this as an excuse to dissuade Elder Guliang from taking in a disciple. I didn't expect that the blind cat would catch a dead mouse. There is probably no way to stop Elder Guliang from accepting disciples now. After all, this guy is a tough guy. The three of them had a brief discussion and decided that even if they could not stop Elder Guliang from accepting disciples, they had to try to reduce his contact time with the Lu brothers and sisters, so as not to lead these two good children astray. As soon as we finished discussing it, Elder Guliang came running in and showed off. Well, you have nothing to say now, right? Some things are destined by God and cannot be stopped. If nothing else, our surnames just match well. My last name is Guliang. What is Gu? It is a plant. What is Liang? It is wood. Their surnames are Lu, which means big willow tree. They are destined to be master and apprentice with me. Sect Master Da and the other two. Can it be any more far-fetched? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1549, are we going back to being a gift again? Elder Guliang muttered some mysterious terms about the turtle evolution technique, but Sect Leader Da and the other two didn't understand at all, nor did they want to understand. Especially Elder Bai. Even though he has always been targeting Feng Shi and Junwen, he actually has the idea of accepting a disciple. As a result, he was once again intercepted by Elder Guliang. First there was Lise, and now there are the Lu brothers and sisters. This old charlatan is simply his lifelong enemy. When Elder Guliang had finished boasting, Sect Leader Dai said, Junior brother, since Lu Qi and Lu Yi have the qualifications to practice the turtle evolution technique, I will not stop you. If you want to accept them as your disciples, then do so. But, as soon as Elder Guliang heard the word, but, he knew that Sect Master Dai must have something to say. Sure enough, when he heard Sect Master Dai say, however, they have just entered the sect and still out of disciples. If you accept them as disciples now, it will inevitably attract criticism. Although you don't care about these things, if they want to go further in the future, they still have to take care of their reputation. Therefore, it is better to wait and see the results of the inner disciple selection in 3 months. If they pass successfully, you can accept them as your disciples and no one can say anything. If they cannot pass, it means they still need to be polished in the outer sect and wait until the next inner sect disciple selection. Elder Guliang suddenly became anxious. The selection of inner disciples is only held once every 3 years. What if the Lu brothers and sisters can't pass this time? Do I have to wait another 3 years? No, I don't agree. Sect Leader Dai said with a sullen face, if you don't agree, don't take it. There are plenty of people who want to take it. Elder Guliang was almost angry to death. I blew up so many turtle shells to calculate a pair of variables, and you come here to pick peaches. Do you still have any dignity left? He was very unhappy in his heart, but he also knew that he had snatched away two popular things, and some people would definitely be jealous, like Bylin, that ungrateful old man. But this time, we still have to take a step back to make Sect Leader Dai talk to us. So he agreed reluctantly. Sect Leader Dai gave Fengxi and Junwen some instructions. On the one hand, he asked them to keep the secret of Tianyan's enlightenment diagram, and on the other hand, he asked them to temporarily conceal the fact that they had taken Elder Guliang as their disciple. In addition, he also urged them to practice hard and strive to pass the selection for inner disciples. Fengxi and Junwen nodded obediently. Sect Leader Dai looked at their sensible appearance and thought to himself, how could such two good children fall into the hands of his unreliable junior brother? What a sin. Elder Guliang waited for him to finish speaking, then hurriedly took Fengxi and Junwen away. They, the master and the disciple, have to keep some secrets between each other. After walking for a distance, Elder Guliang suddenly remembered that he seemed to have forgotten something. What was it? Li Zhe, who was still standing there, said. Elder Bai walked up to him and said, there are precedents in the sect of changing masters midway. Would you like to consider taking me as your master? In the past, Elder Bai would definitely not have said such words because it was too embarrassing. But from what happened today, he learned a painful lesson, that is, sometimes you have to be shameless. Li Zhe was stunned for a moment, then bowed and said. Thank you for your kindness, but once a teacher, always a father. I'm sorry I can't obey your order. Elder Bai was not angry after hearing this, he waved his hand. Come to me whenever you change your mind. Li Zhe didn't know what to say, so he nodded, saluted to Sect Master Dai and Hall Master Teng, and then hurriedly chased after the three people in front. Hall Master Teng smiled and said to Sect Master Dai, although Elder Guliang may seem unreliable, he has a good eye for selecting disciples. The character and qualifications of these three disciples are beyond reproach. Sect Leader Dai thought, that was natural, his junior fellow apprentice had this ability since childhood, otherwise he would not have chosen him to be his follower among all the fellow apprentices. To put it bluntly, it means to curry favor with someone in advance. At this time, after being reminded by Fengxi, Elder Guliang thought of his eldest disciple who often took the blame for him, and he stood there waiting for Li Zhe. As for taking the blame, he felt that this was a part of his inheritance. He took the blame for Sect Leader Dai, and Li Zhe took the blame for him. If this isn't inheritance, what is it? When Li Zhe saw Elder Guliang waiting for him, he felt warm in his heart, knowing that his master still had him in his heart. The four masters and apprentices hurried towards Elder Guliang's residence. Fengxi thought that they were short of a horse. The white dragon horse, with its hooves facing west, is carrying Tang Sanzang and his three disciples. Fang Xiaokong, Li Wujing, Zhen Baji. The four masters and apprentices soon arrived at Elder Guliang's courtyard. Because it is newly built, it looks pretty good. As soon as they entered the house, Elder Guliang began to offer treasures. Yi, try this Yunling orange, it's very sweet and refreshing, and it can also improve your spiritual awareness. I got it from my senior brother, Aham. Yi, try this snack again. I also got it from my senior brother. Yi, try this tea again. I heard that only 1 or 2 ounces of tea can be harvested from thousands of tea trees. It has a sweet aftertaste and is very refreshing. Ellipsis. Not to mention Li Zhe, even Junwen was obviously ignored. Junwen sighed inwardly, is he going to go back to being a gift again? No, haven't I passed the qualification assessment? Why did Elder Guliang treat them differently? Li Zhe was also a little puzzled. At this time, Elder Guliang said, Lu Qi, did you really see the golden pattern just now? Or were you just pointing at it randomly? When Jun heard this, he quickly said sincerely, Master, I really want to be your disciple, so. Before he could finish, Elder Guliang laughed and said, as expected of my disciple, you are so smart. Yes, if your brother had half of your smartness, I wouldn't have to worry about him all day long. Li Zhe. Be honest with yourself, who is worrying about whom between us? When Junwen heard Elder Guliang say this, he felt relieved but also a little proud. His ability to respond is now almost on par with that of his junior sister. Just thinking about it, Fengxi said. Brother, our master has a keen eye. Your little tricks will definitely not be hidden from him. Don't try to be clever in front of the master in the future, or he will punish you. When Elder Guliang heard this, he burst into laughter and almost threw off his wig. Junwen. Forget it, as I said before, don't compare yourself with something that is not human. After Elder Guliang finished laughing, Fengxi said with a look of shame, Master, actually I was pointing randomly just now, and I didn't see the golden pattern. Elder Guliang could no longer laugh. Are you telling the truth? Fengxi nodded. Elder Guliang began to doubt his life. I originally thought that Lu Yi had the talent to practice the turtle evolution technique, but it turns out that she doesn't. He still didn't give up and roasted another piece of turtle shell for Fengxi to see. Fengxi still didn't see any clues, and the Commander Lu's reminder, he began to practice the chaos technique. The result was embarrassing, and I still couldn't figure out anything. It seems that she really doesn't have this talent. It turns out that not everyone can be a charlatan. Elder Guliang felt very disappointed, but he still had a glimmer of hope. Point to another place and I'll take a look. Fengxi naturally wanted to meet his humble request, so he pointed at a place and drew a random pattern. Elder Guliang. You, point to another place. Fengxi did as he was told and pointed to another place at random. Elder Guliang called out like a duck, again, point to another place. Fengxi pointed to another place. After Fengxi pointed out more than a dozen places, Elder Guliang took out a brush and ink and said to her, draw all the patterns you imagine, and let me see them. Fengxi vaguely guessed that the patterns he pointed out might be correct, but in all honesty, he was just pointing them randomly. She wondered as she picked up the brush and started painting. It was really just a casual drawing, it was just a turtle, and she was very good at it. The only difference is that there are more lines on the shell. When Elder Guliang saw that she had drawn a little turtle, he wanted to stop her, but he held back. Until Fangxi started to draw the turtle shell, he bit his lips tightly, clenched his hands into fists, and his body trembled slightly. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1550, The Eye of All Things. Li Zhe initially thought his master was having a seizure, until he began to visualize the tortoise shell, and then copied Elder Guliang's vibration pattern. Jun Wen. Why do these two seem a little abnormal? But I have to say, my junior sister's level of drawing turtles has improved. It was even more vivid than the one previously painted on Xuanshan Sect's 10,000 Swords wall, and this little turtle looked quite lively. Fangxi drew some patterns on the turtle shell, and stopped when he felt it was almost done. Master, I've finished painting. Before Elder Guliang could speak, Li Zhe yelled. You can't see the golden lines, right? Why is the one you drew exactly the same as the one I imagined? Although Fangxi had vaguely guessed it before, she was still surprised to hear Li Zhe say this. Brother, you said that what I drew is the same as what you visualized. But I just drew it casually. Li Zhe was about to speak when he was pushed aside by Elder Guliang in a very rude manner, almost causing Li Zhe to fall. Elder Guliang said in a trembling voice, Yi, can you please tell me what happened in more detail? Master, I just thought the pattern on the tortoise shell should be like this, so I drew it like this. After hearing this, Elder Guliang took out another tortoise shell with trembling hands, and then began to roast it with spiritual power flames. Yi, draw this and let me see it. Fangxi nodded, picked up the brush and started painting. Elder Guliang stared at him intently, Li Zhe also stared closely, and only Jun Wen was daydreaming. It seems the junior sister has done something that is not something a human can do. His status as a gift is probably unshakable. When Fangxi finished painting, Elder Guliang held the little turtle she drew and cried and laughed at the same time, as if he was crazy. Li Zhe wasn't in a much better condition, his face was filled with shock. Fangxi was quite calm. She took out a Yunling orange from the plate and handed it to Jun Wen. She also took one for herself and started eating. By the time she and Jun Wen had finished eating the Yunling oranges, Elder Guliang had not returned to normal. Fangxi invited Jun Wen to have some snacks and drink tea. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Elder Guliang finally returned to normal. It's not quite normal to say it's normal, because he was so excited that he was a little incoherent. Yi, this is unbelievable, unbelievable. You are not a human being, you are definitely not a human being. Fangxi. It doesn't matter whether I am a human or not. The important thing is whether you can straighten the wig first. With such long hair covering your face, you look like an old ghost. She handed him a cup of tea and said, Master, please drink some tea first and then talk slowly. Elder Guliang took the teacup and was about to drink when he realized his hair was in the way. He quickly straightened his wig and then drank the tea in one gulp. Yi, do you know why the patterns you drew are the same as the ones we visualized? Fangxi shook his head. Elder Guliang shook his head and said, because you are blind. Fangxi. If my moral bottom line is a little lower, I will stick a picture of a turtle on your forehead. I have big, watery eyes, and you say I'm blind. Which of us is blind? Elder Guliang explained. This blindness is not the same as that blindness. Do you know why many fortune tellers in the secular world are blind? Because of the defect in the body, one can avoid heaven's punishment and will not be retaliated against for seeing through heaven's secrets. In a sense, you are blind. You don't need to use your spiritual sense to see. You can outline the golden patterns hidden on the tortoise shell in your mind. In this way, not only can the calculations be faster and more accurate, but there is also no need to worry about being punished for uncovering the secrets. You have opened the all-seeing eye. When you have cultivated to a certain level, you can see through all illusions, trace the past, calculate the present, and look forward to the future, and understand all things in the world and the myriad laws. Fangxi. The more you talk, the more outrageous it becomes. I think you are similar to Fang Shaoshan from Yunxia Sect back then, and you are even better at making promises than I am. Elder Guliang became more and more excited as he spoke. According to the records in the classics, only our ancestor had the all-seeing heavenly eye, and you are the only one. No wonder the Grandmaster blessed you. The turtle evolution technique will flourish in your hands, and our Tianyan Dao sect will regain its glory. When Elder Guliang said this, he started crying again. Even though he usually seems to be noisy, he knows that his turtle evolution technique is not very good, and it was somewhat of luck that he was able to calculate the variables this time. It's not that he didn't work hard, but the inheritance of the turtle evolution technique had been interrupted, and he had figured it out entirely based on some incomplete classics. It was already very difficult for him to reach his current level. I didn't expect that he actually accepted a disciple with the all-seeing eye. God really has a vision. Li Zhe was also very excited. He had heard Elder Guliang talk about the all-seeing eye before, but he thought it was something his master had made up. He never expected that it was actually true. So, a lot of things his master said before were true. Wasn't it all a trick to deceive him? Fangxi was also a little excited. She didn't expect that she had the qualifications to be a charlatan. Mu Jian said in a bewildered tone. Master, even if you don't have that eye, it's the same. You hold the Strid calling flag in your left hand and me in your right hand. Plus, you have a silver tongue. Isn't this a charlatan? Fangxi. When Elder Guliang was getting excited, he received a message from Elder Bai, ordering Fangxi and Jun Wen to return to the outer gate to see him within half an hour. As for why I didn't send a message to Fangxi and Jun Wen, it was because the two of them were locked up in Fengling Liangsu cave as soon as they were recruited into the outer sect, and they didn't have time to receive their identity jade cards. Elder Guliang immediately started cursing. That old ungrateful bastard Bai Lin did it on purpose. He just doesn't want us to have a good talk as master and disciple. Sooner or later I will beat him up. No matter how much they were scolded, Fangxi and Jun Wen were still outer disciples and could only obey Elder Bai's orders. Fangxi comforted Elder Guliang and was about to leave when Elder Guliang said, Yi, wait a moment. As he spoke, he began to take things out of his storage ring. Yi, take these foods. Although cultivators should not pay much attention to their appetite, we men don't care about that. Eat whatever you want. Yi, take these pills. I got them from Lao Jiao. Yi, this cloud pattern silent wisp was given to me by your master, and now I pass it on to you. This item can freeze the opponent's consciousness. The freezing time is related to the opponent's cultivation level. Even if it is in the early stage of Mahayana, it will be frozen for 1 to 2 breaths. Don't underestimate these 1 or 2 breaths, they can save lives at critical moments. Ellipsis. Li Zhe. My family members, who would understand? I always thought my master was a poor guy, but it turns out he has so many good things. It turns out that it's not that the master is poor, but that his eldest and most direct disciple is not worthy of him. However, when he saw that Zhang Wen also had nothing to gain, he felt mentally balanced. Zhang Wen could completely understand Li Zhe's feelings at this moment. How sad it was to meet a master who favored girls over boys. Elder Gu Liang might have felt guilty, and remembered that he still had 2 disciples. He fumbled around and took out 2 tortoise shells from his storage ring. Here, don't accuse master of being partial. These 2 tortoise shells are for you. I collected them with great difficulty. Li Zhe. I clearly bought it for you when I went to Wonghai town some time ago. And then you give it to me again. However, he still accepted it. Don't miss it, at least you can see the money coming back. What Zhang Wen was thinking was, I haven't opened my third eye at all, what's the meaning of giving me a tortoise shell? Could it be that you want me to give the tortoise shell to my junior sister? I became a disciple, but ended up getting nothing. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1551, it feels really good to kick someone. Fang Shi felt a little sorry, but Zhang Wen didn't care. After all, they were senior and junior brothers and sisters. But what would Li Zhe think? She refused again and again and made many excuses, but Elder Gu Liang still insisted on giving the thing to her. Fang Shi had no choice but to accept it. In fact, apart from feeling a little sour, Li Zhe didn't have any other thoughts. If he was a narrow-minded person, he would have been angered to death by Elder Gu Liang, this unreliable master. Elder Gu Liang asked Li Zhe to send Fang Shi and Zhang Wen back to the outer sect, not because he was lazy, but because he, as a master, could not be seen in public for the time being. Before leaving the yard, Li Zhe took out a piece of black cloth and wrapped his head. He planned to come back and shave off his green curly hair, and then continue to wear the wig. Fang Shi smiled and said, Brother, I think your green curly hair is pretty nice. Besides, this is the evidence of you saving people. There's no need to hide it. Li Zhe. That's obviously a lie, okay. But on second thought, in order to cover up the matter of Fang Ling refining the spiritual energy in the heart cave, the sect leader has already acquiesced to Fang Zai's statement, so he is still a hero in everyone's hearts. This green curly hair is his glory. Besides, he's worn wigs enough. It's not a pleasant feeling to have that thing stuck on your head. So he made up his mind and put the black cloth away. Anyway, he has been a maverick in Tianyan Dao sect for a long time, so this incident won't make any difference. So, Li Zhe, with his bright green curly hair, accompanied Fang Shi and Zhang Wen to the outer gate. Not far out, I met a few people wearing the clothes of direct disciples. Hey, isn't this Li Zhe? Your new head shape is quite unique. It looks a bit like the green-headed turtle that your master killed before. Ha ha ha, it looks quite similar to me. Could it be that he has mutated while studying the turtle evolution technique? Where are you taking your master's twins? Ellipsis. Although Li Zhe was not very happy, he was used to being bullied, so he didn't care too much and just treated it as their fart. But Fang Shi is a protective person, especially since it was thanks to her that Li Zhe got his green curly hair. She smiled. Zhang Wen pulled Li Zhe and silently took 2 steps back. When junior sister smiles, life or death is unpredictable. Li Zhe was a little confused. When he was about to call Fang Shi and Zhang Wen over, Fang Shi spoke. Brother Li Zhe, why does the Tianyan Dao sect still have a dog? They call it in broad daylight. Those disciples. Lu Yi, what did you say? Don't think you can do whatever you want just because Elder Gu Liang is backing you up. You should apologize to us immediately, or you will be in trouble. Li Zhe quickly blocked Fang Shi behind him and said with a cold face. You were the ones who provoked me first, and junior sister Yi just said a few angry words. If things get out of hand, no one will be able to take advantage. Those disciples were stunned. They have bullied Li Zhe a lot in the past few years, but this kid has the endurance of a turtle and simply refuses to take the fight. I didn't expect that he would be so tough this time. That's right, Lu Yi is Elder Gu Liang's daughter, so of course he has to protect her. One of the disciples named Su Chao sneered. Okay, then you apologize on her behalf and we'll let this matter go. Li Zhe was about to apologize, but Fang Shi pushed him to the back and sneered. People only apologize to people, not to animals. Either get out of here or get down on the ground and bark like a dog. Those disciples. Is Lu Yi crazy? Even if you are Elder Gu Liang's daughter, your status is similar to ours. Why are you so arrogant? Besides, you are still an outer disciple, why are you so arrogant? Just as they were about to get angry, Fang Shi said to Li Zhe, Brother, tell Elder Gu Liang that someone is bullying us. Li Zhe. Isn't this kind of thing of going to parents to complain just a trick used by children? Is this appropriate? But seeing Fang Shi's angry look, he had no choice but to do as he was told. As soon as he sent the message, Elder Gu Liang came to kill him. #%%, you little bastards, how dare you bully my apprentice, do you want to die? No matter how unruly Elder Gu Liang is, he is still an elder, and moreover, he is sect leader Dai's close junior fellow apprentice. These close disciples can only endure their resentment. Elder Gu Liang not only scolded these people, but also kicked each of them. No wonder Dai Chanfang likes to kick him, it feels really good to kick someone. If you dare to bully my apprentice again, well, and the Lu brothers and sisters, I will peel off your skin. Su Chao and the others' faces turned red and they were extremely angry, but they did not dare to say a word and walked away in shame. Elder Gu Liang said to Feng Shi, "Yi, you did the right thing. Next time you get bullied, tell master and he will take care of it for you. Don't learn from your senior brother, this coward who just swallows his anger every time he's bullied and isn't tough at all." Li Zhe. That's not what you said when I came to you to complain. You said that young people have to solve their own problems, and that if they want to succeed they have to go through wind, frost, rain and snow. What's the matter? It changes when it comes to junior sister. People are really fickle, especially the old charlatans. Elder Gu Liang gave some more instructions before going back. Li Zhe continued to accompany Feng Shi and Zhun Wen to the outer gate. When they were almost there, Su Chao and others blocked their way again. Li Zhe, you are not a 3-year-old child. What's the point of asking an elder for help? If you have the ability, let's meet in the disciple competition. Before Li Zhe could say anything, Feng Shi said, let's meet. Anyone who doesn't meet is a cuckold. Li Zhe felt bitter, but since his junior sister had said it, he naturally couldn't admit defeat and sneered. Okay, then let's have a personal competition to see the outcome. Not just you, but all of you, I'll accept everyone who comes. I swear to God, when he said this, he used all his strength to make his voice sound more confident. He is only at the 4th level of fusion, the weakest ones are at the 5th level, and that Su Chao is at the 6th level. How can he compare with others? Well, the worst that can happen is that I get beaten up on the stage. He knew that although these people often bullied him, they would not be so cruel as to use force against him. Just like the elders in the sect all disliked his master, but they would not do anything excessive. Su Chao and his companions uttered some harsh words before leaving. After walking a few steps, Feng Shi said quietly, "Brother, I heard the dogs that bite don't bark. It seems that those dogs are not even good dogs." Su Chao and others. Sister is a real dog. Chapter 1552. You two are really confident. Su Chao and his companions were so angry that their faces turned blue. If Elder Gu Liang's warning had not been still ringing in their ears, they really wanted to go back and beat Feng Shi up. In the end, he still walked away with his back teeth gritted. We're not afraid to settle the accounts, Lu Yi, we'll just have to wait and see. Although Li Zhe was worried that Feng Shi would be retaliated against by Su Chao and his gang, he also knew that she was doing it to protect him, and he felt warm in his heart. In the past, he had always been alone in Tianyan Dao sect and had never enjoyed the feeling of being protected by others. Although junior sister Yi couldn't save herself, at least she had good intentions. He warned Feng Shi and Zhun Wen, if Su Chao and the others cause you trouble, or if someone bullies you, be sure to tell me your master, don't put up with it. After saying this, he felt that what he said was nonsense. Junior sister Yi's personality was not the kind that would swallow her anger in silence. I had to change the way I put it. Well, don't force it on others, I'll help you out. Even so, they were still worried and prepared to see what Elder Bai wanted to talk to them about. So he waited outside and let Feng Shi and Zhun Wen go in to see Elder Bai. Elder Bai has been guarding the Tianyan Enlightenment diagram in Chipanping these days, which is almost the same as being imprisoned. If Feng Shi and Zhun Wen hadn't come out of the Fengling Liangson cave alive and well, it is estimated that Sect Master Dai would not have let him come back. His feelings towards Feng Shi and Zhun Wen are rather complicated. He has some admiration for them, some pity for them, and even some disappointment in them. Even if Elder Gu Liang was good at deceiving people, it would be useless if the two of them didn't fall for it. But these two fools were willing to worship that old charlatan as their master. After Feng Shi and Zhun Wen paid their respects, Elder Bai said, "You have heard before that if you want to formally take Elder Gu Liang as your master, you must first pass the inner sect disciple selection in 3 months. I am not trying to discourage you, but with your current level of cultivation, there is no chance. It is basically impossible after 3 months. Therefore, you must be prepared to practice in the outer sect for a long time, at least 3 years, at most 6 years, or even 9 years, understand?" Feng Shi and Zhun Wen disagreed in their hearts, but appeared very respectful on the surface. Elder Bai originally wanted to criticize Elder Gu Liang, but when he thought about the consequences if these words got to Elder Gu Liang's ears, he gave up the idea. By the way, if you want to participate in the selection of inner disciples, you must have enough contribution points for the sect, which means you have to accept the sect's mission. Elder Bai had a plan in mind. He wanted Feng Shi and Zhun Wen to take on the sect's mission. This would leave them with no time to practice, and the possibility of them passing the inner sect selection would be greatly reduced. Of course, the hope wasn't great in the first place. After all, the cultivation level was there. Elder Bai said a lot more, the main idea of which was to ask the two of them to complete their mission well, practice well, and try to avoid visiting Elder Gu Liang as much as possible. Feng Shi and Zhun Wen nodded in agreement. Elder Bai really had nothing more to say, so he waved his hand and asked the two to leave. When they came out, he told Li Zhe what the conversation had been about. Li Zhe didn't think too much about it. He felt that what Elder Bai said was right. He said, "I'll take you to get the sect's supplies first, then look at the accommodation, and then it won't be too late to take on the appropriate sect's missions." So, Li Zhe led the two of them to the miscellaneous hall outside the gate. The sect supplies for outer disciples are very simple, just identity tokens, 2 sets of sect uniforms, a bottle of hemostatic pills and a copy of Guangxiang Tianyan Ju. Commander Lu said, "The supplies of the outer sect of Tianyan Dao sect are really shabby. It seems that they have indeed declined. Feng Shi and Zhun Wen have wealthy families and don't care about these things. They are more concerned about accommodation." The disciple on duty at the miscellaneous affairs hall took out a map. "All the houses not marked above are habitable. You can live in whichever one you like." Feng Shi took a look and found that most of the houses were empty. Yes, in recent years, Tianyan Dao sect has had problems recruiting students, so naturally there are a lot of vacant houses. Coming out of the miscellaneous affairs hall, Li Zhe said, Most of the good houses have been picked up, and the remaining ones are almost the same. You can choose the ones that are closer to the miscellaneous affairs hall, so that it will be convenient for accepting and handing in tasks. Fang Shi nodded. Yes, I'll listen to you, senior brother. When they arrived at the outer disciples' living area, Li Zhe frowned. As soon as he entered the sect, he was accepted as a direct disciple by Elder Gu Liang and had never stayed in the outer sect. He did not expect that the houses of outer sect disciples were so shabby. They're just simple little wooden houses, and some of the roofs are leaking. Fang Shi and Junwen didn't care. After all, they had lived in a grave before, so this was still a house after all. The two chose two adjacent wooden houses. Li Zhe was a little bit dissatisfied because the wooden houses in front, behind, and on both sides of their two wooden houses were all empty, and there was no one to take care of them if something happened. Fang Shi smiled and said, Brother, we will only stay here for 3 months at most, so we just need to make do with it. Junwen also said, Yes, just bear with it for 3 months and it will be over. Li Zhe. You two are really confident. Two little gods can pass the selection for inner disciples after only 3 months of entry. Is it possible? After Li Zhe helped the two settle down, just as he was about to leave, Fang Shi asked him, Brother, do you want me to help you straighten your hair and dye it black? Li Zhe was silent for a moment and said, What you said in the cave before was right, my hair has become my inner demon, or to be more precise, my inferiority complex is my inner demon. The conflict I had with Lu Hua and others today made me realize that simply avoiding and tolerating the problem will not solve the problem. So, let's just leave the hair as it is and not mess with it anymore. After Li Zhe finished speaking, he felt an unprecedented sense of relief in his heart, as if the depression that had been stuck in his heart had finally come out. He even wanted to roar to the sky and let out a few howls. However, due to his idol image as a senior, he held back. Fang Shi and Junwen immediately gave a thumbs up and praised him. Li Zhe felt very relieved. Although his master had been very unhappy since these two variables came into being, he now had a younger brother and a younger sister. Besides, even if they weren't there, his unreliable master didn't care much about him. What a painful realization. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1553 Standing on the mountain gate to watch the sunrise. After Li Zhe gave some instructions again, he left. Fang Shi and Junwen returned to their respective residences. Although it has just been renovated, the house is still very simple. There was nothing else except a wooden bed and a set of wooden tables and chairs. There wasn't even any bedding. Li Zhe told them that outer disciples would have to exchange their sect contribution points for anything they wanted, which was a disguised form of the principle of, the more you work, the more you get, and the less you work, the less you get. Although some work was assigned to menial jobs, some, technical jobs, still had to be done by outer disciples. Fang Shi was too lazy to think about those things now. He took out the bedding from the storage ring and fell asleep. Swinging the sledgehammer took up a lot of her energy and strength, and she was already sleepy and tired. She slept until noon the next day. After waking up, she ate something and called Junwen to take on the sect's mission. As soon as the two appeared, they attracted a lot of people's attention, and many people were talking about them behind their backs. Aren't these twins said to be Elder Gu Liang's biological children? Why were they assigned to the outer sect? Elder Gu Liang went to Fengling Liangson cave to pick him up yesterday. I thought they could at least go to the inner gate, but they ended up going back to the outer gate. There must be something fishy going on here. Maybe Elder Gu Liang took the person over for a blood test and found out that the person was not his own flesh and blood, so he gave up on the matter. No way. Yesterday I saw Li Zhe taking them to choose a place to live. Maybe Elder Gu Liang has something to hide and it is not convenient for him to let them in directly for the time being. Ellipsis. Fang Shi and Junwen went to the miscellaneous affairs hall and looked at the task board where the outer sect tasks were posted. Both of them frowned. Because the sect contribution points for these tasks are too few. Basically, there is only one sect contribution point, and the most is 3 points, and most tasks cannot be completed in a short time, and some even take several days. The mission points required to participate in the selection for inner disciples are 30 points. If they accept a mission for contribution points, they have to complete 30 tasks. Even if it is a 3 o'clock task, you have to do 10 of them. If they work harder, they can earn 30 points within 3 months. The key is that they will have no time to practice or do other things. When the two were getting upset, Junwen, who had sharp eyes, said to Fang Shi, Junior sister, look, there is another task at the bottom, which actually has 60 sect contribution points. Fang Shi hadn't really noticed it before, because that task was not always there, it appeared and disappeared from time to time, and the font was smaller than other tasks. Cleaning the mountain gate will reward 60 sect contribution points. There is no limit on the number of participants, and the sect contribution points will be divided equally according to the number of participants. Fang Shi felt that this mission was tailor-made for the two of them. 60 divided by 2 equals 30, isn't it? However, if no one took up such a good task, there must be something wrong, so she asked the outer disciples who were watching the fun. Brother, may I ask why no one has accepted the mission to clean up the mountain gate? The outer disciples were quite enthusiastic and said at once. Cleaning the mountain gate is not as simple as flushing it with water. Instead, you need to use a special brush to clean the dust on the mountain gate bit by bit, and then rinse it with clean water. This brush not only consumes physical and spiritual energy, but also consumes a lot of spiritual awareness. This is nothing, at most we can just find a few more people to work with us, but the problem is that many people fell down after climbing to the top of the mountain gate. Even those who didn't fall off had unbearable headaches. I heard it's worse than death. What's even more bizarre is that many people started having nightmares after falling from the top, and it took them several months to recover. Ellipsis. Fang Shi was puzzled and asked, since no one is willing to take this task, why did the sect still issue this task? Wouldn't it be over if we don't wash it? Because this task is fixed on the task board. Unless you don't use this task board, it will always be there. Fang Shi and Junwen discussed it and decided to take on this task. After all, they had been squatting outside the mountain gate before, and there was nothing wrong with it. Although this is the inner mountain gate, I guess there isn't much difference. So the two of them came happily to take on the task. Deacon Yi from the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall first explained the difficulty of this task. Seeing that Fangxi and Junwen wanted to take it, he did not dare to make a decision. He asked them to wait and consult Elder Bai. Elder Bai thought that these two guys were probably eyeing the 60 sect contribution points and didn't think about their own worth. You were squatting at the outer mountain gate before, and it was an illusion formed by the fragments of the mountain gate. How could this be the same as the inner mountain gate? However, it's better to let them hit a wall. If they have nightmares, they might miss the inner disciple selection in 3 months. Elder Bai felt that his thoughts were a bit dirty, but he was doing it for their own good, so that they would not be delayed by that old charlatan. So, he said to Deacon Yi, if they are willing to take it, then take it, but you must do a good job of protecting them down there and don't let them get hurt. Thinking of the outer mountain gate, he remembered that the cutout was not yet completed. Deacon Yi returned to the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall and said to Junwen and Fangxi, have you thought it through? Are you sure you want to take this mission? After receiving a positive answer, Deacon Yi issued the task. After Fangxi and Junwen received the brushes for cleaning the mountain gate, they arrived near the mountain gate surrounded by the crowd. You can't fly the sword near the mountain gate, the only way is to climb up along the rope. Fangxi and Junwen quickly climbed to the top of the mountain gate. The two men did not start working immediately, but instead enjoyed the feeling of being superior for a while. That's nice. The disciples who were just watching the show thought that they were in so much pain in their spiritual consciousness that they did not move for so long. It seems that even those who were blessed by the ancestors can't do it. Just when everyone's enthusiasm for eating melons was waning, Fangxi and Junwen took action. They took brushes and began to carefully clean the dust on the mountain gate. Fangxi felt that this job was too easy. 60 sect contribution points are just like free gifts. Although Junwen noticed some discomfort in his consciousness, he could still accept it, though his movements were a little slower than Fang's eyes. Fangxi became more and more excited as she brushed, and when she was enjoying it, she heard a slight clicking sound. Looking closely, tiny cracks appeared where the brush had been applied. Fangxi. Is he finally going to be scammed? Or is she going to make another great achievement? Maybe there's something good hidden in there. As a result, the mountain gate was almost cleaned, but there was no movement, and fortunately the cracks did not continue to expand. The man in Fangxi who wanted to make a fortune finally died. At this time, it was already dark. She took advantage of the cover of night and secretly took out some stone powder from her storage ring to fill the cracks. After some operation, it really can't be seen. She is a professional at counterfeiting. At dawn the next day, the two men were exhausted and finally finished cleaning the mountain gate. You know what, after the cleaning, the mountain gate looks brand new. After Fangxi and Junwen stood on the mountain gate to admire the sunrise, they also used photo stones to record this very memorable moment. After showing off enough, he came down from the mountain gate and happily went to the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall to collect the contribution points for the sect. After learning about this, Elder Bai was silent for a while, then gritted his teeth and continued to cut out the picture. He was also negligent, forgetting that these two had been blessed by the ancestors and could naturally get close to the mountain gate. I originally wanted to use the mission to detain him, but it seems that this plan has completely failed. What's even more infuriating is that Elder Gu Liang even sent him a message specifically to mock him. In the past, Elder Bai would not have cared at all. After all, Elder Gu Liang was just a clown in front of him. But now he was furious and started to argue with Elder Gu Liang. Come on, hurt each other. Who is afraid of whom? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1554, it's time to break the shell. Elder Gu Liang didn't expect that Elder Bai would stop being a respectable person and become a scoundrel like him. Could he be mad? If my senior brother knew that I had pissed off his confidant, wouldn't he kick me hundreds of times? Forget it, I'm a magnanimous man and I won't argue with him. So Elder Gu Liang cursed a few words and then stopped. Elder Bai. Is this over? Old charlatan, your fighting ability is not that good. Elder Bai felt a little unsatisfied and even looked forward to the next peak quarrel. In the next few days, Fangxi and Junwen practiced hard in their residence in order to successfully pass the selection for inner disciples. While practicing that day, Fangxi remembered the white shell, took it out, and started the blood contract. The blood dripped onto the shell and was absorbed instantly. Fangxi was delighted and quickly signed the contract, but unfortunately it failed. She did not give up and tried several more times, but each time ended in failure. She had to give up, because if she tried again, she would become anemic. When Fangxi put the white shell into the storage ring, he caught a glimpse of the wood chips that he had dug out during the previous assessment. It is only half the size of a palm and looks ordinary. She decided to give the contract a try. It was just a side job after all. As a result, history is surprisingly similar. She tried several times, but failed each time. She said to Commander Lu with a pale face, Master, do you think I am a little stupid? Commander Lu, I can only say that you are more honest today. Fangxi. It wasn't that she was really stupid, she just felt that the white shells and small pieces of wood were not simple, so she tried a few more times. Forget it, let's eat something to replenish our blood. At this time, Mu Jian said in a sly voice. Master, I heard that turtle meat is the most nutritious. Although there is no turtle meat in your storage ring, there is a turtle egg that has not yet hatched. You cook it. The bastard that Mu Jian was referring to was the golden-backed black turtle of the Kuchan sect. At first, Fangxi had no idea whether he could bring it to reality, but he actually followed it out, but turned into a bastard. It hasn't hatched even after so much time. Mu Jian didn't really want Fangxi to cook the bastard, he was just being mean. But, a miracle happened. I don't know if it was stimulated by its words, but cracks actually appeared on the bastard. Wooden sword whirring. Master, this little turtle must be anxious to replenish your body, so it broke out of its shell early. This newly hatched turtle must be very tender, perfect for making soup. The bastard suddenly stopped moving. Fang Shi, don't listen to Mu Jian's nonsense, just break out of the shell when it's time to do so. The bastard continued to have cracks. Finally, a little turtle came out from inside. Fang Shi took a look and found that this was different from the golden-backed black turtle. The previous golden-backed black tortoise was shining brightly and looked festive, but why is this one so grey? Mutated. I don't know if the previous memories are still there. Fang Shi was just thinking about it when she heard the little turtle crying and saying, Master, we finally meet again. I thought I would never see you again. Fang Shi felt relieved when he heard this. It seemed that it was still the turtle carrying the stele. Master, after you took me away from Kuchen Sect, I fell into darkness. I don't know how much time had passed before I heard Mu Jian say he wanted to boil me. I woke up in a hurry. Mu Jian suddenly came to life. Little bastard, so without me, you will never be able to break out of your shell. There is no difference between me and your second parents. Come on, call me daddy, please. The little turtle was so angry that he started throwing turtle punches. It was quite lively, but to no avail. It couldn't help but feel sad. When it was still a stele-carrying turtle, it carried the void stele on its back and even those old bald donkeys couldn't get close to it. But now the stele is gone, and it is being bullied by a broken wooden sword. Thinking back to how it had been starving in the pond before, it felt that its life was so miserable. As expected, all living things suffer, and living is suffering. Fang Shi scolded Mu Jian and gave the little bastard some beast cores and pills. The little turtle suddenly felt that his previous thought was totally wrong. Whether it would be bitter or sweet was entirely up to himself. His future days would definitely be as sweet as honey. It said to Fang Shi, Master, please eat my eggshell. It is very nutritious. Fang Shi. I can't bring myself to eat it. Mu Jian came over and gave a bad idea. Master, grind the eggshells into powder, mix it with water and drink it. Fang Shi ignored it and said to the little turtle, I'll just take some of the pills, you can keep them for yourself. The little turtle breathed a sigh of relief. Its move of retreating in order to advance was really a brilliant move. Otherwise, once the unscrupulous owner asks, it would be too embarrassed to refuse. Just as it was about to let out a sigh of relief, it heard the wooden sword say, Little bastard, eat more meat and grow faster. When our master starts to learn the art of turtle evolution, he will take off your turtle shell. I think your turtle shell is much more useful than other turtle shells. Little tortoise. Although Fang Shi repeatedly said that Mu Jian was talking nonsense, the little bastard was still nervous. It has just hatched from the shell and has no special abilities. It is just a food eater and might be shelled one day. No, it has to save itself. So, it asked the little fat bird what the turtle evolution technique was. The reason why it asked the little fat bird was because it knew that among all the spiritual pets, the little fat bird was the most reliable. After the little fat bird finished speaking, the little bastard made up his mind and said to Fang Shi, Master, from now on, I will use my spiritual power to refine the tortoise shell. When you learn the art of tortoise evolution in the future, you can use my shell to tell fortunes. Fang Shi. She thought the little bastard was crazy. What serious charlatan would use a live turtle shell for divination? Someone came to her for divination, and she burned the turtle alive. Is this true? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1555 Jun Wen was beaten into a pig head. Fang Shi tried to persuade him earnestly, but the little bastard still insisted on contributing to Fang Shi's career as a sorcerer. Fang Shi knew that the little turtle was in a state of suspicion and would not listen to anything she said, so she just agreed vaguely. The little turtle took it seriously, and from that day on, he practiced day and night, and from time to time he asked the little fat bird to burn his shell with fire. Fang Shi tried to persuade it several times, but it wouldn't listen, and it looked like its shell didn't seem to be damaged, so she just let it be. That day, Fang Shi practiced until midnight, then felt sleepy and fell into a deep sleep. When she was sleeping soundly, the little black bull said, Master, there is a thief. Fang Shi thought, Tianyin Dao sect is actually plagued by thieves. How bold is this thief? Could it be that those relatives came to take revenge on her? She felt that it was unlikely. Those people were very arrogant and would not bother to use such despicable means. At this time, two shadows floated in. One black and one white. Fang Shi looked closely and found that they were actually the two Tianyin chess pieces. Wasn't this thing stored in the Tianyin Dao sect's treasury? How did it end up here? Not only could it flow out of the treasure house, but it could actually fly. And it could find her exactly where she was. Have even chess pieces become spirits these days? Fang Shi was too lazy to pretend to be asleep, so he opened his eyes and said, Are you here to find me? The two chess pieces trembled, and then ran away. Fang Shi. What big things can you do with your little guts? She left the house and searched the yard but couldn't find any trace of the two chess pieces, so she went back into the house. Early the next morning, Jun Wen came with a pair of dark circles under his eyes. Fang Shi was startled. Brother, were you beaten? Jun Wen gritted his teeth and said, I was sleeping last night and I felt like I was beaten up and my eyes became like this. What's even more infuriating is that I couldn't find the real culprit after searching for a long time. Little sister, didn't they say that some people would have nightmares after cleaning the mountain gate? Could it be that I'm possessed by a ghost? Fang Shi. She had a guess. Could it be that after being scared away by her, the chess piece went to take revenge on the fifth senior brother? Can. After Fang Shi expressed her guess, Jun Wen looked as if he had lost all hope in life. Nowadays, even chess pieces know how to pick on the weak. What a bully. Without saying a word, he went back to practice. If you can't kill me, keep practicing. He wants revenge. Aren't they just two broken chess pieces? He has the upper hand. I was careless yesterday because I fell asleep. In the middle of the night, the two chess pieces sneaked into Feng Shi's house again. After being discovered by Feng Shi, he ran to Zhang Wen as expected. This time Zhang Wen was well prepared. He looked at the two chess pieces flying in and sneered. Let's settle old and new grudges together. And then, I was beaten again. His face was swollen. After 5 days, Zhang Wen's face was beaten into a pig's head and his eyes became panda eyes. He could no longer bear this kind of humiliation and decided to move to Feng Shi and live with her. Feng Shi wanted to laugh but didn't dare to, for fear of offending his fragile self-esteem. That night, the two chess pieces came again. After discovering that Zhang Wen was also here, he was eager to try, but when he saw Feng Shi standing next to him, he ended up sticking to the door and didn't move. However, these two things stuck there looked like a pair of eyes, which Feng Shi found very annoying. Zhang Wen even wanted to chop down the door and make a fire out of it. Mu Jian gave Feng Shi some bad advice. Master, since they came out of the treasury, they must be able to bring things out of the treasury. You can ask them to steal some good things for you when they come back next time. Steal a little every day, and when you enter the inner gate, you will be rich. Feng Shi. That's all you have. No matter how greedy I am, I would never do such a shameless thing. Feng Shi practiced the chaos art while complaining in her heart. The Wangxiang Tianyan art was just used to fool others. She practiced the upgraded chaos art most of the time. While she was practicing, two chess pieces suddenly flew up and flew around her like two fluttering moths. Zhang Wen was so frightened that he added several layers of protection for himself, fearing that the two chess pieces were trying to make a feint to the east and attack him suddenly. Feng Shi originally wanted to drive the two chess pieces away, but for some reason, since these two fluttering moths have been circling around her, the efficiency of the Chaos Sutra seems to have increased a little. She thought it was an illusion at first, but soon realized it was real. Why is that? Although she didn't know the reason, it was obviously a good thing, so Feng Shi did not drive away the two chess pieces and let them circle around her. When it was almost dawn, the two chess pieces finally stopped circling Feng Shi and instead sneaked towards Zhang Wen. Zhang Wen was shocked. Little sister, save me. Before Feng Shi could say anything, the two chess pieces ran away. After the two chess pieces ran away, Feng Shi told Zhang Wen about his discovery. Zhang Wen. These two chess pieces can actually help my junior sister practice the Chaos Sutra. Then what am I, just a part of your game? From that day on, the two chess pieces would come every night. At first they only came in the middle of the night, then they would come when it was dark, and then leave when it was almost dawn. I want to scare Zhang Wen before leaving. Zhang Wen asked the heavens speechlessly, why? Why is this happening? However, his silence soon turned into excitement. Because he found that he seemed to be advancing again. Does getting beaten help you advance? However, he quickly gave up this ridiculous idea. He guessed that it might be because he had been living in Feng Shi recently, and Feng Shi's practice of the Chaos Sutra had brought him benefits. If that was the case, he really had to thank those two sneaky chess pieces. Commander Lu suggested that he should not advance for the time being, but continue to consolidate his cultivation. On the one hand, it can prevent the foundation from being unstable due to advancing too quickly, and on the other hand, it can save the time for advancement during the inner door selection, which may have a miraculous effect. Zhang Wen felt that what Commander Lu said made sense, so he did as he said. Feng Shi is starting to feel sour again. She is now at the 7th level of the spiritual transformation, and her 5th senior brother is about to reach the 9th level. We are both practicing, so why is there such a big difference? Therefore, he used acid water as power, slept only 2 hours a day at most, and used the rest of the time for cultivation. Because both chess pieces came at night, Feng Shi moved the 2 hours of sleep to the daytime. On this day, Elder Bai finally completed the cutout. He remembered that he hadn't seen Feng Shi and Zhang Wen for several days, nor had he heard any movement from them, so he sent out his spiritual sense to see what the two were doing. When I saw this, my nose almost got crooked with anger. I saw that the brother and sister were both sleeping soundly. It's noon now, and you're still sleeping. What else can you achieve with such laziness? So he decided to find some work for both of them. In fact, Feng Shi just noticed someone peeping at him, but he just acted as if nothing happened. He opened his eyes only after the brain consciousness moved away. Who is so idle that he would use his spiritual sense to peek at a little girl sleeping in broad daylight? You can tell at first glance that he is not a serious person. As she was cursing, the identity jade token began to vibrate, and Deacon Yi's voice came from it. All new disciples this year must report to the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall within 1 hour. Feng Shi guessed that the spiritual consciousness that was spying on her just now was most likely from Elder Bai. Why does this old guy have to target her and Zhang Wen? Do you just want to go against Elder Gu Liang? Or do you simply dislike them? She is such a lovely girl that everyone loves and flowers bloom when she sees her, yet there are still people who dislike her. Where is justice? Commander Lu. He seemed to know why Zhu Xuan and the other two hadn't woken up yet. It was probably intentional. Who can stand such narcissism? Dog, Chapter 1550-1580, I guessed the wrong question. Feng Shi and Zhang Wen yawned as they arrived at the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall. Many people started to talk about them behind their backs. See, it's already noon and he's still yawning. You can tell at a glance that he's not a hard-working person. If they were diligent, they wouldn't be in the state of divine transformation now. Don't you notice that they're fatter than when they first entered the sect? I guess Elder Gu Liang doesn't recognize them, so they just give up. Ellipsis. When Deacon Yi saw that everyone had arrived, he said, I'll temporarily assign you a task. Don't worry, it's not difficult. It will just take some time and will also be good for you. Feng Shi resisted the urge to yawn and thought, what you are saying is just nonsense, why don't you get down to business? Finally, Deacon Yi got to the point. We in the Tianyandao sect once had a forest of spells, but it was later destroyed for some reason. Through the efforts of successive generations of disciples, many large fragments have been excavated, but there are still some small fragments buried deep underground. Fang Shi was speechless. No need to ask, it must be digging fragments again. Isn't this the same task as finding the fragments of the outer mountain gate before? Does Tianyin Daozong like this kind of broken beauty? As she was thinking, she heard Deacon Yi continue. Because those fragments are too small to be found, fortunately after the large fragments were pieced together, the missing parts have been repaired by the elders. The repaired parts need years of nurturing by the enlightened ones to become solid, so your task is to nurture those tiny pieces of repair. Fang Shi, oh, I guessed the wrong question. However, it is still related to enlightenment, and they, the brothers and sisters, have encountered difficulties again. Zhang Wen thought so too. He finally understood the pain Fang Shi felt when he was unable to comprehend the sword's power. Deacon Yi continued, as for how to cultivate it, the people there will tell you when you get to the Forest of Stells. If you successfully nurture 3 fragments, you will complete this mission and receive 3 Sect contribution points. After Deacon Yi finished speaking, he sent his disciples to take Fang Shi and the others to the Forest of Stells. The remaining old disciples couldn't help but gloat over the misfortune. In fact, the task of nurturing the fragments of the Stellar Forest has always been on the task board, but almost no one will take this task. Because it's not worth it. Not only is it time-consuming and laborious, but it also has a high probability of leading to failure. In other words, after nurturing it for several days, it was all in vain. Another point is that almost all the people in charge of the Forest of Stells are inner disciples, and each of them is extremely arrogant and rude. When you arrive at the Forest of Stells, you have to endure their humiliation. These new weaklings are bound to be in trouble. Fang Shi and Zhang Wen naturally didn't know about this. They yawned as they walked, attracting many people's attention. But they don't care. Watch it if you want, it won't hurt you. Finally, we arrived at the Forest of Stells. There is a barrier outside the Stellar Forest. Even if the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall has informed them in advance and a disciple from the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall is leading the team, they still have to check each person's identity jade card before they are allowed to pass. When the inspection saw Fang Shi, the inner disciple in charge of the inspection sneered. If it was someone else, they might just let it go, but Fang Shi would not tolerate his bad habits. Not to mention that she has Elder Gu Liang as her backer, just the contributions she has made to the sect are enough for her to be arrogant. It's better that the matter has become a big deal, so as to avoid wasting time in this Stellar Forest. She still has to go back and play with the 2 chess pieces in the evening. So, she asked the inner disciple. Brother, do you feel uncomfortable in your nose or do you dislike me? The inner disciple. He just doesn't like Fang Shi. Although Fang Shi and Zhang Wen passed the assessment based on their own strength, some people like to make up their own stories and think that they were admitted to Tianyin Dao sect because of the relationship with Elder Gu Liang. In addition, some people were envious and jealous of the fact that Fang Shi and Zhang Wen received blessings from the ancestors. But there are some things you can think in your mind but cannot say out loud. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and say, my nose is uncomfortable. Fang Shi nodded. Oh, then remember to take your medicine, don't infect us. There were a few people standing next to the inner disciple, and they subconsciously took a few steps back after hearing this. The inner disciple. He gritted his teeth and let Fang Shi enter the barrier, then checked Zhang Wen's identity token. Having learned from his previous experience, he did not take any unnecessary actions and let Zhang Wen in after checking. Zhang Wen thought, judging by the look of this idiot, he must hate junior sister and might even try to trip her up later. It's good to trip someone up. This way, the junior sister can take advantage of the situation and leave this broken place. The inner sect disciple named Duan Kai really hated Fang Shi, and thought, how can the Forest of Stells be a place for you to run wild? There are plenty of ways to deal with you. Just wait for me. At this time, Fang Shi was looking at the Forest of Stellar curiously. The Forest of Stells of Tianyin Dao sect is much more magnificent than that of Kuchen sect. Not only are there more of them, but the stone tablets are also bigger, some are almost as big as a hill. The little turtle was filled with emotion at this moment. What a familiar scene. By the way, as a turtle carrying a stele, it must carry the entire stele. Find time to ask the owner to keep an eye on it, and make a stone tablet to comfort its homesickness. After more than 300 outer disciples had entered the Stellar Forest, Deacon Guo, who was in charge of the Stellar Forest, began to introduce how to nurture the stone stellar fragments. In fact, it means to gain enlightenment in front of the stone tablet. Once the cultivation is successful, the fragments will merge into one with the main body of the stone tablet, and the traces of repair will disappear. After Deacon Guo finished his explanation, he asked his men to distribute stone tablets to Fang Shi and the others. There are so many things to pay attention to here. The smaller the stone tablet, the fewer fragments it has, and the easier it is to preserve. The more people who have attained enlightenment around you, the easier it is to cultivate. Others were assigned the stone tablets near the entrance, but Fang Shi and Zhang Wen were the only ones assigned the 2 stone tablets in the middle of the Forest of Tablets. The 2 stone tablets, which look like small hills, are still next to each other. Fang Shi thought that the prejudice in people's hearts might not be one mountain, but 2 mountains. After finally climbing over one mountain, there would be another one. Duan Kai saw Fang Shi and Zhang Wen staring blankly at the 2 stone tablets, and sneered in his heart, now you know the consequences of provoking me, right? There are tens of thousands of fragments on these 2 stone tablets. You won't be able to successfully nurture even one fragment even if you work yourself to death. Unless the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall needs people, you'll just have to keep nurturing them here. Duan Kai said a few sarcastic words and left. As soon as he left, Fang Shi and Zhang Wen both yawned and looked at each other. Then sit cross-legged, close your eyes, and sleep. It's a good idea for Tianyin Daozong to use enlightenment as an excuse to do something when he has nothing to do. At least it can be used to help him take a break and sleep. After all, no one knows whether they're gaining enlightenment or sleeping with their eyes closed. I don't know if it was because the Forest of Stells was too quiet, or if the sneaky feeling was too exciting, but both of them slept soundly. When I opened my eyes, it was already dark. They were both a little hungry, so they took out their food and started eating happily. While eating, Du and Kai came over. Eating and drinking is strictly prohibited in the Stellar Forest. You will be fined 100 strode stones. Pay up. Fang Shi took a bite of the bun slowly and asked, how much is the monthly subscription? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1557 What are the chances that we are innocent? Du and Kai didn't understand and asked Fang Shi, what do you mean? Aren't you going to be fined? Don't fine me again and again, it's too troublesome. Let's just pay a month's fine and name the amount. Mu Jian flatters Fang Shi. Master, the way you throw money at people is so charming. I am crazy about you, I will bang my head against the wall for you. The Strud pets have become numb to the wooden sword's shameless behavior, and they will just be fine as long as it doesn't make trouble for them. Fang Shi ignored the wooden sword and looked at Du and Kai provocatively. Du and Kai gritted his teeth. No matter how much money you offer, it won't work. This isn't about money at all. Fang Shi nodded. Oh, since it's not about money, then we don't have to pay the fine. We just won't eat it in the future. After saying that, he put the food into the storage ring and closed his eyes. The same is true for Jun Wen. Du and Kai was furious, but since loud noises were strictly prohibited in the Forest of Stells, he couldn't say anything else. There is a long way to go, just wait. After Du and Kai left, Fang Shi and Jun Wen began to read the fortune of the stone tablet in front of them. When he came in just now, Fang Shi discovered that most of the stone tablets had words on them, and a few had patterns on them, but the two stone tablets in front of them were covered with messy lines. It's really messy and there's no pattern at all. Fang Shi even felt that these two stone tablets might not be real stone tablets at all, and might have been used for practice by those who carved the stone tablets. The two of them looked at it for a long time without figuring out what it was all about, so they started to meditate and practice. It is impossible to attain enlightenment, because even if you do, you won't gain anything. It is better to seize the time to practice. Fang Shi practiced until midnight, then stood up and prepared to move around. Just as she stretched, she saw two chess pieces, one black and one white, sticking out from between the two stone tablets. Fang Shi. How did these two get here? Well, even the treasury of Tianyan Dao Sect cannot hold them, so naturally they can go wherever they want. Jun Wen subconsciously covered his face. He was beaten before, after all, no one saw it. But if he was beaten in front of so many people, where would he put his face? Just then, there were footsteps. Fang Shi grabbed the two chess pieces in a lightning speed and stuffed them into his sleeves, then sat cross-legged in meditation. The same is true for Jun Wen. The person who came was Du and Kai. He walked up to the two of them and sneered, "Are new disciples blessed by the Grandmaster? How come you can't even nourish the fragments?" Fang Shi ignored him. It's not that she was afraid of him, the key point was that the two chess pieces in her sleeves kept trying to come out, and Fang Shi had to use all his strength to hold down the cuffs. She thought that if she didn't say anything, Du and Kai would just say a few words and leave, but it turned out that he became even more excited. I don't know if it was the darkness that gave him the courage, but all his thoughts came out. You two are the only ones who have reached the God transformation stage in the entire sect. You know exactly how you entered the sect. I am so embarrassed for you. Don't think that you are great just because the Grand Master has blessed you. You were just lucky. Seeing that he kept on talking and the two chess pieces in his sleeves kept pushing out, Fang Shi had no choice but to use the Sanskrit sound technique. Du and Kai felt a sharp pain in his consciousness and his face turned pale. He did not doubt Fang Shi. After all, in his opinion, Fang Shi did not have the courage to hurt him, and secondly, he did not have the ability to do so. It must be because he was making a noise in the Forest of Stells, and the remnant of the sect's predecessors contained in the Forest of Stells were dissatisfied with him. He glared at Fang Shi and Jun Wen fiercely, then walked away in shame. Only after he left did Fang Shi loosen her sleeves. The two chess pieces flew out impatiently as if they were being chased by dogs. Fang Shi then realized that these two chess pieces looked fatter than they did 2 days ago. She thought it might be her eyes playing tricks on her. The chess pieces were all fixed sizes, so how could she gain weight? It can't be that she is pregnant and is going to give birth to a little chess kid. After she activated the isolation array, she whispered, "You guys better be quiet. This is the Forest of Stells. If you are discovered, you won't be able to play with me anymore. Go back to where you came from and stop making trouble here. The two of us have to nurture the fragments, and we don't know when we can go back." After saying that, he quickly withdrew the isolation formation, fearing that someone would discover the clues. Two chess pieces hovered in front of Fang Shi, as if thinking about what to do next. Then, it started spinning wildly. Fang Shi was almost scared to death. Fortunately, there was no one around her and Jun Wen, and the stone tablets were relatively tall. In addition, it was late at night, so they did not attract other people's attention. The two chess pieces spun for a few hundred breaths and then fell to the ground with a clatter. Fang Shi quickly picked it up and put it in his sleeve. I thought, what a sin. Why does he look like he's run out of energy? Is this relying on her? The key point is that I didn't even practice the chaos technique, so what are you practicing? Do you chess players also like Erenjuan? Or do you want to practice handkerchief spinning? When she was complaining in her heart, Jun Wen poked her with his hand. Little sister, you, look quickly. Fang Shi looked in the direction Jun Wen pointed, and saw that all the patterns on the two stone tablets had disappeared, leaving them as two tablets without any words. Finish the calf. It's totally screwed. This time I'm going to be screwed by these two little brats. How much money will this cost? She used the secret voice transmission to ask Jun Wen. Brother, what is the chance that others who see this will think we are innocent? Jun Wen, 0. Fang Shi, I guess so. After a moment of dead silence, Fang Shi discovered that no one came over, which meant that no one had noticed that there was a problem with the two stone tablets yet. Yes, it's already late at night, and the disciples on duty are probably resting. She recalled the patterns on the two stone tablets. She had read it before, and since she had a photographic memory, there was basically no problem. So she came up with a bold idea, to forge something. It was definitely too late and the noise was too loud. I can only draw. There's no way to defend myself anyway, so I might as well take a gamble and maybe I can get away with it. So, she took out various paints from the storage ring to adjust the colors, and took out the mountains and rivers pen to adjust the thickness of the pen tip. After everything is ready, start drawing patterns on the stone tablet. Jian Wen helped her. It was a dark and windy night, and the two brothers and sisters were busy working. Fang Shi felt emotional. These days, one has to be able to do every job. A bricklayer who can't cultivate himself is not a good tailor. The value of Tianyin construction team is still gradually increasing. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1558, full forehead and round chin. Finally, Fang Shi finished the painting before dawn. You know what, as long as you don't look too closely, you can hardly see any flaws. Fang Shi and Jian Wen had just finished packing when Du and Kai arrived. After meeting, they started to make sarcastic remarks, saying that some outer disciples had successfully cultivated a fragment, but the two of you had made no progress at all, and that you were useless. Fang Shi didn't want to pay attention to her because there were some lines on the stone tablet that had not dried completely yet, and it was better to have less trouble than more. Just treat it as Du and Kai farting. But she didn't expect that Du and Kai actually liked to fart. It was already a quarter of an hour and he was still farting non-stop. Just as Fang Shi was about to lose his temper, footsteps were heard in the distance. Du and Kai left a few harsh words and hurried forward. After a while, a man dressed in the clothes of an elder came hurriedly, followed by a group of disciples, including Du and Kai. Fang Shi and Jian Wen quickly stood up and saluted. Elder Fang quickly looked at the two of them, then looked at the two stone tablets, frowned slightly, but said nothing, and left in a hurry. Fang Shi thought that Elder Fang knew clearly that it was not normal to divide these two large stone tablets between the two little gods, but he didn't say anything. Either he condones his subordinates in abusing their power for personal gain, or he has a grudge against Elder Gu Liang. Although the crowd of onlookers were all gossiping behind her back, Fang Shi had sharp ears and still heard some rumors that she and Jian Wen were Elder Gu Liang's twins. Although she thought this was ridiculous, at least to outsiders she seemed to have a close relationship with Jian Wen and Elder Gu Liang. In addition, due to their close relationship with Li Zhe, they were naturally classified as part of the Gu Liang elders faction. Or maybe he simply doesn't like the two of them. There is no way, outstanding people will always arouse the envy, jealousy and hatred of others. Of course, it is also possible that Elder Fang has urgent matters to attend to and cannot take care of them for the time being. Judging from his anxious look, the last possibility is most likely. Commander Lu. Since you already know this is the reason, why did you think about all those unnecessary things before? Fang Shi argued confidently. I have been oppressed to such an extent, why can't I just say a few words in my heart? Commander Lu. I don't know what kind of oppression you have put me in, I only know that you have broken 2 more stone tablets. Don't say it has nothing to do with you. Those 2 pawns are obviously targeting you, so you should at least bear joint responsibility. He thought to himself, with this damn girl's destructive power, she probably wouldn't have to do anything. As long as she could get into the Tiank League, the Tiank League would be in trouble. Elder Fang does have an urgent matter. The further I went inside, the stronger the ominous feeling I had. Du and Kai was worried that he would be reprimanded for allocating the yin-yang stelae to Fang Shi and Jian Wen, but Elder Fang said nothing and he was immediately relieved. It seems that the rumors are true. The Lu brothers and sisters are not Elder Gu Liang's children at all. Not to mention Elder Gu Liang, even Li Zhe has not shown up recently. 2 outer disciples with no background were still at his mercy. I just don't know why Elder Fang looks so solemn. What happened? It was calm last night and nothing happened. Not only was he puzzled, but others were also puzzled. Everyone followed Elder Fang and walked deep into the forest of stelae, where there was a deep pit covered with barriers. The deep pit was filled with fragments of the stone tablet. Although part of it has been restored, there are still many fragments of the stone tablet left here. In addition to maintaining the forest of steles, the main task of Elder Fang and his disciples is to select suitable fragments from the remaining fragments to restore the stone tablets. This is easier said than done. Elder Fang has not yet completed a single stone tablet. It's not that he has no ability, but that the easy-to-assemble stone tablets have all been assembled by their predecessors, and the remaining stone tablets are either too small or require too high a level of understanding from the person who puts them together. It's not that there is no progress at all. Some of the stone tablets have been partially pieced together, and some have even been half-pieced together. These semi-finished products are placed near the deep pit to facilitate daily splicing. As a result, all these semi-finished products are now gone. Elder Fang's world has collapsed. All his years of hard work were destroyed in an instant. His head was buzzing and his body swayed a few times. If several disciples hadn't supported him, he would not have been able to stand steadily. Sure enough, his premonition was right, something really happened. As for why he had a premonition, it was because these semi-finished products were almost all nurtured by his enlightenment, so he had some sense of it. He forced himself to stay awake and ordered his disciples to search in the deep pit to see if they could find the semi-finished products, even if it was just fragments of them. As a result, nothing was found. Elder Fang's heart was completely broken. He was silent for a long time, then asked, who was on duty last night? Immediately, several disciples stood up. Among them was Du and Kai. Was there anything unusual yesterday? The others shook their heads, only Du and Kai said. I saw the Lu brothers and sisters secretly eating. Could it be that they violated a taboo by eating, which caused the stone tablets that were being repaired to disappear? Elder Fang glanced at him and sneered. Eating will cause the stone tablet under repair to disappear. Have you never eaten in the forest of steles in these years? Don't think I don't know that you are deliberately targeting the Lu brothers and sisters. Are you the one who assigned them to nurture the Liang Yi monument? I have really grown up your hearts over the years, and you have even learned to take revenge in your own way. Wei Kang, take him to the law enforcement hall and deal with him according to the sect rules. Wei Kang was Elder Fang's disciple, and he immediately nodded in agreement. He thought that Duan Kai was really stupid. It was okay for him to be a little arrogant at times, and it was okay for him to accept some small favors, but he should never use the Liu brothers and sisters as a scapegoat. Regardless of whether they have any relationship with Elder Gu Liang, the fact that they have been blessed by the ancestor means that their future will be bright. Even if you don't have good relations with them, you shouldn't offend them. Moreover, the stone tablets that were being repaired were lost, and the master was in a very bad mood. He was so stupid as to slander the Liu brothers and sisters at this time. Isn't this asking for trouble? Duan Kai wanted to beg for mercy, but unfortunately his body had been restrained for a long time and he couldn't speak at all. After dealing with Duan Kai, Elder Fang said to Wei Kang, exchange the stone tablets for the Liu brothers and sisters. There is no need to take special care of them. Just treat them the same. Wei Kang was very efficient and quickly exchanged the stone tablets for Fang Shi and Zhang Wen. Moreover, it was specifically mentioned that Duan Kai was handed over to the law enforcement hall for disposal. Fang Shi gave a thumbs up and said, no wonder people say that appearance is determined by the heart. I didn't think Duan Kai was a good guy before. I knew he would not have a good ending after counting on my fingers. Senior brother Wei, you are different. You have a full forehead and a square chin. You look upright at first glance. Zhang Wen echoed, that's right, not only is he prosperous, but he also has the help of noble people. He looks like a wealthy and powerful person. Wei Kang. Why do you two sound like charlatans when you talk? Could it be that you two are really the descendants of Elder Gu Liang? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1559, is it because she is immoral or because she is greedy for money? As Wei Kang had many other things to deal with, he did not have time to talk to these two would-be charlatans. He just asked them to concentrate on nurturing the fragments and try to complete the task as soon as possible. After Wei Kang left, Fang Shi said to Commander Liu. It seems that there are still normal people in this forest of Stells. In fact, it's the same everywhere, there are good people and bad people. Just like in Tiang continent, although there are many bad apples like you, there are also innocent people like Elder Gu Liang. Commander Liu. This is nothing more than murder and heart-wrenching. He endured it and said. If you have time to sigh here, you might as well find a way to nourish the fragments. With such a big scene just now and Wei Kang's solemn expression, something big must have happened in the forest of Stells. It's probably related to those two chess pieces. If you stay here, you'll get into trouble. Fang Shi sighed, I want to, too, but how can I understand it? Commander Liu also had a headache. One of them is just trying to get by on the Tao, and the other doesn't even know what Tao he is practicing, so how can he nurture the fragments? Fang Shi thought about it for a long time but couldn't think of any solution, so he decided to observe the stone tablet from a closer distance, perhaps he could get some inspiration. So she stood up, walked closer to the stone tablet and looked at it with wide eyes. Painted on this stone tablet is a picture of ascension to heaven, with pavilions, towers, fairy air, and 9 cranes circling in it. Fang Shi looked at the 9 cranes and thought a lot. Roast chicken, beggar's chicken, grilled chicken. It would be so delicious if these big wings were grilled or made into braised chicken wings. As she thought about this, she touched the wings of the crane at the edge. I swear to God, she was just touching it casually and had no other thoughts at all. No matter how greedy she is, she would never chew on stones. But, the accident just happened. As soon as her hand touched the crane's wings, she heard a cracking sound and a piece of the stone tablet fell off. On the fragment was the crane she had touched. Just as she was about to put the broken pieces back in place, she heard a gasp next to her. Someone shouted, hurry up. Liu Yi broke the stone tablet. Fang Shi. It seems like you have a long mouth, right? Soon Wei Kang brought people over. Because something happened in the deep pit, Wei Kang has been leading people to patrol the forest of Stells today. Fang Shi wanted to explain, but felt that no matter how she explained it, it would be pale. After all, she really touched it. How about love? She has made so many contributions before, no one should do anything to her just because she knocked off a piece of debris. Wei Kang felt a headache when he saw the debris on the ground. How did everything come together? If a piece of debris falls off normally, it is not a big deal, after all, it can be repaired. But the master is very upset now, and he will probably be punished to the maximum extent after hearing about this matter. He didn't have any prejudice against Fang Shi and Zhang Wen. After all, there was no conflict of interest. Moreover, in the morning, these two had even read his fortune. As he was thinking about it, he wanted to pick up the fragments on the ground. At this moment, he heard a loud crane cry. Then the crane flew out from the debris, dancing in the air, as if the whole world was its stage. It was free and unrestrained, bringing people a kind of ethereal beauty. Everyone was stunned. Only Fang Shi was thinking, they're both creatures with wings, look how beautiful the crane is, why the golden pig and the Kyongchi so shabby. Golden pig and Kyongchi. Grab the bamboo shoots. You can evaluate the cranes if you want, why would you belittle us? Resolutely resist stepping down on two and praising one. When Fang Shi was daydreaming, Zhang Wen, who was standing next to her, subconsciously gestured with his hands, which turned out to be sword moves. No need to ask, I must have realized some mysteries from it. Fang Shi started to pickle sauerkraut in her heart again. Fifth brother always said that he was a gift. In a sense, wasn't she his foil? For example, now, this fragment was removed by her, and he benefited from it. Not only did she get nothing, but she would also be punished later. Where can I go to reason? Fang Shi was feeling sad when she found that in addition to Zhang Wen, some other disciples began to sit cross-legged in meditation, including Wei Kang. Fang Shi. What's wrong? Have you realized anything? Why am I the only one who feels nothing? Well, it can't be said that there is no possibility at all. It would be great if this crane could be her mount. She holds the Chang'an banner in one hand and a wooden sword in the other, and rides on a crane. She is definitely a charlatan. Oh, and there's also the cloud-patterned silent whisk that Elder Gu Liang gave her. Now she has all the top-level equipment for a charlatan. Commander Lu was speechless. This crane is obviously an illusion, how can it be your mount? However, you will definitely not be punished, as you have probably just gotten lucky and done something great. Feng's eyes lit up first, then he said calmly. I've thought about it a long time ago. How could I, the Lord of Two Worlds, get into trouble? My every move contained deep meaning. I had long seen that there was something mysterious about the crane, so I reached out to touch it. Do you know why you touched its wings? Because only in this way can it break through the monument and soar into the sky. Commander Lu, don't think I don't know that you want to eat braised chicken wings. However, this dead girl's luck is so ridiculous that she can easily accomplish great deeds. Why is that? Is it because she is immoral or because she is greedy for money? Or is it because the truth she realized is very special? Commander Lu was writing a short composition in his mind when the 8 remaining cranes on the stone tablet suddenly broke out of the tablet and spit fireballs at Fengxi. If it was someone else, they would definitely be in trouble. After all, their attention was attracted by the crane in the sky. But Fengxi reacted quickly. After discovering the fireball, he immediately pulled Zhang Wen back more than 10 feet away. Then, he was chased by 9 cranes. Commander Lu looked at Fengxi, who was being chased by Xianhe like a mad dog, and decided to take back what he had said before. Luck is such a mysterious thing. It can be good luck or bad luck. In the end, it all depends on yourself. When Commander Lu thought of this, he felt a mysterious feeling, and then he was cut into pieces. He didn't understand, he really didn't understand. He didn't help the Tiank League to exonerate himself, nor did he defend his own crimes, nor did he offend that dead girl. Why was he cut into pieces? It has been a long time since he faced reality and suffered this pain. He wanted to ask Fengxi what was going on, but Fengxi was in trouble right now, so how could she have the time to help him solve his doubts? If you are not careful, you will be hit by the fireball. Fengxi complained in her heart, it's called a crane, but its temperament is too fierce, it'd be better to change its name to Flamingo. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1560 touch the crane's head and you won't have to worry about anything. In fact, Fengxi could activate the fire-repelling pearl, but after a moment of weighing the pros and cons, she gave up. On the one hand, it is difficult to explain why she has a treasure like the fire-repellent pearl. On the other hand, the mystery of the missing flame crystal has not been solved yet. It is obviously unwise to reveal that she has the fire-repellent pearl at this time. So, she could only run as hard as she could. Normally, it is difficult for a human to outrun a creature with wings, but everyone witnessed a miracle. I saw 2 little gods running so fast that they left after images. He left the 9 cranes behind. The 9 cranes were so angry that they were deformed. It changed from a crane to a rune and dissipated. Elder Fang, who rushed over after hearing the news, happened to see this scene. He widened his eyes in disbelief, and without paying any attention to Fengxi and Zhang Wen who were panting like dogs, his figure disappeared from the spot in a flash. Fengxi. Is it that amazing? If she had learned this skill, she wouldn't have been chased like a dog. Study. Must learn. Fengxi and Zhang Wen paused for a while and then ran back. It is better to go back by yourself than to be forced back by others. When the 2 of them arrived, Elder Fang was studying the immortal stele. What surprised Fengxi was that the piece of crane fragment that had fallen before had been restored. Now she was even more certain that she had just been scammed. Not only was he scammed, but he was also chased like a dog by 9 cranes. When he thought about how Duan Kai had targeted him and made him do bricklaying work all night, he became even angrier. What did she do wrong to be treated like this? Is it because she is so outstanding? If she hadn't been adhering to the principle of keeping a low profile, she would have made a big fuss no matter what. If she didn't extort 10 or 800 million, she wouldn't be the master of the 2 worlds. She was just about to chat with Commander Lu when she realized that he was silent. Why is there no movement yet? Also dormant. How come both of them are in hibernation? At this time, Elder Fang turned to look at her and asked, why are those 9 rune cranes chasing you? Fengxi looked innocent. I don't know either. This is totally an unexpected disaster. Elder Fang frowned. Unforeseen disaster. Then why don't they chase after others but only you? Fengxi was silent for a moment, then said, is it because I am prettier than them? Are they jealous of me? Elder Fang. He had the same idea as his disciple at this moment. This eccentric look really did look like the son of Elder Gu Liang. In fact, Fengxi has even more ridiculous ideas. I guess her last name is Feng, and these cranes want to form 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. However, her name is Lu Yi now, so she naturally cannot say that. Elder Fang patiently let Fengxi tell him what had happened. Fengxi omitted the fact that she wanted to eat the chicken wings, and just said that she touched it lightly out of curiosity, and then the fragment of the crane fell off. Elder Fang asked Zhang Wen and others for their confessions, which were basically the same as what Fengxi said. Then, Elder Fang looked at Fengxi and said, touch it again. Fengxi said weakly, you can touch me, but let's make it clear first, I will not be responsible for any consequences. Elder Fang, okay. To be honest, he felt that this change had nothing to do with whether Fengxi touched him or not, but he couldn't understand why the 9 cranes had to chase her and spit fire. Fengxi walked closer to the Ascension Monument and touched the piece of crane fragment with his hand. No response. She touched it again, but still no response. She turned her head and looked at Elder Fang, how about I touch other places? Seeing Elder Fang nod, she touched each crane one by one, muttering to herself as she touched them. You are such a rebellious food, you dare to burn me, the master of the 2 worlds. That means you disappear quickly enough. Otherwise, I will pluck all your hair off. You will become bald chickens. Ellipsis. It was not known whether they had heard her thoughts, but the 9 cranes were visibly distorted, with their mouths even wide open, and sparks could be vaguely seen. Fengxi hurriedly hid behind Elder Fang. Elder Fang was puzzled when he saw this scene. He said to Wei Kang, who was standing beside him, "Go and touch it." Wei Kang did as he was told, and the 9 cranes immediately returned to normal. Elder Fang asked Feng Shi to touch it again. As soon as Feng Shi's hand touched the stone tablet, the 9 cranes began to twist and their mouths opened again. Feng's eyes flickered slightly, and he muttered in his heart, "I was just joking with you guys. You guys are so pretty, how could I bear to pull your fur? I didn't understand why immortals kept cranes before, but now I understand after seeing you. Only people like you can match the temperament of immortals. The name, Xianhei, is so appropriate. You are the only birds in the world named after the word, Xianhei. Touch the crane's head, and you won't have to worry about anything. Touch the crane's feathers, and money will come rolling in." Ellipsis. The 9 cranes obviously had no idea what evil human hearts were, and they immediately believed it. Not only did they shut their mouths, but they also raised their necks, looking very proud. It doesn't look like a crane, but more like a white goose. Elder Fang was very confused, but he couldn't find the reason. After a long silence, he said, "Lu Yi, you have cultivated all 92 fragments of the Immortal Ascension map. You can go to the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall to hand in the task." Feng Shi. What? Not only was there no scam, and made a small fortune. 92 fragments can be exchanged for 92 Sect contribution points. If this isn't a small fortune, what is it? She was quite happy, but Zhang Wen was dumbfounded. Without his junior sister, he would not be able to complete his mission even if he stayed in the Forest of Stells for his entire life. When he was worried, Feng Shi said to the other elder, "Elder Fang, this is not just my achievement. My brother also contributed. Otherwise, the crane wouldn't have chased him as well." Elder Fang saw that Zhang Wen was also chased like a dog just now, but this Immortal Ascension monument is a task assigned to you. Even if he completes it, it doesn't count. The hope that had just risen in Zhang Wen's heart was instantly shattered. He couldn't help but look at his own stone tablet. Different from Feng Shi's stone tablet, his stone tablet is engraved with the enlightenment of Luo Chonglu, the 29th leader of Tianyin Taoist sect, and is called the Chonglu tablet. However, in Zhang Wen's opinion, it was no different from the Book of Heaven, obscure and difficult to understand. He didn't even know how to break up the sentences in some places. Feng Shi had been busy looking at the roast chicken picture before and didn't pay much attention to it. Now, following Zhang Wen's gaze, she also felt that it was not well written. Since this is your experience of enlightenment, just write it more straightforwardly. If you write it in such a complicated way, you are not teaching but just pretending to be cool. As she was thinking, the words engraved on the Chonglu stele flew up from the stele, gathered into a giant sword, and slashed towards the direction where Feng Shi was. Of course, there are many people standing here, and no one knows who the giant sword is aimed at. But Feng Shi vaguely felt that it was her. Sin. Can't she just mutter a few words in her heart? Are you so strict about her character? Yes, she is the master of 2 worlds, so she is naturally lenient with herself and strict with others. Ha. It seems like it's the opposite. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1561 Zhang Wen draws his sword. Feng Shi hid behind Elder Fang while thinking wildly. In such an occasion, she, a small god, should not show off. Seeing Zhang Wen still standing there in a daze, she was about to pull him over when she saw Zhang Wen summon the Jingxian sword from his storage ring. Before coming to Tiank continent, Feng Shi summoned the old ghosts from the Forbidden Realm and the 24 solar terms from Langyuan to transform Zhang Wen's Jingxian sword and Dongyi sword. It was not a recreation, but a disguise to avoid being recognized. Because of this, Mu Jian often boasted in front of the street pets, saying that he never bothered others with things he could do by himself, and that a truly powerful person could change himself according to the external environment. At this time, Zhang Wen, holding the Jingxian sword, actually slashed towards the giant sword. Feng's eyes heart tightened, and he didn't care about his own safety. He slipped from behind Elder Fang to behind Zhang Wen. Her spiritual sense was locked onto the cloud pattern Nirvana whisk that Elder Gu Liang had given her, ready to activate it at any time. In the blink of an eye, the giant sword turned into words again and disappeared. Zhang Wen slashed the air with his sword, and in front of him was the Chonglu monument. Generally speaking, he would have no way to retract his strength at this time, and this sword might very likely damage the Chonglu monument. Elder Fang was just about to take action, but he didn't expect that Zhang Wen actually held back his strength, and only a small amount of sword energy passed through the Chonglu stele without causing any damage. Elder Fang was shocked. This Lu Qi has an extraordinary talent in swordsmanship. No wonder he was able to inspire the remaining sword intent of the ancestor Chonglu and in disguise complete the nourishment of all the tiny fragments of the Chonglu stele. The Lu brothers and sisters are indeed not simple people. It seems that the old charlatan Elder Gu Liang is not completely useless. He may have been right this time. If Elder Gu Liang heard this, he would spit in his face. So many things have happened, isn't it enough to prove my wisdom? It's really that Elder Gu Liang's reputation is too bad. So even though Feng Shi and Zhang Wen have done several earth-shaking things, Elder Fang and others still feel that the results calculated by Elder Gu Liang are questionable. Now it's just a blind cat catching a dead mouse. If the prejudice in a person's heart is a mountain, then for Elder Gu Liang it is an endless mountain range. Elder Fang calmed himself down and asked Zhang Wen, "Why did you draw your sword just now?" Zhang Wen hurriedly said, "I was afraid that the giant sword would hurt my sister, so I drew my sword subconsciously. I hope Elder Fang will punish me." Elder Fang waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Considering your eagerness to protect your sister and the fact that no damage has been caused, let's just leave it at that. In addition, the 59 fragments of the Chonglu stele have been nurtured. You and Lu Yi can go to the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall to hand in the task." Zhang Wen's heart was so happy that it almost blossomed. It turns out that blessed people don't have to be busy. However, he still looked calm, and Elder Fang couldn't help but look at him with high regard. After Elder Fang spoke, Feng Shi and Zhang Wen left the Forest of Stells happily. In fact, under normal circumstances, Elder Fang would definitely interrogate the two of them, but he is now overwhelmed by the loss of the unfinished stone tablet and cannot take care of this matter for the time being. Besides, the Lu brothers and sisters can't run away, so it won't be too late to ask them in a few days. On the way to the outer gate, Fang Shi asked Zhang Wen, "Brother, what happened just now?" She didn't believe what Zhang Wen said just now. It's not that I don't believe Zhang Wen wants to protect her, but there are so many people being taken advantage of here, Zhang Wen is not stupid enough to step forward. Zhang Wen thought to himself, this junior sister is smarter than a monkey, there is really nothing that can be hidden from her. Of course, he had no intention of hiding it. When the giant sword appeared just now, I felt the sword intent boiling, and my blood was boiling, so I attacked. At this time, Commander Lu said weakly to Fang Shi. This is not a good sign. If a person cannot control the sword intent, he will likely be attacked by the sword intent in the future and lose his self-awareness. The reason for this is that his cultivation and sword intent do not match, so he must hurry up and improve his cultivation. Although Fang Shi was very worried about Zhang Wen's condition, she immediately asked, "Master, why do you sound so weak? Did you fall into hibernation just now?" Commander Lu felt warm in his heart. Although the dead girl always bullied him, she still cared about him. Immediately said weakly, "I was just cut into pieces and then I lost consciousness. I was confused. I was just lamenting that luck can be good or bad, so why was I punished?" Fang's eyes heart moved. "Master, can you see if there are any other changes? I guess it may be that you have advanced." Commander Lu. He soon discovered that Fang Shi had guessed right. He has indeed advanced. Although this is my first time being a spread weapon, I can feel that it is more solid than before. Do I have to be cut into pieces every time I advance? Then he would rather be a rookie Skrid. He now strongly suspected that Fang Shi had deliberately let him possess the Wangu Xianzong token. I just want him to atone for his sins. If Fang Shi knew, she would definitely cry out for injustice, but she really didn't know. Of course, it was true that she felt secretly happy. She took Commander Lu as her master for the sake of the overall situation. She had no choice but to do so and she was not very happy about it. After resolving Commander Lu's issue, Fang Shi relayed Commander Lu's words to Zhang Wen. Zhang Wen's face turned pale and he asked Fang Shi, "If that day really comes, what should we do?" Fang Shi glanced at him and sent a message to the secret channel. No ifs. Cultivation is important, but the sword intent is something you feel, and you are the master at all times. As long as you are determined, let alone you are a spirit transforming cultivator, even if you are a chi refining cultivator, the sword intent will not be able to backfire on you. Fifth brother, after all, your resolve is still unsteady. Think about it carefully, what went wrong? After these words were spoken, not only Zhang Wen was stunned, but Commander Lu also seemed to be thinking about something. After a moment, he couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. He was obsessed with the appearance. As expected, this little girl has many unique qualities to have gotten to where she is today. Just as I was thinking about it, I heard Fang Shi boasting. "Master, what are you thinking about? Are you silently giving me a thumbs up in your heart? Do you think that I, the master of these two worlds, am really amazing?" Commander Lu. I would think you were more amazing if you didn't say anything. Zhang Wen was a little absent-minded because he was thinking about the question Fang Shi asked. Fang Shi didn't say anything more, and the two of them went to the miscellaneous affairs hall to hand in the task. Deacon Yi was somewhat surprised to see the two of them. They completed the task so quickly. Then, he took the certificate issued by Balin from the two people. When he saw the number of fragments on it, he screamed like a pig. How much? 5, 59, 9, 92. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1562. It might be the southeast, northwest, or north wind. It's not that Deacon Yi's psychological quality is too poor, it's just that Fang Shi and Zhang Wen's performance is too amazing. It has only been 1 day and 1 night, and they have managed to cultivate so many stone tablet fragments. How is this possible? He even suspected that the credentials brought by Fang Shi and Zhang Wen were fake. Although he couldn't find any flaws after studying it for a long time, he was still worried and sent a message to Deacon Guo in the Stele Forest. After receiving a positive reply, Deacon Yi distributed sect contribution points to Fang Shi and Zhang Wen. After Fang Shi and Zhang Wen left, Deacon Yi reported the matter to Elder Bai. Elder Bai. He originally thought that this time he could at least allow Fang Shi and Zhang Wen to stay in the Forest of Steles for 3 to 5 days, or even longer, but they only came out after 1 day and 1 night. And set a new record for nurturing fragments. He felt that there must be something fishy going on, so he paced back and forth in the room for a while, but finally couldn't help but go to the Forest of Steles. When Elder Fang heard that Elder Bai had arrived, he thought, "Why didn't you come earlier or later? I'm already busy as hell, what are you doing here at this time?" But he couldn't lose face, so he suppressed his annoyance and came to pick up Elder Bai in person. The two exchanged a few pleasantries, and Elder Fang asked, "Elder Bai, why are you so free today? Is there something going on?" Elder Bai smiled and said, "Then I won't beat around the bush. I just want to ask how the Lu brothers and sisters were able to nurture so many fragments. Is there something wrong?" Elder Fang did not hide anything and told the whole story in detail. After saying this, he sighed, "I used to think that Elder Guliang was a charlatan, but now it seems that he has some merits. He really got it right this time. The Lu brothers and sisters may really be able to restore the glory of our Tianyan Dao sect." Elder Bai sighed. These two kids have great talent and understanding, but their temperaments are not right and they're also very lazy. Instead of practicing in broad daylight, you sleep soundly in your room. Isn't that infuriating? That's why I deliberately found a job for them, but I didn't expect it to be completed so quickly. Elder Fang also felt that this was outrageous. One cannot slack off in one's cultivation, otherwise no matter how good one's aptitude and understanding are, it will be useless. He thought for a moment and said, "Actually, you don't need to assign them any tasks, can't you just put them under your nose?" With you watching, they won't have the chance to slack off even if they want to. Over time, this temper will be corrected. Elder Bai thought Elder Fang's idea was good, so after returning to the outer gate, he went to find Feng Shi and Zhang Wen. Go back and pack your things and move over to my place. Feng Shi and Zhang Wen. Although the two were very reluctant, they had no choice but to nod in agreement. On the way back, Zhang Wen asked Feng Shi, "Little sister, why is Elder Bai so crazy?" Feng Shi sighed, "Maybe it's the wind from the east, south, west or north." Zhang Wen. After returning to his residence, Feng Shi packed up simply, but there wasn't much. She checked the 2 chess pieces in her sleeves and found that they were like, dead, and did not react at all. She gritted her teeth, dripped blood onto the black chess piece, and then tried to make the contract. No success. She dripped blood on the white chess piece again, and then the contract also ended in failure. Feng Shi said to Commander Lu, "Master, you said that when I was in Jiu Continent, there was nothing I can contract with. Why do I keep hitting a wall when I come to Tiang Continent? Is it because the feng shui here is bad?" Commander Lu. "Would you rather doubt feng shui than doubt yourself? Let's just say, is it possible that you are not capable of it?" I thought so in my heart, but said, maybe. He had just been cut into pieces and didn't want to go through it again. Feng Shi had no way of putting the chess piece into the storage ring, so he had to put it back into his sleeve. Elder Bai gave the 2 side rooms in the courtyard to Feng Shi and Zhang Wen. Even so, the 2 of them could not stay in the house during the day and had to stay beside Elder Bai to practice. Zhang Wen didn't care, but Feng Shi had a headache. "Should I practice the Wangxiang Tianyin Jiu or the Chaos Jiu?" Commander Lu said. "If you just practice, it will be difficult for outsiders to find out, so just practice without worry." After hearing what he said, Feng Shi felt relieved and bold in practicing the chaos technique. Sure enough, Elder Bai did not find anything unusual. Seeing that Feng Shi and Zhang Wen had been practicing without slacking off, Elder Bai thought that the method proposed by Elder Fang was really good. Not only can it prevent them from being lazy, but he can also give them a warning from time to time, and maybe they will give up the idea of worshipping the old charlatan as their master. Thinking of this, he was a little puzzled. Why hasn't the old charlatan been making any moves recently? Even Li Zhe seemed to have disappeared. What kind of medicine are these master and disciple selling in their 2 gourds? It's better to keep quiet so as not to disturb the Lu brothers and sisters' practice. What Elder Bai didn't know was that because he kept Feng Shi and Zhang Wen by his side, a new rumor was born. What's going on? Why did Elder Bai let the Lu brothers and sisters live with him? Who knows, maybe he's deliberately going against Elder Gu Liang. Didn't they say that the Lu brothers and sisters are not Elder Gu Liang's children? It seems unnecessary for Elder Bai to do this, right? Let's say, is it possible that the biological father of the Lu brothers and sisters is Elder Bai? Don't tell me, it's not impossible. Ellipsis. Feng Shi and Zhang Wen never dreamed that after coming to Tiang Continent, they would be played out like several tadpoles looking for their father. After finishing the day's training, the 2 went to Feng Shi's room. Zhang Wen sent a secret message to Feng Shi. "Junior sister, didn't you ask me to reflect on this before? I know where the problem lies. Ever since I entered the Tianyin Taoist sect, I have been required to attain enlightenment everywhere, and I am just taking advantage of your way. Although I didn't think there was anything wrong with this, I couldn't help feeling a little impatient and even panicky. I was eager to prove myself, so when the giant sword released its sword intent that day, I felt that the opportunity had come. Although I knew rationally that I shouldn't take action, I was so excited that I lost myself and was swept away by the sword's power. In the final analysis, it is because my will is not firm and there is something wrong with my state of mind." After Zhang Wen finished his reflection essay, Feng Shi said, "Fifth brother, in addition to what you said, I think there is another reason, that is, you advance too fast. I am different, I take one step at a time, so I am mentally stable." Zhang Wen. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1563, 2 instruments and 4 symbols. When Zhang Wen was speechless, Feng Shi said, "Fifth brother, you need to learn more from me about mentality. Look, you have reached the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm, while I am still stuck at the 7th level. However, I am not in a hurry at all. Even though I have the lowest cultivation level in the Tianyin Dao sect, so what? Being low now doesn't mean it will always be this low. We will surpass them sooner or later. Just like we were standing on the mountain gate before and they could only look up at us, we will reach a height that is beyond their reach." It must be said that Feng Shi's chicken soup was fragrant and rich. Zhang Wen was immediately excited and went back to practice excitedly. As soon as he left, Feng Shi asked Commander Lu, "Master, I have been practicing hard these days, why haven't I advanced yet?" Commander Lu. "Aren't you in no hurry?" Feng Shi didn't expect to get an answer from Commander Lu, so after he finished speaking, he started practicing. In a blink of an eye, there is only half a month left before the inner gate assessment. Elder Bai is very conflicted. On the one hand, he was pleased to see Feng Shi and Zhang Wen practicing diligently, but on the other hand, he was worried that they would not be able to pass the selection for inner disciples if they practiced so hard. Fortunately, the old charlatan Elder Gu Liang and Li Zhe are both in seclusion, and they may not come out during the inner sect selection. By then, if he can persuade them again, maybe the Lu brothers and sisters will change their minds. However, he soon lost the mood to think about these things, as people from Xingyao Gate arrived. Although Sect leader Dai didn't like the people from Xingyao Sect, since they were guests from afar, he still asked Elder Bai and others to invite the people from Xingyao Sect into the meeting hall. The leader of Xingyao Sect this time is Palace Master Cao of Ziwei Palace. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Palace Master Cao asked with a smile, "Sect Master Dai, why don't you see Elder Gu Liang? It is said that his art of turtle evolution has reached great perfection, and my art of astrology has also improved, so I would like to learn from him." Sect leader Dai smiled and said, "Elder Gu Liang has been in seclusion for a while now. It will probably take some time before he can come out. A disciple standing behind Palace Master Cao curled his lips. Why did you choose to retreat at this time, instead of earlier or later? Could it be that you heard that my master is coming and hid yourself? Palace Master Cao scolded in a fake tone. Nonsense. How can a junior like you have the right to speak here? After that, he said to Master Dai. Master Dai, my disciple lacks manners. I will definitely discipline him when I return. However, it is indeed a pity that I cannot spar with Elder Gu Liang this time. Fortunately, in addition to wanting to exchange ideas with Elder Gu Liang, I also came here for an important matter. At first, the 2 Yin and 4 Xiang stelae was one and the same. The 2 Yin and 4 Xiang stelae was taken away by your Tianyin Dao sect, while the 4 Xiang stelae was left in our Xingya sect. As soon as he said this, Elder Fang sneered. Palace Master Cao, did you remember it wrong? The Liang Yi Si Xiang stelae originally belonged to our Tianyin Dao sect. It was you, the Xingya sect, who used dishonorable means to steal the Si Xiang stelae. Several people around Palace Master Cao wanted to speak, but were stopped by Palace Master Cao. Elder Fang, please don't say such harsh words. Opportunities are meant to be obtained by those who are destined to have them. Since the Four Symbols Monument has landed in our Xingya sect, it means that it is destined to be with us. To be honest, we have already comprehended some of the mysteries of the Four Symbols Monument. I wonder if you have made any progress on the Two Principles Monument. Elder Fang's heart trembled. The patterns on the Liang Yi Monument are disorganized, and no one has been able to figure out the mystery behind them for all these years. But of course I couldn't show my weakness in this kind of situation, so I said calmly. I have made some discoveries, but they're nothing to write home about. Palace Master Cao smiled meaningfully. That's really cause for celebration. I won't beat around the bush, I'll just get straight to the point. I came here this time to make a deal with your clan. We plan to exchange the rubbings of the Four Symbols Stellae for the rubbings of the Two Principles Stellae. What do you think? Hearing this, there was a commotion in the hall. To be honest, the Tianyin Taoist sect has always been obsessed with the Four Symbols Stellae. After all, the Liang Yi Four Symbols Stellae was originally one and the same, but was later taken away by the Xingya sect. The key point is that there are very few records about the Four Symbols Stellae in the sect scriptures, and there is no trace to be found. Now that Xingya sect has proposed this exchange condition, it would be a lie to say that we are not tempted. However, Xingya sect is so sinister and cunning in its actions, so how credible is this? Perhaps guessing what everyone was thinking, Palace Master Cao said. In addition to the rubbings, we can also provide a video recorded on the photo stone as supporting evidence. Of course, as an equal exchange, you also have to provide rubbings and images of the Liang Yi stelae. We are sincere this time, please weigh it carefully. Sect leader Dai thought for a moment and said. This is a serious matter and it is difficult to make a decision in a short period of time. How about this, please stay in the guest house for a while, and we will give you an answer after we have discussed everything, how about that? Palace Master Cao nodded. Alright, then wait for good news. Sect leader Dai immediately asked someone to accompany Palace leader Cao and the others to the guest house to rest, and then discuss the matter with everyone. Master, Xingya sect has always been untrustworthy and has gone back on its word. I think this is definitely a fraud. Dealing with them is like trying to get the skin of a tiger. Don't agree to it. That's not the case. Although Xingya sect has no credibility, they have both the rubbings and the image on the photo stone. They shouldn't be able to do anything. That's not necessarily true. Didn't Elder Bai pick the Lu brothers and sisters out of the outer mountain gate before? It was scraped off, but we can still see some traces. As long as we are more careful, we will definitely be able to find the flaws. Ellipsis. For a while, the quarrel became intense. Sect leader Dai actually missed his unreliable junior brother a little at this moment. If Elder Gu Liang had not been in seclusion, he could have told us his fortune. No matter if he was accurate or not, at least it would have some psychological effect. He looked at Elder Fang, who had been silent the whole time, and said, Elder Fang, what do you think? Elder Fang is in charge of the Forest of Stells, and Sect leader Dai still values his opinion more. Elder Fang said. Sect Master, even if there are problems with the photo stones and rubbings provided by Xingya sect, at least most of the patterns should be real, and they may be helpful for us to comprehend the Liang Yi stelae. This deal is a bit risky, but I think it's worth it. After weighing the pros and cons, Sect leader Dai said. In that case, let's change. Elder Fang, you will be responsible for this matter. Yes. Ellipsis. On the other side, Palace Master Cao and others had already arrived at the guest house. They sent away the disciples who were receiving guests at the guest house on the grounds that they liked quietness. Master, do you think Tianyin Dao sect will agree to our deal? Palace Master Cao smiled but said nothing. Tianyin Dao Zong would definitely agree. After all, the rubbings of the Four Symbols Stellae are too attractive to them. This tampered rubbing of the Four Symbols Stellae can not only be exchanged for the Two Principles Stellae rubbing, but will also give them a big surprise. It's not that he looks down on the people of Tianyin Dao sect, but they're far inferior to him in terms of cultivation and scheming. They're just barely staying afloat by living off their old capital, and sooner or later they will be swallowed up by the Xingya sect. This can be seen from the hexagram that Tianyin Dao Zong's luck has run out. Tianyin is about to die, and Xingya will stand. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1564, yes, I drew it. After returning to the Forest of Stells, Elder Fang began to work on rubbings. He didn't trust others, so he asked someone to prepare tools and prepared to make the rubbing himself. When he got closer to the Yin-Yang monument and was about to have someone spread rice paper on the surface of the monument, his pupils suddenly shrank. He thought he might have seen it wrong or was hallucinating. He closed his eyes, calmed himself, then opened his eyes and touched the stone tablet with trembling hands. Then, I was dumbfounded. This pattern is clearly not carved, it's painted. He was sure that the original patterns on the Liang Yi stelae were carved, so how come they were painted now? Elder Fang's head was buzzing, and he finally calmed down and asked Wei Kang and others. Has anyone among you touched the Liangyi monument recently? Or discovered anything unusual? Everyone shook their heads. After a while, Wei Kang said, Master, Duan Kai once arranged for the Lu brothers and sisters to nurture the fragments of the Liangyi monument, and no one has touched the Liangyi monument since then. Elder Fang's heart moved, and he said, Go to the law enforcement hall immediately and interrogate Duan Kai to see if you can get any clues. As for the Lu brothers and sisters, I will come and ask them in person. To be honest, Elder Fang felt that the problem mostly lay with the Lu brothers and sisters and had nothing to do with Duan Kai. It's not that he looked down on Duan Kai, he just thought he was a stupid, bad, and useless person who didn't have the ability to do that. Elder Fang wanted to find Feng Shi and Zhang Wen to ask about the Ascension Monument and the Chonglu Monument some time ago, but he had too many things to do and didn't have the time. He immediately sent a message to Elder Bai, asking him to send someone to bring Feng Shi and Zhang Wen over, as he had something to ask them. Elder Bai wondered why Elder Fang was looking for the Lu brothers and sisters at this critical moment. There must be something going on here. So he personally took Feng Shi and Zhang Wen to the Forest of Stells. Feng Shi was very nervous. What was supposed to come finally came. The matter of the 2 large stone tablets must have been exposed. It was too unfair for her. It was those 2 chess pieces who did it, but she had to take the blame. Speaking of chess pieces, those 2 things have been quiet for a while and are still in Feng Shi's sleeve pocket. She was wondering, doesn't Tianyan Dao Sect's treasury usually get inspected? Don't you even know the 2 chess pieces are missing? This security measure is too poor. No wonder it has fallen into such a state now, it can't even keep the good things. Zhang Wen was also a little nervous. With Elder Bai beside him, it was difficult for him to communicate with Feng Shi. However, the 2 had already colluded in their testimonies after returning from the Forest of Stells, so there was no need to discuss it now. Soon, the 3 arrived at the Forest of Stells. Although Elder Fang learned that Elder Bai had brought people here personally, he was now too confused to come out to greet them. Instead, he asked someone to bring Elder Bai and the other 2 directly to the front of the Yin-Yang monument. Elder Fang didn't beat around the bush. He stared at Feng Shi and Zhang Wen and asked, Why did the Liangyi monument become like this? Is it related to you? Feng Shi nodded. Yes, I drew it. Zhang Wen, well, I helped out. Elder Fang. You admitted it so readily that it caught me off guard. Not only was he caught off guard, but Elder Bai was even more so. What nonsense are you talking about? There were originally patterns on the Liangyi stele, and they were carved there. How did you draw them? Elder Fang was too lazy to explain and pointed at the stone tablet, asking him to look at it himself. Elder Bai got closer and took a look, and he found that it was indeed painted on. I have to say, this counterfeiting technique is really good. If you don't look carefully, you really can't tell it. Elder Fang stared at Feng Shi. Tell me, what's going on? The reason I asked Feng Shi is because she is the main culprit. Feng Shi sighed. Elder Fang, my brother and I were forced into this. That day, Duan Kai gave these 2 stone tablets to us. We cultivated them for a whole day but gained nothing. In the middle of the night, Duan Kai came to mock us again. Although we were angry, we didn't dare to say anything and could only swallow our anger. Just after Duan Kai left, my brother suddenly discovered that all the patterns on the 2 stone tablets had disappeared. We were both scared to death at that time. I wanted to report the truth, but then I thought about how Duan Kai was targeting us. If I told him, he would kill us. In desperation, I decided to, fake it. It was definitely too late to carve it, so my brother and I drew the patterns on it. The next morning you arranged for Brother Wei Kang to replace the stone tablet for us, but we didn't mention it out of hope. It was indeed our fault for concealing the truth, but why the lines on the stone tablet disappeared has nothing to do with us. While she was saying these words, Elder Fang kept staring at her. I found that although she was a little frightened, she didn't seem to be lying. Elder Bai's focus was, Elder Fang, so the patterns they drew are all correct. They remembered all the patterns. Elder Fang realized the problem belatedly. There is a formation inside the Stele Forest. Unless the formation is temporarily closed, there is no way to open the photo stone. How did the Lu brothers and sisters manage to draw the patterns so accurately? Feng Shi laughed dryly twice. I have had a good memory since I was a child. Although my brother's memory is not as good as mine, he is still okay. Besides, we have been watching it for a whole day, so we will remember it naturally. Elder Fang took out a rubbing from his storage ring and handed it to Feng Shi. Take a quarter of an hour and write it down. Feng Shi took it, glanced at it, and then returned the rubbing to Elder Fang. He took out his pen and ink and started drawing. Elder Fang. No wonder you 2 have become variables, you are really not human. However, more importantly, why did the patterns on the Liangyi stele disappear? By the way, the unfinished stone tablet also disappeared that night. Is there any connection between them? He believed Feng Zai's words at least 80%, because he felt that the 2 newly initiated disciples did not have the courage to do anything like damaging the stone tablet. Besides, if something goes wrong, they will be the first to be suspected, and they're not that stupid. Was it just an accident? At this time, Elder Bai said, Lao Fang, I don't think this matter has anything to do with them. Even if they want to, they don't have the courage, let alone the ability. The patterns on the Liangyi monument are not ordinary patterns. Not to mention them, even we can't erase them. The problem now is how to deal with Xingyao Sect. Feng Shi asked curiously, Elder Bai, what does this have to do with Xingyao Sect? Under normal circumstances, Elder Bai probably wouldn't bother to pay attention to her, but now his mind was in a mess, so he said casually. Xingyao Sect wants to exchange the rubbings of the 4 symbols stele for the rubbings of the 2 symbols stele. Feng Shi curled her lips when she heard this. I heard from senior brother Li Zhe that Xingyao Sect is always doing nothing and always wants to step on us. Would they be so kind? There must be something fishy here. Maybe the rubbings of the 4 symbols stele they brought are fake, and they might even mislead us. Elder Fang sighed. Even so, we still have to take a risk. Maybe it will help us. Fang Shi blinked his eyes. If that's the case, let's give them fake ones. I'm a professional in forgery. Elder Fang. Elder Bai. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1565, Honest and Clear Conscience. Elder Fang hesitated. Is this okay? Elder Bai rolled his eyes. What's wrong with that? The ungrateful people from Xingyao's sect have done too many immoral things to count. We can finally vent our anger by tricking them once. Elder Fang was unable to make a decision, so he sent a message to Sect Leader Dai. When Sect Leader Dai heard that there was a problem with the Liang Yi monument, his heart trembled. But when I heard that the problem was related to the Liu brothers and sisters, I felt inexplicably looking forward to it. Because experience tells him that once things are related to the Liu brothers and sisters, there may be a reversal. It's like a dark river, like a soul-sealing cave, like a chessboard. He gladly accepted Fang Shi's suggestion. Young people still have active brains. Why didn't he think of this method? Even if he thought of it, the main thing is that he wouldn't fake it. Elder Bai can do it, but it took him 2 months to cut out the picture last time. If I give it to him this time, won't it take him 2 to 3 years? The daylilies are cold. After getting the approval of Sect Leader Dai, Elder Fang asked Fang Shi, how do you make it? Fang Shi said, just get 2 large stones, and then use the sword to carve a few random strokes on them. I will modify them, and then we can make a rubbing of the picture. Elder Fang, this, can they believe it? Fang Shi smiled and said, they have never seen the Yin Yang monument. Besides, our Tinyan Dao sect has such a good reputation, of course they will believe it. Elder Fang was still feeling nervous, and Elder Bai was also unsure. However, there is no other way now, we can only do as Fang Shi said. There is nothing else in the forest of Stells, except for plenty of big stones. Elder Fang immediately asked someone to find 2 large stones. Fang Shi said to Elder Bai. I'm worried that Elder Fang is familiar with the Liang Yi stele and may accidentally draw out the real patterns when carving with the sword, so please come. Just draw random lines on it, the more the better, the messier the better. Elder Bai was really obedient, or he just wanted to watch the fun, so he took his magic sword and drew several lines on the 2 stone tablets. After he finished marking, Fang Shi instructed him to write a few missing characters in between. Finally, it was her turn. There were small brushes, sandpaper, paints and various chemicals. It was a lot of work. She also took some dirt and carefully rubbed it into some of the lines, then brushed it with a brush, making it look like it hadn't been cleaned properly. Fang Shi looked at it carefully, then placed a wild grass seed in the small depression on top of one of the stone tablets, and used magic to make it germinate until it grew several leaves. Then, she arranged the area around the 2 stone tablets and deliberately cracked the blue bricks on the ground to create the illusion that many people had been here. Elder Bai and Elder Fang were both stunned. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have imagined that the 2 stone tablets before them were built within a few hours. This is clearly an ancient stone tablet that has gone through the vicissitudes of time. Elder Bai said, it's a good opportunity to use the recording stone to record it now while it's dark, so that they won't be able to see the flaws. Fang Shi was happy. If you do this, they will become suspicious, so let's record it during the day. Record it at noon when the sun is at its brightest. If the light is too strong, it will be hard to tell the real from the fake, and it will also make us appear to be above board and have a clear conscience. Elder Bai and Elder Fang. Let's just say, why are you so confused at such a young age? Fang Shi said to the elder again, you can make the rubbings now. I will retouch them when you are done. Elder Fang immediately arranged for someone to make rubbings. Since it was a fake, he didn't have to do it himself. Fang Shi reminded him, make 2 sets of rubbings. Although Elder Fang didn't understand why, he still did as she said. After the rubbings were completed, Fang Shi took out one of the sets and started tinkering with it. Elder Fang and Elder Bai looked at it for a long time and finally realized that she was pretending to be old. Fang Shi explained, Elder Fang, the people in Xingyao's sect are more cunning than us, and they might become suspicious. When the time comes, you can use this ancient rubbing to slap them in the face. Elder Fang. No matter how many tricks those people in Xingyao's sect have, it seems that they're not as cunning as you. Before he had finished digesting the matter of the ancient rubbings, Fang Shi said. Elder Fang, you are too honest, I am afraid you will be tricked by the people from Xingyao's sect. Come, I'll design the lines for you, and then we'll simulate it. Elder Fang. I still have to memorize lines. He never dreamed that there would be a day when he would be able to perform on stage. Fang Shi said to Elder Bai, who was stunned. Don't just sit there, I'll design some scenes for you, and you can help add fuel to the fire when the time comes. Elder Bai. Good. His previous impression of Fang Shi was that he was talented and had a good understanding, but he was also greedy, lazy, sharp-tongued, and disobedient. Now there is another one, full of bad intentions. However, if this bad water was used on those people from Xingyao's sect, he would feel quite refreshing. So Fang Shi began to direct the play for Elder Fang and Elder Bai. Maybe it's due to his personality, Elder Fang's acting skills are really not good enough. Fang Shi increased the weight of Elder Bai, and then instructed Elder Fang. If you forget the words or don't know how to answer, just sneer and let Elder Bai save you. Elder Fang kept this firmly in mind. Fang Shi actually felt that the effect would be more perfect if Elder Gu Liang was present, but unfortunately he and Li Zhe were both in seclusion. You two should inform Sect Master Dai in advance and ask him to warn the others present so that they won't be exposed later. The busy work lasted until noon of the next day. Fang Shi checked it again and then instructed Zhang Wen to record the Liang Yi stele with the photo stone. The reason why Zhang Wen was asked to record was naturally because he was skilled in the business and knew how to avoid the important issues and how to use light to avoid some points that could easily arouse suspicion. Of course, before recording, Elder Fang closed the formation in advance, otherwise the image stone could not be activated at all. After Zhang Wenlu finished recording, Fang Shi checked it several times, and asked Elder Fang and Elder Bai to check it several times. Fang Shi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, it's done. Elder Fang, you and Elder Bai can go report to Sect Leader Dai. My brother and I will go back. Elder Fang nodded, okay. Looking at the backs of Feng Shi and Zhang Wen, Elder Fang felt like he seemed to have forgotten something. What was it? The 1566, Tianyin Dao sect is still as stupid as ever. After a while, Elder Fang finally remembered the original intention of looking for Feng Shi and Zhang Wen. The issue of the disappearance of the patterns on the Yin-Yang monument has not been resolved yet. The two suspects ran away blatantly. However, the monk may run away, but the temple cannot. It will not be too late to interrogate them after the matter of Xingyao Gate is resolved. Furthermore, Elder Fang felt that Feng Shi was not lying, and the disappearance of the patterns on the Yin-Yang monument might really have nothing to do with them, and they just happened to encounter it. Elder Bai saw that he was still in a daze and urged him. Lao Fang, don't just stand there, let's go see the Sect Master. He couldn't wait to show off his superb acting skills. He somewhat understood what Elder Gu Liang had done over the years. He didn't care what others thought as long as he was happy. There is a kind of beauty that doesn't care about other people's lives. After Elder Bai and Elder Fang met Sect Master Dai, they told him what had happened and showed him the photo stone and rubbings. After reading it, Sect Leader Dai couldn't help but sigh. This Lu Yi is really a talent. His useless junior fellow apprentice finally did something useful. Sect Master Dai immediately gathered the sect's top leaders together. He didn't say anything specific, but just reminded everyone not to make a fuss no matter what happened, and just show the disdain and anger towards Xingyao sect. Sometimes knowing the truth is not a good thing, as it makes your performance seem too fake. After making preparations, Sect Leader Dai asked someone to invite Palace Leader Cao and others to the meeting hall. Sect Leader Dai first expressed his concern for him out of courtesy, and then said, after our discussion, we decided to accept the deal you proposed and exchange the rubbings of the Liang Yi stele for the rubbings of the Xixiang stele. Palace Master Cao was very proud. See, it's just as I expected. These idiots from the Tianyin Dao sect will follow any random path you draw. As he was thinking, he heard Sect Leader Dai say, however, we have to inspect the goods first. What do you think, Lord Cao? Palace Master Cao smiled and said, of course you can. As he spoke, he took out a rubbing from his storage ring, opened it only halfway, and motioned for Sect Leader Dai and the others to look at it. Everyone, please look, this is a rubbing of the Xiaoyang stele. Everyone stretched their necks to look at the rubbing, and saw that the top and surrounding areas of the rubbing were all covered with dragon patterns, and the rest of it was all runes. However, these runes are different from what they know, and are basically no different from reading a heavenly book. The layman watches the excitement, while the expert watches the details. Elder Fang feels that the authenticity of this rubbing is at least 80%. Of course, it's possible that only a small portion of this is true. But when he thought about the rubbing of the Liang Yi stele in his hand which had nothing to do with the original one, he felt that even if only a small part of it was real, he would have made a fortune. Although he thought so in his heart, he couldn't help but sneer when he thought of Feng Shi's instructions. His smile made Palace Master Cao feel uneasy. Did Mr. Fang find out something wrong? No, the exposed part is real, not fake at all. I guess this old guy doesn't know the value of it. Palace Master Cao put the rubbing away while thinking about it, then took out the photo stone and played a short video clip of the Xiaoyang stele. To be exact, it was only a few breaths of time, and only the upper half of the Xiaoyang stele was on it. Everyone, don't blame me for being stingy. After all, we haven't reached a deal yet, so I can't reveal too much. We have finished our presentation, it is your turn now. Elder Fang still had a sneer on his face, and then he took out the rubbing of the Yang stele and the photo stone from the Liang Yi stele, and only showed about a quarter of it. The most eye-catching thing is the small grass on the Yangbei. Palace Master Cao thought that the people of Tianyin Dao sect were all pedantic and probably thought that the existence of living things on the Liang Yi monument was God's will, so they allowed the weeds to grow. It seems that this Yang stele is real. TSK, Tianyin Dao Zong is still as stupid as ever. At this moment, all the high-ranking members of Tianyin Dao sect were thinking, how come this is completely different from the Yin-Yang monument we have seen before? However, because Sect Leader Dai had warned them in advance, they either sneered or gritted their teeth at Palace Leader Cao and his men. When Palace Master Cao saw their reactions, he felt even more that the rubbing that Elder Fang took out was real. Since both of us have expressed our sincerity, shall we exchange now? Sect Leader Dai nodded, okay. So, Palace Master Cao and Elder Fang exchanged positions. Palace Master Cao couldn't wait to open both rubbings and look at them, which activated the photo stone again. When he saw some tiny cracks and gaps on the stone tablet, especially the broken blue bricks under the two stone tablets, he felt at ease. This rubbing and photo stone are definitely authentic. However, he decided to cheat. So, he said with a cold face, Elder Fang, why do I feel that there is something wrong with this rubbing? Are you from Tianyin Dao sect trying to fool us with a fake? Elder Fang sneered, a fake. I was afraid you would be suspicious, so I brought the ancient rubbings here. Take a look for yourself. As he spoke, he took out an old version of the rubbing and opened it for Palace Master Cao and the others to see. Palace Master Cao was watching, and Elder Bai said angrily, Old Fang, I think you are really idle. Why are you showing this to him? Anyway, the transaction is completed. He can believe it or not. Just tear up the rubbing of the Liang Yi stele. After saying that, he looked at Palace Master Cao and said, Mr. Cao, don't judge others by your own standards. We in the Tianyin Dao sect never do such immoral things. You are not thinking this way based on your own judgment, are you? Is there something wrong with your rubbings of the four symbols stele? When Palace Master Cao saw this, he felt more at ease. Elder Bai, I was just asking casually, why are you so excited? As for the rubbings of the 4 symbols stellae, they are of course authentic. We came here with full sincerity this time. Now that the transaction has been completed, we will not disturb you any further. We will take our leave now. Elder Bai raised his eyebrows. You are in such a hurry to leave, could there really be something wrong with the rubbing of the 4 symbols stellae? If you find any tricks later, you can expect the wrath of our Tianyan Dao sect. Palace Master Cao almost laughed out loud. And the wrath of thunder. Considering the current situation of your Tianyan Dao sect, it's useless to get angry. Is a real dog. Chapter 1567, Elder Fang, it was the one who started it first. Elder Bai, this is what I wanted to say as well. If there is a problem with the rubbing of the Liang Yi stellae, our Xingyao sect will definitely fight to the death with your Tianyan Dao sect. After making these harsh remarks, Palace Master Cao led his men away. As soon as he left, Sect Leader Dai and others began to study the rubbings and images of the 4 symbols stellae. Of course, they also know that it is impossible to gain anything in a short period of time, so they just watch it for fun. Seeing that he could not see anything, Sect Leader Dai asked Elder Fang to take the rubbings and the photo stone back to the Forest of Stells for careful study. Elder Fang returned to the Forest of Stells. He originally wanted to take out the rubbings and the photo stones to study them, but when he remembered that the patterns on the yin-yang stellae had disappeared, he called Feng Shi and Junwen over again. Not only Feng Shi and Junwen came, but Elder Bai also came. Elder Fang didn't want to chase them away, so he had to interrogate Feng Shi and Junwen again in front of him. Feng Shi thought to himself, you old man are really good at crossing a river and then destroying the bridge. I just helped you deal with the Xingyao sect, and you dragged me here again. I've already told you that it has nothing to do with us, so why are you targeting us? Elder Fang asked for a long time but couldn't find any flaws. Could it really be just an accident? If it was any other suspect, Elder Fang would definitely not let him go like that. He would at least have to lock him up first and then interrogate him for a few rounds. But Feng Shi and Junwen are variables, and they have just made great contributions, so it is not a good idea to go too far. He was about to let Feng Shi and Junwen leave when Elder Bai said, Lao Fang, take out the rubbings of the 4 symbols stellae and let them take a look. Maybe there will be something to be gained. When Elder Fang was about to take out the rubbings, Feng Shi said, Elder Fang, wait a moment. As the saying goes, you should not have the intention to harm others, but you must be on guard against others. Who knows what the trick is with this rubbing? This is also a forest of Stells, so it is better to be careful. Elder Fang's heart trembled. He had never thought about these things before. Fortunately, he was worried about the loss of the patterns on the yin-yang stellae, and he had not taken the rubbings out of his storage ring since returning to the forest of Stells. Although it may seem a bit exaggerated, it is better to be safe than sorry. Therefore, Elder Fang did not rush to take out the rubbings, but took Feng Shi and the other 2 to a courtyard outside the forest of stellae. Although Elder Fang lives in the forest of Stells most of the time, he occasionally lives in this courtyard. After entering the yard, Elder Fang hesitated for a moment and took out the rubbing of the Tian stellae. After his rough judgment, only the upper half of the Shaoyang stellae looked authentic, and the rest might be fake. Especially the rubbings of the Tian stellae, it seems impossible to be authentic no matter how you look at it. Therefore, even if an accident occurred and the rubbing of the Tian stellae was damaged, he could bear it. Even so, he still gave Feng Shi and Junwen many warnings, fearing that they would damage the rubbings. Finally, Feng Shi and Junwen were asked to stand 6 feet away from the rubbing, so they could only look but not touch. Feng Shi. It's because my 5th senior brother and I have good eyesight, otherwise we wouldn't be able to see clearly. You are guarding against us like you are guarding against thieves. If you have the ability, don't let us see it. Besides, it's obvious that this thing is fake. Xingyao sect is not stupid and they obviously want to get something for nothing. As she thought about it, she looked at the rubbing of the Tian stellae. There were little turtles painted on the top and around the sides of the Tian stellae rubbing, with a small snake wrapped around its body. She thought that in the Jiu continent, there was only a turtle in the Shuanwu, but in the Tiang continent, it had become a combination of a turtle and a snake. It is normal that the customs vary from one place to another. Looking at those basalt patterns, Feng Shi suddenly thought of the little turtle in the street beast bag. Ever since this guy said he would use the turtle shell to sponsor her charlatan business, he has let the fat bird burn it with fire every day. It's quite touching. Speaking of tortoise shells, the tortoise shell of Shuanwu should be more effective for fortune telling, right? It's a pity that the basalt on the rubbings are all fake. If this were real. As soon as she thought of this, a phantom appeared on the rubbing. A black snake was entwined on the street turtle. It was the black tortoise. When Feng Shi was surprised, the black snake suddenly showed a ferocious look and pounced towards her with its tongue spitting out. Feng Shi's temper suddenly flared up. Do these 2 people think I am a pushover? Why are they both looking for trouble with me? He's either trying to scam me or spitting fire at me, and now he's even trying to step on this rubbing of paper. This is outrageous. Ever since I entered the Tianyan Dao sect, I haven't had a single day of peace. Do you really think that I, the Lord of the 2 Worlds, am someone you can easily mess with? Commander Lu. Is it that you have never had a peaceful day, or? Since you came, the Tianyan Dao sect has never had a peaceful day. Feng Shi summoned out the wooden sword and swung it at the black snake. Because Mu Jian didn't ask for trouble in advance, he didn't display much of his strength. Even so, the black snake was cut into 2 pieces. Mu Jian laughed like a pig inwardly. Am I so strong now? I, the ancestor of 10,000 swords, am so terrifying. It was just showing off that the black snake that had been split into 2 halves actually came together again. Feng Shi showed 3 parts of contempt, 3 parts of disdain, 3 parts of ridicule, and 1 part madness, and swung a wooden sword and chopped it down. The poor black snake was chopped into dozens of pieces in an instant. If Elder Fang hadn't stopped Feng Shi, the black snake would have been chopped into dumpling filling. Fang Shi was filled with grief and indignation. Elder Fang, it was it that started it first. Elder Fang. Who started this first? Isn't the point that this rubbing is very likely to be authentic? Even the shadow of Xuanwu appeared. How could it be a fake rubbing? This is not like the Xingyao sect style. Did I take the wrong one? While he was thinking about these things, the torn-up black snake finally pieced itself together, and then struggled to move towards the direction of the spread turtle. Fang Shi stood in the middle holding a wooden sword. When the black snake moves to the left, she moves to the left. When the black snake moves to the right, she moves to the right. The black snake's pair of vertical pupils turned into balls due to anger. In the end, it was Elder Fang who carried Fang Shi aside, and the black snake then reunited with the spread turtle and disappeared into the rubbing. Fang Shi sighed. Elder Fang, I was afraid that they would escape back to the rubbings, so I deliberately stopped them from merging. Why did you stop me? Elder Fang explained. It's just a phantom after all. If it's too long away from the development, I'm afraid Xuanwu will completely dissipate. Since the phantom of Xuanwu has appeared, this rubbing is very likely to be real. Let's take a look at the rubbing. Fang Shi curled her lips and said, that may not be the case. You saw it too. That little loach came up and wanted to hurt us. Maybe this rubbing was tampered with by someone to trick us. Elder Bai echoed, I also think that things are not that simple. The people of Xingyao sect have always been insidious and cunning. We should be more careful. Elder Fang felt that what they said made sense, and he became more alert and looked at the Tian Stele rubbing again. Fang Shi was also watching, but unfortunately didn't gain anything. The runes above look like ghost drawings, and it's hard to tell what they mean. She simply stopped looking at the runes and began to count how many black tortoises were drawn on the rubbing. As she counted, she discovered something. There are a total of 99 black tortoises painted on the rubbing, and there are exactly 99 runes. Is this intentional or a coincidence? She looked again and found that although these 99 black tortoises seemed the same at first glance, a closer look revealed that the postures of the black snakes and turtles were not the same. Could it be that each black tortoise corresponds to a rune, so this rubbing of the Tian Stele is actually... Connect the dots. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1568 How can a defeated general talk about courage? Fang Shi thought, since it is a connect the dots game, then we must first find the matching pattern between the Xuanwu pattern and the runes. What is the pattern? While she was thinking about it, the wooden sword in the spread beast bag started to act up again. Little turtle, we are both turtles, why is Xuanwu so cool? Look at you, only your turtle shell is useful. The black tortoise is carved on the stone tablet, and you were carrying the tablet on your back. Isn't this equivalent to being the black tortoise's mount? I've thought about it, the difference between you and Xuanwu is that Xuanwu is a combination of a spread turtle and a black snake, while you are alone. Otherwise, you can just get a rope and wrap it around your neck. Ellipsis. The little turtle was so angry that he punched the wooden sword with his turtle punches. No matter whether it caused damage to the wooden sword or not, at least it got rid of its anger. Fang Shi usually ignores the infighting among the spread pets unless they get too out of hand. She didn't want to care about it today, but after hearing Niu Jian's words, she felt something in her heart. He immediately transferred the violent conger eel from the magic beast bag to the spread beast bag, and then made it shrink its body and cooperate with the little turtle to interpret the posture of Xuanwu on the Tian Stele rubbing. Violent moray eel. Little tortoise. Your request sounds a bit perverted. Although I was very unhappy, I had no choice but to do it. The idiot Niu Jian was still instructing them on how to pose for photos. The violent moray eel couldn't stand it anymore and flickered electric charges at it. Although Niu Jian was electrocuted, he was still determined and stayed at his post. Little bastard, your tail moves to the right. Under the beeping of the wooden sword, the violent conger eel and the little turtle finally formed a basalt pattern without any deviation. Fang Shi kept them still and compared the runes with them one by one, but still found no pattern. Because the photo was taken for too long, the tip of the violent moray eel's tail shifted a little bit, and the wooden sword immediately flew over and poked the tip of the violent moray eel's tail. Be quiet, don't move. If you delay the master's enlightenment, I won't forgive you. The violent conger eel is so angry. Although I didn't use much force when I stabbed it with the wooden sword, and it didn't hurt it, it was still embarrassing, okay. It immediately turned around and sprayed a stream of electricity at the wooden sword. The wooden sword was not stupid enough to stand there waiting to be beaten, so it jumped up and down to avoid the attack of the violent conger eel. When Fang Shi was about to stop him, he suddenly looked at the rubbing of the Tian Stele. After a moment, a flash of sudden realization appeared in her eyes. So that's it. These runes have had strokes added artificially, so it is impossible to find the pattern among them. The reason why Fang Shi was able to discover this was because after the wooden sword and the violent conger eel fought just now, it jumped up and down and just happened to fill in some strokes. So what she needs to do now is to remove the strokes that were added artificially, and then try connecting the dots. It's easier said than done. Who knows how many strokes they added and what they added. At this time, Commander Lu said, since it is a rune, naturally the spiritual power can run through it. When you simulate drawing the rune with a pen, the sluggish parts are probably added by humans. Fang Shi's eyes lit up. Master, I think you can be a commander, you are so amazing. Commander Lu couldn't help but feel elated, and he held back from wanting to brag. How can a defeated general talk about courage? Saying it out loud would only add to the joke. This chapter is short, the next chapter will be longer, around 11:30. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1569 Isn't this the normal operation of junior sister? Fang Shi followed Commander Lu's instructions and began to simulate the runes on the rubbing of the Tian Stele. To be honest, if it was someone else, even if they followed Commander Lu's method, it would be useless. After all, drawing talismans itself is a very difficult task. It takes countless times of practice to be able to draw successfully, let alone notice where you are struggling right from the start. These problems do not exist for Fang Shi. She can find the bottlenecks by simulating the painting several times in her mind and eliminate them. After finishing one, move on to the next one. Elder Fang looked at it for a long time but made no progress, and Elder Bai gave up early. He didn't know much about the inscription in the first place, let alone this was just a rubbing. Elder Fang originally planned to put away the Tian Stele rubbing, but when he saw Feng Shi and Zhang Wen were still staring at it, he decided to wait a little longer. In fact, Zhang Wen just looked at it in vain and didn't see anything. But he is sociable. The other three were watching, it would be so presumptuous of him not to look. Seeing that Elder Bai and Elder Fang were no longer looking, he stopped as well. If he kept reading, he would fall asleep. Seeing Feng Shi still staring at the rubbing, he quietly stepped aside and meditated. After seeing this, Elder Fang glanced at Elder Bai, and what he wanted to express was, "Didn't you say these two kids were lazy? They look quite diligent." Elder Bai immediately sent a message into the secret passage. "It's because I keep a close eye on them, otherwise they wouldn't be so self-aware." When saying this, Elder Bai felt somewhat proud. He saved two lost little lambs. He was not the one who slandered Sect Master Dai. If Sect Master Dai was as responsible as he was, Elder Gu Liang would not have become like this. Thinking of Elder Gu Liang, Elder Bai felt unhappy. Because the selection of inner disciples will be held in a few days. If the Liu brothers and sisters pass the test, they will have to worship the old charlatan as their master. Elder Fang didn't know what Elder Bai was thinking, so he echoed his words for a few sentences, then changed the subject. "Do you think that after Palace Master Cao returns, will the people of Xingyao Sect discover that the rubbing of the Liang Yi Stele is fake?" Elder Bai was happy. "Don't worry, if I hadn't seen the Liang Yi monument before, I would have thought it was real. We've been tricked by Xingyaoman many times before, but this time we finally got back on our feet. If nothing else, the shadow of the black tortoise that just appeared is enough." Elder Fang deeply agreed with this. It was a blessing to be able to see the phantom of the black tortoise with his own eyes. Moreover, since the phantom of the black tortoise could appear on this rubbing, even if it was not real, it should still be of great value. In a blink of an eye, an hour passed, and Feng Shi was still staring at the rubbing of the Tian Stele. Apart from the occasional movement of his fingers, there was no other movement. Elder Fang still had some hope in his heart, just in case a miracle happened, so he did not interrupt Feng Shi and let her continue to comprehend. Elder Bai had a similar idea. It didn't matter anyway, so he just waited. Another hour passed, and Feng Shi suddenly moved. She flashed close to the rubbing of the Tian Stele, stretched out her finger and pointed at one of the black tortoises, and then pointed at one of the runes. Of course, it is not a simple point, but it is infused with spiritual power. Just as Elder Fang was about to stop them, something shocking happened. That black tortoise and that rune actually lit up. Oh my god. Why are the patterns on the rubbings so bright? Is this normal? Just as he was stunned, Feng Shi clicked on another black tortoise and a rune, and they lit up again. Elder Fang knew with just a thought that Feng Shi must have discovered the mystery of the Tian Stele rubbing, so he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. As for Elder Bai, his eyes almost popped out. My goodness, variables are indeed variables. Just a little bit of this and a little bit of that can make the texture of the rubbing brighter. It seems that Elder Gu Liang, the old charlatan, was right this time. Zhang Wen was quite calm. Isn't this what Junior Sister usually does? He is numb. As Feng Shi clicked, more and more black tortoises and runes lit up on the Tian Stele rubbing, until finally only one black tortoise and one rune were left. She stopped. Turning to ask Elder Fang. Elder Fang, do you want to continue ordering? Let's make it clear first. After ordering, if something good happens, you have to let the sect reward me. But if something bad happens, all the losses will have nothing to do with me, and I can't afford to pay for it. Elder Fang. When it comes to being cautious, you are definitely an expert. He didn't dare to make a rash decision, so he sent a message to Sect Leader Dai. Sect Leader Dai arrived soon. After asking about what happened, he said to Feng Shi, just order. If something really happens, it has nothing to do with you. Feng Shi then pointed to the last black tortoise and the only remaining rune. The black tortoise and the rune also lit up immediately, and then the entire Tian Stele rubbing was shrouded in white light, and the shadow of the black tortoise appeared again. The spirit turtle was fine, but the black snake might have suffered a psychological trauma. It tried desperately to drill into the spirit turtle's shell, apparently wanting to hide. Unfortunately, the turtle's shell was connected to its body, so it couldn't get in. In the end, it simply hid behind the turtle. Sect Master Dai and others who saw this scene. Is this the legendary Xuanwu? Isn't that a bit too cowardly? What Feng Shi was thinking was, after all this effort, all I got were these two losers. If I had known this would happen, I would have gone back to sleep. It seems that this four symbols monument is just a mere name. At this moment, the spirit turtle suddenly turned into a shield, and the black snake turned into a sharp sword, which looked very unusual. Sect Master Dai couldn't help but admire. As expected of Xuanwu, I can even feel a hint of primitive aura. Elder Bai was also excited. Yes, I feel that my understanding of Tao seems to have improved. Elder Fang was even more excited, and said with red eyes, I didn't expect that I could still feel the aura of Xuanwu in my lifetime. It's really God's blessing. Although Zhang Wen didn't say anything, his eyes were shining as he looked at the black snake sword, because he could vaguely feel a hint of sword intent. Only Feng Shi yawned and said, Sect Master, I think you are just making things too complicated. This thing is actually just an attempt to explain what is self-contradiction. When you pierce a shield with a sword, no one can tell whether it is the sword that breaks or the shield that is broken. What a vivid image. I think this is the only function of the Tian Stele rubbing. The remaining three rubbings are probably also used to interpret idioms, such as, a group of dragons without a leader, a frightened bird, and, a hungry tiger pounces on its prey. I think this four symbols monument is far inferior to the two principles monument. We have really lost a lot this time. I exchanged 2 genuine rubbings for 4 pieces of waste paper. I might as well just roll them up and burn them in the fire. It can be considered as recycling waste. The spirit turtle shield and the black snake sword were both twisted by the energy. In a moment, it transformed into the Xuanwu pattern again and disappeared into the rubbing, and then black flames rose from the rubbing. Before Sect Leader Dai and the others could react, the rubbing had already burned. Elder Fang couldn't help but beat his chest and stamp his feet, but before he could even utter a lament, Feng Shi said, "What is that?" Elder Fang looked in the direction of Feng Shi's finger and saw a black scale on the ground. Elder Bai exclaimed, "It's the phantom scale of the weaving ray." Feng Shi asked curiously, "What is a weaving ray?" Elder Bai explained, "The weaving ray is a high-level monster in the illusion sea. It is good at creating illusions. Even a Mahayana cultivator can fall into its trap if he is not careful. The weaver ray is covered with scales, 2 of which are the hardest, known as phantom scales. After special refining, the phantom scales not only have a charming effect, but also can transmit images synchronously between 2 phantom scales. What's even more amazing is that this phantom scale can be hidden in an object and become one with it, making it very difficult to be discovered." As he was talking, Feng Shi said to Sect Master Dai, "Sect Master, don't just stand there, quickly seal this thing to prevent the news from leaking out." Sect Master Dai waved his hand and said, "The phantom scales need spiritual power to be stimulated. The rubbing has already self-destructed, so the phantom scales can no longer function." Feng Shi finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then said indignantly, "Xingyao Sect hid the phantom scale inside the rubbings, presumably to eavesdrop on our secrets. How insidious." Zheng Wen quickly followed suit and cursed the Xingyao Sect, proving that he was also a good disciple of the Tianyin Dao Sect. Sect Leader Dai and his companions were all very frightened, especially Elder Fang. If Feng Shi hadn't reminded him, he would have taken the rubbings out from the Forest of Stells. If that were the case, wouldn't all the patterns on the stone tablets in the Stellae Forest have been stolen by the people from Xingyao Sect? Even if we don't make a rubbing in the Stellae Forest, if we can't find the existence of the phantom scale, we will inevitably reveal some of the Sect's secrets, such as the rubbing of the Liangyi Stellae is fake. The more Elder Fang thought about it, the more frightened he became, and cold sweat broke out. It was just that close. It was such a close call. Thanks to Lu Yi. Sect Leader Dai and Elder Bai thought so too. The Lu brothers and sisters are indeed a variable. Maybe they can really lead their Tianyin Dao sect to regain its glory. At this moment, the value of Elder Gu Liang's fortune-telling is still rising. Before they could calm down, Zheng Wen said, "If there are phantom scales in the Tian Stellae rubbing, then will there be phantom scales in the other 3 rubbings as well?" Sect Leader Dai thought for a moment and said, "The weaving rays live in the depths of the illusion sea and are very difficult to catch. It is very hard to get a pair. I don't think Xingyao Sect will give up 4 pairs of illusion scales at once. However, to be on the safe side, I'd better take it out and check it to avoid any disaster." Elder Fang frowned and said, "Sect Master, the phantom scales are extremely concealed and it is difficult to detect them with ordinary means." Before he finished speaking, Elder Bai said, "This is not that difficult. Let Yi lure out the 4 symbols inside, and then make them spontaneously combust. Then we will naturally know whether there are phantom scales inside." Feng Shi. "What do you mean I should hook up the 4 symbols? Your choice of words is too careless." Sect Master Dai was thinking, why did Elder Bai call her Yi? Could it be that the new rumors in the sect were true? Should the Lu brothers and sisters actually have the surname Bai? As a leader who loves to eat melons, it is so difficult to have a bite of ripe melon. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1570 Meow. Sect Leader Dai suppressed his desire to eat melons and asked Feng Shi, "You suspected that there was a message hidden in the rubbings. Otherwise, why did you say that you exchanged 2 real rubbings for 4 fake ones?" Feng Shi shook her head. "No, I just suspect there is something fishy about the rubbings. As for whether it is real or fake, the rubbings we handed over were originally real." Sect Leader Dai. "The highest level of lying is to deceive even yourself." He asked again, "Do you think Elder Bai's proposal just now will work?" Feng Shi pointed at herself. "Let me hook up with Azure Dragon, White Tiger and Vermilion Bird. And then make them spontaneously combust. Let's not talk about whether I can do it or not. Even if I can do it, what if the remaining 3 rubbings don't contain the phantom scale? Wouldn't that be a waste?" Sect Leader Dai said in a deep voice, "Even if it's a waste, it's better than leaking the secret. Moreover, even if the rubbings are destroyed, we still have the image of the photo stone to preserve it." Elder Bai had the same idea, but Elder Fang's heart was bleeding. The Tian Stellae rubbing has been destroyed. Is it necessary to destroy the other 3 rubbings as well? This is such a waste of things. But he also knew that considering the overall situation, this rubbing could not be kept. So, he made up his mind and took out the rubbing of the Sun Stellae. Then he said to Feng Shi in a fearless tone, "Go ahead and hook up." Feng Shi. "I thought Elder Gu Liang was the most outrageous person in the sect, but now it seems that he is the most reliable. Look at what you guys are saying. How can I, an innocent little girl, use the word, hooking up? Besides, the reason why Xuan was spontaneously combusted was that its psychological endurance was too weak. The psychological qualities of the other 3 might be as strong as Elder Gu Liang. It would be useless for her to complain. Since Elder Fang has already taken out the rubbing of the Sun Stellae, let's take a look. Come here." She immediately looked at the rubbing of the Sun Stellae. There was a vermilion bird carved on the stellae, with flame patterns on the left, right and bottom. The middle of the stone tablet is full of runes. With previous experience, Feng Shi began to simulate the runes in the painting in his mind, but found that there was no way to complete it. This means that it is not just a matter of adding or subtracting strokes, these runes may all be fake. Feng Shi didn't give up, and tried each rune one by one. Sect Leader Dai and the other 2 were also discussing the matter, but they didn't gain much. Zheng Wen also watched it, mainly for companionship. An hour later, Feng Shi tried all the runes and found that they were all fake. It is estimated that only the vermilion bird pattern and the flame pattern on this rubbing are real. She had no interest in the flame pattern, so she focused her attention on the vermilion bird pattern. Then I came to a conclusion, it was just an ordinary bull chicken. Not as pretty as the crane on the Ascension Monument. The key point is that the cranes are white and plump, and look delicious. This vermilion bird is so skinny and has no feathers. It looks so ugly. Commander Lu was very puzzled. The vermilion bird clearly had feathers, so why would this damn girl say that? Was she doing it on purpose? She just thought about it casually, and Suzaku would be fooled. However, he was also very puzzled. Judging from the previous incident of Fengshi being hit by a scam, it seemed that the things carved on the stone tablet could indeed hear her inner thoughts. What was going on? When Commander Lu was puzzled, a phantom of a vermilion bird appeared on the rubbing and sprayed a ball of fire at Fengshi. It's more like a cluster of fire than a ball of fire, it's too weak. Fengshi dodged it easily, and then pointed with his finger. Hey, you are such a bold bald chicken, you actually dared to burn me, are you tired of living? Duke's body was instantly wrapped in flames, and then he pounced towards Fengshi. Fengshi was so scared that he ran away, still shouting, "Protect the Emperor! Protect the Emperor!" Sect Master Dai and the other two. Before they could make any move, the shadow of the vermilion bird became fainter and fainter, and then completely disappeared. The rubbing of the sun also turned into ashes. Unfortunately, the phantom scale was not found. Elder Fang's heart is bleeding. I spent a rubbing of the paper for nothing. Fengshi comforted him. Elder Fang, although there is no phantom scale in this rubbing, there may be other tricks, so just burn it. If the old doesn't go, the new won't come. I'll help you get the real 4 symbols stele back someday. Elder Fang. You, a small god, can you help me get the 4 symbols stele back? Do you believe this yourself? But no matter what, this little girl is kind-hearted and a good child. At this time, Sect leader Dai urged him to take out the rubbings of the Shaoyan stele. Elder Fang had no choice but to do as he was told. The rubbing of the Shaoyan stele is somewhat different from the previous 2 rubbings. There are no patterns around it, but there is a tiger carved in the middle of the stele. The tiger is surrounded by 3 circles of runes. Fengshi tried to draw the runes as usual, but found that they were all fake. She said, "I thought the white tiger was going to be so majestic, but it turned out to be just a kitten. I guess you don't have any special skills, you can only catch mice. I originally thought that Xuanlu and Duke were useless, but now it seems that you are the pure loser." Suddenly, a white tiger shadow appeared on the rubbing, opening its bloody mouth. Ouch. After this voice came out, not only Sect Master Dai and the others, even Baihu himself was stunned. What the hell is going on? Fengshi even laughed out loud. You little fool, how come you can't even meow? Come, learn from me, meow tilde tilde tilde. Baihu was so angry that he almost died. I meow your uncle. It stomped its claws and a tornado arose from the ground, obviously wanting to roll Fengshi into the air and then throw him to death. However, this time, Sect leader Dai and his men had taken precautions, and the tornado was resolved before it reached Fengshi. Fengshi put his hands behind his back and shook his head. Little kitty, how could you treat your master like this? Such a kind master is always a failure. White tiger, at # and asterisk. Whose master is your cat? Ha. Something seems wrong. In a fit of rage, it caught fire, and the rubbing was burned to ashes. There is still no phantom scale this time. Now only 1 rubbing of the Shaoyang stele remains. Elder Fang was very reluctant. Because he had always felt that this rubbing must be authentic, and it would be a shame if it was burned. But Daizong considered the problem mainly from the overall perspective, so he forced Elder Fang to take out the rubbing of the Shaoyang stele. There are dragon patterns on the top and around the rubbing, and runes in the middle. Fengshi began to simulate drawing runes according to the previous method and found that the upper part was very smooth. These runes were actually real. However, the second half is all fake. It seems that Xingyamen has more conscience than her. There is some real stuff inside their fake stuff. Next chapter around 9 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1571. The whiskers are bent into a smile. Fengshi felt that there was a high possibility that the Shaoyang stele rubbing contained phantom scales, because the upper part of the rubbing was real, and Elder Fang would definitely spend more time comprehending this rubbing. In this way, the Xingya sect can steal the information on the stone tablets in the stele forest. It would be a shame if King Long was angered and this rubbing was burned. It would also be too easy for the people of Xingya sect. She rolled her eyes and had an idea. No wonder Azure Dragon is the leader among the 4 symbols. This Azure Dragon is indeed different from the other 3. This dragon pattern looks high-end and classy, unlike those 3, a cat, a chick, and a weirdo. Although I don't know much about astrology, I have heard that the eastern constellation represented by the Azure Dragon represents the germination of all things and represents vitality. At this point, Fengshi showed a look of indignation. The Shaoyang stele is so noble that even a rubbing of it is sacred and cannot be defiled. Those bastards from Xingya sect actually used the rubbing to do such dirty things. Isn't this a blasphemy against Azure Dragon? Maybe there are phantom scales of weaver rays in the rubbings. What is a weaver ray? After all, isn't it just a fish? Putting fish scales on King Long, isn't this just calling King Long a fish in disguise? This is a blatant insult. Fengshi was talking to himself when something suddenly fell from the Shaoyang stele rubbing. When everyone looked closely, they found that it was actually a phantom scale. Sect Master Dai and the other 2. Apparently King Long believed what Fengshi said, so he threw the phantom scale out of the Shaoyang stele rubbing. For a moment, they didn't know whether to say that King Long was too gullible, or to praise Fengshi for being so good at deceiving people. Fengshi gave a thumbs up. King Long is indeed King Long, worthy of being the leader of the 4 symbols. This thought, this awareness, and this action are all impeccable. To be honest, I didn't say anything from my heart to those 3 before, because they were all confused and it would be useless for me to say anything. But King Long, you are different. You can tell right from wrong and are reasonable. So let me talk to you. Fengshi paused for a moment and then said. The Liangyi stele and the Xixiang stele originally belonged to the Chanyan Dao sect. The Xingya sect's ungrateful bastards used conspiracy to snatch the Xixiang stele away from the Xingya sect. Not only is their behavior despicable and shameful, the key is that it will do more harm than good to your four symbols monument. On the one hand, you and the Liangyi monument are forced to separate. Although I don't understand what the connection is between you, it is definitely better for the Liangyi and four symbols to be together. On the other hand, since you are already in Tianyin Dao sect, I think this place is more suitable for you to practice. There is a saying in the world that oranges grown in the south are oranges, while those grown in the north of the Huai River are tangerines. Whether it is humans or you four signs, the most taboo thing is to be intolerant to the local climate and water. Think back, did you encounter all kinds of difficulties and feel uncomfortable after arriving at Xingyao Gate? The Xingyao sect has screwed you over badly. I, Lu Yi, am not talented, but in the future I will definitely lead the army of justice to attack Xingyao sect and bring the four symbols stele back to Tianyin Dao sect, in accordance with the will of heaven and the will of the people. As Fang Shi was speaking, the shadow of a green dragon appeared on the rubbing of the Shaoyang stele. Fang Shi looked at King Long with sparkling eyes. The most majestic dragon I can imagine is not even 1/10,000th as majestic as you. Only when I saw you did I realize how limited my imagination is. King Long obviously enjoyed it very much, and his beard was bent into the shape of a smile. After seeing your true form, I now hate Xingyao sect even more. How could they bear to do anything and dare to tamper with the rubbings? They're worse than pigs and dogs. King Long, Xingyao sect has trampled on the dignity of the four symbols. You are so proud, you can't just let it go, right? When King Long thought about how those bastards from Xingyao sect were secretly calling it a fish, his face suddenly became ferocious. Fang Shi was very satisfied with the scene and said immediately, "How about we make a deal? You bear with it for a while and take back the phantom scale temporarily. Then you can help us spread some false information and trick Xingyao sect. How about that? I know this is very unfair to you, but a real man can bend and stretch. It is worth it to suffer a little injustice for the sake of revenge. In addition, the Xingyao sect is a disaster to the local people. If it is not eliminated soon, there will definitely be great suffering to the people. Therefore, you are doing this not only to vent the anger of you four symbols, but also for the people of the world. Rather than being trapped in Xingyao Gate and suffering humiliation, it is better to enforce justice on behalf of heaven. By then, it won't just be the four stone tablets, people in the world will all be vying to erect tablets for you four elephants." Sect leader Dai and the other two were all stunned. Especially when he saw that King Long was obviously moved, he was stunned. Lu Yi incited King Long to rebel with just a few words. Although King Long may not have been from Xingyao sect before, it knew about Hunan's affairs and was at least an accomplice. If they could really get King Long to help them pass on false information, they would definitely be able to severely screw Xingyao sect. Zhang Wen watched from the side and felt a sense of superiority in his heart. Look at how ignorant you all are. I, a gentleman with a sword known all over the world, am not surprised at all. Fang Shi felt that the time was right and looked at King Long. If you are willing to cooperate with us, nod your head. If not, shake your head. Although King Long felt that this way of communication was an insult to his intelligence, he still nodded. Fang Shi thought, that's right, there is nothing that can't be expressed by just nodding. She immediately started to flatter him, mainly focusing on the head of the four elephants. King Long really enjoyed listening to it. Although many people believe that the Azure Dragon is the leader of the four symbols, some people do not think so, especially the Black Tortoise, the Vermilion Bird and the White Tiger, who simply do not accept this. Fang Shi changed the subject and asked King Long. After Xuanwu burned the rubbings, a phantom scale fell off. If Xuanwu hadn't leaked the secret, would Xingyao sect have been unaware of it? King Long nodded. Fang's eyes lit up, then the task of persuading Xuanwu is left to you. You are the leader of the four symbols, and it will definitely not dare to disobey you, right? King Long hesitated for a moment before nodding. Among the other three, Xuanwu is the most difficult to deal with. The spirit turtle is relatively easy to talk to, but the problem is that the black snake is insidious and cunning, and has too many tricks up its sleeve. It may take some effort to convince it. Fang Shi saw its appearance and guessed roughly what it was, so he said. I had a friendly exchange with Xuanwu, especially the black snake. If it doesn't obey, you can remind me. It might be helpful. King Long thought, mention you. Who do you think you are? Besides, you also said that you made the three of them so angry that they spontaneously combusted. They hate you so much that they don't have time to give you face. Although Fang Shi wanted to ask other questions, now was not the right time, so she said to King Long. Then it's settled. You take back the phantom scale first and don't activate it until I notify you. The most urgent thing now is for you to persuade Xuanwu first, and other things can be dealt with later. The leader of the four elephants, try harder, I'm counting on you. King Long vaguely felt that he seemed to have been fooled, but after thinking about it, he felt that what the little girl in front of him said made sense and he could not find any point to refute. It probably overtowered. How could a small god have the guts to fool it? Even if she had the courage, she wouldn't dare to do that. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1572 are the so-called rewards of your Tianyin Dao sect just empty promises. After King Long convinced himself, he put the phantom scale back into the rubbing and then disappeared into it. Fang Shi said to Elder Fang, who had a dazed look on his face. Please keep the rubbings and take them out when you need them. By the way, King Long is of noble status, how can he be in the same room with other things? Please put this Shaoyang stele rubbing in a separate storage ring. When Fang Shi said this, he blinked at Elder Fang. Elder Fang didn't understand what it meant for a moment, but he still followed Fang's instructions and put the Shaoyang stele rubbing into a separate storage ring. Fang Shi whispered to Sect Master Dai, Sect Master, will we not be eavesdropped on now? After getting a positive answer, Fang Shi said to the Elder, there are so many good things in your storage ring, so you'd better be careful. Elder Fang suddenly realized what was going on and had a better impression of Fang Shi. The little girl is brave and resourceful, and most importantly, she has a kind heart. Sect leader Dai asked Fang Shi, what are you going to do next? After King Long convinces the other 3 elephants, we will first give Xingyaman some sweet treats to make them think their plan has succeeded, and then we will set a trap for them. As for when and how to dig this pit, we have to adapt to the situation and see what happens when the time comes. This move can also be saved for later use at a critical moment. Sect leader Dai nodded. Then do as you say. You have made great contributions this time. The Sect will give you corresponding rewards and will not treat you unfairly. Fang Shi. You said you would reward me before, but I didn't see anything. Could it be that the so-called rewards of your Tianyan Dao sect are just empty promises? Sect Master Dai seemed to have guessed Fang Zai's thoughts and said, You are only an outer disciple now. If I give you too much reward, it would be like a child carrying gold in a busy city, which would bring you unnecessary trouble. Don't worry, I will remember all your contributions, and when you pass the exam to enter the inner sect, I will naturally fulfill them one by one. Although Fang Shi felt that there was some water in these words, when he thought of his good master who was in seclusion, he felt that it was not a big problem. If it doesn't work, ask Elder Gu Liang to ask for it for her. At this time, Palace Master Cao and others were talking loudly on the flying boat. Qian Yan Daozong and the others are still as stupid as ever. They're probably still secretly happy that they exchanged 2 of our rubbings for 4. It's not that they're stupid, but our bait is too tempting, and half of the rubbings of the Shaoyang Stella are real, so they have no choice but to believe it. That Elder Fang will definitely take the rubbings back to the Forest of Stells for research, and then we'll be able to obtain the inscriptions through the Phantom Scales. Palace Master Cao's idea is really brilliant. Tianyan Dao sect is being manipulated by us. Ellipsis. Palace Master Cao felt very proud when he heard everyone's flattery. The Xingyao sect is divided into 5 halls. After this incident, their Zhui Hall will definitely become the leader of the 5 halls, and he, the Hall Master, will be one step closer to the position of Sect Master. The next morning, the flying boat arrived at Xingyao Gate. Palace Master Cao reported what happened to Sect Master Chu of Xingyao sect. Sect Master Chu was very satisfied, patted Palace Master Cao on the shoulder and said, Yonglu, I was right about you, you are indeed the most capable one among your fellow brothers and sisters. I am old now, and I cannot hold on to the position of the sect leader forever. I will have to give way to someone more capable in a few years. Palace Master Cao felt that what Sect Master Chu said was a hint to him that the position of Sect Master would be passed on to him in the future, and he felt so happy that he was about to burst into tears. After Master Chu gave Master Cao some chicken soup, he said, Although things are going smoothly at the moment, there may be unexpected changes along the way. You need to keep a close eye on it and report any developments to me at any time. Palace Master Cao nodded in agreement, expressed his determination, and then arrived at the 4 Symbols Holy Land where the 4 Symbols Stellae was placed. In addition to the 4 Symbols monuments in the 4 Symbols Holy Land, there are also 2 stone screens, each with a phantom scale placed in the groove. As soon as Palace Master Cao came in, he went to check the phantom scale stone screen, but unfortunately it was blank and there was no picture on it. He was a little confused. Logically, Tianyan Dao sect should have given the rubbings to Elder Fang for safekeeping. Given that old guy loved Stells so much, he would definitely be comprehending the rubbings in the Forest of Stells. How come there were no pictures? By the way, the phantom scales need to be activated by the spiritual thoughts of Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise. I guess they didn't see anything valuable, so they didn't activate the phantom scales. Thinking of this, Palace Master Cao walked up to the 4 Symbols monument and began to form seals. This seal was quite complicated. It took Palace Master Cao a full quarter of an hour to complete it. He was sweating profusely and his face was pale. After he finished making the seal, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed 9 times, and the shadow of a green dragon appeared. Palace Master Cao was overjoyed and asked hurriedly, Blue Dragon Divine Envoy, may I ask if everything is normal at Tianyan Dao sect? Have they found Phantom Scale? King Long stared at him and thought, this damn ant actually implied that I was a fish before, how despicable. Then, a tornado arose from the ground and swept Palace Master Cao into the air. In fact, Palace Master Cao could resolve it with his cultivation level, but he doesn't dare. Not to mention how noble King Long's identity is, even if it is for the position of sect leader, he has to endure it. So, he fell from midair. King Long was still not satisfied, so he knocked him down several times. Only then did he show mercy by writing the 2 words, normal, on the stone tablet. Palace Master Cao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just be normal. He quickly expressed his gratitude, but before he could finish, King Long impatiently disappeared into the stone tablet. It's just the same nonsense all the time, my ears are so tired of hearing it. Palace Master Cao was already accustomed to this, and after paying his respects respectfully, he left the 4 Symbols Holy Land. As soon as he left, the shadows of the 4 symbols emerged. Baihu was dissatisfied and said, King Long, why didn't you let us show up just now? Duke was also very dissatisfied. King Long, what do you mean? The black snake even spat out its tongue. The Tianyan Dao sect has clearly discovered the phantom scale, why are you lying? Are you trying to play some tricks? King Long thought, I'm the leader of the 4 symbols, I can do whatever I want, why do I need to explain it to you? But for now, well, the explanation still needs to be given. Next chapter around 8 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1573 Tiang's #1 best brother. King Long then repeated Fang Shi's words, mainly explaining 3 points. First, the Xingyao sect used the 4 symbols as spies, which in itself was a blasphemy against them. Second, if the Xingyao sect had not interfered, they would not have been separated from the Liangyi monument, and their cultivation would not have made no progress due to acclimatization. Third, the prestige of the 4 symbols is not as high as before, and they must do something earth-shaking to make the world admire them and take the initiative to build monuments and write biographies for them. After hearing King Long's words, Xuanzhi sneered. King Long, you are too pedantic. If Xingyao sect swallows up Tianyan Dao sect, won't we be able to solve the problem of acclimatization? Besides, I don't think it's a matter of acclimatization, it's just a lack of spiritual energy. As long as we control the Xingya sect, they will naturally provide us with spiritual stones for cultivation. As for building monuments and biography, as long as you have the power, can't you build as many as you want? Baihu was already hesitant, and after hearing what Xuanzhi said, he was even less willing to give King Long any face. I think what Xuanzhi said is right. Since we are all involved, there is no need to think too much. We should just do what we should do. Besides, that stinky girl from Tianyan Dao sect actually called me a kitten, which really pissed me off. Duke also said, that's right, that little bitch is really hateful. She even dared to call me a bald chicken. If my divine consciousness in the rubbings was not too weak, I would have burned her to death. Although King Long had anticipated this kind of scene, he was still very angry. I am the leader of the 4 elephants, and you dare not give me face. This is really too much. It patiently tried to persuade him again, and the attitudes of the 2 fence-sitters, White Tiger and Vermilion Bird, softened somewhat. Only Black Snake still held the objection. King Long was really at a loss, and thinking of Feng Shi's words, he said to Xuanzhi. That Lu Yi told me that if you don't agree, she will find a chance to come over and have a good talk with you. The Black Snake shuddered. It was as if I experienced the pain of being torn into pieces again. Although it knew rationally that Feng Shi was just talking, she was far away in Tianyan Dao sect, while it was in Xingya sect, how could she come to settle accounts with it? But its intuition told it that this was not impossible. At this time, the Spirit Turtle, who had not expressed any opinion, said in a muffled voice. Don't you think something is strange? Lu Yi was only cursing us in her heart, so why could we hear it? Why can she easily irritate us? Also, why is she, an outer disciple, so valued by Tianyan Dao sect? There must be something behind this. Why don't we wait and see what happens, and then make plans? Seeing that there was a step, Xuanzhi immediately said, yes. I thought so too, let's take a look first. Although King Long was not very satisfied with the result, he knew that he couldn't act too hastily, so he didn't say anything else. Furthermore, only its spirit remained in the Shaoyang Stele rubbings, so wouldn't it still have the final say on what to do? As long as these 3 don't hold us back, it'll be fine. I don't know when that little girl will summon it. Feng Shi, who was missed by King Long, has returned to the outer sect. As there are only a few days left before the inner sect assessment, she decided to put other things aside and concentrate on her cultivation. Sharpen your sword before the battle, even if it's not sharp it will shine. Elder Bai was very pleased to see Feng Shi and Zhan Wen concentrating on their cultivation, but he also felt a little conflicted. They want him to pass the inner disciple selection test, but they also don't want him to pass the inner disciple selection test. His heart bleeds when he thought that 2 such good seedlings would have to worship that old charlatan as their master. If their moral bottom line was lower, he would have wanted to give them some drugs so that they would not be able to take the test. While Elder Bai was struggling, the day for the selection and assessment of inner disciples arrived. For outer disciples, this is an opportunity to change their destiny, so they must naturally seize it. Therefore, the vast majority of outer disciples signed up for this selection assessment. Feng Shi wondered whether the content of the inner disciple selection test was also related to enlightenment. If so, it would be a bit troublesome. Although both Shi and Zhan Wen passed the entrance examination, it was somewhat due to luck. The assessment for inner disciples is definitely more difficult, and it would be difficult to pass it just by luck. This assessment was still presided over by Master Teng. He first gave some encouraging words and then got to the point. This time the selection of inner disciples will be held in the secret realm of the universe. There was a sudden commotion among the crowd. Did I hear you right? They actually let us enter the secret realm of the universe. Isn't this a privilege only available to inner disciples? Yes, in the past, only inner disciples and personal disciples were qualified to enter the secret realm of the universe. I didn't expect that this time the selection of inner disciples would be held inside the secret realm of the universe. I heard that the secret realm of the universe not only contains rare medicinal herbs outside, but also provides the opportunity to encounter good fortune. Although such things are hard to come by, what if it happens to us? Ellipsis. Feng Shi thought, even if there was an opportunity, it must be very ordinary. As for the reason, it was obvious. It would be a crime to possess a treasure. If the so-called secret realm of the heavens was really so amazing, it would have been snatched away long ago. Didn't you see that the 4 symbols monument was snatched away? The Tianyan chessboard is a defective product after restoration, otherwise it cannot be preserved. As for the Tianyan enlightenment map, that's because no one knew that this thing was hidden inside the Tianyan chessboard, otherwise it would have changed hands long ago. After Hall Master Teng exerted his coercion, the scene fell silent, and he continued. After you enter the secret realm of the universe, the task you need to complete is to collect star soul stones. Having said that, Master Teng took out a stone from his storage ring. It is about the size of a walnut, crystal clear, and reflects colorful light under the sunlight. The star soul stone is buried deep underground, and it is difficult for us to find its trace. But the digger beast likes to collect shiny items like this, so it will use star soul stones to decorate its nest, and you can start from this aspect. The final results will be ranked according to the number of star soul stones you have collected, and the top 200 will enter the next round of assessment. The time limit is 5 days. During this period, you only need to hand over half of the herbs or other things you have collected to the sect, and the rest will be yours. Feng Shi and Zhan Wen looked at each other and saw the greedy selves in each other's eyes. Others were also excited. Even if they couldn't pass the test in the end, they could still make a small fortune. It would be even better if I could get the chance. But this time, Master Teng added. You all rely on your own abilities in the secret realm of the universe. As long as you don't harm the other party's life, you can use any means. Therefore, the competition in this round of assessment will be very fierce and cruel. If you are timid, you can withdraw early. Once you enter the secret realm of the heavens, you can only wait 5 days before you can come out. Although Hall Master Teng said this, no one withdrew. If you don't even have this much courage, what kind of cultivator are you? Hall Master Teng gave some additional precautions before bringing these outer disciples who were taking the test to the forbidden area of Tianyin Dao Sect. After verifying their identities one by one, they entered the forbidden area one by one. Fang Shi looked around curiously. The so-called forbidden area was just a piece of empty space surrounded by a barrier. It looked ordinary. As she was watching, Zheng Wen took out a rope and tied his arm and Fang Shi's arm together. Fang Shi. A sect assessment, are you serious about it? Regardless of whether it was necessary or not, Zheng Wen still tied the two together. After seeing this, many people thought that Zheng Wen was worried about his sister, and thought, what a touching brother-sister love this is. Lu Qi can be said to be the best brother in Tiang. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1574. My brother and I are both respectable people. After Zheng Wen, the best brother in Tiang, tied himself and his junior sister up, he felt relieved. When he was about to talk to Fang Shi, he saw a large group of elders coming in from outside the forbidden area. It's really a big group. Zheng Wen counted them and found that there were 28. What are these people doing here? Are they here to invigilate the exam? Soon, Zheng Wen knew why these elders came. They came to open the secret realm of the heavens. The 28 elders sat cross-legged according to the directions, each of them holding a piece of jade token in their hands. After forming seals and activating them, the jade token fragments gathered in the air and formed a complete jade token. Then the jade plate shone brightly, projecting a picture of the starry sky. Under the cover of the star map, an entrance to the barrier appeared. Fang Shi was amazed at what he saw. It seemed that Tianyin Dao Sect did have some good stuff. Yes, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. After all, Tianyin Dao Sect was once the largest sect in Tiang continent, so it still has some money left. Commander Lu thought to himself, what kind of words are you using? You always say that others are uneducated, but I think you are the only one who is uneducated. While Fang Shi was talking nonsense, the disciples in front of him had already entered the barrier one after another. The queue order is also strict and is based on the contribution points of the sect. Although Fang Shi and Zheng Wen started late, they completed two major tasks in succession. Normally, they should be ranked 1/3 of the team. But these two guys were tied together, and no matter where they stood, someone would have objections, so they took the initiative to stand at the end of the team. Now no one has any objections. Hall Master Teng looked at him, feeling anxious. To be honest, he was not very willing to set this level in the secret realm of the heavens, but since Sect Master Dai insisted, he could not object. As for the reason, he was afraid that the Lu brothers and sisters would do something new. Although based on past experience, the final results of their efforts are always good, it is too much of a test of one's psychological endurance. Besides, nothing is absolute. Wouldn't the road to heaven collapse? This secret realm of the heavens is the sect's most precious treasure. If it is destroyed, the loss will be huge. Sect leader Dai felt that since their Tianyin Dao sect had already declined to such an extent, there was nothing to be afraid of, so he might as well take a gamble. Hall Master Teng knew what Sect Master Dai wanted to bet on, but this hope was too slim. Could the Lu brothers and sisters really do it? As time went by, the number of people in the queue became smaller and smaller, and in the end only Fang Shi and Zheng Wen were left. The two of them walked briskly into the barrier and their figures soon disappeared. No one noticed that the positions of the stars on the star map had quietly changed. After a dazzling white light, Fang Shi and Zheng Wen regained their sight. The two looked around and found themselves in a valley. The scenery is lush and green, with peaks and ridges rising one after another, and it's really nice. Zheng Wen untied the rope and said, "Little sister, Hall Master Teng didn't tell us what the digging thorn beast looks like, nor what its habits are. Where can we find this thing?" Fang Shi smiled and said, "We don't know, there must be someone who knows. It's not easy to find a burrowing thorn beast, but it's much easier to find a person. Find a few more helpers to fight in the group." Zheng Wen's eyes lit up. "Yes. When the time comes, let them charge in the front, and we can just pick up the ready-made ones in the back." After saying this, the two of them burst into laughter. Outside the secret realm of the universe, the elders who saw all this through the star curtain projected by the star map. Hall Master Teng and Sect Master Dai, who had just finished his official duties and rushed over, said, strongly recommending himself to be the candidate to maintain the secret realm of the heavens, Elder Bai. Elder Bai felt that the reason why the Lu brothers and sisters revealed the true identities was either because they didn't know that outsiders could see what was happening inside the secret realm of the heavens or because they didn't want to pretend anymore. Fang Shi really didn't want to pretend anymore. They can now gain a foothold in Tianyin Dao sect, so there is no need to go through that trouble. Besides, after passing the inner sect selection test, they will have to worship Elder Gu Liang as their master, and it is impossible for them to stay clean. Anyway, I will become a charlatan sooner or later, so I might as well let myself go now. There is another reason, which is that she had already exposed her true nature when she was flirting with the 4 elephants, and there is no point in pretending now. As for Zheng Wen, if junior sister pretends to be him, then he will pretend. If junior sister doesn't pretend to be him, why would he pretend? After a burst of sinister laughter, Fang Shi and Zheng Wen randomly chose a direction and began to recruit younger brothers. Half an hour later, they met the first lucky person. When the outer disciple named Ji Daong saw Fang Shi and Zheng Wen coming towards him, he thought it was just a chance encounter, so he nodded and walked away. After all, we have just been teleported to the secret realm of the heavens, and no one can collect the star soul stones, so it would be useless to rob them. Unexpectedly, the Lu brothers and sisters opposite him asked him with a bright smile, "Want to form a team?" Ji Daong's first reaction was to refuse. After all, he is at the 5th level of Liangsu, how can he team up with 2 little gods? Isn't this just looking for 2 people to hold us back? When he was about to decline, Fang Shi said slowly, "Senior brother Ji, you also know that we have a special status as siblings, and the selection test is just a formality. There are only benefits and no harm in you teaming up with us. Of course, a forced melon is not sweet. If you don't want to, just pretend we didn't say anything." My brother and I are both respectable people. We will not gossip about this matter to the elders at home. You don't have to feel any psychological burden. Ge Daeong. Aren't you clearly threatening me with what you said? If I don't agree, you have to tell your biological father whose surname is Guliang or Bai. Next chapter around 8 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1575. We are all decent people. After some intense psychological activity, Ge Daeong said against his conscience. Junior brother Lu, junior sister Lu, I would love to team up with you. How could I possibly refuse? Fang Shi smiled with curved eyebrows and eyes. Senior brother Ge is indeed a straightforward person. From now on, my brother and I will rely on you. Ge Daeong. That sounds nice, isn't it just that I will charge in the front and you two will wait for the ready-made ones? What bad luck. How could I have to run into these two? Fang Shi kindly comforted him. Brother Ge, although there are only 3 of us now, the team will soon be larger. When the time comes, I will let you be the deputy captain. Ge Daeong, thank you. After a while, they met another outer disciple. Fang Shi pursed his lips, and Ge Daeong had no choice but to resign himself to his fate and go forward to invite the other party to join a team. Before the other party could refuse, he took the initiative to use threats and inducements. While the outer disciple was still weighing the pros and cons, Fang Shi asked Zhang Wen in a low voice. Brother, do you think the 3 of us can beat one of them? Even if we can't get the Star Soul Stone, it would be good to practice the division of labor and cooperation among the 3 of us. The outer disciple. This time he didn't hesitate and agreed to form a team. After a series of nesting dolls, Fang Shi and Zhang Wen's team grew like a snowball and now has more than 30 people. Fang Shi began to lecture. We are all decent people. We will not offend others unless they offend us. If no one robs us, we will just go and look for the Star Soul Stone honestly. But if there are those blind people who want to rob us, then there is no need to be polite, let's just rob the thieves. When Ge Daeong and others heard this, they thought that although Lu Yi was a little immoral, she still had a bottom line. Soon, they found out that they were totally wrong because someone started a sting operation. She deliberately sent disciples with low cultivation levels in a team to parade around the city, so that if anyone came out to rob, these people would rush forward. This trick works every time. Not only can you grab the Star Soul Stone, but you can also occupy the highest moral point. Sect Master Da and others outside the secret realm of the universe. This assessment has really made you play it. Although I was speechless, Fang Shi's move did not violate the assessment rules, so there was nothing I could say. Furthermore, even if they wanted to intervene, they were powerless now unless they closed the secret realm of the heavens in advance. When Fang Shi's robbery was in full swing, a few people came running in panic, covered in blood and looking very embarrassed. Fang Shi's first thought was, someone intercepted the deal. She hasn't even started yet, and someone has already gotten there first. When I got closer, I realized that the injuries on these people were obviously not caused by monks. Could it be that they encountered some powerful monster? Can't you? Although we have encountered some monsters since entering the secret realm of the heavens, their levels are not very high. Even if one person cannot defeat them, several people working together should be able to defeat them. How could we get such serious injuries? Fang Shi asked someone to treat their wounds while asking, what happened? Those people said in unison. We encountered a mutant burrowing thorn beast. If we didn't have so many people, we would have been in great danger. Ordinary earth-digging thorn beasts are only in the middle stage of the refining void, and a few are in the late stage of the refining void, but the mutant thorn beast is at least in the middle stage of the fusion. Fortunately, we realized something was wrong as soon as we reached the cave entrance. If we had gone inside, we wouldn't be able to defeat it, not to mention the few of us. Even if all of us were put together, we wouldn't be able to defeat it. I think it's not just in the middle stage of fusion, but in the late stage of fusion. It can hurt us so badly in the depths of the cave. You can see how terrifying it is. Ellipsis. Fang Shi thought, in the middle stage of fusion, wouldn't it be about the same as her cheap senior brother Li Zhe? Can this be described as horrific? Commander Lu was speechless. Can you have a clear understanding of the cultivation system? You are only at the 7th level of the Strode transformation stage, with a large stage called the void refining stage in between, as well as the early stage of the fusion stage, and then the middle stage of the fusion stage. Don't think Li Zhe is a loser just because he's easy to talk to. You are just a weakling in front of him. Fang Shi nodded. Master, what you said makes sense. I can't think that everyone is as powerful as me just because I can challenge opponents of higher levels. For these outer disciples, the middle stage of fusion is indeed terrifying. Commander Lu. That's not what I meant at all, okay. Just float. There will be a time when you regret it. In fact, Fang Shi is not arrogant. If she is facing a cultivator in the middle stage of fusion, she really needs to think carefully. But as for the monsters, that's easier to deal with. After Fang Shi made up his mind, he said indignantly. How outrageous. How dare you hurt my fellow disciple Lu Yi. You must be tired of living. Come on, I'll take you to get revenge. A group of disciples. Before you, a small god, say this, can't you consider your own weight? But I have to say that Lu Yi is quite righteous. Ge Daeong was afraid that Fang Shi would make him take the blame, so he hurriedly said. Junior Sister Lu, although I can understand your desire to revenge your fellow disciples, the mutated earth-digging thorn beast is beyond our ability to contend with. Let alone us, even if more of them come, they will not be its opponents and will only cause more casualties. The injured disciples also said, yes, Junior Sister Lu, we are grateful to you, but let's forget about seeking revenge on the other party. Fang Shi said sternly. Senior brothers, this is wrong. What is the purpose of the sect letting us enter the secret realm of the heavens? The purpose is not only to select inner disciples, but also to temper our will and stimulate our potential. If we retreat without fighting, wouldn't we fail the sect's expectations of us? Furthermore, I heard from senior brother Ge that the burrowing thorn beast does not like sunlight and will only stay in its nest during the day. Therefore, as long as we don't go deep into its lair, our lives will not be in danger. Ge Daong and others thought, if you don't go deep into the nest, you can't do anything to the enemy, what are you trying to do? Although they didn't understand, Fang Shi was the self-appointed team leader and they could only follow her orders. At worst, if the situation doesn't go well, you can just run away. So, everyone went to the outside of the cave of the mutated burrowing thorn beast. Fang Shi asked the injured disciples, is that little thing in here? Correct. Fang Shi leaned against the cave entrance and looked inside. It was pitch black inside and he could not see anything. There was no movement either. Elder Bai, who saw this scene through the star curtain, was worried and angry. What made him worried was that Fang Shi might be in danger, and what made him angry was that Fang Shi's sneaky behavior was exactly the same as Elder Gu Liang's. What a shame. At this time, Fang Shi winked at Zheng Wen, and Zheng Wen immediately organized Ge Daong and others to dig a groove next to the cave entrance, which was just big enough for one person to hide. Ge Daong and the others were confused, wondering what this was going to do. After they finished digging, Fang Shi asked them to retreat, then he dug through the hole and shouted inside. Hey, listen to me, little thing in there. You actually dared to hurt my fellow disciple Lu Yi. I will make you pay with blood. Fang Shi muttered for a long time, but there was still no movement inside. She thought to herself, it seems like I need to use a big move. Little thing, I'm going to give you a limerick, listen carefully. The one covered with thorns is a fool, all show and no substance. When the fairy came on the clouds, I hid in the cave and pretended to be a turtle. After saying that, she quickly hid in the groove next to the cave entrance. The next moment, a roar was heard from the cave, and even the ground shook a few times. Several wind blades shot out from inside. Unfortunately, this is of no use to Fang Shi who is hiding in the groove. But it didn't stop her from howling there. It hurts so much, I'm about to die. My elbows and my hip joints are all broken. Ouch, I've been cut into pieces. Only a skeleton is left. Ellipsis. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1576 turns out to be the sect leader. While Fang Shi was shouting, she took the time to drink a few sips of tea to moisten her throat, and then continued howling. At the same time, she released her spiritual sense. If the mutated burrowing thorn beast inside used its spiritual sense to detect, she would swing a large brick and launch a sneak attack. Speaking of big bricks, Fang Shi was a little worried. Her big brick is too famous. It's okay to use it secretly, but it would be bad if it was discovered when she was fighting with others. Although you can disguise yourself as a bastard, the effect is much weakened. After this selection and assessment, she will have to think about this matter carefully. Fang Shi howled for a quarter of an hour, consuming a large amount of the mutant burrowing thorn beast's spiritual power. The mutated burrowing thorn beast is not stupid and it discovered the problem after a while. That dead girl has been screaming for such a long time, why hasn't she died yet? It immediately released its spiritual sense to investigate what was happening outside the cave, but the next moment it let out a shrill scream. It's no wonder it screamed so miserably. It was mainly because Fang Shi had drawn countless bastards on the big brick to enhance the effect, so the hit was really solid. Fortunately, it was only radiating its spiritual consciousness. If it had hit its sea of consciousness, it would have been much more devastating. Commander Lu. Is this okay? The mutated burrowing thorn beast in the cave was trembling with fear. With such a strong spiritual consciousness, the person outside must be at least in the early stage of Mahayana. Or even in the middle stage of Mahayana. No wonder he stood up for those losers, it turns out he is the sect's big boss. How to do? Even if I don't go out, will she come in to kill me? How about running away? I don't want a home anymore, I'd rather just run away underground. Do you want to take all the Star Soul Stones? Forget it, if the female devil outside comes in and finds that there's nothing, she will definitely stay here. It is better to give her some sweet treats. Therefore, the mutated burrowing thorn beast only took a small part of the Star Soul Stone, then burrowed into the ground and escaped. Fang Shi waited for a long time, but there was no movement from inside. She put her hands on her hips and cursed for a while, but there was still no movement from inside. She thought, it was a pity that there were people nearby. The elders outside might also see what was happening inside the secret realm, otherwise they would have released the golden pig in to investigate. Golden pig. Every time at this time, you will think of me. You love me so deeply. At this moment, Fang Shi suddenly looked inside and found that he could see the situation inside. I guess the mutant burrowing thorn beast used some method to block the view before, but it doesn't hinder it now. Fang Shi took a look and found that there was something sparkling inside, and the Star Soul Stones were scattered all over the ground, just like the stars in the sky. The most important thing is that I didn't see the mutated burrowing thorn beast. What's new here? Empty city plan or luring the enemy into a trap? She decided to use her spiritual sense to investigate first, but Commander Lu quickly stopped her and said, no. If you can sneak attack the opponent's spiritual sense, the opponent can also sneak attack you. Master, it's okay. I will just use a small wisp of my consciousness to investigate. Even if it is destroyed, it's okay. It's nothing to me. Commander Lu. Suddenly I didn't want to talk. Fang Shi immediately used his spiritual sense to investigate and found that there was no breath of other living creatures. After confirming it again and again, she rushed into the cave at lightning speed and looted all the Star Soul Stones inside. When she was about to leave, her conscience that had run away from home suddenly returned. Since the mutant burrowing thorn beast liked shiny things, she might as well give it a mirror. So she took out a mirror from her storage ring and placed it in the cave. After thinking about it, he took out a few meat buns from the storage ring and put them on the ground. Barter, fair trade, no cheating. That's all for today, see you tomorrow. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1577 The Suspicious Mutated Digging Thorn Beast. Fang Shi felt that she was really too kind. There were not many people with such high moral standards as her. Commander Lu, if you hadn't taken all those star soul stones at once, your words would have some credibility. While Fang Shi was doing these things, Zheng Wen had been guarding the entrance of the cave. On the one hand, he was worried that there might be danger inside the cave, and on the other hand, he wanted to prevent others from picking peaches. Although these people have always listened to him and his junior sister, they should not use interests to test people's hearts, especially such huge interests. Zheng Wen was blocking the entrance of the cave, so the outer disciples could only wait there. They were so curious. Why did that mutant-digging thorn beast suddenly stop moving? Could it be that Lu Yi was pissed off to death? A demon beast in the middle or even late stage of fusion was angered to death. It's outrageous no matter how you think about it. Or run away. Why is it running? I really can't figure it out. Not only were they confused, but Sect Leader Dai and the others were also very confused. Although the situations inside the mysterious realms can be seen through the star curtain, they are greatly restricted and some places cannot be seen, including the cave of this mutant-burrowing thorn beast. After a while, Fang Shi strolled out of the cave. The outer disciples immediately gathered around. Junior Sister Lu, why is that mutant-digging thorn beast quiet? Fang Shi said casually, I guess I scared him away. Anyway, there is nothing inside. Everyone. Scared away by you. Could the ghost-like howling you just did scare away a demon beast in the middle stage of fusion? Isn't that too ridiculous? At this time, Zheng Wen had already cleared the entrance to the cave, and those who were brave enough went in and took a look. They found that in addition to a pile of bones, there was also a mirror and a few meat buns. The meat buns are still steaming. Without waiting for them to ask, Fang Shi started distributing star soul stones to everyone. 5 per person. Everyone was surprised and happy. If I say that I was somewhat reluctant to follow Fang Shi before, now I am willing to do it. No matter how high or low the Lu brothers and sisters' cultivation level is, I am willing to share the good things with them. The injured outer disciples who were asking for help were full of envy, jealousy and hatred, and strongly demanded to join Fang Shi's team. Fang Shi happily agreed. It's good to have more people, as it gives you an advantage in a group fight. At this time, someone asked Fang Shi, Captain, why is that mutant-digging thorn beast gone? Fang Shi curled her lips, I'm visiting relatives. Everyone. No one would believe such nonsense, but no one asked further questions. Fang Shi waved his little paw, let's go, let's continue looking for the next target. As for whether the target is the earth-digging thorn beast or other outer disciples, it all depends on fate. After Fang Shi and his companions had been walking for more than an hour, the mutated burrowing thorn beast finally sneaked back into the cave. Even though it had prepared itself mentally, it still felt heartbroken when it discovered that all the star soul stones had been looted. These star soul stones were all dug out from the ground with great effort. Now they were all taken away by that stinky girl. Then it found the mirror and meat buns that Fang Shi left for it. It's confused. What does this mean? Are you trying to poison it with meat buns? But what about the mirror? Let it look at itself a few more times before it dies. The mutant-digging thorn beast thought as he looked at himself in the mirror. How majestic, how beautiful. The more it looked at it, the more it liked it, the more intoxicated it became, and the more it looked at it, the more it forgot itself. Plus, the aroma of the meat buns kept drilling into its nostrils, so it ate them. After eating, I remembered that I might be poisoned to death, so I quickly scratched my throat. The mutant burrowing thorn beast vomited so much that it didn't even have the energy to appreciate its own beauty. Logically speaking, vomiting shouldn't be so serious. It's just that it's suspicious. It was afraid that it wouldn't vomit out all the bile, so it vomited out. That little bitch is so vicious. Not only is it vicious, it's also terrifying. How could she know that it would eat the poisonous buns by mistake because it was obsessed with its beauty? Could it be that she can tell the future? The turtle evolution technique. It must be the turtle evolution technique. The mutant burrowing thorn beast stood for a while. Oh my god, I've finally been waiting for this day. It wanted to find Fang Shi immediately, but it was too weak and had no strength at all. Let's eat something first. Then, I ate the remaining buns. Fang Shi didn't know that the buns she had kindly left for the mutant burrowing thorn beast had led to a tragedy. She was robbing. To be honest, since she started forming a gang, there haven't been many robberies, only maybe a few dozen times. Everything went smoothly every time, but this time it seemed like we had encountered some tough problems. The outer disciple in front of them, named Shi Feng, refused to team up with them no matter how they threatened or lured him. Fang Shi felt that as a good person with a bottom line, he should let the person go now. Besides, there were already enough members in the team, so one more would not be a big deal. But for some reason, she felt that Shi Feng was a little out of place. Normally, facing such a large group of people, no matter how strong and tough one is, one would still be somewhat panicked, but Shi Feng was not. Not only was he not flustered, but there was even some contempt in his eyes, as if he was looking at a group of ants. Although it was fleeting, it was still captured by Fang Shi. This is not normal. Fang Shi decided to talk to him. Brother Shi, why don't you want to join our team? Do you look down on me as the captain? Shi Feng hurriedly said, Junior Sister Lu, you misunderstood. I am just used to being alone and don't like to team up with others. Fang Shi disagreed and said, Brother Shi, this is where you are wrong. If you are a casual cultivator, it is okay to like to be alone, but since you are a disciple of a sect, you must learn to cooperate with others so that you can better serve the sect. Could it be that you have no intention of serving the sect at all? Shi Feng, since Junior Sister Lu has said so, I am willing to join your team. Upon hearing this, Ji Daong and others looked at Fang Shi with admiration. As expected of her, she is the daughter of Elder Bai, Elder Guliang, she is really good at speaking. Fang Shi said a few polite words and everyone continued to move forward. During this process, Zheng Wen kept chatting with Shi Feng, from birds in the sky to fish in the water, from eating and drinking to life ideals. Next chapter around 7 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1578 The Golden Pig is Crying with Greed. Shi Fang was fine at the beginning, but he became more and more impatient as time went on. He wanted to hold back his impatience but couldn't. Zhang Wen turned a blind eye to this and continued to talk to the other party about this and that. At this time, it was getting dark, and Fang Shi ordered everyone to stay where they were. Shi Fang made the excuse of feeling unwell and found a corner to sit cross-legged in meditation. After a while, Fang Shi arranged for everyone to barbecue, and everyone else gathered around, only Shi Fang continued to meditate where he was. About half an hour later, Shi Fang opened his eyes and saw that everyone was talking and laughing and not paying any attention to his side. He left quietly and his figure disappeared into the night. After walking a few miles, he saw that no one was chasing him, so he breathed a sigh of relief, identified the direction, and then galloped away. 2 hours later, he came to a cliff and took out a spiritual weapon similar to a compass from his storage ring. After some measurements, Shi Fang's face showed excitement. He immediately began to form seals, and in a moment, a rune suddenly appeared on the cliff. The smug look on Shi Fang's face became even more intense. He took out a porcelain bottle from his storage ring. Just as he was about to pull out the cork, he felt a sharp pain in his consciousness. He screamed, and the porcelain bottle in his hand rolled to the ground. The next moment, 2 sword beams stabbed at the same time. Because he was unprepared and because of the pain in his consciousness, although he avoided the vital points, he was still stabbed in the right shoulder. He dodged and disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already 10 feet away. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's you." Fang Shi said with a smile. "Brother Shi, it seems that you are very surprised to see us. You are so happy that your teeth are about to break." Shi Fang, stop talking nonsense. If you know what's best for you, return the porcelain bottle to me and leave this place. I will pretend that nothing happened. The reason he said this was because the porcelain bottle that had just fallen to the ground was now in Fang Shi's hand. It's not impossible to give it back to you, but first tell me what's inside this porcelain bottle. What do the runes on the cliff mean? What are you doing here? By the way, I saw that you just used the technique of shrinking the earth into an inch. This is a technique that can only be used by Mahayana cultivators, right? Isn't it a bit strange that you, an outer disciple, have the cultivation level of a Mahayana? If you can explain this clearly, I will give you the porcelain bottle. Shi Fang sneered, "You two little ants actually want to know all this, you must be tired of living. Well, I'll kill you and I can still get the porcelain bottle." As he was speaking, Fang Shi suddenly flicked his hand and the porcelain bottle flew out. Shi Fang suddenly looked nervous and quickly flew over to pick up the porcelain bottle. When he received it, he found out that it was not his porcelain bottle at all. He is so angry. He smashed the porcelain bottle on the ground. "You stinky girl, you're looking for death." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Shi threw out another small porcelain bottle. Although Shi Fang suspected that this one was also fake, he didn't dare to gamble and had to pick it up again. When I received it, I saw it was fake again. The next moment, Fang Shi threw out another porcelain bottle. Fang Shi said to Zhang Wen, "Brother, I remember that's how we trained dogs when we were kids. It's so fun." Shi Fang was almost angry to death. But he didn't dare to gamble, so he could only busy himself with catching the porcelain bottles that Fang Shi kept throwing at him. He thought to himself that the porcelain vase on this naughty girl would eventually be thrown away, and that would be the day she died. At this time, another porcelain bottle was thrown over. After Shi Fang received it, he found that it was fake again. He was so angry that he threw it to the ground. As the porcelain bottle broke, a puff of white smoke sprayed out from it. Although Shi Fang held his breath in time, he still inhaled some air and suddenly felt dizzy. He quickly used his spiritual power to suppress the poison in his body and looked at Fang Shi fiercely. "You stinky girl, it seems like you are really tired of living. I don't want the porcelain bottle anymore, I must kill you today." After saying that, he quickly moved close to Zhang Wen and grabbed Zhang Wen's neck. Zhang Wen was really careless this time. He thought Shi Fang was going for Fang Shi and wanted to pick up his sword to protect Fang Shi, but he didn't expect Shi Fang to make a feint to the east and attack in the west. Fang Shi didn't expect Shi Fang to do this, her eyes turned red. Shi Fang grinned. "If you throw the porcelain bottle over here, I'll let your brother go. If you dare to play tricks, I'll strangle him to death." Fang Shi gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, I'll give you the porcelain bottle right now. If you don't keep your word, I'll fight you." Shi Fang thought, "You won't fight me. You are a small god, what qualifications do you have to fight me? When I get the porcelain bottle, both of you will die." Fang Shi took out a porcelain bottle from her storage ring and threw it towards Shi Fang. Shi Fang was just about to reach out to take it, but the next moment, his mind became dazed for a moment, and then his sea of consciousness was hit hard. Zhang Wen, who was trapped, took advantage of this opportunity to escape successfully, turned around and stabbed out a sword containing sword intent. At the same time, the wooden sword in Fang Shi's hand burst out with a dazzling red light and stabbed towards Shi Fang. Shi Fang was stabbed in the vitals by 2 sword beams at the same time and died instantly. As soon as his soul jumped out from the top of his head, it was hit by Fang Shi's spiritual consciousness. I clap as hard as I can." Fang Shi hit Shi Fang with dozens of bricks in one breath and finally broke his soul. On the one hand, Shi Fang's soul was relatively strong, and on the other hand, he dodged and evaded, wasting a lot of Fang Shi's energy. Inside the strip beast bag, the golden pig is about to cry with envy. But Fang Shi was afraid that it would expose its identity, so she didn't let it go out. Otherwise, it could swallow Shi Fang's soul in one gulp. How delicious it would be. Seeing that it was worthless, Mu Jian said proudly, "In terms of foresight, you are far behind me. I learned the art of disguise early on, so my master was confident in letting me go into battle. You are screwed, you cannot stand the light, just like the little mouse in the rat hole without opening its eyes. I advise you to quickly learn the art of disguise, otherwise the gap between you and me will only get bigger and bigger, and you will only be able to look up to me." The Sprig pets felt that Mu Jian was right in one respect. If they wanted to fight alongside their master, they had to find a way to change their appearance. Zhang Wen asked doubtfully, Little sister, I just saw that Shifang's soul looks completely different from his real self. Could it be that he has taken over someone else's body? Fang Shi checked Shifang's storage ring and said, that should be the case. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why an outer disciple like him can have the cultivation level of a Mahayana. She thought to herself that she had thought Tianyan Dao Sect was a safe place to settle down, but she didn't expect there would be so many troubles. Commander Lu said, although the Tianyan Dao Sect has fallen into decline, it was once the largest sect after all. It may have treasures that others are eyeing. Fang Shi, well, what you said makes sense. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. Tianyan Dao Sect may really have some good things that are coveted by others. Speaking of which, this time it was thanks to the whisk that Elder Guliang gave me that Shifang's consciousness was dazed for a moment, otherwise it would have been difficult to deal with. Master, you said that they are all masters, why are some masters so stingy? Commander Lu. Who do you choose? Besides, didn't you take away all the storage rings in the domain? Taking a Pixiu as a disciple is such a sad thing. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1579 Elder Guliang has come out of seclusion. Commander Lu did not continue the topic of stinginess, because in the eyes of the Pixiu, no matter how generous you are stingy. He said in a cold voice, don't be too complacent. Although Shifang is a Mahayana cultivator, his strength has been greatly restricted after taking over another body. Otherwise, even if you have the cloud pattern silent whisk, it would be difficult for you to escape, let alone kill him. Fang Shi also knew this, and this time it was indeed a fluke. Especially since the other party made a feint to the east and attacked in the west and held Zhang Wen hostage. If the other party really has the cultivation of a real Mahayana, I'm afraid I'm really going to be in trouble this time. After all, it's still too weak. Strength is the only thing that matters, everything else is useless. At this time, she found a compass-like array in Shifang's storage ring, and also found a piece of paper with Zhao Mu Zhao, Kang Jinlong, Dai Tu He, Fang Ri Tu written on it. Zhang Wen was surprised and asked, isn't this the 28 constellations? Ha, why are all the other constellations circled, but only the star Sun Horse is not circled? Fang Shi looked at the runes on the cliff and said, I guess there are 28 similar runes in this secret realm of the universe, corresponding to the 28 constellations. The other runes might have been tampered with or destroyed by Shifang, leaving only this star Sun Horse. It was 28 elders who opened the secret realm of the heavens before, and it is estimated that they correspond to the 28 constellations. As for Shifang's purpose in doing this, it is unknown for the time being, but it is definitely not a good thing. Zhang Wen agreed. Let alone anything else, just the fact that he possessed another's body shows that this person is not a good person. Fang Shi originally wanted to see what was inside the porcelain bottle, but after weighing the pros and cons, he gave up. This matter is of great importance, so let's wait until we get out and let Sect Master die and the others open it. At this time, Zhang Wen asked doubtfully, little sister, do you think people outside can see what's going on inside? If you can see, why didn't you see any movement from them when Shifang destroyed so many runes? Fang Shi looked at the dead body on the ground. When bad guys do bad things, they're naturally fully prepared. They probably have some way to block outside detection, or there are some places in the secret realm that cannot be seen from the outside. When other people arrive, we can try writing some banners and have them hold them up and walk around, and perhaps they will be seen outside. Even if we can't see it outside, we still have one day to get out, and it won't be too late to report this to the sect then. As soon as Fang Shi finished speaking, a group of people came running over from a distance. They were their team members. These people feel so helpless. It would have been fine if I was forced to join the gang before, but I couldn't even outrun two little gods. How embarrassing. However, when they saw the corpses on the ground and the runes on the cliff, they were all stunned. Before they could ask, Fang Shi explained. This Shifang was possessed by a Mahayana cultivator. He is most likely a spy sent by other forces. He was about to tamper with this rune when he was killed by my brother and I. Those outer disciples were all stunned. On the one hand, it was because a spy had infiltrated the secret realm of the heavens, and on the other hand, Fang Shi and Zhang Wen, two lesser gods, had actually killed a Mahayana cultivator. Even if the opponent's strength was restricted due to possession, it was still incredible. But when I think about the fact that these two are most likely the offspring of Elder Bai or Elder Guliang, and they might have some valuable stuff in their hands, it seems reasonable. Right. Fang Shi emphasized the seriousness of the matter, and then ordered everyone to make the banners quickly and disperse their actions so that there would be more opportunities for the outside world to see the banners. She and Zhang Wen stayed here to guard the runes on the cliff to prevent any further accidents from happening. Everyone took action immediately, and soon, Fang Shi and Zhang Wen were the only ones left there. They were still very optimistic. After all, even if they couldn't see the banners outside, they would be teleported out when the time came. But after waiting for a long time, the time was up and they were still where they were. Soon, the disciples who had been sent out earlier came back in a panic. Captain, the stipulated time has come, why haven't we been teleported out yet? Are we trapped in this secret realm of the universe? Yes, Captain, could it be that because Shifang destroyed 27 runes, this secret realm of the heavens is damaged and we can't get out? Captain, what should we do next? We won't die in here, right? Ellipsis. They are now calling the captain with more sincerity than before, because they are panicking and desperately want to find a backbone. Although Fang Shi's cultivation was low, she discovered Shifang's abnormality and teamed up with Zhang Wen to kill him. Fang Shi comforted them, don't panic, everyone. Even if the people outside didn't see our banners, they must have noticed something was wrong by now. They will definitely find a way to save us. We will wait for 2 days, and if there is still no movement, we will find a way to save ourselves. Although everyone felt that even if they wanted to save themselves, there seemed to be no way, but seeing Fang's eyes' calm appearance, they felt less panicked. At this time, the outside was in an uproar. Yesterday, Sect leader Da and his companions saw the banners held up by the outer disciples. They were so shocked that they wanted to send people in to check what was going on. However, they found that there was no way to open the entrance, let alone send anyone in. Sect leader Dai acted promptly and ordered the elders to teleport the disciples out of the secret realm of the heavens. As a result, several attempts ended in failure. It must be caused by the destruction of the 27 star runes in the secret realm of the universe. This secret realm of the universe may collapse soon. We didn't know there were 28 star runes in the secret realm of the universe. How did the spy know that? If the secret realm of the universe really collapses, won't all the outer disciples inside have to die inside? Ellipsis. As time went by, the atmosphere on the scene became more and more solemn. At this moment, Sect Master Dai's identity jade token began to vibrate, and Elder Guliang's boastful voice came from it. Brother, I'm out. I successfully advanced to the 3rd level of Mahayana. You used to say that I wasn't doing my job properly, but now I'm doing so well in both my main job and my side job. What else do you have to say? Sect leader Dai was in no mood to argue with him and didn't want to pay attention to him, but when he thought of his junior brother knowing the turtle evolution technique, he hurriedly said, "Come to the secret realm of the universe right now. It's urgent." Elder Guliang became even more arrogant now. "Brother, from what you said, it seems like you have something to ask of me. It seems like you have finally acknowledged my excellence." Seeing that he was blabbering non-stop, Sect leader Dai said sternly, "If you don't come soon, something bad will happen to your 2 precious disciples." Elder Guliang screamed in shock. "What did you do to them? If they lose even a hair, I will never forgive you. Come here first." It didn't take long for Elder Guliang to show up. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1580. Good luck. Before Elder Guliang could lose his temper, Sect leader Dai told him what had happened. Elder Guliang jumped up and cursed. "Dai Chanfang, you know there are many variables in the secret realm of the universe, so why did you let Lu Qi and Yi go in?" "I see. You just don't want them to be my disciples, so you deliberately set this question and don't want them to pass the inner door selection. You are so insidious. If anything happens to them, I will go to my master's grave and hang myself. I will make you live in guilt for the rest of your life." Sect leader Dai wanted to endure it at first, but he couldn't bear it any longer, so he kicked him, and the cursing finally stopped temporarily. Elder Guliang wanted to get up and continue to curse, but Hall Master Teng said, "Elder Guliang, saving people is the most important thing. Let's put other things aside for now. Otherwise, why don't you tell me the fortune now and see whether it will be good or bad?" Under normal circumstances, Elder Guliang would have been very proud because these idiots had finally realized the brilliance of his turtle evolution technique. But now, he was in no mood for it at all. He immediately took out the tortoise shell. He didn't dare to calculate Fangxi and Zhenwen, so he could only calculate whether the final outcome of this matter would be good or bad. When he was about to roast the turtle shell, he suddenly looked up and was stunned. After a moment of stunnedness, there was ecstasy. He casually swung the spiritual flame in his right hand and said excitedly, "Don't worry, it's definitely a great success." The next moment, Elder Bai roared, "Guliang Chuan, look at what you have done." Elder Guliang turned around and saw that a section of Elder Bai's beard was burnt. Elder Bai was concerned about the result of the divination, so he stood very close to Elder Guliang. The spiritual flame that Elder Guliang had thrown out just now happened to land on his beard. Although it was extinguished in time, it still burned a tuft of beard. Elder Guliang was gloating, "This is not my fault, it's your own bad luck. This is God's will, ha ha ha." Elder Bai wanted to argue with him, but was interrupted by Sect leader Dai. "Junior brother, what did you mean by great luck just now?" The others also looked at Elder Guliang. Although everyone thought that this old charlatan was unreliable, ironically, all hopes were placed on him at this time. Elder Guliang enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. He stroked his beard and said, "The secret cannot be leaked." The next moment he was kicked away by Sect leader Dai. "It's already this late, and you're still talking nonsense here. What's going on?" Elder Guliang saw that Daizong was angry and stopped showing off. He pointed at the star map. "Didn't any of you notice that the positions of the stars in the star map have changed?" Sect leader Dai looked in the direction of his finger and found that the positions of the stars had indeed changed. He was delighted. Could it be that he had made the right bet? Was what was recorded in the ancient books true? The other people present also showed surprise. According to records in ancient books, there is a great opportunity hidden in the secret realm of the heavens, but no one knows what that opportunity is. The sign that this great opportunity is coming to this world is that the positions of the stars will change. This is what Sect leader Dai is betting on. Since the Lu brothers and sisters are likely to be the variables of the Tianyan Dao sect, let them enter the secret realm of the heavens and give it a try. I didn't expect it would actually come true now. If the Lu brothers and sisters got this great opportunity, perhaps they could get out of the secret realm of the heavens. Unfortunately, there is no trace of the Lu brothers and sisters on the screen now, and it is estimated that their location cannot be displayed on the star screen. Sect leader Dai wanted to let Elder Guliang do the math, but he gave up in the end. "I had been desperate and tried all kinds of treatments before without thinking too much, but now that I have calmed down, I am a little worried that Elder Guliang will explode. If the star map is destroyed, Lu Yi and the others will not be able to get out." Elder Guliang had no plans to do divination. He had just advanced to the next level and his spiritual power was unstable. It would be better for him not to do divination at this time, otherwise it would easily ruin his reputation as a divine fortune teller that he had worked so hard to gain. Besides, this great opportunity has come up, it is very auspicious, and his 2 precious disciples will surely be able to turn danger into safety and turn misfortune into blessing. He just needs to wait for good news. At this time, many people had gathered around Fangxi in the secret realm of the heavens. When people are in danger, they instinctively gather in crowded places. These outer disciples are no exception. Many people here have been robbed by Fangxi, but now they can't care about that. At this moment, the charm of the female bandit leader is unmatched. Fangxi has been thinking of a solution. After thinking it over, I decided to resort to the dumbest method if nothing else worked. That is to find a way to find the other 27 star runes and see if they can be repaired. Maybe after repairing several of them, the people outside will be able to teleport him out. Commander Lu thought Feng Shi's idea was a fantasy. Let's not talk about whether you can repair it or not. The key is where are you going to find those 27 runes? Feng Shi said, I can ask these outer disciples to outline Shi Feng's footprints, so that we can narrow the search area, and then we can search for him. Besides, isn't there a compass like a ray? I guess if you get close, it will react. Commander Lu was silent for a moment, then said, then let's give it a try. It seems that she was not fanciful, but he underestimated her. When Feng Shi was about to share this idea with everyone, the ground not far away shook, and then a huge monster covered with thorns emerged. Suddenly someone screamed, it's the mutant digging thorn beast. Everyone was suddenly in a panic. If Feng Shi hadn't told them before that they should obey her orders at all times, they would have probably scattered. As for why they listened to Feng Shi so much, it is because Feng Shi is now their lifeline and backbone. The mutated burrowing thorn beast stared at Feng Shi, feeling both hatred and fear. It was all because of this female devil. She made it vomit all over the place and almost lost half its life. If it could defeat her, it would definitely take revenge. Ha, why does this female devil only seem to have the cultivation level of a spirit? Snort. It understood, she was pretending. With such a powerful divine consciousness, how could he be just a minor divine being? Besides, how could someone who knows the turtle evolution technique have a low level of cultivation? It won't be fooled. The mutant burrowing thorn beast decided to get down to business quickly, lest it accidentally get tricked again. The Tiank continent is different from the Juyu continent. Only the demon beasts in the Mahayana stage can speak human language. So, it gestured to Feng Shi to follow it. It felt that what it expressed was very clear, but the outer disciples were all confused. This mutated burrowing thorn beast was shaking its head and tail. What was it trying to do? Feng's eyes lit up. You want to be my mount? Mutated digging thorn beast, don't you even look at the thorns on my back? Are you trying to turn yourself into a sieve?